Chapter 1. Mission Objective. Attract 10 viewers during the broadcast. Better to freeze than to be roasted by barbarians. Weak and frail, Wang Ling lay on the icy surface, murmuring to himself, as if he had resigned to his fate. Warning: the broadcaster's body has entered a state of hypothermia. Would you like to start the live stream? A cup of hot milk tea and a box of silky bran chocolate will be rewarded upon commencement. No, I refuse. Wang Ling gazed at the fate ring that emitted the voice, once again weakly declining. On the brink of freezing to death, he surprisingly reached for his shirt, a bizarre smile creeping across his face. Detected broadcaster number 10010 has entered a near-death state. The live streaming system will automatically activate, and the rewards will be delivered directly to the stomach. Gulp! Wang Ling felt a wave of warmth flood his stomach, rapidly expanding from a small cup to a medium, then a large, and finally an extra-large cup. It truly arrived directly in his stomach. Cough, cough, that's enough. Having nearly choked, Wang Ling patted his now round belly, hastily calling for a halt. It would be quite the joke to die from milk tea after narrowly escaping freezing to death. Boom! Just as Wang Ling engaged in self-deprecation, a colossal firework suddenly erupted in the sky. The Ice Age live streaming system announced, "Congratulations, the chosen one, Wang Ling. You have acquired the permission to broadcast via the quantum network. The live stream is now active, and your coordinates have been transmitted via the giant firework. Mission objectives: 1. Survive the attacks from the wasteland natives. 2. Attract the attention of 10 viewers from either the Ice Age world or the quantum network live stream. Failure penalty: death or a reduction of all attributes by 1. Mission reward: 10 points of free attributes." Just as I expected, Wang Ling sighed. He had already witnessed the precious footage left by the 10,009 predecessors recorded by the Fate Ring, particularly the horrifying scenes of many being skewered and roasted like livestock, which had truly frightened him. This was precisely why he was unwilling to start the broadcast even at the risk of freezing to death. However, the live streaming system had kindly extended his life by initiating the broadcast. "Then I shall eat more. It is better to die full than to perish from hunger." Awaiting the impending attack, Wang Ling tore open the packaging of the silky bran chocolate and began to munch voraciously. 10 kilometers away, over a dozen barbarians conversed in an incomprehensible indigenous tongue. Among them, a few discarded half-eaten human remains to the side, fixated on the glowing screen that had fallen from the individual. At the center of the screen was the image of Wang Ling devouring chocolate. "Boss, is this the one we plan to eat? Haha, there's a cursed fruit on here, let me scare him a bit." As he spoke, the short barbarian began to frantically click on the terrifying fruit gift option on the streaming interface. With each click from the barbarian named Black Dog, the bloody explosion effects of the terrifying fruit covered the screen. Haha, this guy must be scared out of his wits. Unbeknownst to Black Dog, with every gift he sent, their originally packaged human flesh dwindled by 1 portion. The live streaming system didn't mind viewers sending gifts, but it wouldn't allow for free handouts. The quantum network automatically deducted equivalent meat supplies for the gifts sent by Black Dog. "Black Dog, he'll kill you. You fool. You've given away our food." The barbarian chief raised the screen and smashed it against Black Dog's face, shards of glass instantly covering him in blood. "If the treasure chest from the chosen one doesn't satisfy me, well, feast on you in the days to come." With that, the furious barbarian chief, accompanied by a group of barbarians, stormed towards the location marked by the fireworks. System notification: Barbarian Black Dog has gifted you 18 terrifying fruits, becoming the top contributor. System notification: Livestream viewership has increased by 1, temporarily boosting the broadcaster's strength by 1 point. Wang Ling, momentarily bewildered, realized someone had sent him gifts. And it was from barbarians. Was this world truly so magical, where a cat lights incense before feasting on a mouse? What did an increase of 1 point in strength even mean? In the next instant, Wang Ling felt a surge of warmth envelop his entire body, his physical conditions seemingly improving. "It feels as if my strength has genuinely increased. Additionally, the increase in viewership, could it really enhance my abilities? What on earth is the function of these terrifying fruits?" As the red dots on the fate ring approached ever closer, Wang Ling seemed to grasp a final lifeline. He decided to use all 18 terrifying fruits. System notification: Terrifying fruits have been consumed. The system will temporarily boost the broadcaster's traffic through the quantum network. Please enhance the quality of your broadcast to retain your audience. On Earth, in a dormitory at a university in Haicheng. Hey, Fong Ping, when did you develop a liking for spicy girls dancing? Spicy beauties? Gao Hongba, have you been hallucinating from too many experiments? Open your eyes and see what I'm really watching hardcore survival. As he spoke, Fong Ping waved his phone screen in front of Gao Hongba's face. On the screen, a female broadcaster, captivating and cold, swayed to an upbeat tune, each movement laden with suggestive undertones. The other residents in the dormitory were drawn over, casting strange glances at Fong Ping. Ha ha ha, Hongba, you might not know, but there exists a quantum network that connects different universes. Perhaps everyone sees different images? All right, we must have misinterpreted. I too think it resembles hardcore survival. Fong Ping felt bewildered by the reactions of those around him, especially their knowing smiles, leaving him utterly perplexed. What were his good sons up to now, playing tricks on their young father? Stop bothering me. Ignoring his roommates, Fong Ping focused intently on Wang Ling's broadcast. Similar encounters to Fong Ping's were happening throughout other areas of Haicheng. System notification. The effect of the terrifying fruits has ended. Current online viewership, 100. Temporary strength increased by 100. Wow, it's hit 100 already. Wang Ling couldn't help but gasp, feeling as if a small universe was igniting within him, invigorating him instantly. Had he known it wasn't a guaranteed death scenario, he would have started the broadcast much earlier. Experience can indeed lead to demise. Wang Ling carefully examined his attributes through the fate ring. Broadcaster, Wang Ling. Age, 24. Strength, 7,100. Agility, 8. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 9. Haha, this is strength. The slumbering beast within my body has awakened. To test it out, Wang Ling casually stomped his foot, astonishingly creating a hole in the thick ice beneath him. The Quantum Network livestream audience erupted with excitement. Muscle-bound man. So fake. The broadcaster must have pre-cut the ice. If he breaks through 2 feet of ice, he'll eat my own excrement live. Love's magical circle. The brother above is right in my hometown in Heilong province. We use chainsaws to cut the ice for igloos in winter. Milky snow, guys, let's disperse. It's just another clickbait. How boring. Heaven spares no one. I came for the wild man, but I haven't seen one all this time. As the rhythm intensified, the viewer count in the live stream began to plummet, and Wang Ling's temporary strength boost waned rapidly. Don't go. Feeling the swift decline of his strength, and with a dozen red dots nearing, Wang Ling began to panic. The muscle-bound man added one last jab. If the broadcaster can break another layer of ice, it'll gift him immediately. Wang Ling felt disheartened with only around 20 viewers left. His strength added up to a mere 30 points, including the original 7 points. Wang Ling mustered all his strength and stomped down with all his might on the ice. Yet, even as his foot went numb, the ice remained unyielding. Crash! With that stomp, the viewer count plummeted again by 10, leaving Wang Ling feeling as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of ice water. He wished to engage and retain his audience, but aside from changing the title, he found himself unable to send messages or speak. Just when things couldn't get worse, the approaching barbarians had finally arrived. The live stream camera automatically zoomed out, providing a close-up of a dozen disheveled, green-faced, sharp-toothed barbarians, adorned with crude bone weapons and stone tools, roughly 300 meters away. Wow! The art design and the realism of the props are impressive. Hey, if you have time, check out my private message. Our film crew is also interested in creating a similar themed movie. System notification. You are granted a lifetime of fireworks in exchange for a vitality bomb to the streamer. Live gifts can be converted into survival items. Wow! The big boss is impressive. The barrage instantly became lively, the discussions growing in volume, and the platform's traffic began to surge. Even more astonishing was the gift sent by Su Feng. Vitality bomb. Compresses the air within a 10-meter radius, creating a shockwave that produces an effect akin to a bomb explosion. Description. Can inflict damage to critical areas such as the eyes and ears of enemies within range, causing temporary dizziness, with damage values diminishing with distance. Roar. The wild men brandish bone clubs and stone knives, charging within 100 meters of Wang Ling, emitting bizarre howls reminiscent of beasts, which was indeed quite frightening. On the surface, Wang Ling remained composed, but internally he was in a state of panic, repeatedly praying, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, let this vitality bomb be effective." Thud, thud, thud. The barbarians had already advanced within 10 meters of Wang Ling, drooling grotesquely. No longer hesitating, Wang Ling pulled out the vitality bomb and hurled it towards them. The barbarians, of course, had no idea what that adorable round object was. "Boss, this treasure is for you." A wild dog nimbly leaped to catch the vitality bomb thrown by Wang Ling, then presented it to the little leader as if offering a treasure. Boom! In the next instant, the vitality bomb detonated. All the wild men within a 10-meter radius were blasted away, with 7 or 8 of them at the center of the explosion bleeding from their mouths and noses, gasping for breath, on the verge of death. Wang Ling was taken aback. The power was immense. Kill! With a loud roar, all the pent-up frustration and fear that had built up in Wang Ling's chest was released. He swiftly picked up a bone spear dropped by an enemy and began to deliver finishing blows to the wild men who were either unconscious or dazed. In the live stream, the audience could only hear the sound of the bone spear piercing flesh, followed by bursts of blood blooming from the wild men. Muscular man. Damn, moderator, get to work. This scene should not be censored. Heaven spares no one. I came for the wild men, but I didn't want to see so much blood. So you Ishur Yenhua. Streamer, I followed you. This special effect is impressive. Remember to check my private message. The summoned moderator, equally bewildered, cursed, a bunch of lunatics, watching a female streamer dance. And yet they seem to have lost their minds. Chapter 2. Caution. A surge of heat stroke-induced mental illnesses recently. After delivering the final blows to all the wild men, Wang Ling let out a long sigh. He considered himself fortunate to have connected with the Earth audience through the quantum network, where live gifts could be converted into survival items. Had he been like the chosen ones of the Ice Age world, forced to confront the brutal savages heathen, he might have faced certain death. System notification. The live stream will end in 5 minutes. Please increase your follower count quickly, or all attributes will decrease by 1. Wang Ling's train of thought was interrupted, and he quickly checked the follower count. 6. While the online audience had surpassed 150, the follower count was a mere 6. Is everyone stunned by the bloody scene earlier? Why isn't anyone following? Wang Ling anxiously paced, unable to type or speak into the mic. As for changing the title again to something like Desperate for Followers, Wang Ling felt it inappropriate. He knew all too well the psychology of this audience. If you begged for attention, they would definitely withhold likes and follows, yet they would eagerly tune in for the live stream. Don't ask why. It's all about companionship. Watching the rapidly decreasing countdown, Wang Ling's mind raced. Suppressing his disgust, he repositioned the bloodied wild men and quickly pieced together the words. Grandfather's grandfather is called. Brothers, look, the streamer is up to something again. Suyui Shur Yenhua. Bro, where did you find this troupe of actors? They're so dedicated. Why aren't they getting up? Introduce me to them. System notification. Suyu Ishur Yenhua has gifted the streamer a super rocket, converted into the item. Small rocket, explosion radius of 20 meters, shrapnel damage range of 100 meters. I also want to introduce you, but I'm afraid you won't dare to use it, bro. Wang Ling could only smile helplessly, his hands still in motion. The live camera was also adept at following along, raising its angle swiftly so that the audience could clearly see the words Wang Ling was assembling. Be your dog. What does Guan Wang mean? The He Lu. Literally, it means none of your business. Damn it. If only there was one more wild man to complete this. Wang Ling silently roared in frustration, but he couldn't find any new wild man corpses. The countdown to the end of the live stream. 30, 29, 28. Damn it, I'll do it myself. In the final moments, Wang Ling stepped above the character Wang and completed the phrase. He stood firm, clasped his fists, bowed, and lay down in one fluid motion. Follow is accomplished. The barrage in the live stream erupted. Damn, good job. Reward him, 666, followed. In the next instant, the live stream system unexpectedly blacked out, indicating the streamer had gone offline. Wang Ling felt a pang of regret. What a missed opportunity to seek followers and gifts. 1, 2, 3, 4. The streamer isn't a son of man, just as I followed. He went offline at lightning speed. Child of the sea. So the waves. Hey, 110? I'm reporting someone for online fraud. With the live stream closed, the temporary power boost Wang Ling had gained vanished instantly. His physical state shifted from being powerful to a state of lethargy. Name: Wang Ling. Age: 24. Strength: 7. Agility: 8. Physique: 6. Intelligence: 9. Others: 10 free attribute points. My body still feels weak, especially the strength attribute, which is only 7. Fortunately, the task granted an additional 10 free attribute points. Wang Ling didn't hesitate and allocated them all to strength. As he injected the attribute points, a series of explosive sounds resonated from his body, with parts of his muscles beginning to swell. The originally frail, Wang Ling's physique grew slightly taller. Tilting his head slightly, feeling the power contained within his muscles, Wang Ling suddenly gained confidence in his survival. I still need to complete more live stream tasks. These rewards are simply too immediate, almost addictive. As dusk fell, the temperature in the Ice Age world had dropped to -10 degrees, and it was expected to plummet further to -20 to 30 degrees after midnight, promising a long and arduous night. Wang Ling stripped the hide from the wild men, scavenged flint, and ignited the barbaric corpses along with dry grass and branches. The roaring flames cast an orange glow on Wang Ling's face, illuminating his once youthful visage with newfound sharpness. Wang Ling gently rubbed his hands together, picked up a stone knife, and struck a block of ice with force, holding it in his mouth to quench his thirst. Now let's take a break and later try to go live again, hoping for some luck. On Earth, High City Satellite TV's evening news channel. The two hosts were prepared with their scripts, standing tall. Male: good evening, viewers. Female: good evening. Female: today, our country is experiencing a large-scale subtropical high-pressure system, with temperatures in some areas exceeding 40 degrees. Male: indeed, and as a result, cases of heat stroke have surged again. We advise everyone to rest more. Female: it is reported that this heat stroke is different from previous ones, with many patients experiencing hallucinations and visual disturbances. All citizens must be cautious. Male: next, we will connect with our reporter Yu Wenba. Wenba: good evening, hosts and viewers. I am currently at the 5th People's Hospital's Mental Health Center in High City. Wenba: recently, our city has seen cases of mental cognitive disorders due to high temperatures. I will be conducting live interviews. Hello, student. How do you feel right now? I feel great. After turning on the air conditioning, my hallucinations disappeared. I believe I've met the discharge criteria. Fong Ping felt quite helpless. He had merely watched a hardcore survival live stream, but was taken to the hospital by concerned roommates who thought he had hysteria, insisting on examinations. They mentioned how he yelled at the beautiful female streamer to kill the wild men. Just as this interview began, a commotion erupted from the neighboring bed. I'm telling you, I'm perfectly fine. Not only am I not sick, but I've also found new items and sources of special effects. The results are remarkable. Recalling the wild man's attire from Wang Ling's live stream and the visceral sensation of the bone spear-piercing flesh, Su Feng grew excited once again. And the most dedicated group of actors. In his excitement, Su Feng sat up straight from his hospital bed. The male nurses instantly grew tense, quickly restraining Su Feng. Director Feng, you must believe me. I have truly found more suitable props and background actors. Su Feng struggled while casting a glance at the esteemed director, De Gang. De Gang replied, Old Su, you ought to take a break. These past days, you've been seeking investments, scouting actors, and researching props. It has exhausted you, my brother. As he spoke, Director De Gang wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, his gaze resolute as he turned to the attending physician. Dr. Zhang, unwavering, sternly stated, family members of the patient, please come forward. That young man may leave, while this gentleman must remain for further observation. Su Feng, unwilling to concede, struggled fiercely, yet the male nurse, trained and adept, swiftly subdued him, pinning him back to the hospital bed. During the scuffle, with a resounding thud, Su Feng's phone tumbled out of his hospital gown pocket. As the screen illuminated, a notification appeared. Tigerfish TV reminds you that the live stream of room 10010, which you follow, has begun. Give me my phone. I'm not leaving. Su Feng shouted emphatically. Director De Gang personally retrieved the phone and handed it back to Su Feng. Watching as Su Feng deftly accessed the live stream, the screen displayed a female host performing a captivating dance. A sense of helplessness washed over De Gang, who, with a serious tone, remarked, Old Su, if you have a penchant for this, Our production team certainly offers ample entertainment. Immersed in the live broadcast, Su Feng replied without looking up, "Nowhere compares to the thrill of a live stream." Meanwhile, Fong Ping, who had been exiting, caught sight of the streaming content and exclaimed, "Oh dear," halting in his tracks. "Doctor, I believe I should stay for another night of observation for safety." Su Feng lifted his head, surprised to see Fong Ping, who bore the unmistakable appearance of a student. "You understand this? How else would I have come in?" The two shared an inexplicable glance, seemingly finding a kindred spirit in one another. Su Feng shifted aside slightly, and Fong Ping, unreserved, joined him on the bed to watch the mesmerizing dance together. This left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, their thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, on the television station's side, the directing team noticed the shift in tone and promptly ordered the interview to conclude. Host: "This is a recent surge in cases of heat-related psychosis, reported by our correspondent, Yu Wenba." Chapter 3. Sensual streamer online, waiting Gugu. Wang Ling's stomach began to rumble once again. Perhaps a live stream would be in order. Who knows, it might even earn him a cup of delightful milk tea that travels straight to the stomach. However, once Wang Ling initiated the live broadcast, nothing transpired. Not only did the anticipated milk tea and chocolate fail to materialize, but even the attacks from the indigenous barbarians and scavengers were conspicuously absent. Left with little to occupy his time, Wang Ling resorted to using his stone knife to carve a piece of ice, which he then held in his mouth to quench his thirst. Shushan hero Jiang Luer, "Wow, brother, you really can eat." Qinjin Kidian, "Why call him brother? Call him Big Shot." Although this one also invites actors and craft scripts, his team is truly impressive, with no discernible flaws. Bald Eagle, "Based on my years of experience in the wilderness, many of the streamer's actions do not seem staged." As Wang Ling continued his broadcast, the number of viewers in the live stream room swiftly surpassed 100. Eventually stabilizing around 300, excitement surged within Wang Ling as he glanced at his wristband to check his strength attributes. Name: Wang Ling. Age: 24 strength, 1730 agility, 8 constitution, 6 intelligence, 9 strength 30. The strength boost had inexplicably diminished. It turns out that with 100 viewers, the strength boost reached 100 points, while with 300 viewers, it plummeted to just 30 points. If Wang Ling could unmute himself, he would likely be unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Come on, dear family in the stream, could you kindly drop out 200 of you?" Amidst his grumbling, a new live streaming task appeared. Ding. Task updated. Due to the lack of barbarians, survivor outposts, shelters, and city-states within a 10-kilometer radius of the streamer, the main quest has changed to explore the Zero shelter located 30 kilometers away. Given the streamer's current low strength, he may select 5 fortunate viewers to join his team as temporary members. Task rewards include 1 shelter and 50 biological cultivation chambers, while the penalty for failure is the streamer's demise. Wow. Finally, no more solo play. Wang Ling felt a rush of excitement as he absorbed the cold, mechanical voice from his wristband. However, the number of viewers was still too few, around 300, that with such a limited sample size, it was difficult to find promising candidates. Alas, it seemed he would have to revert to his old ways and resort to some clickbait. Moments later, the title of the live stream was changed to Sensual Streamer Online, Waiting, Full-Headed Man. Let me add something for the streamer, Macau Emperor, Baccarat. System prompt: ID Full-Headed Man has violated the regulations of Tiger Fish live broadcast. Suspected of promoting gambling information, and has been banned for 24 hours. Heavenly Father Blood. Haha, there are indeed fools who fall for this bait. Heaven doesn't spare anyone. I came for the dealer. Yet I haven't seen one all day. Linger ding dang. Deal the cards. Full-Headed Man felt bitter. It seemed everyone was aware of the need for moderation in playing with words, skirting the edges, while he foolishly fell straight into the trap. Wanting to voice his complaints, he picked up his spare phone and entered Tiger Fish Room 10010. To his surprise, the live stream featured a female streamer dancing energetically. After several attempts, the outcome remained the same. Wow, the quantum network-induced temporal distortion truly exists. However, Chui Chung, nicknamed Full-Headed Man, dared not speak of it to others, as rumors circulated that many had been admitted to mental hospitals in recent days. To calm his nerves, Chui Chung directly tipped 1 super rocket. Wow. Another rocket. Wang Ling felt exhilarated as the number of online viewers surpassed 1,000 for the first time, and the gifts from wealthy patrons transformed once more into weaponry and items. Enhancing his safety. System prompt. Please recruit 5 teammates as soon as possible. Countdown. 5 minutes. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeiture. Swish, swish, swish. The audience list information continuously refreshed in the wristband, astonishingly displaying the viewers' ages, professions, and emotional states as well. Wang Ling ultimately selected 5 viewers with high emotional stability. He was genuinely concerned that if he summoned an overly energetic individual, they might end up injuring him. Suyu Yoshiji, real name Su Feng, age 45, profession producer, extremely high psychological maturity, high emotional stability. Full-headed man, real name Chui Chung, age 38, profession executive chef, high psychological maturity, high emotional stability. Ping Shui Xiang Feng, real name Fong Ping, age 22, profession graduate student, senior gaming enthusiast, high psychological maturity, high emotional stability. Bald Eagle, real name Chu Gao, age 32, profession former special forces instructor, retired soldier, extremely high psychological maturity, extremely high emotional stability. Linger Ding Dang, real name Mei Shouting, age 28, profession female streamer, board member of a medical aesthetics clinic, high psychological maturity, high emotional stability. System, commence recruitment. Wang Ling silently urged, as the wristband emitted a brilliant glow, seemingly connecting the quantum network to Earth's channel. Meanwhile, Tigerfish Room 10010 also initiated a lottery. System prompt. Congratulations to ID Suyu Yoshiji, full-headed man, and Linger Ding Dang for obtaining the opportunity to connect with the streamer. One lift, one lift, one lift. What the heck? Is there a hidden agenda? The streamer has never unmuted, yet now actively seeks to connect. Milky white snow, normal behavior from the studio. Those who can't see the winners are at the front of the list, humorous. At that moment, Su Feng and the others were equally bewildered. Isn't it a connection? Why is there an invitation link? Destin 1 Wang Ling invites you to enter the Ice Age world. Will you enter? Warning. The Ice Age world is 100 realistic. Until the Chosen One obtains a cultivation chamber, your character will not respawn upon death. Wow. Is this an internal test invitation? And 100 realistic simulation? Could it be that everything the streamer experienced is simulated by some company using Mr. Technology? Fong Ping excitedly glanced at Su Feng beside him. You receive it too? Yet he was clearly watching a live stream on my phone. Stop getting caught up in that. What else can you do? In the next moment, the two unexpectedly synchronized and closed their eyes, falling into a deep slumber, leaving the nearby attendants utterly perplexed. Mei Shouting, who also received the invitation, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, and promptly sat down in a chair, falling asleep. Haha, Ting Ding must be tired from dancing today. She just sat down and fell asleep. My dear Ding Ding, look at my super rocket. Brothers, put in more effort. Let's raise the heat in room 10010 even higher. It seemed as if a true temporal distortion had occurred, with different individuals witnessing entirely different content in the live stream. Meanwhile, at a military sanatorium, Chu Gao gazed at his severed legs, propping himself up with his remaining left hand. Speaking to himself, the Ice Age world, it better not be too dull. Where is everyone? The Fate wristband has already displayed successful recruitment. Not seeing anyone, Wang Ling had no choice but to proceed alone. After walking less than 50 meters, he spotted 5 individuals trapped in an underground ice cave. Their entrance was indeed peculiar. They had entered the underground ice cave, yet rescuing them would prove challenging. As Wang Ling approached the 5 teammates he was meant to rescue, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Although he had focused on selecting individuals with high psychological maturity and emotional stability, he couldn't shake the fear that these individuals might act irrationally in a moment of heated impulse. After all, the title of 4th Catastrophe was not merely a fabrication. Nonetheless, overthinking proved futile at this juncture. With determination, Wang Ling wielded his stone knife and began to strike the ice, and after several minutes, a pit approximately half a meter deep emerged, revealing the outlines of the 5 individuals beyond the noticeably thinning ice layer. With a face reflecting uncertainty, Wang Ling instinctively tightened his grip on the stone knife. Chapter 4. Fong Ping's terrifying imagination skills crack. Wang Ling raised a foot and shattered the ice layer. Descending from above, under the curious gazes of the 5 individuals, The fate wristband emitted a dazzling light, enveloping him in an aura of mystery. System prompt: Ice Age Live Broadcast System, Shield Mode activated. Quantum Network Transmission interrupted. ID 0001 Su Feng, 0002 Fong Ping, 0003 Chui Chung, 0004 Chu Gao, 0005 Mei Shouting have entered the Ice Age world. Wow, it's actually a completely real world. Haha, we struck it rich. Doesn't this mean we have a second life? It turns out everything is so vividly authentic. It's not merely the props and scenery I had imagined. What a pity. I had intended to invite their team to the film set. Su Feng seemed to express some regret. The dedicated barbarian actors you mentioned are likely truly committed down there. Chui Cheng teased, giggling, so there truly exists temporal distortion or a quantum network that in a wonder every time I open my live stream. I only see this man's image. Mei Shouting finally comprehended why she often encountered peculiar comments during her live broadcasts, such as, why isn't the streamer seeking survival in the wilderness? Or why has the streamer changed? We want to see muscular men. As a former special operations instructor and tactical execution master, Chu Gao gazed at his intact legs and arms, tears glimmering in his resolute eyes. This was astonishingly real. It felt as if he had been reborn from the ashes. Filled with excitement, the instinct of a soldier compelled Chu Gao to explore the new environment, but he began to taste small bits of ice. Pressing his fingers against the icy surface, making judgments based on the feedback he received. Wang Ling observed the elated expressions of the 5 individuals, reflecting on how he had felt upon his own arrival. As the opportune moment drew near, Wang Ling spread his palm, and the luminous glow of the destiny ring radiated outward. The preordained electronic voice resonated through the neural network, suddenly echoing in the minds of those present. Congratulations to all adventurers for arriving in the Ice Age world. Adventurers must collaborate with the Chosen One to explore the world and undertake shelter excavation tasks, while adhering to the following rules. Failure to comply grants the Chosen One the authority to expel adventurers from the Ice Age world, or even impose a permanent ban. Simultaneously, adventurers are required to assist the Chosen One in live broadcasting to attract more exceptional adventurers to the Ice Age world, fulfilling the monumental task of restoring order to the wasteland. As the transmission concluded, the encompassing brilliance that enveloped the crowd dissipated in an instant. Ahem. Fortunately, the radiance concealed my performance. Otherwise, my acting skills would surely falter. Wang Ling, who had been showcasing his talents, could finally relax momentarily, adopting the demeanor of an NPC as he walked expressionlessly to the side. Everyone, based on my years of gaming experience, we have likely entered a fully immersive survival game. Our mission appears to be assisting this NPC disguised as a broadcaster in recruiting players. Along with the exploration tasks mentioned by the ring earlier, Fong Ping remarked earnestly while observing the others. Fong Ping, your imagination is truly remarkable. It's a pity you don't write novels. Our production team is also in search of a screenwriter. Su Shu quipped with a chuckle. Fong Ping, I'm serious. We are still lying on the same hospital bed back on Earth. Now that we've arrived in this world, you still want to discuss logic. Look at your current physique. Do you resemble someone in their 40s? Su Feng glanced down at his taut skin and bulging muscles, seemingly brimming with explosive strength, and fell silent. Chui Chung, who was not particularly young, and Chu Gao, who had risen from the ashes, also took on a serious demeanor. Flowers may bloom again, but one can never regain their youth. Several of us feel this deeply. Since we have been granted this second chance at life, let us make the most of it. As they reflected on their circumstances, Fong Ping suddenly laid bare his intentions. Everyone, my online alias is Ping Shui Xiangfeng. I am a graduate student, and I excel in gaming strategy that I wonder if I could take on the role of team leader in this game to serve you all. The other 4 were momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress their thoughts. Wow, this young man. Amidst the lighthearted atmosphere, the group began to introduce their skills. The mighty chef, Chui Chung. I am a cook, managing several restaurants, and I used to cook in large pots during my youth. The white-headed eagle, Chu Gao. I am skilled in shooting, reconnaissance, and stealth operations. Wilderness survival is also within my capabilities. Youthful smoke of a lifetime, Su Feng. I am Su Feng, a producer, primarily managing the crew and securing investments in reality. The others expressed their surprise, although they did not personally know Su Feng. The name was undeniably familiar from television and film. The only female in the group had yet to speak, and all eyes turned to her. However, before Mei Shouting could utter a word, everyone chimed in unison. You are the female broadcaster we've all seen. Your room number is the same as the chosen 1S. 10010. Mei Shouting felt a bit embarrassed. She had merely pursued streaming as a hobby, influenced by various peculiar comments, which led her to search for Wang Ling's broadcasts. Ringing bell, Mei Shouting, I'm actually a surgeon working in a cosmetic clinic and can perform minor surgeries. Everyone exclaimed, impressive. In this evidently chaotic world, a doctor is of utmost importance. Everyone, we each possess unique skills and can collaborate effectively. This is likely the reason we were selected for this internal test. However, I must remind you that the Ice Age world is unlike any other. This chosen one NPC evidently holds GM privileges. We must be cautious in our speech and actions, lest we trigger the rules and face account bans. The group exchanged glances, yet it was clear that they did not take Fong Ping's warnings too seriously. The next moment, Fong Ping strode purposefully toward Wang Ling, adopting a tone of solemnity and respect. Esteemed Chosen One, I, Ping Shui Xiangfeng, humbly request that you assign us the task of exploring this new world and provide guidance for our journey. Haha, Fong Ping, you really go for it. This is so awkward. Mei Shouting was the first to chuckle, that Su Feng and Chui Cheng exchanged strange looks, secretly thinking, being young is truly a blessing. Only Chu Gao maintained a serious demeanor. Even if this were a game, he intended to treat it as a new life and survive. Watching Fong Ping approach, Wang Ling was momentarily taken aback. The T.O. suppresses laughter. He bit down on his tongue with determination. He could not afford to ruin the splendid situation that Fong Ping had crafted. It was a bit painfully sweet. He must have bitten his skin. Brave adventurer, I grant you the authority of team leader. Please lead this group to locate the coordinates of Shelter Zero. As Wang Ling concluded his statement, the Destiny Ring emitted several beams of light that swiftly enveloped the wrists of the group. When the brilliance faded, Fong Ping and the others discovered a mini ring adorning their wrists, within which their attribute information was clearly displayed. Most importantly, the task system was activated, and the map function of the ring unveiled the coordinates of Shelter Zero, marked 30 kilometers away. System notification. Player Ping Shui Xiangfeng's team has accepted the exploration task for Shelter Zero. Task reward, 1 personal biological cultivation chamber and 1 free attribute point. Wow, this works too. Well done, Fong Ping. Your quick wit is commendable. Ha, I told you young minds are sharp. By the way, what exactly is a biological cultivation chamber? Could it be our respawn point? Haha, after playing so many games, I've gathered some insights regarding task triggers. Fong Ping said, his pride somewhat evident in the face of their praises, with the appearance of the mini-ring. The group began to accept the reality that they were indeed participating in a game, as they observed their digitized body attributes and the clear mini-map. Following the distribution of tasks, Wang Ling immediately exerted his legs, unleashing a strength several times that of an ordinary human, and leaped out of the cave. Ahem. Ahem. How utterly juvenile. I truly put myself in a difficult position. Wang Ling, having emerged from the cave, collapsed onto the ice and coughed loudly, as he could no longer contain his laughter. Remaining any longer would certainly lead to an uncontrollable outburst. Chapter 5. The scavengers attack everyone. Let us down the furs left behind by those wild men. According to the game's settings, we should dress as natives. Alright, we should complete the exploration tasks while accompanying the Chosen One's live broadcast, attracting more player attention. Observing the flawless collaboration between Fong Ping and Chu Gao, the others felt a sense of helplessness as the phenomenon of human transmission began to manifest. Yet, the group acted without delay, swiftly donning the barbarian outfits dispatched to them, wielding bone spears and stone knives, fully embracing the wild aesthetic. Just as they finished changing, the system chimed once more. Shielding mode has ended. The broadcast resumes. All adventurers, please embody your respective roles. Wang Ling, in perfect synchrony, elevated their permissions, allowing them to view the broadcast content through their rings. National champion of spicy hot pot. What happened? Why did it suddenly go black? Did the broadcaster S team go to eat? Kindergarten food snatcher. The poster above is blind. Didn't you see 5 new actors appear? Verification complete. Energetic girl Guang Kuan. Stop squabbling about actors. You spent so much money just to entertain everyone. Then, a flurry of energetic bombs and super rocket gifts flooded the screen. As the quality of Wang Ling's broadcast improved, the audience became increasingly willing to spend. Fang Ping and the others quietly traversed the snowy expanse, occasionally glancing at their rings to monitor the comments. They could certainly see the gifts, yet when they received the items distributed by Wang Ling, they were momentarily stunned. You have received 1 energetic bomb allocated by the Chosen One. You have received 1 small rocket allocated by the Chosen One. With the broadcast initiated, whispering was deemed inappropriate. Yet the team channel allowed for conversation. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Brothers and sisters, the gifts in the broadcast can actually be converted into combat power. Su Feng and Mei shouting as eyes lit up. All of them were not short on funds that in a game. Who wouldn't want to spend some money? If spending could lead to invincibility, they would be more than willing to Suyui Shi Yin Hua. Agreed. Ringing bell. 1 ringing bell. Why don't we ask the Chosen One? As Mei Shouting's words fell, all eyes turned toward Wang Ling. What are you looking at me for? I'm just as clueless. Wang Ling had only just activated the broadcasting system and had limited understanding of its functions. Asking him was no different than consulting Fang Ping, the master of deduction. Feeling uncertain, yet struggling to conceal it, Wang Ling pointed his bone spear toward the sky and promptly advanced toward the marked location of the shelter. What does this mean? In the midst of the group's puzzled expressions, Fang Ping suddenly had an epiphany. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. The Chosen One is right. Endeavors rely on human effort, but success lies in fate. Relying on external forces is less effective than depending on oneself. The others, wow, how flattering. This perspective is refreshingly unique. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Basic operation, no need to overthink. Let us all sit and strategize. After more than an hour, the group finally arrived at the coordinates of Shelter Zero. They then witnessed the Destiny Ring once again coalescing into a sphere of light, swiftly shooting skyward. A massive firework burst forth in the heavens. Simultaneously, the many rings of the group revealed a multitude of red dots, numbering over 100, rapidly approaching them. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. It seems we've encountered a horde of savages. Ready your weapons. Let us fight together and face our maiden death. Bald Eagle. They are likely not savages. They must be arriving in vehicles. According to the scale indicated on the wristbands, there should be 1 vehicle for every 20 individuals, with an interval of 30 meters between each vehicle. Otherwise, the trajectories of these red dots would not appear so uniform. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Boss, I have transferred the squad command authority to you. Bald Eagle. Chu Gao also unreservedly took charge, outlining the mission in the squad channel. Bald Eagle. Just now, the Chosen One distributed 13 energy bombs and 6 small rockets. I suggest we hand over all 6 rockets to me. Bald Eagle. Furthermore, those among us with a strength attribute exceeding 10, please raise your hands. Mighty man, I possess an initial strength of 15 points. Su and I, Yishir Yin Hua. I have an initial strength of 14 points. Fang Ping. I only have 4 points in strength, but my speed is 17 points. I can take the lead. Ling Air Xiang Ding Dang. Strength 3, Intelligence 15, Crying Face. Bald Eagle. The optimal plan now is for me to control the rocket launcher from the cliff to destroy the enemy vehicles, while Mighty Man and Yanhua Brother will use the energy bombs to ambush the enemy. Ling Air Xiang Ding Dang. What about Fang Ping and me? Bald Eagle. You two will protect the Chosen One. Ling Air Xiang Ding Dang. Are you joking? With our strength attributes, we are practically weaklings. Bald Eagle. You will serve as cannon fodder, drawing the enemy's attention, while the rest will be entrusted to the Chosen One. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. But how can we ensure that the enemy heads towards a valley below the cliff? Everyone immediately turned to look at Chu Gao. Indeed, this is the crux of the issue. After all, this is not an instant strategy game, and the enemy may not cooperate with your plans. Yet, Chu Gao remained calm, adjusting his facial expression before striding to Wang Ling and respectfully stating, "Great Chosen One. Bald Eagle implores you to make a sacrifice for the team, continuing the live stream in the valley below to draw the enemy convoy." Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Good heavens, that must have wiped out our hidden favorability. The group couldn't help but chuckle, the tension easing somewhat. However, Wang Ling was anxious. He could not be revived. It was imperative to make players aware that if he died, they might not be able to continue the game. Who would dare use their faction leader as bait? brave descenders, I stand with you." With no other choice, Wang Ling shouted the slogan and quickly ran towards the center of the valley, while Chui Cheng and Su Feng lay in ambush ahead with a pile of energy bombs. In the wasteland, a convoy was drawn towards the massive fireworks. "Boss, the so-called Chosen One has appeared again. If we can kill him, we can loot a plethora of treasure chests," that a short-statured gnome driving a truck said to the tall man in the passenger seat. "He keep a close watch, hurry towards the fireworks. That kid is still live streaming." The leader of the scavengers, watching Wang Ling's live stream on a monitor, quietly urged, "All right, boss." However, before he could finish, a flash of fire erupted from the cliff above, and a rocket directly struck 10 meters in front of the lead truck, the massive shockwave flipping the foremost vehicle a bit off. Chu Gao made slight adjustments and fired the rocket launcher again. This time, the sixth truck at the end of the convoy exploded, taking the lives of over 20 individuals before they could even scream. Well done. Wang Ling and the others were instantly invigorated. With just these 2 shots, they had eliminated over 30 of the enemy. "Get out of the vehicles. Everyone, scatter quickly. The enemy has ambushes." The leader of the scavengers and the short gnome chose to jump from the truck at the moment of the explosion. The remaining 80 scavengers quickly dispersed, hiding behind rocks, unwilling to show themselves. Bald Eagle. "I will do my utmost to eliminate the enemy. You all protect the Chosen One." To boom, 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 the successive explosions of rockets rang out. But these were nowhere near as effective as the previous 2 shots, only claiming the lives of 20 scavengers who failed to find cover in time. Do not fear. They have run out of rockets. Gunmen, advance and attack. Whoever kills the Chosen One will be rewarded with 10 loaves of white bread and a can of beef. The leader of the scavengers' rallying cry instantly lifted the spirits of his demoralized men. Clean white bread and beef canned goods were far more precious to them than their cheap lives. Yura. 12 gunmen emerged from their respective cover, crawling towards Wang Ling. Chapter 6. Live to defend within 100 meters. Even in death, serve as bait to earn ammunition. Minutes later, the brief bombardment ceased. Bald Eagle. The rockets have been expended. 12 enemies armed with peculiar long rifles are crawling forward. Mighty Man. Understood. Grenadier 1 is ready. Please instruct Commander Suanai Ishur Yenhua. Grenadier 2 is ready. Please instruct Commander Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. Big brother, you guys are really amusing, playing a battlefield game. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. This is called the sense of combat ritual. The romance of men. Do you not understand? In an instant, the tense atmosphere relaxed. For them, this was merely a game, not true death, so why be so anxious? If anything, blame the game's high degree of realism. Bang, bang, bang. At approximately 50 meters, the enemy gunmen opened fire, but their inferior ammunition caused the projectiles to fly erratically, their landing points unpredictable. Bald Eagle. Mighty Man Su and I, Ishur Yenhua. Centered on you too. At 6 o'clock, 40 meters, and 5 o'clock, 60 meters. Throw the energy bombs. Understood, Commander. Although their throwing accuracy was lacking, the sheer force behind the energy bombs compressed the air in a 10-meter radius, creating shockwaves that resulted in several gunmen's deaths. Bald Eagle. 7 o'clock, 25 meters. 9 o'clock, 30 meters. The roaring resumed, and more gunmen were eliminated, while the leader of the scavengers remained unhurried, continuing to send men forward to retrieve firearms and re-engage in battle. They had the numbers to spare soon. The energy bombs in Su Feng and Chui Cheng's possession dwindled significantly. Commander, Grenadier 1 and Grenadier 2 have exhausted their ammunition, requesting to charge. Meanwhile, the live stream was bustling with activity. Kindergarten Food Snatcher first place. Charge. I've blown the charge horn for you all. Do. Bring 4 pigs to kill 5 dogs. Brothers Cavalry Unit, charge with me. Let's go. Su Feng and Chui Cheng naturally noticed the barrage in the live stream, feeling anxious. Why weren't they sending gifts to support with ammunition? Kill. A comical scene unfolded on the battlefield as the 2 charged at a 40-person team. Kids charge, crush them, bread and canned goods await. Yura. At the leader's command, the front line of over 10 scavengers quickly stood up, rushing towards Su Feng and Chui Cheng. Boom, boom. However, as the 2 forces collided, 2 more explosions of energy bombs erupted, taking out over 10 of the enemy. Mighty Man. Surprised, Su and I agreed to save a bomb, each. Su and I Ishur Yenhua. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Hurry to complete the mission and revive us. Don't forget, we're still in the same hospital bed threatening. watching the scavenger leader, who had lost yet another 10 men to the explosions, succumb to madness. Nearly all his 100-strong force had been decimated here. "Aw, kids, charge with me. Today, I will feast on these scraps." The leader of the scavengers, towering at 2 meters, strode forward, swinging his massive axe with great vigor as he rushed towards Wang Ling, Fong Ping, and Mei Xiaoting's faces turned pale with fear. Yet their bodies instinctively moved forward, positioning themselves in front of Wang Ling, however. With only 3 or 4 points of strength, they appeared utterly feeble against the bulldozer-like advance of the scavenger leader. System notification. Mighty Man rewarded the streamer with 1 super rocket. System notification. Su Ni Yishir Yin were rewarded the streamer with 1 super rocket. Mighty Man, brothers, quickly follow and send gifts. Su Ni Yishir Yin Hua. Such a benevolent streamer. If one day he truly runs out of resources, we may no longer see him. Dadam Ha Pai. Are those 2 fakes? Ji Wu Zhu. Fakes. These 2 have been the top contributors from the start. Can't you see? It's not that they don't want to give more gifts after sending 1 super rocket. They can't send anything else, so they might as well play along. The hardships of a streamer team, budget overruns. Everyone should cherish this. System notification. Kindergarten Food Snatcher first place rewarded the streamer with 100 energy bombs. Becoming the top contributor. System notification. Bring 4 pigs to kill 5 dogs rewarded the streamer with 6 super rockets. Becoming the streamer's guardian. Fong Ping and the others were stunned, as the continuous gifts were redistributed into their backpacks by Wang Ling. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Wow, old Su is incredible. I need to give him a big hug when I log off. Bald Eagle. Truly, live to defend within 100 meters. Even in death, serve as bait to earn ammunition. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Indeed, the Big Shot S vision is unparalleled. Henceforth, our military supplies will rely on you on the other side of the battlefield. Boss, should we retreat? Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. And it seems the enemy's firepower is endless. The short gnome's shrill voice had not finished before the leader slapped him on the head. Do you think I want to retreat? That guy on the cliff is firing rockets as if he is shooting guns. Just as the leader finished speaking, another rocket exploded in front of the massive boulder they were hiding behind, filling the leader's mouth with sand and dust. Bald Eagle. Fong Ping, you can advance with the energy bombs. I will provide cover. As the 2 were preparing to take action, Wang Ling let out a low growl, gently pushing aside Fong Ping and Mei Xiaoting, who stood in his way. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward. That a system notification chimed. The number of online viewers has surpassed 2,000, granting a temporary power boost to the maximum of 100 at current power value. 117. The dormant beast within his body had awakened. Wang Ling's gaze locked onto that of the scavenger leader, one exuding a cruel thirst for blood, the other cold and merciless. Although Wang Ling was not short in stature, when compared to the scavenger leader, who stood a towering 2 meters with a physique as solid as a door, he seemed like a mere eagle confronting a chick. Yura, tear him apart. The scavengers huddled behind cover, seemingly anticipating a gruesome spectacle of their leader rending his opponent in 2 and feasting upon his entrails. As Wang Ling charged forward, he soon collided with the leader. In a breathtaking moment, Wang Ling leaped, confronting the descending battle axe of the scavenger leader, not with evasion, but by gripping the axe handle firmly with both hands. Contrary to expectations of Wang Ling being cleaved in 2, he instead seized the axe, lifted it high, and unleashed an explosive surge of strength, propelling both the scavenger leader and his weapon into the air. In that moment, fear flickered in the merciless eyes of the scavenger leader for the first time. Wang Ling, refusing to grant him any respite, yanked the axe handle with force, resulting in a sharp crack as the leader's arm was completely shattered. With a fervent roar, veins bulging on his forehead, he swung the seized axe in a powerful downward arc towards the scavenger leader. Bam! In the eyes of the leader, filled with fear and resentment. His body was cleaved in 2. Vividly colored entrails and flesh splattered across Wang Ling. Yet, in his bloodthirsty state, Wang Ling resembled a demon emerging from the depths, once again hoisting the battle axe. He set his sights on the remaining scavengers. The leader has been slain by the demon. We must flee. With that, the first to escape was a gnome, followed by dozens of other scavengers. Those unable to escape were no match for Wang Ling's prowess. Half an hour later, Wang Ling stood atop a cliff, his back to the entrance of the shelter, hands clasped behind him, gazing into the horizon with an air of solitude akin to snow. Is it time to distribute the mission rewards? Brave arrivals, we have triumphed over the evil scavengers, reaping a victory forged in blood and fire. From this moment forth, we shall possess our own sanctuary. And you may utilize the biological cultivation chambers for revival. Upon hearing Wang Ling's words, Fang Ping and the others immediately felt a wave of relief wash over them, the immense fatigue from battle overtaking their bodies. Brothers, I can't hold on any longer. I'm logging off to find Lao Su. The others glanced at their wristbands and, finding the sleep option, chose to log off. System notification. Main quest to find Zero Shelter completed. The live broadcast will soon conclude. I end the Earth. Hushiu 10010 live broadcast room. The national champion of spicy hot pot. It went black again, just as the battle ended. They won't let us watch. The kindergarten food thief champion. I see the broadcaster is truly zen. Such a prime opportunity for donations just slipped away. A chance encounter. Brothers, the broadcaster sold his blood. Dingling bells. It said the broadcaster is live streaming while on a loan. Bald eagle. The broadcaster has already divorced and sold his house. Amidst the banter, the live chat was flooded with gifs. The viewers were not foolish. They could discern whether he had truly bled out or not. Chapter 7. Zero Shelter and AI Life. The antics of Fang Ping and the others in the live chat left Wang Ling both amused and exasperated, but he pondered if he could transfer the streaming privileges. If Mei Shouting were to perform a wild dance in barbarian leather pants, the gifts would surely flood in. After logging off, Wang Ling approached the entrance of the shelter, finding himself somewhat disoriented without the presence of viewers or players. Open sesame, he called out, yet the metal door remained unresponsive. Eventually, after circling the cliff several times, he discovered a keyhole in an inconspicuous corner. Placing his fate ring near the slot, a brilliant beam of light erupted. Swiftly scanning the ring as if exchanging information. Ding, identity verification complete. Management rights for Zero Shelter transferred. Current manager. Wang Ling permission level. LV2. What does LV2 signify? Wang Ling pondered, yet he approached the metal door, which slowly creaked open, revealing not just one, but a second and third thick metal door. He was taken aback. This shelter was indeed fortified against apocalyptic warfare. Just these heavy protective doors alone, without any large-scale war machinery, would be impenetrable. Upon entering the shelter, Wang Ling was met with a scene starkly different from the bright ambience he had envisioned. Flickering dim lights barely illuminated the passageway. That IT seemed the primary power source had long been depleted. Relying solely on reserve batteries for basic functionality, that he continued forward, noting the thick layer of dust accumulated on the metallic floor, suggesting that this sanctuary had not been visited in a long time. After traversing a lengthy corridor, Wang Ling finally arrived at the items of utmost concern to him. The 50 biological cultivation chambers that were the reward for the mission. Biological cultivation chamber. Carbon-based biological cultivation pool. Synthesized from various amino acids to create artificial proteins. Under the promotion of supergrowth factors, the rate of cellular division and differentiation is increased 100-fold. Cultivation time for arrivals, 3 days. Required materials. Amino acids, growth hormones, cytokines, cell culture media, etc. Gazing at the large liquid tanks reminiscent of those in Jurassic Park, Wang Ling felt a surge of excitement. Was this to be his small player's revival point? However, the requirement seemed excessively high that he could only hope that this shelter possessed enough reserve materials. Otherwise, he would be unable to resurrect Chui Chung and Su Feng. Continuing onward, Wang Ling reached the entrance to the underground level of the shelter. He finally comprehended the meaning of the LV2 permission level. It indicated that he could only descend to the first underground level for now. Further exploration into the deeper spaces was temporarily barred. In stark contrast to the dusty chaos of the upper level, the metallic floor of the first underground level remained polished. Could it be that someone had been cleaning? Wang Ling immediately became alert, tightening his grip on the bone spear. Creak. A sound akin to metal scraping against the floor startled Wang Ling, causing him to instinctively point his spear towards the source of the noise. Ready to launch it at the slightest movement. Master, where have you been? The voice came from a cylindrical vacuum cleaner that turned to face him, 2 round indicator lights glowing brightly like eyes. Who are you? Wang Ling asked, perplexed by this oversized appliance. Master, I am Xiao Kuei. Xiao Kuei? Yes, Master Point 270 years ago, just before the outbreak of nuclear war, I was already waiting for you in the first underground level. But no one arrived. Wang Ling felt a pang of sympathy as he observed the slowly advancing vacuum cleaner. His heart aching, he quickly stepped forward and gently touched the cleaner's eyes. Xiao Kuei, have you been cleaning the first underground level all these years? Yes, master, that I clean the floor every day. This vacuum cleaner is the last one I have treasured. Its wheels and body are no longer functional. Yes, they continued. Xiao Kuei led Wang Ling to explore other areas of the first underground level. Upon reaching the garbage area, they were confronted with a heap of dilapidated vacuum cleaners. Xiao Kuei, what is this? Reporting to Master, my core is the super AI core of Zero Shelter. However, 50 years ago, the main power source was entirely depleted, forcing me to transfer a small core into the vacuum cleaner. Thank you for your hard work, enduring 2 centuries of solitude. Thank you for your concern. Master, IT has not been burdensome. After I shut down the main computing power 50 years ago, I no longer felt loneliness. Wang Ling fell silent, and under Xiao Kuei's guidance, he finally completed his exploration of the first underground level. Uncovering some secrets of Zero Shelter, it turned out that Zero Shelter was the first experimental sanctuary built under the Sunflower Project, which aimed to construct 1,000 shelters. These sanctuaries were designed to preserve the seeds of human hope for centuries following a nuclear war. Anticipating the impending conflict, the researchers had transferred the super AI core, Sunflower, to Zero Shelter, stocking it with large quantities of food, medicine, and weapons. Yet, after their last departure, the AI core, now embodied in the vacuum cleaner Xiao Kuei, never saw humanity return. Xiao Kuei, are the weapons, food, and medicine in the shelter still usable? Wang Ling posed the most pressing question. Reporting to Master, most firearms have been damaged for over a century, and the medicines have expired. However, the nutritional paste should still be edible. Master, this is where the weapons and food supplies are stored. Wang Ling gazed at the completely rusted mechanical weapons with a hint of regret, and the food storage area was even more devastated, revealing numerous bags with faded packaging, a testament to the relentless passage of time. The only thing that could maintain its shape was a series of black energy paste tubes. Wang Ling extracted one, squeezing it into his mouth, and was immediately overwhelmed by a taste reminiscent of sawdust and oil that filled his mouth. Xiao Kuei, you can't possibly tell me this stuff is edible. Master, from a nutritional perspective, these substances are indeed consumable. Xiao Kuei replied, her voice gradually diminishing, and the light in her eyes seemed to dim slightly. That I don't blame you. It's just that the taste is simply... Well, never mind, you robots' lactase buds. However, this does provide quite a satisfactory feeling of fullness. Master, look over there. The iron box likely contains an oil-sealed industrial transport mech, which may still be operational. Intrigued, Wang Ling approached the bottom of the weapons depot. Discovering a large iron box measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width tucked away in the corner, he pried open the edge of the box with considerable effort, revealing that the once abundant oil had dwindled to less than a third, with part of the mech exposed but, fortunately, free from rust beneath the oily covering. Xiao Kuei, how do I operate this mech? Master, you simply need to open several mechanisms located in the mech's legs and chest, then insert an energy battery. As she spoke, Xiao Kuei opened her abdomen, revealing 3 miniature batteries lined up in parallel. Master, you may take 1 or 2 batteries from Xiao Kuei to power the mech. Noticing that Wang Ling remained motionless, Xiao Kuei utilized her mechanical arm to extract 2 energy batteries from her abdomen, accurately inserting them into the grooves of the mech's legs. Instantly, the mech illuminated with a brilliant glow, rising upright from the iron box. The scanning device on its chest whirred to life, ultimately focusing on Wang Ling's wristband before it knelt on one knee. The mech's hatch swiftly opening. Wang Ling, feeling a bit parched, uttered, Xiao Kuei, what is this? Master, the industrial transport mech will provide you with greater assistance than Xiao Kuei at this moment, so the batteries should be prioritized for it. Moved by her endearing voice, Wang Ling bent down and gently stroked Xiao Kuei's eyes. Xiao Kuei, trust me. I will soon find a way to generate power. I believe in you, Master. Chapter 8. Just say that a patient has escaped at 10 o'clock in the morning. At the 5th People's Hospital's Mental Health Center in Haicheng, Su Feng and Fong Ping had recuperated after a night of rest. Doctor, can we be discharged now? Su Feng asked eagerly, while Fong Ping, indifferent, Noted that he could have left the previous night, that Mr. Su, based on the EEG and psychiatric risk assessment, your mental state has stabilized. However, I still recommend a few more days of observation. All right, thank you for your concern. Dr. Zhang. Fong Ping and I are going out to celebrate. With that, Su Feng pulled Fong Ping toward the hospital exit, leaving the discharge paperwork to an assistant that I say, brother, why the rush, if you keep staring at your wrist? We might not even get out of here. Fong Ping complained, especially after the sudden appearance of 2 mini wristbands on their wrists, which Su Feng couldn't seem to part with, that I'm just overly excited. I can finally be discharged, plus I can go enjoy the ice river world again, which is far more thrilling than filming. Su Feng exclaimed. Now that we have these wristbands, can we freely enter and exit the ice river world? Under the large tree at the hospital entrance, Su Feng pointed at his wrist, speaking conspiratorially. That should be the case that I can log in now, but the current environment isn't suitable. It might work when we get home or back to the dormitory. Why is my login feature grayed out? Look at this. Su Feng lifted his wrist, showing the countdown on the mini wristband to Fong Ping, where the display clearly showed a countdown of 70 hours. 58 minutes and 32 seconds. Brother, could it be that your body has already perished? Let me search for information in the wristband. With that, the two crouched beneath the tree that Su Feng lit 2 cigarettes, and as they exhaled smoke, they examined their empty wrists, engaging in an animated conversation. Dr. Zhang, something's wrong. I just saw the young man who was supposed to be discharged yesterday has relapsed. As their discussion grew more animated, the female nurse, feeling responsible, decided to report the patient's condition to the attending physician. Upon receiving the call, Dr. Zhang appeared flustered and, after a long silence, decided to go check on the situation, driven by his compassion as a physician. Don't alert them. I'll take someone down. Haha, Fong Ping, you were right. It turns out my body is being regenerated in a biological cultivation chamber. Su Feng finally discovered the contents regarding the biological cultivation chamber from the wristband settings, realizing that his new body required 3 days for cultivation. Now that I understand, brother, I must take my leave. I need to compile the laboratory data. Don't go. I'll see you off. The National University of Science and Technology is several dozen kilometers from the 5th hospital. I'll have the driver take you. Reluctant to let his gaming friend and companion leave, Su Feng quickly grabbed Fong Ping's arm, tossing aside the cigarette, but Su Feng stood up, preparing to call his assistant. Excuse me, could I take a look at the wristbands on your wrists? Fong Ping, startled by the unexpected question, felt a surge of irritation rising within him. However, the more socially experienced Su Feng restrained Fong Ping, subtly nodding toward the sign for the 5th hospital. Fong Ping froze for a moment before realizing the implications, grateful he had restrained his tongue. This is the 5th hospital, the largest gathering place for the mentally ill in Haicheng. Ah, my good sir, you seem to be quite an individual of discernment that I shall gift you this fine steel wristwatch. Just look at the hands and the diamond-studded dial. I'll give you mine as well. Let me tell you, this orange-yellow wristwatch possesses a miraculous function. It can connect to other worlds through quantum network technology. As he spoke, Su Feng mimicked Fong Ping's actions, pretending to carefully place his wristband on the slender man's wrist. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Paired with your handsome visage, you'll surely shine in this 5th hospital. While Fong Ping lavished praise, Su Feng dialed his assistant's number. All right, Mr. Su, but is Dr. Zhang willing to come down? He is currently doing rounds. Just say that a patient has escaped. Understood, Mr. Su. 10 minutes later, Zhang Linfeng stubbornly followed Su Feng and Fong Ping to the parking lot beside his business vehicle. Hey, I still haven't quite figured out this watch. Can you teach me more? Fortunately, at that moment, Su Feng's assistant finally appeared with Dr. Zhang, bringing relief to the 3 immensely troubled souls. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Zhang, that I apologize for the trouble, but this brother truly needs your assistance. Dr. Zhang glanced at the tall, slender man, relieved to see he had no further remarks, that Su Feng and Fong Ping felt as if they had been granted a reprieve as they swiftly boarded the business vehicle. Leaving the 5th hospital behind, they rolled up the windows. They couldn't help but feel a lingering dread upon hearing the conversations outside. Dr. Zhang, here, let me place this newly received steel wristwatch and quantum network wristwatch on you. Zhang Linfeng spoke to Dr. Zhang with a hint of grievance. Why do you speak to your father in such a tone? Have some respect. Zhang Moya admonished, accustomed to correcting his son. Upon hearing his son mention his wife, Zhang Moya became visibly flustered. Linfeng, These cases of spontaneous psychogenic symptoms are indeed fascinating. You should review the case files. If necessary, I'll grant you a few days off. Just don't mention this to your mother. With the case files in hand, Zhang Linfeng reclined on the small bed in his father's office, diligently examining the records, notations. Upon discharge, Fang Ping initially intended to leave, but chose to stay for observation after seeing a beautiful live stream. While the agitated Su Feng calmed down upon witnessing the stream, his keen intuition led Zhang Linfeng to suspect that there was something amiss with the live stream. And fortunately, the room number was easy to remember. Tigerfish 10010. In the Ice River world, with the energy batteries contributed by Xiao Kuei, Wang Ling finally took control of the Industrial Transport Mech. Industrial Transport Mech. Model TB 100, horsepower. 750. A small industrial transport machine. Capable of mounting basic weapon modules under extreme conditions, though with limited compatibility. Use is not recommended. Description. Basic power mech. Robust and reliable, suitable for short to medium distance transportation. Clang, clang, clang. The 5-ton industrial mech collided with the metal floor, producing a deep, resonant sound. Inside the cockpit, Wang Ling reveled in the mech's powerful dynamics, instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of security that as he activated the live stream. He declared, barbarians, scavengers, and all hostile forces tremble, filled with renewed confidence. Wang Ling resumed the live stream, not only to showcase his prowess but also to attract more players. The number of his small players was still too few, with the shelter in dire need of development and an additional 50 biological cultivation chambers at their disposal. There was no time for complacency. Meanwhile, Zhang Linfeng, lying in bed, opened the 10010 live stream and beheld Wang Ling piloting the towering 5-meter mech as it emerged from the shelter. Zhang Linfeng was profoundly shaken, especially upon catching sight of the orange-yellow fate bracelet on Wang Ling's wrist, causing him to hold his breath in astonishment. I shall gift you this one as well. Let me tell you, my orange-yellow wristwatch possesses miraculous capabilities, enabling connection to alternate dimensions through quantum networking technology. Recalling Su Feng's teasing demeanor as he spoke those words, Zhang Linfeng fell in a deep contemplation. The good news: it was highly unlikely that these two were mentally unstable. The bad news: they had convinced themselves they were indeed insane. Chapter 9. Biological Cultivation Chamber and Industrial Mecha Goodness. It truly is possible to descend into the Ice Age. This was Zhang Linfeng's immediate thought upon entering the shelter. At this moment, in the first level of Shelter 0, for cultivation chambers simultaneously unlocked, revealing semi-transparent doors. Rising from the viscous confines of the cultivation chamber, Zhang Linfeng stood in stunned silence, glancing down at his own body with a look of bewilderment on his face. Is this what the Ice Age looks like? Until the moment of descent, he had been internally musing whether this could possibly be a psychological experiment meticulously orchestrated by his father, who would not hesitate to sacrifice his own son for the sake of science. Therefore, when Zhang Linfeng disdainfully accepted the broadcaster's invitation to connect, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm upon reopening his eyes. Whoosh! The massive fan above the cultivation chamber began to whir, and the powerful gust of air temporarily blinded him. The unpleasant odor wafting from the evaporating egg whites made him instinctively wrinkle his brow. The next moment, Zhang Linfeng suddenly became acutely aware, his eyes wide open. His senses of sight, hearing, smell, that even touch were all intact. When he reflexively pinched his thigh, the clear tactile feedback was astonishingly vivid. This immersive sensation brought tears to his eyes that if he could conduct medical experiments in this world, it would be an exhilarating experience. Perhaps then, his scheming and incessantly chattering father would finally settle down, that he was not alone in this revelation. Fang Ping and the others, emerging from their own cultivation chambers, shared in the astonishment that is so sticky. It's impossible to clean off, Fang Ping exclaimed. This what the Chosen One referred to as a cultivation chamber. My goodness, Fang Ping, our skin that was previously injured by gunfire has completely healed. The focus of women was indeed different, as Mei shouting expressed her delight at her fully restored skin. However, when Fang Ping and Zhang Linfeng's gazes met, an almost unbearable awkwardness erupted between them. Even with Fang Ping's thick skin, he found himself at a loss for words regarding the incident where he and Su Feng had mistaken them for the mentally ill. Thank you for the bracelet you and that gentleman gifted me. This world is indeed quite real that I apologize for previously considering you both as mentally unstable, but it was for your own good. Zhang Linfeng attempted to continue, but Fang Ping hurried over and covered his mouth. Are you joking? The experience of being sent to a mental institution is part of our dark history with Brother Su Feng. And what about that gentleman you were with? You mean Brother Su? Haha, he and the chef should still be in the cultivation chamber, though I'm not sure if they are a mass of primitive cells or if they have already differentiated into tissues and organs. With that, Fang Ping swiftly began searching among the 50 cultivation chambers to divert attention. These two should be Brother Su and the chef. Zhang Linfeng observed as a cluster of cells within the cultivation chamber rapidly divided and differentiated at a pace exceeding that of a laboratory by more than 100-fold. At this rate, they could probably clone a human body within 2 days. Capable of repairing minor injuries, regenerating severed limbs, and even perfectly cloning human bodies for the infusion of consciousness. He resolved to perform exceptionally well. As this could facilitate some experiments that would otherwise be inconvenient to conduct. Yes, this thought crossed his mind. A spark of scientific madness ignited in Zhang Linfeng's eyes, reminiscent of his father's. Hey, Fang Ping, tell me honestly, are you the planner behind this realistic game? Otherwise, how could so many people who entered be connected to you in reality? Please, if I truly had official backing, I would be the one live streaming in a mecha. Fang Ping replied, raising his bracelet to show the others. The live stream displayed Wang Ling skillfully maneuvering an industrial transport mecha, the TB-100, as it faced off against a horde of mutated hyenas. Moving with effortless grace. Though a mere basic transport mecha, its superior craftsmanship made it difficult for the mutated hyenas to breach its defenses. However, the sheer number of hyenas was overwhelming, leading to impatience. The mecha's recoil device activated, and flames erupted from its legs as it soared into the air, weighing 5 tons. The mecha paused momentarily at a height of several meters before plummeting suddenly. With its massive engineering shovel, it struck the ground with tremendous force, sending shockwaves of dust, debris, and crushed hyena remained swirling around. As Wang Ling observed the mecha's energy levels plummeting, his previously elated mood was doused with cold water. His beloved undead legion had just gained new members. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted with excitement. Brother, the conscientious broadcaster has left us with a beautiful scene before logging off. I'm in tears. Please tell me, what game is this CG from? I'm buying it immediately after the promotional period ends. Let me tell you, this is a patchwork of Titanfall, Fallout, and the forest that don't listen to the nonsense above. This is a filming location for some film and television studio. Not at all. It should be a large-scale motion capture studio. I'm just a beginner in the industry that has the gifts poured in. Wang Ling's mood improved, relieved that he had at least not incurred a loss. I am the chosen one of this world, as well as the administrator of Shelter Zero. Codename Spark. The air grew eerily quiet. Could it be that he truly possessed the so-called aura of dominance? If only Wang Ling knew that the 4 viewers' reverence stemmed from the industrial transport mecha, what would he think? Breathing a sigh of relief. Wang Ling continued with the script he had prepared. First, I have good news. The brutal apocalyptic war has passed for over 200 years, and we are still alive. IT is now the 270th year after the nuclear war. Thankfully, we have successfully endured the most challenging years. The nuclear clouds have dissipated, and the Little Ice Age gradually came to an end 2 decades ago. That I need you to rally around me to rebuild the glory of humanity. After delivering his pre-prepared monologue about the world background, Wang Ling jumped down from the TB-100 industrial transport mecha. The one beside me is the AI core of Shelter Zero. You may call her Xiao Kuei. Feel free to ask her any questions regarding the shelter or anything that is unclear. You can also receive relevant tasks from Xiao Kuei. After an extended animation, Wang Ling discreetly vanished. Hello everyone. I am Xiao Kuei. I will help you familiarize yourselves with this environment and inform you of important matters to note. That a tender, youthful voice resonated, instantly capturing everyone's attention. They beheld a large vacuum cleaner. Its 2 indicator lights flashing as if winking. Wang Ling had already predetermined what Xiao Kuei could and could not say. Observing as Xiao Kuei guided the group away, Wang Ling felt a headache coming on. Food supplies were dwindling, and if they could tolerate the taste of nutrient paste, it would suffice. Time was of the essence to establish trade routes or resort to plunder. After all, in this real world, both he and the viewers needed to eat continuously. While the availability of fresh food was quite limited, that asked for the wood-chip-flavored nutrient paste, unless they were on the brink of starvation, who among Wang Ling and his fellow arrivals would willingly consume it. Chapter 10. Departure to Changfeng Town. Wang Ling set out once again. This time, he chose not to take any players along but ventured forth alone. It wasn't that Wang Ling harbored grand ambitions to restore the wasteland like Liu Bei. Rather, it was that a new live-streaming task had arrived. The Ice Age live-streaming system prompted, Chosen 1 Wang Ling, you have attained Level 2 permissions for Shelter 0. Currently, there are 4 arrivals in the shelter, and new tasks have been initiated. Task objectives. 1. Explore and liberate Changfeng Town, where a small number of inhabitants are suffering under the oppressive rule of the town mayor. The Chosen 1 must establish a new order in Changfeng Town. 2. During the exploration, personnel from Shelter 0 must live stream multiple times, with viewer counts reaching 1,000 and arrival numbers hitting 50.3, that acquire power generation equipment to provide sufficient electricity for the cultivation chambers and the AI core of the shelter. 4. After occupying Changfeng Town, live streaming must occur in the town for a month to promote culture and attract a plethora of wanderers, supplying ample labor for the town's development. These tasks are not sequential, and the deadline is 3 months. Task rewards. Unlocking the underground second level of the shelter and establishing a small settlement. Failure penalties. 1. Death or halving of all attributes. 2. The shelter coordinates will be leaked to large mutants or bandit factions. 3. Changfeng Town will view the Chosen 1 as an enemy and continuously attack Shelter 0. Pressured into action, Wang Ling took his first step away from the shelter. Fortunately, the live streaming permissions could be transferred, which was why he could venture out alone. Otherwise, if I were to initiate a live stream myself, what exploration of Changfeng Town could I possibly discuss? I fear that upon reaching the vicinity of the town, I would be regarded as a mere treasure chest by the locals. Observing the screen of my wristband, I see Mei shouting, leading Fong Ping and a few others in a lively dance upon the snow-covered expanse. Wang Ling cannot help but exclaim that this is true talent, that I end the live stream. The audience is utterly dazzled by Mei shouting's flamboyant maneuvers. Wait, the vast and desolate horizon is my love. Beneath the gentle embrace of the verdant mountains, flowers are in full bloom. It is the most beautiful posture of the entire sky. Stay here. One lift. Goodness, the wasteland is quite the rave. The milky white snow. To those upstairs, what do you mean by rave? What belongs to the people is truly universal. The first in the kindergarten food scramble. My dear Ting, it seems you have been abducted by the wilderness streamer. Lead 4 pigs to slay 5 dogs. A petition from thousands, begging for the male streamer to resign. Be your dog. Stay. At this moment, Su Feng and Chui Cheng, who are guarding the live stream room, find themselves somewhat disheartened. They have missed such an exhilarating event. They can no longer afford to die so easily, for a 3-day resurrection period is far too long. I grant you a lifetime of fireworks. Female streamer is amazing. Let's launch a super rocket. A burly man. Doggo 2 is online, launching 10 energy bombs. The morning sun pierces through the broken walls, intertwining with the remnants of steel, casting its light upon the banks of a moat strewn with truck wreckage and overgrown with weeds. The time is precisely 9 a.m. Wang Ling, gripping his steel rebar crowbar, cautiously maneuvers around the ruins, observing the scattered mutated hyenas wandering the streets. The number of online viewers in the live stream surpasses 5,000, granting him a temporary power boost that reaches the maximum limit of 100 name. Wang Ling age, 24 strength, 17,100, temporary agility, 8 constitution, 6 intelligence. 9 He is not particularly afraid of these beasts. He merely wishes to avoid being hindered by the relentless onslaught of wild creatures, that he traverses the dilapidated streets through the grassy terrain. Upon spotting the sign for the Changfeng Logistics Center in the western suburbs, Wang Ling finally exhales in relief. Ahead lies a relatively large survivor settlement near Changfeng Town, home to approximately 200 descendants of humanity that survived before the war, done on the eve of the nuclear war. This area was a vast logistics hub, equipped with numerous warehouses and fuel stations. After the war, it was designated as a temporary control zone by the government, sheltering many residents fleeing from the urban areas. Naturally, the fate of these residents did not fare well, and today, 270 years later, all that remains is a town that pales in comparison to a natural village. People have constructed their homes using discarded truck panels, cargo tarps, wood, and stainless steel frames on the soil and weed-covered ground. Accurately described as makeshift shelters, that IT resembles the slums depicted in foreign documentaries of the past. The overgrown moat serves as a natural barrier, with the riverbanks surrounded by wooden planks embedded with long nails. That in the center of the logistics center stands a large 7-story warehouse, though much of the staircase has collapsed due to the ravages of war and time. Only the southern half remains intact, along with a large water tower used for storage. Despite its dilapidated state, this warehouse remains the most luxurious place in town and serves as the residence of the town's mayor. The underground section of the warehouse is still intact, reputed to contain a significant amount of military equipment and medical supplies left behind by the army. However, these matters are of no concern to the town's residents. Who are you, and how did you arrive in this town? Wang Ling, having slipped through a gap in the moat, is now being scrutinized by an elderly man with slightly graying hair. The man, named Hawk, holds an old-fashioned shotgun in his hands. Although it has seen better days, Wang Ling harbors no doubts about its lethality. At close range, it could take down a North American grizzly bear. I am Xingho, just passing through, hoping to strike a bit of luck upon seeing some signs of life. Passing through. Hawk glances at the steel rebar crowbar strapped to Wang Ling's back, raising an eyebrow. You dare to walk around with just a crowbar? Although the outskirts are not as perilous as the urban areas, there are still plenty of scavengers and marauders eyeing this place with predatory intent. If they were to capture him, his fate would be little better than dying at the hands of a mutant. Perhaps I am simply fortunate. With that, Wang Ling stows the crowbar into his backpack and retrieves some nutritional paste and a can of beef that has long since expired, indicating that he is merely here to trade. Very well, you may enter. The trading center of Chongfeng Town is easy to locate, situated right next to the mayor's residence. That IT is a small tower with a crooked sign that awkwardly spells out the word store. This establishment is owned by the town's mayor and is the only place in Chongfeng Town where one can trade in scrap parts, mutated beast flesh, and other rare herbs. That monopolize this trade. The mayor has enacted a law protecting the townsfolk, prohibiting residents from selling their possessions directly to passing merchant caravans. The rationale provided is that outside traders lack ethical standards and will exploit the residents, infringing upon their interests. Merchant caravans passing through, as well as adventurers like Wang Ling, are reluctant to offend such local tyrants in exchange for meager supplies from the townsfolk. That he seeks to engage in substantial trade, such as usable vehicles, fuel, and power generation equipment. Are you selling or buying? The man overseeing the store, named Viller, the mayor's son, casually inquires upon seeing Wang Ling enter. Selling. Without further ado, Wang Ling pulls out 6 cans of expired beef and 5 tubes of nutritional paste, carelessly tossing them onto the counter. Items like rocket launchers and energy bombs are strictly prohibited from sale by the system. That as for the confiscated truck, Wang Ling is not yet brave enough to attempt trading it. Viller picks up the 5 tubes of nutritional paste from the table, casually inspecting their capacity and checking for swelling or damage before tossing them behind the counter. He has plenty of such items in his father's underground warehouse, but he pretends to take them in a professional manner. The beef cans, however, are handled with care as Viller inspects them for intact packaging and absence of leaks, breathing a sigh of relief. Very nice, this area has been thoroughly scavenged. Where did you find such treasures? Can this really be considered a treasure? It's probably been expired for 200 years, though if the additives are plentiful enough, it might still be edible. Lucky me. Wang Ling, of course, cannot fathom the desire of the wasteland descendants for primitive protein, nor can he comprehend the nostalgic sentiments tied to it, having never experienced the apocalypse. He will never grasp it. Chapter 11. Commodities that erode humanity. Transaction completed. Wang Ling's straightforwardness takes Viller by surprise, who promptly retrieves a pile of dinars and hands them to Wang Ling. The dinar is akin to a game currency, being a plastic coin that is considerably heavier than typical game tokens, likely encased in lead or tin. Similar to pre-war currency, the dinar features its denomination on one side and a unique anti-counterfeiting pattern on the reverse that reveals intricate designs under strong light. These coins boast advantages such as corrosion resistance, easy identification, and low production cost. Most importantly, this currency, produced in Wangjiang City, is beyond the means of small factions to replicate with current wasteland technology. Naturally, a small survivor settlement like Chongfeng Town consisting of merely 200 individuals without industrial capabilities, would not possess the ability to manufacture such currency. They engage in trade with caravans from Wangjiang City, exchanging salvaged mechanical parts, mutated biological organs, and herbs for essential supplies, and even weaponry. Gradually, the dinar has begun circulating within Changfeng town. You still owe me 4 coins. Wang Ling gazes at Viller, a smile gracing his lips. That my apologies. It seems I overlooked that it appears he is no stranger to such occurrences. Friend, if you are not in a hurry to leave, I can show you around the town. Perhaps you will find something of interest. Just as Wang Ling picks up the 6 dinars, intending to depart, Viller calls out to him once more. Allow me to introduce myself, Viller, the second son of Mayor William of Changfeng Town. Xing'o. Wang Ling shakes hands with Viller, who had extended his hand. Did you not think I was trying to shortchange you earlier? Of course, you are free to think that way. Not everyone is like you. Emerging from a shelter, Viller's implication is clear. The majority of the people here are descendants of wasteland residents who have procreated over many generations. Lacking any form of education, with mathematical skills nearly non-existent, and unable to accurately perform basic arithmetic within the range of 100, even before the war, it seems the mathematical abilities of the people in this land were rather lacking. Observing Viller's distinctly Western features, Wang Ling chuckles inwardly, yet still lightly shakes Viller's outstretched hand. Let us go. I will show you some remarkable sights. Viller leads Wang Ling, his new acquaintance, through a series of twists and turns until they arrive at the end of a narrow alley. Stepping into an unassuming small house. Passing through a narrow corridor, the space opens up unexpectedly, revealing a bar. The bar's dancers are quite peculiar, not due to their appearances, but rather the visible mechanical modifications to their bodies, such as their eyes or hands. Friend, it seems you haven't left the shelter in many years. Is this strange to you? What you see is merely the surface. Prosthetic limbs and eyes are merely the most basic items for trade. The quickest way to earn money is still through the sale of one's own organs. Hey, Miss Jenna, 2 glasses of pure malt liquor. This handsome gentleman will pay. Viller casually shrugs as he calls over a heavily made-up dancer named Jenna, who places 2 glasses of murky liquid before Wang Ling and himself. Wang Ling curiously gazed at her prosthetic eye. There was no hint of embarrassment. Instead, she slightly leaned forward, attempting to draw closer to Wang Ling. Subsequently, in the midst of Wang Ling's bewildered expression, her left prosthetic limb gently grasped Wang Ling's hand, slowly guiding it to her chest. The scene was far from the imagined sensuality. A considerable scar marred Jenna's chest, extending from her left shoulder down to her lower abdomen. The implanted bionic heart throbbed vigorously, yet the area around her chest felt chillingly cold. Wouldn't she risk hypothermia? Sir, you think too much, Jenna remarked as she turned around, revealing 2 mechanical filtration devices positioned at the kidney area of her back. Beneath the small batteries, there was another apparatus resembling a heating element, ensuring the temperature of the human blood remained stable. A mug of ale for 5 dinars, to satisfy your curiosity, or just 3 dinars. Should you wish to stay the night, it's merely 10 dinars for the entire evening, entirely at your leisure. Stay the night? With a bionic companion. Having previously purchased supplies from a self-service store open 24 hours, he hesitated at the thought of engaging with these semi-mechanical beings. Immersed in shock, Wang Ling found himself dazed as he paid 13 dinars. Viller cast a sympathetic glance at Wang Ling, but remained silent. In this wasteland world, compassion could also be a sin. Indeed, the next moment, among the few patrons in the bar, a burly man stood up, bearing his menacing grin as he approached Wang Ling's friend. How about a barrel of ale for the strong Hans? Just 30 dinars. As he spoke, the muscular man pressed a hand firmly on Wang Ling's shoulder, suggesting that any refusal would result in his shoulder being crushed. Was this the apocalypse? Even one's own self could be sold. The so-called moral compass had devolved into the law of the jungle. Desperately, Wang Ling glanced at Viller, who appeared indifferent, engrossed in his low-quality ale. Wang Ling observed his fate ring. May Shouting's live stream was thriving, with a steady online audience in the thousands, and the additional power boost he received remained at 100. If he desired to drink, then let him drink to his heart's content. Wang Ling seized Hans's large hand resting on his shoulder, unleashing a surge of strength at 117 points that a sharp crack echoed as his fingers, akin to steel, embedded themselves forcefully into Hans's palm. The contorted hand was pierced by bone spikes, and crimson blood oozed forth. "You scoundrel, let go of me." Hans, with his hand twisted by Wang Ling, knelt before him, cursing with a mix of feigned bravado. "Miss Jenna, bring this gentleman a barrel of ale. Of course, he will pay." Soon enough, Miss Jenna approached Wang Ling with a 5-gallon metal barrel. Without hesitation, Wang Ling grabbed a knife and swiftly sliced off the barrel's lid, then placed one foot on Hans's chest. With a powerful tug, he yanked Hans's hand down with such force that it was detached, casually tossing Hans's hand into the barrel. Wang Ling then poured the blood-soaked ale over Hans's head. Gagging, nearly 20 liters of liquid poured into Hans's mouth and nostrils, causing him to cough violently. Awakened one, Viller and the dancers, along with other patrons in the bar, were all taken aback that it was known that breaking a person's limbs was easy. But tearing off a hand was no simple feat of strength. Wang Ling lowered himself and retrieved a pouch of coins from Hans's waist, which contained approximately 50 to 60 dinars. He handed 30 dinars to Jenna while taking back his own cup of subpar ale, choosing not to drink it. Amidst the pained gazes of the other patrons, Wang Ling meticulously cleaned the blood from his hands. "Then my apologies. I did not realize you were an awakened one." Viller, ignoring the incapacitated Hans, spoke respectfully to Wang Ling. Meanwhile, several guards appeared in the bar, wielding double-barreled shotguns reminiscent of Old Hawk. Though they did not aim at Wang Ling, their intent to intimidate was unmistakable. "Stand down. Changfeng Town does not treat friends in this manner." Viller barked at his subordinates, signaling them to ease their tension. "Esteemed Lord Wang Ling, if I may be so bold to address you as a friend, please feel free to express any needs you may have. We in Changfeng Town shall spare no effort to fulfill them. Human organs, wasteland slaves, these dancers, that all could be traded, as long as one possessed enough dinars." Viller's calm voice resonated, and Wang Ling discreetly withdrew his hand from his backpack. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely contemplated annihilating all the wretched souls in this bar. However, in this wasteland world, Changfeng Town was merely the tip of the iceberg. Its malevolence was insignificant when compared to the true powers of the wasteland. At the very least, these bionic organs clearly did not originate from Changfeng Town. Naturally, the fresh live organs had likely been sold elsewhere. Ultimately, the evil of this wasteland world lay within its upper echelons. The origin cult, the pre-war research institutions, the expeditionary corps, these entities that inherited the technology and might of the pre-war era, creating vast numbers of mutants, aberrations, viruses, and parasitic spores, were the true sources of this world's malevolence. I do not possess that many dinars at the moment that I can extend credit to you. Such trust in me. It is worth the risk to try. You see, I am merely the second son. I may need your assistance, and you are quite powerful." The Viller's eyes narrowed, realizing that his opportunity might have arrived. This was a formidable awakened one, that behind him lay an undiscovered sanctuary. Chapter 12. A spark ignites the flames. Wang Ling departed, feeling utterly satisfied as he left Changfeng Town. Viller was ambitious and sufficiently astute, seeking to harness Wang Ling's strength to ascend to the position of town mayor. He understood that he could never compete with his brother and father on his own. It was not a matter of intelligence, but rather that his identity was severely constrained. Viller was merely the product of his father's drunken night with a cloned slave, his mother a youthful and beautiful clone with a mind of only 3 to 5 years. Met a tragic fate after giving birth to him. She was sold off by his paternal grandmother, the original wife of the town mayor, who disposed of all her organs to the merchants of Wangjiang City. His father, seemingly indifferent, accepted this reality. The organs of clones had been pre-ordered by the influential figures of Wangjiang City that I in the worldview of the wasteland's inhabitants. The old humans, new humans, mutants, and savages regarded clones merely as tools for providing organs and bodies, akin to livestock in the pre-war human farming practices. How could one form emotional bonds with their livestock? While it was not uncommon for transcendent friendships to develop between humans and animals in the course of human evolution, reproductive isolation had prevented the birth of any abominable creatures that defied nature. Young Viller witnessed his mother being dragged into a cage by merchants like livestock, taken to a cryogenic storage facility that was the town's ice house, where the conditions were suitable for preserving organs. His mentally limited mother lay naked in the cage, still smiling foolishly at him until the very last moment. Under the watchful eyes of his father, elder brother, and stepmother, Viller merely chuckled foolishly. From that point on, his mother never reappeared, His father, Old William, later fathered several more sons, but for reasons unknown, the more intelligent ones tended to meet untimely ends. Only the obstinate elder brother and the dull-witted fifth brother remained. A wave of savages launched another assault on the sanctuary. Yet under Chu Gao's command, they repelled the attackers using only a handful of firearms acquired from scavenger groups that moment. Chu Gao and his companions were meticulously stripping the bodies of the savages, transporting them one by one into the biological material extraction chamber. The machine, resembling a colossal meat grinder, began its operation, turning the savage corpses into a pulp. This game is truly remarkable, despite the grotesque imagery. I find myself surprisingly unfazed. After ending her live stream, Mei Xiaoting contemplated the bloody meat mill with a hint of melancholy that we must have undergone some intense psychological conditioning. Subconsciously, we have already acclimated to scenes of bloody violence. Like hypnosis, as a doctor, Zhang Linfeng began educating the group, jotting down his psychological observations in his notebook. This is such excellent research material. It is not merely psychological conditioning. We have likely undergone will implantation through the rings. Even seasoned veterans find it challenging to remain indifferent in the face of decapitations and the visceral carnage of battle. With a clang, Chu Gao tossed the last savage corpse into the biological material extraction chamber and spoke with an air of detachment. Just treat it as a game. This novel existence is an experience that others cannot purchase. However, we are somewhat short-handed. Su Feng and Chef de Gu will need more than a day to resurrect. Feng Ping, having his wounds treated by Mei Xiaoting, bore some bloodied and mangled flesh, simply wrapped in gauze, with no signs of fever and a clear consciousness. Feng Ping, perhaps you should forego treatment. Dying once may be better. That won't do. There's a 3-day cooldown period. You have no idea how Su Feng has been going stir-crazy. Wang Ling nodded slightly, her expression grave as she addressed the group. Brave arrivals. Your valor has exceeded my expectations. You have repelled the onslaught of dozens of barbarians with 0 casualties. The system notification chimed. White Eagle, a chance encounter, the sound of bells ringing, Big-Headed Sun's courageous battle has completed the shelter defense mission, granting you 1 free attribute point and 100 contribution points to the shelter. Contribution points? The shelter exchange system is now activated. Contribution points can be redeemed for special items within the shelter, and further details can be reviewed on the wristband list. New information has emerged. Feng Ping and the others were filled with curiosity, but before they could delve into the details, Wang Ling's voice resonated once more. Valiant arrivals. The cruelty of this world surpasses my expectations. There are many more souls in need of our salvation. I have shared the findings from this exploration on your wristbands. You may review them at your convenience. Wow, Cyberpunk 2777. Feng Ping could not contain his exclamation. There really are bionic officers, and they look so realistic. Zhang Linfeng was consumed with a desire to research, eager to find a bionic heart for study. Mei Xiaoting expressed sympathy. That girl is so unfortunate. So many of her original parts have been removed. Esteemed chosen one, how may we be of service to you? It is our duty to cleanse this world of filth. The group gazed at Chu Gao, who wore a serious expression, full of righteousness, and found it somewhat unbelievable. Brother, this is just a game. While it feels very real, is it necessary to take it so seriously? You even take it upon yourself to liberate the wasteland and restore order. Isn't that exhausting? Wang Ling sensed the fervent gaze of Chu Gao, particularly the glimmer of expectation in his eyes, which momentarily left him taken aback. In reality, Chu Gao stood guard at the borders with his comrades, engaging in fierce battles against drug traffickers and human smugglers in places unseen by the public. For this, he had lost both legs to an explosion in the jungle and had managed to support himself with just one functioning hand until rescue arrived. This game had granted him a new lease on life, restoring his formidable physique. The ideals of justice surged within Chu Gao once more. Do you remember my code name? Spark. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Wang Ling murmured this phrase, and in that instant, tears streamed down Chu Gao's face uncontrollably. The intense emotional upheaval caused his mental state to waver. The wristband's light began to flicker, and a multitude of bodily data started to accumulate. System notification. Chosen one Wang Ling. Your shelter has produced its first awakened individual, rewarding you with 10 free attribute points and 10 exclusive strength attribute points for White Eagle. System notification. Awakening interface for Chosen One unlocked. Talent attributes are now accessible. Please review carefully. Wang Ling was elated. His first champion had emerged. Moreover, a new attribute page had been unlocked. This feeling was akin to Liu Bei finally encountering his Zhao Yun. With Zhao Yun bringing along the valiant steed, Wang Ling waved his hand, the wristband glowing brightly, enveloping Chu Gao. System notification. Arrivals White Eagle. Genetic lock has been unlocked, surpassing your power limits. Current strength attribute is 29. You have become an F-level awakener. Is this even possible? Eagle, have you leveled up? Wow, why was I not the first? I usually pride myself on being the taskmaster. The exclamations of the group coincided with Fong Ping's frustration. Chapter 13. Talent Awakening. There is no such thing as a tranquil life. Rather, there are those who silently bear the burden. Mei Shouting's heartfelt sentiment received nods of agreement from Fong Ping and Zhang Linfeng. Chu Gao looked at the dramatically transformed trio, somewhat puzzled. What is with the strange looks? Is it because I've grown stronger? Chu Gao jested. Well, Eagle, how shall I put this? We hold you in great esteem. I concur with Fong Ping's statement. Then, Chu Gao noticed a line of text that suddenly appeared in the team channel, and realization dawned upon him. White Eagle, age 32, former Special Forces instructor, rank of Major. Has fought against drug traffickers at the border numerous times, has killed 27 traffickers, and rescued 142 individuals lured across the border. Currently, both legs and one arm are amputated, leaving only one hand functional. His background had been fully revealed by the Chosen One. Eagle, quickly tell us what makes awakening your powers different. Fong Ping and the others were curious, urging him onward. ID. White Eagle strength, 29 agility, 4 constitution, 3 intelligence, 2 awakener level. Strength F. Current awakening energy accumulation, 0 talent. Invigorate, upgradable, passive. Increases physical recovery speed by 50. Active. The Invigorate talent can be activated at will. During its activation, pain receptors and bodily functions are unaffected by bleeding or other negative states, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 12 hours. Note: in combat, if significant blood loss or irreversible injuries occur, after the talent ends, the individual may experience weakness, fainting, or even death. Chu Gao felt unable to articulate the explanation, so he simply took a screenshot of his attributes and talents, sending it to the chat channel. You can see for yourselves. Wow, Eagle, your strength attribute has reached 29 points, while I only have 4. Sister, I'm at 3 points. It's different. Your initial intelligence attributes are quite high. Meanwhile, Zhang Linfeng, absorbed in thought, could not help but ponder why Eagle's intelligence attribute was merely 2 points. Yet he did not seem lacking in this world. I say, big-headed son, have you never played a game? This is called class distinction, understand? And that talent is impressive. It's a powerhouse, truly the best choice for charging in a battle. Fong Ping could not resist teasing. This was a quintessential bookworm, who in reality had considered him and Su Feng as mental patients. Fong Ping, could you refrain from calling me big-headed son? It feels a bit awkward. My real name is Zhang Linfeng. You can simply refer to me as Doctor. Zhang Linfeng regretted his hasty choice of ID, realizing that without sufficient contribution points, he could not change it. Wang Ling, equally exhilarated, began to inspect his attribute information. Name: Wang Ling strength, 27 agility, 8 constitution, 6 intelligence, 9 free attribute points, 10 Chosen One level. F. Current progress of Chosen One upgrade points, 1 talent, domination. Domination passive 1. Increases the Chosen One's management efficiency over shelter residents. The Chosen One carries a deterrent aura that exerts psychological pressure on residents with composite attributes lower than their own, making them more likely to obey commands. Domination passive 2. The Chosen One receives additional bonuses to all attributes, with the bonus coefficient being one of the number of arrivals. Note: domination talent and live streaming power bonuses cannot be used simultaneously. However, currently, the effects of the domination talent do not surpass the bonuses derived from the number of viewers, as the number of players entering the Ice Age world is still too few. If the number of arrivals reaches 10,000, Wang Ling will gain a 100-point bonus, not just in a single strength attribute, but a comprehensive 100-point bonus across all attributes, truly making him a versatile warrior. Presently, his attention list already contained a new batch of recruits awaiting enlistment, but due to the current shortage of food and electricity, he could not sustain so many players. His agreement with Weiler also needed to be initiated. As night fell, Wang Ling and Chu Gao set out in their truck, grateful for the scavenger's bounty. Meanwhile, Mei Xiaoding and Fang Ping, still in the morning hours of reality, had work to attend to and had to log off once more. The dark night was fraught with danger, as mutated beasts continuously attacked the truck. Fortunately, Wang Ling and Chu Gao possessed ample energy bombs. After sacrificing enough of their kind, those beasts discovered that Wang Ling and his companion were not to be trifled with and retreated obediently. Watching Chu Gao, who remained silent, firmly gripping the steering wheel amidst the explosions, Wang Ling marveled. This is the true essence of a soldier king. The pair traveled several dozen kilometers, stopping intermittently, with sporadic skirmishes extending their journey to over 3 hours. Upon nearing Changfeng town, they parked the truck beside a gap in the city moat's railing, quietly awaiting Weiler's arrival. Doesn't this resemble a meeting of villains? As the wait became somewhat tedious, Wang Ling casually conversed with Chu Gao. Indeed, but previously my missions involved combating such meetings and smuggling activities. Haha, you'll find yourself engaged in many similar tasks in the future, but all of this is to gather more like-minded partners to alter the order of the wasteland. With a smile, Wang Ling felt the topic had grown somewhat heavy. Those are long-term goals. This time, I aim to exchange some food and power generation equipment from Changfeng town. The taste of nutrient paste has been less than palatable these past few days. Creak. The spiked wooden planks of the city moat were cautiously lifted, and two figures swiftly emerged, scanning the surroundings at the same time. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Gao instinctively aimed his old firearm at the newcomers. His energy bomb safety cover also being removed, but there's no need to be tense. It's our own people. The guardian for this occasion remains the venerable old hawk. The distinctive double-barreled shotgun in his hands is unmistakable. And coupled with the enormous pipe that glimmers with bright sparks as he breathes, it is nearly impossible to mistake him for anyone else. Starfire, my dear friend, I never imagined you had a truck as well. The hearty laughter of Veller echoes, seemingly astonished that Wang Ling could arrive in a truck. He finds it perplexing that a sanctuary that requires trading even for a small generator and green wheat could possibly sustain a truck. The shelter, having just recovered from a robbery by scavengers, is still in a state of reboot, with many facilities yet to be operational. Wang Ling's confidence immediately influences Veller. Well then, since I have chosen to trust you, I have no other recourse. I hope you will not disappoint me. With a shrug, Veller leads Wang Ling and Chu Gao into the cave at the edge of the moat. Chapter 14. The Chosen One of Wangjiang City, kicking aside the felt covering of the cave. Veller gestures toward the green wheat and the small diesel generator inside, indicating that he has prepared the supplies. Just as Veller and Old Hawk are about to lend a hand in lifting the generator onto the truck, they witness Wang Ling and Chu Gao effortlessly hoisting a small diesel generator each and striding directly toward the vehicle. Is this the power of awakened beings? Veller and Old Hawk exchange glances. Hey Veller, am I seeing this correctly? These two are lifting generators weighing several hundred kilograms with their bare hands. Uncle Hawk, you are not mistaken. These are the partners I sought. Two awakened beings. It is important to note that these diesel generators, remnants from before the war, are not the paltry few kilowatt household models. They boast a capacity of 40 to 50 kilowatts and weigh between 600 to 850 kilograms. My apologies, gentlemen. Allow me to clarify. We are not merely two awakened beings. You will encounter many more in due time. After transporting the generator, Wang Ling proceeds to carry 2 or 3 bags of green wheat on his shoulder, maintaining his composure as he speaks to Veller. Observing Wang Ling's demeanor, Veller feels an increasing hope for avenging his mother. Mother, wait a little longer. There is indeed hope to obliterate this town rife with filth and corruption. Those who have wronged you will join you. With newfound hope, Veller refrains from further words and joins Old Hawk in the task of moving the green wheat. After loading the final bags of green wheat and barrels onto the truck, Wang Ling and his companions breathe a sigh of relief. Veller, this is White Eagle, my like-minded comrade. From now on, he will be responsible for the exchange of supplies with Changfeng town. Wang Ling introduces Chu Gao to Veller, who takes this designation of a like-minded partner seriously, while Chu Gao feels warmth and gratitude. Greetings, friend. My name is Veller. the second son of the mayor of Changfeng Town, I have boarded the ship of Starfire, aspiring to overthrow my dear father, the mayor. White Eagle, a power-type awakened being, follows the Chosen One to restore order to the wasteland, at least to reconstruct the order in our vicinity. The Chosen One? You are also a Chosen One. Velayer gazes at Wang Ling, his eyes filled with sympathy that he finally comprehends how Wang Ling acquired the truck. It is likely that scavengers, upon seeing the firework coordinates during a live broadcast, chose to ambush him, only to fail miserably, losing both the truck and their lives. Have you encountered other Chosen Ones? Wang Ling's interest is piqued. After all, the first 10,009 Chosen Ones recorded by his wristband did not fare well. I have not seen them in person, but I have observed their promotional content through their network devices. Promotional content. What else could it be? These individuals either fall victim to barbaric tribes and raiders, yielding numerous treasure chests and resources, or they are mostly confined by medium to small factions as their propaganda tools. You must understand that the post-war wastelandist infrastructure has nearly been obliterated. Yet the Chosen Ones can disseminate their factions' desired narratives indiscriminately through the quantum network, disregarding audience preference. Velayer, with a malicious glint in his eye, studies Wang Ling, seemingly searching for a hint of disarray in his expression. However, Velayer is disappointed. Wang Ling remains composed, and with genuine curiosity, he inquires, "Please continue. Elaborate on aspects such as live broadcast tasks and audience gifts. What tasks and gifts?" These Chosen Ones do not have live broadcast tasks, so audiences cannot reward them with gifts. Observing Velayer's bewilderment, Wang Ling realizes that these native Chosen Ones of the wasteland lack the Ice Age live broadcast system. They can only passively broadcast, transmitting the ideology of their faction, and they possess barely any freedom. In contrast, he not only enjoys a continuous stream of live broadcast tasks but also reaps gifts, transforms items, and most importantly, connects to Earth, summoning an army of players. If you are interested, you may accompany me into the town. The radio reception device there can pick up broadcasts from Wangjiang City, and you will have the opportunity to listen in. No, it's merely a confined tool for expression. I suddenly find myself less interested. However, I do wish to visit Wangjiang City someday. After all, the journey is fraught with mutated beasts. Even if Chu Gao's strength has reached 29, he may manage self-preservation, but safeguarding the food and supplies on the truck would be quite taxing. Please wait a moment. I need to retrieve something. My friend. This is a gift for you. Under Velayer's eager gaze, Wang Ling opens a black box to reveal an old-fashioned radio. It's color-faded. However, the compartment that once housed the Type 1 battery has been heavily modified, as the batteries from the old world could not endure for so long. Amid Velayer's astonished expression, Wang Ling adeptly spins the tuning knob, activates the radio, and adjusts the frequency dial, finally catching a faint but relatively clear voice on a channel. Greetings to the friends of Wangjiang City, and good evening. This is the voice of Wangjiang. I am your beloved host, Plank. Before narrating tales of the wasteland, please allow me to interject with an urgent message to TOR North. Our brave Ranger Corps has detected a significant movement of various mutated species heading south. It seems this year's harsh winter has arrived earlier than expected. However, there is no need for concern. Under the wise leadership of our great Wangjiang City Lord, both the surging beast tide and the howling snowstorm shall be kept at bay outside the city. Plank continues to extol the virtues of the city lord, reassuring the residents of Wangjiang City. Yet, at this moment, Wang Ling and Velayer's attention has shifted away from the host to the voice of Wangjiang. The northern provinces are facing a blizzard, an early cold wave, and the southward migration of mutated creatures is now inevitable. With the beast tide and cold front approaching, a large influx of barbarians and scavenger tribes will undoubtedly head south. For a faction like Wangjiang City, with considerable resources, the beast tide and nomadic survivors are not particularly daunting. But for Changfeng Town and Shelter Zero, this poses a significant challenge. Hurry and stockpile supplies. You must sell those expired canned goods in your shelter as soon as possible. Next week, the merchant caravan from Wangjiang City will arrive in Changfeng Town to procure supplies. However, given the current trend, this may very well be the last opportunity for resource trading this year. Velayer looks at Wang Ling, offering a kind reminder. Observing Velayer's anxious demeanor, Wang Ling refrains from further comment, turning off the radio and stepping beside Velayer, gently patting his shoulder. Do not worry, my friend. Our plans will not only remain on schedule, but may even be expedited. Upon hearing these words about the future, Valier's once dim eyes suddenly gleam with brightness. Chapter 15. Return to the shelter. Is it truly possible? With the arrival of heavy snow and the beast tide, the supplies I can secretly withdraw will dwindle, and as for weapons and ammunition, even my elder brother lacks the privilege to access them. I apologize, my friend. I am truly eager to eliminate my father and his treacherous henchmen, but your safety is paramount, regardless of whether Valier's sentiments are genuine or feigned. His attitude greatly satisfies Wang Ling. As for why Valier is so intent on killing his father, Wang Ling is indifferent. The system has granted him a 3-month deadline to seize control of Changfeng town. His original plan was to proceed gradually, but the impending snow and beast tide have accelerated this process. The cold wave, which typically descends in November, is expected to persist until early March next year, leaving Changfeng town in a relatively isolated state for over 4 months. The guard team from Wangjiang City will be unable to assist, and the merchants trading with Mayor William will also be temporarily obstructed. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity. While Valier is concerned about casualties and the shelter's weaponry, knowing well the strength of the town's guards, for Wang Ling, none of this holds any significance. Players are immortal. As long as there is sufficient biological culture fluid, they can respawn infinitely. In terms of weapons, he possesses a plethora of vitality bombs and rockets transformed from gifts in his live broadcast room. He recalls when he was still weak, Su Feng and Shui Cheng had resorted to self-detonation with vitality bombs to protect him, perishing alongside a group of scavengers. If one is unafraid of death, what is there to fear? With the arrival of a truckload of green wheat and power generation equipment, he can now recruit players in large numbers. This batch of resources can sustain dozens of individuals for at least half a month. The longer Wang Ling remains in this world, the simpler his thoughts become. He merely needs to ensure the players have the minimum requirements for survival, for how to improve their lives. That is their own concern. What the players seek is novelty and excitement, an experience starkly different from the monotonous routine of Earth. Everyone is captivated by tales of the post-apocalypse, for all yearn to be survivors, hoping for a fresh start. The reconstruction of order, continually providing players with various novel experiences, is the core factor driving them to serve Wang Ling. Rest assured, you won't have to wait long, at the latest. I will launch an attack after the next merchant transaction concludes. This was Wang Ling's promise to Weiler upon his departure. Suddenly, with only 50 meters left to the shelter, the truck's axle broke. The immense inertia caused the generator and green wheat to tumble violently. Wang Ling and Chu Gao clumsily crawled out of the cabin, hastily inspecting the generator for any damage if it can be avoided. I will never travel at night again, Wang Ling thought, still shaken. The encounters with aberrations along the way had been numerous, especially when they reached a frozen swamp, where a mutated crocodile, initially poised for hibernation, collided violently with the truck's front axle. After a fierce struggle, relying on Chu Gao's daring maneuver to stuff a vitality bomb into the crocodile's mouth, they finally managed to repel the creature. At that moment, Chu Gao stood beside Wang Ling, bloodied, particularly his arms and abdomen, with ghastly, gaping wounds. Cough, cough, sir, the generator must not be damaged at this point. Forget about the generator. Let's get you to the incubator first. Or else we will have to wait another 3 days. Without waiting for Chu Gao to say another word, Wang Ling hoisted the weakened Chu Gao onto his back and sprinted toward the shelter. As Wang Ling reached the entrance, the alloy doors slid open automatically under Xiao Kuei's control, accompanied by her sweet voice. Xiao Kuei, quickly open the incubator. Bai Tuti can't hold on much longer. Okay, master. The large vacuum cleaner's wheels whirred into action, and Xiao Kuei swiftly led them to the incubator that had already replicated Chu Gao's DNA. Xiao Kuei manipulated the vacuum's nozzle, swiftly pressing buttons on the incubator to set it up. And soon a translucent liquid filled the chamber halfway. Master, please place him inside that he won't suffocate, Wang Ling asked, puzzled. Rest assured, master. The skin of the descendant has undergone genetic modification, implanting amphibian genes, allowing for brief respiration through the skin. Wang Ling sighed in relief and quickly placed Chu Gao into the incubator. After Xiao Kuei pressed the start button, the incubator's door sealed shut and began to descend rapidly, filling with liquid until it was completely submerged. Watching Chu Gao, who appeared to be in a deep slumber like a newborn, Wang Ling exhaled deeply. Xiao Kuei, how long will it take for him to recover? Reporting to Master, external injuries and minor internal damage usually heal within a few hours. However, if the internal organs or bones are affected, it may take about a day, Xiao Kuei's voice replied. Master, have you found the power generation equipment? The shelter's reserve power is nearly depleted, and soon the incubator will cease functioning. Additionally, Xiao Kuei's power is running low. Xiao Kuei's voice sounded pitiful, and the once bright yellow indicator light began to flicker red, indicating that the power had fallen below the warning threshold. All right, don't worry. Come with me outside. Wang Ling bent down to pat Xiao Kuei's indicator light, maneuvering the TB-100 industrial transport mech to bring 2 diesel generators and scattered bags of grain and barrels of diesel from outside into the shelter. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a billowing plume of black smoke, the distinctive deep rumble of the diesel engines filled the air. Xiao Kuei excitedly connected the vacuum cleaner's tail to the generator's power line. Xiao Kuei, be careful. This diesel generator has a power output of 40 to 50 kilowatts. Wang Ling expressed concern that Xiao Kuei might not withstand the generator's high output, knowing that even small companies typically equip generators of merely several dozen kilowatts. No worries, Master. You need not fret about the generator's slow charging. Just being able to access new energy supplies has made Xiao Kuei very happy. The vacuum's indicator light shifted from red to a flickering green. While the power level remained at its lowest setting, is the charging power too low? Wang Ling mused, perplexed by how large a battery a mere vacuum cleaner could possess. Master, my current charging power is 45 kilowatts. But my battery can hold up to 1,000 kilowatt hours, requiring over 20 hours to charge. A battery the size of a shoebox capable of storing 1,000 kilowatt hours. That was after he had taken 2 units from Xiao Kuei to install in the industrial transport mech. Otherwise, it would take 3 days to fully charge Xiao Kuei. Noticing Wang Ling's pained expression, Xiao Kuei gently reminded, Master, Xiao Kuei isn't consuming much power right now. That a single incubator at full capacity operates at 100 kilowatts. Once you unlock the lower levels of the shelter and activate my AI core. Wang Ling felt weary. Xiao Kuei's core, a super AI computational hub, must be as large as a data center and likely consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Looking at the 2 high-output generators at hand, Wang Ling suddenly felt disenchanted. Master, it's all right. Once you unlock more levels of the shelter, you can restart the small nuclear power unit. Wang Ling patted the small vacuum cleaner, which was sliding the power cord toward him in a bid to comfort him, whispering, Don't worry. I have other ways to... Master is the greatest. Chapter 16. High-quality human players. The advancement of technology has brought about a tremendous leap in productivity. However, when human technology reaches a certain level, some forbidden domains silently open up. All of this transpires under the manipulation of a select few with ulterior motives, sweeping across the globe and triggering a series of disasters. When the cult sought to scientifically validate the notion that the pinnacle of technology is divinity, internal conflicts among humanity became inevitable. Initially, the skirmishes were confined to small areas, but gradually, as the various factions escalated their involvement, it reached a point where none could afford to back down easily. Seizing the opportunity, the Origin Church unleashed a plethora of viruses and fungi into the atmosphere, spreading them globally through nuclear explosions. Research institutions and military forces, under the direction of their respective leaders, also initiated their countermeasures. Ultimately, this evolved into a life-or-death struggle, with many factions striving to eradicate their enemies both physically and mentally. Of course, they also annihilated themselves in the process. Wang Ling shook his head, setting aside the top-secret records of Shelter Zero, that these matters were, for now, irrelevant to him. Whether it was the research institute that had gradually evolved from the pre-war Human Technology Research Association, or the cult's current formation of the Origin Church in the Wasteland, or the expedition that inherited the pre-war military committee, none had any bearing on Wang Ling's present circumstances that he currently lacked the capability even to reach the city of Wangjiang. A mere 200 to 300 kilometers away, his primary objective at this moment was simply to build high walls, stockpile grain, and bide his time, all aimed at surviving the impending crisis of the Cold Wave and aberrations. Xiao Kuei used quantum network transmission technology to issue a task to all players. We need to recruit new players. All right, Master, should I edit the content or create it myself? You edit, and I will revise. Minutes later, A task reminder edited by Xiao Kuei and revised by Wang Ling was sent out via the quantum network to all players' wristbands. The system prompted, "You have a new task awaiting acceptance." Those who had logged off were taken aback as they watched their wristbands illuminate with flashing lights. This was their first experience receiving a task in the world beyond the game. System prompt. This task is voluntary. Players may choose whether to accept it. Task. Recruit high-quality human players. Description. The harsh winter of the wasteland has arrived prematurely, with a multitude of aberrations and savage bandits preparing to descend southward. Our shelter is about to face immense challenges, but through the relentless exploration of the Chosen Ones, we have found sufficient food to support more descendants in this icy world. Given that you are all selected high-quality players, we extend an invitation to you. Task requirements. Please gather those you consider high-quality human players before you and open the Tigerfish livestream room 10010 at 6 p.m., where the system will automatically screen the eligible players. Note, talents in military, chemistry, infrastructure, and other fields will be prioritized. Task rewards. For each recruited player who meets the criteria, the referrer will receive 1,000 contribution points. The exchange store will be activated, and a lottery system will commence. Task penalty. None. Recruiting just one individual grants 1,000 contribution points, and the lottery system activation thrilled the players immensely to that moment. A newly established group chat named Wasteland Sightseeing Group erupted with excitement. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Brothers, did you all receive the system task? Su and I Shi Yinhua. I've received it. I can't enter the wasteland for the next few days. I've lost my appetite. I've even lost weight. Man with a full head of sweat. I plan to cast a wide net. At 6 p.m. tonight, I'll sit at the restaurant entrance and show the live stream to anyone who comes. Ling Air, Xiang Ding Dang. I'm nauseated. I no longer want to do live streams in reality. The wasteland is far more interesting. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Man with a full head of sweat. Bro, I reckon that approach may not be suitable that I grant you a lifetime of fleeting sparks that man Tudahan. Have you seen the notes? Talents in fields such as military, chemistry, and infrastructure are prioritized. The Bald Eagle. I do not recommend casting a wide net. We urgently require specialized professionals. When you went offline, I accompanied the Chosen One to Chongfeng Town. Significant events are about to unfold in the wasteland world. As Chu Gao finished recounting his experiences. The crowd gasped in astonishment, lamenting their decision to log off. Mutated crocodiles, indigenous inhabitants of the wasteland, antiquated radios, news from Wangjiang City, and other Chosen Ones. It was all too thrilling. Dr. Zhang. I've decided to let my old man give it a try. Dr. Zhang, why not call him Big Head Son anymore? Smirking, Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Dr. Zhang, the watch we gifted you is quite useful, isn't it? Concluding the chat, everyone swiftly busied themselves. The initiative to discover high-quality human players commenced on a small scale. As evening descended, the National Science and Technology University Research Institute in Haicheng was aglow with lights that moment. Fang Ping was in the office, sharing tea with his mentor, to be precise. It was Zhong Yueping drinking water. While Fang Ping was being admonished. Fang Ping, how could you visit the Fifth Institute and return in such an unusual state? Your senior brother has reported that your recent research attitude has been rather lackluster. Zhong Yueping remarked, gazing at his old friend's son with a sense of disappointment. Uncle Zhong, I have something good to show you later. Fang Ping remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. In private, he still preferred to call his mentor Uncle Zhong. Mysterious as ever. What could you possibly have? Finish your experiment first. With that, Zhong Yueping prepared to rise, but Fang Ping hurriedly intervened. Uncle, trust me just this once. Please do not harm your health by drinking with those uninformed leaders tonight. I assure you, what I present shortly will pique your interest. That a light slap landed on Fang Ping's head. Fine, if you don't have anything substantial, I won't let you off the hook today. Though Zhong, the esteemed dean, spoke harshly, he still settled back down. That a similar scene unfolded elsewhere. That in a secluded sanatorium where Chu Gao was located, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Major Chu, all the comrades you invited have arrived at the sanatorium. The gentle and beautiful nurse reported to Chu Gao, then stood by, awaiting his instructions. Gather everyone in the conference room. Chu Gao calmly instructed, and the nurse began to guide him towards the meeting room. Upon arrival, more than 10 individuals were already seated. Although they were described as sitting, many were actually lying down, as they, like Chu Gao, were missing limbs. The most severely affected among them could only move their mouths. Chu Gao slightly raised his hand, signaling the nursing staff to leave. That I understand your curiosity about why I have gathered you here. After years of brotherhood and battle, I can empathize with your sentiments. Because at this moment, I too feel like a useless waste. Despite having once achieved great military feats, I cannot deny the reality of being supported by the state. Seeing you in your current state pains me greatly. Yet I have discovered an opportunity that could allow us to be reborn from the ashes. The crowd was stirred by Chu Gao's confident voice, and a glimmer of hope began to flicker in their dull eyes. Instructor, I believe in you. Zhang Tao, who was nestled in a wheelchair, with all limbs gone except for his mouth, spoke up first. The others fell silent, yet their instinctive act of straightening their backs revealed their inner unrest. Chu Gao glanced at his wristwatch. 5:50 p.m. In 10 minutes, we shall see the outcome. Uncle Zhong, just 10 more minutes. Feng Sanner, your butt is on fire. Or is there a nail on the bench? Yuri not going anywhere tonight. You'll stay right here. Chapter 17. The selection begins. In the icy world, beneath the zero shelter, on the underground level. Xiao Kuei, is the industrial transport mech fully charged? Master, it is charged over 500 degrees, sufficient for basic operation. That's good. Prepare yourself. We are about to go live. All right, Master. Wang Ling had already entered the cockpit of the open industrial transport mech, while Xiao Kuei spun around. Circling the mech. Master, I can't climb up. Xiao Kuei's pitiful voice echoed, prompting Wang Ling to sigh with amusement as he jumped down from the mech to lift Xiao Kuei into the cockpit. Xiao Kuei, you need a new body. This vacuum cleaner is quite heavy. But Master, the other machines are either broken or too power-consuming to clean. Do not worry. We will soon have a large number of new companions. And everything will improve. System notification. The directed live broadcast will commence in 10 seconds. This broadcast will utilize quantum networks, locking on a fixed audience IPs. Viewers will be unable to send tips or comment in real time. Confirm? Yes. As Wang Ling's words fell, the broadcast instantaneously commenced, with the massive fireworks generated by the quantum network bursting forth. Savages within a 10-kilometer radius rushed towards Wang Ling's location. Meanwhile, Fang Ping and his companions received notifications of Wang Ling's live broadcast. Fang Ping, you don't expect me to watch a movie with you, do you? Zhong Yueping observed Wang Ling piloting the industrial transport mech as it swiftly moved, his brow slightly furrowed. Uncle, take your time. Moments later, Wang Ling was encircled by a pack of mutated hyenas. However, he remained unfazed, shielded by the mech. With a mere swipe of the giant engineer's shovel, a dozen hyenas were reduced to mere pulp. These grotesque mutated creatures quickly retreated, circling hesitantly. The instant they moved away, the remaining hyenas began to feast upon their fallen comrades. Wang Ling then spotted the approaching savages, facing a dozen ferocious-looking savages bearing their fangs. Wang Ling felt no trepidation. The pressure he felt during his first live broadcast was significantly alleviated. Were it not for Su Feng's energy bomb that saved him, he might have shared the same fate as the 10,009 other chosen ones. Fang Ping, what exactly are you up to? Uncle Zhong, if I tell you that what you're seeing is entirely real, would you believe me? What a joke. I haven't even had a drink tonight. Zhong Yueping appeared somewhat annoyed, feeling that Fang Ping was mocking him. Uncle, try searching for room 10010 on Tigerfish. Can you access it? This is the signal connecting to other worlds through the quantum network. Everything we see is indeed real. Upon seeing Fang Ping's serious demeanor, Zhong Yueping opened the web broadcast and searched, revealing that it was indeed a recorded scene of Mei shouting that you're telling the truth. On the screen, Wang Ling drove the giant engineer's shovel into the ground. The already frozen earth was swiftly excavated, and Wang Ling maneuvered the mech to hurl a massive block of frozen soil weighing several tons toward the savages. Such a slender hydraulic rod could withstand such immense instantaneous pressure, and the driving motor could release such power without overloading. Truly astonishing. The ice block shattered the savage ranks, with some unfortunate souls having their skulls crushed under the hardened frozen earth. Dying instantly, in an instant, the mech's rear propulsion system activated, unleashing a powerful air blast that created a half-meter-deep pit in the ground. The mech then leaped into the air, momentarily pausing before thrusting back down. Crashing into the heart of the savage group, the mech's super-sensing device activated, instantly releasing the energy accumulated from the landing, generating a formidable shockwave that obliterated the nearby savages into a spray of blood and viscera. Xiao Kuei, the mech is in your hands now. With that, Wang Ling ejected from the mech's cockpit, and, taking advantage of the shockwave that incapacitated the savages, swiftly moved in for the kill. Unlike the cold, calculated slitting of throats or piercing of hearts during his first encounter, Wang Ling's approach this time was far more straightforward and brutal. Utilizing his impressive strength attribute of 27, he delivered powerful kicks that caved in the chests of the savages. Against those who dared to resist, Wang Ling's crowbar would send their bone spears and stone knives, and their heads, flying with a single blow. Witnessing this scene for the first time, Zhong Yueping felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, repulsed by the sight of brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. The next moment, Fong Ping's wristband glowed, enveloping Zhong Yueping, instantly alleviating his nausea. Fong Ping, what is this? Instructor, Captain, sir, do you mean to say that all of this is real? The several injured veterans were now filled with excitement. Faced with the bloody and brutal spectacle, they felt no revulsion. Their maimed bodies were a testament to their bravery. They feared not the blood-soaked battles, but the dread of being abandoned by the times. Leading unremarkable lives in the twilight of their years, Chu Gao nodded gently, his tone grave as he stated, "This is the new life I speak of. I hope you can seize this opportunity." At the Hengqin Film Base, in a certain small courtyard room, Brother Feng, this is a science fiction film. It doesn't align with the current themes of our production that do not speak of the props and scenery as merely derivative. The dedication of the supporting actors is indeed commendable. Even the artificial snow, where they lay motionless atop it, is quite impressive that I shall take the opportunity to engage with this endeavor at some point. Feng San has decided to forego his appointment with a certain third-tier actress this evening, instead dutifully attending to Su Feng, the esteemed producer. Adio, you think I am testing you. Allow me to clarify. The scenes within are authentic. Brother Feng, please refrain from jesting. Our drink is yet to touch our lips, and I remain quite lucid. Similarly, at Su Feng's behest, Feng San repeatedly searched for the room of Hu Yu 10010, only to find the recorded footage of Mei shouting. Brother Feng, you are not hallucinating at the 5th hospital. This is merely due to the live stream, isn't it? Haha, you are indeed astute, to be frank, this matter is quite peculiar. Even in our film industry, where bizarre scripts are commonplace, it is difficult to accept when it transpires in one's own life. This time, I have the chance to recommend someone into this extraordinary realm. Let us see how fortunate you may be. Feng San fell silent, choosing not to elaborate, that he held deep gratitude for this benefactor who had aided him on numerous occasions. The notion of opportunity was inconsequential, as long as Su Feng believed in his potential. He would strive with all his might to seize it. His achievements, purchasing a home, marrying, and attaining the position of assistant director, were all intricately linked to Su Feng. Brother Feng, rest assured, I will dedicate myself fully to this endeavor. Haha, no need. As I have stated, it truly depends on fortune. Should you find yourself within the Ice Age world, you shall understand. Chapter 18. A surge of fresh talent arrives. Xiao Kuei. How goes the data screening for the candidates? Master, according to your specifications, the screening weights are as follows. Personal ability 40, emotional stability 30, and personal moral standards 30. The data for the 35 candidates is as follows. Xiao Kuei's crisp voice chimed in, her eyes sparkling once more, seemingly awaiting praise from Wang Ling. Well done. The individuals recruited this time will continue under your guidance. Understood, Master. Xiao Kuei's enthusiastic tone resounded again. After more than 2 centuries, she had finally awaited the arrival of the master of the shelter, her simulated personality brimming with excitement. Zhang Tao, age 28, former Special Forces member, veteran, multiple engagements in perilous missions, currently all limbs amputated, exceptionally high psychological maturity and emotional stability. Lin Yuehai, age 31, former Special Forces member, veteran, multiple engagements in perilous missions, paraplegic, exceptionally high psychological maturity and emotional stability. Feng San, age 30, leader of extras, member of the directing team, legal representative of a trading company, exceptionally high psychological maturity and emotional stability. Zhong Yueping, age 50, graduate mentor at National University of Science and Technology, honorary dean of Haiqing Academy of Sciences, expert in metallurgy and construction materials, exceptionally high psychological maturity and emotional stability. Wang Ling reviewed the list of 35 candidates, gaining a clear understanding of the social circles of these initial players. The individuals they recommended were indeed commendable, each having made significant contributions in their respective fields. However, upon observing some candidates' emotional and moral attributes, Wang Ling could not suppress his critique. Zhang Jun, age 55, director of the Mental Health Center at Haiqing Fifth Hospital, psychological expert, neurology specialist, exceptionally high psychological maturity and emotional stability. Yet his moral value was marked with a question mark by the system, with a note indicating, research fanatic, may resume forbidden studies in the wasteland, not recommended for recruitment. The wasteland world had been plunged into chaos due to the collusion of scientific fanatics and cult forces, and he had no desire to repeat that catastrophe. This was the first time the system had so clearly laid out its refusal, leading Wang Ling to reluctantly abandon the director's father, Zhang Linfeng. Beyond that, several veterans exhibited severe psychological issues, with poor emotional stability, rendering them unsuitable for entry into the Ice Age world. Out of the 35 candidates, Wang Ling carefully selected 20 before promptly ending the livestream. As Wang Ling concluded the livestream, the wristbands of Fang Ping and the others began to emit a radiant glow. Particularly at Chu Gao's location, several soldiers with psychological issues were swiftly enveloped in the light, gradually losing consciousness. Moments later, they regained awareness. Instructor, we just fell asleep. What did you summon us for? Indeed, Instructor, I feel as though I have awakened from a deep slumber, and I am much rejuvenated. Some wish to speak, but upon noticing the newly acquired wristbands on themselves and the others, ultimately refrained that I am the Fifth Hospital's office. Zhang Jin slowly regained consciousness. Observing his son sitting quietly beside him, he felt somewhat disoriented. Son, where were we in our discussion? The clinical application of the human subconscious in the field of hypnosis. Zhang Linfeng looked at his father, seemingly unable to recall the content of the previous live stream, and he exhaled in relief. At that moment, his father had observed the industrial transport mech crushing mutated hyenas. Rather than displaying discomfort, he had shown a keen curiosity, even smiling with apparent delight at the barbaric scene. Son, if you were aware of such remarkable things, why did you not bring me into this wondrous world sooner? What a splendid research environment it could be. Zhang Linfeng felt a twinge of fear at his father's behavior before the memory wipe. Fortunately, the overseer had not heeded his recommendation. Dad, please rest. I shall step out for a moment. Very well, my child. You seem rather peculiar today, that I am the real world. It was 8 in the evening, coinciding with the morning of the Ice Age world. Observing the 25 individuals who had arrived at the shelter, Wang Ling felt a surge of emotion that he finally possessed a relatively sufficient workforce. From this point onward, perilous tasks such as transporting supplies and traversing the icy plains would no longer require his direct involvement. Watching his friends arrive like earthworms, the first arrivals, including Fang Ping, were imbued with a sense of superiority, as though they had discovered a new continent in the minuscule wasteland. Little did they realize that they had once been in the same position. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of sharing some good news. The brutal apocalyptic war has long since passed, over 2 centuries ago, and we remain alive that IT is now the 270th year post-nuclear war. Fortunately, we have successfully endured the most arduous of years. The nuclear clouds have dissipated, and the mini-ice age began to recede 2 decades ago that I need you all to unite around me and rebuild the glory of humankind. This individual beside me is the AI core of Shelter Zero. You may refer to her as Xiao Kuei. Should you have any inquiries regarding the shelter or uncertainties, you may direct them to her. Furthermore, tasks related to the shelter can also be acquired from Xiao Ku, I.S. the master of Shelter Zero, coupled with Wang Ling's formidable presence. His existence indeed made the players feel somewhat uneasy. Thus, once Wang Ling departed, the players' inherent nature of freedom and abandon was thoroughly unleashed. Some pinched their thighs to experience the sensation of pain, while others licked ice cubes, astonished into silence by the authentic tactile experience. Others still bypassed their trousers to check the state of their male appendages, ensuring their functionality was intact. In essence, all manner of absurd behavior was indulged. Master, are they truly without issues? Xiao Kuei observed the players' uninhibited antics, suddenly questioning Wang Ling's sagacious decision. Xiao Kuei, do not mind them. This is merely the release of their natural instincts. Additionally, draft a set of management regulations for the shelter. Many of their behaviors indeed require regulation. Even though the selected players exhibited high emotional stability and psychological maturity, as the numbers grew, Wang Ling's pressure also mounted. Nevertheless, gazing at this fresh batch of recruits, Wang Ling displayed a smile akin to that of a seasoned farmer. The plan to assault Changfeng town could commence. Even if one were to embrace a vitality bomb and perish alongside the enemy, his side would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After all, he had gathered a group of valiant souls ready to shed blood and sacrifice themselves. After all, a new hero would emerge in 3 days. Roar. Within the shelter, a colossal creature suddenly emerged from an oversized incubation chamber. The newly arrived female players encircling Mei shouting were instantly struck with fear. Heh, brothers, do not forget about me. A creature over 7 meters in length, resembling a giant crocodile, suddenly opened its MAW in an instant. All attention was drawn towards it. Chapter 19. Exotic beings and vocational players. The enormous crocodile swiftly approached Su Feng. Yet its massive form was difficult to accommodate. Its large, menacing jaws revealed sharp fangs, instilling fear in those present. The crowd instinctively recoiled. Sister Tingting, is this what you call a fully immersive game? It's terrifying. A similarly youthful and vibrant girl hid behind Mei shouting, fear mingling with curiosity as she peeked through her fingers. Hello, little sister. I am also a newly arrived player. The mutated crocodile raised its forelimb, slamming it against the ground, its mouth agape, and one could only wonder how its vocal cords supported such sound. That I say, Brother Feng, you wouldn't abandon your comrades and play, would you? The great crocodile seemed quite displeased. Its 7-meter-long body coiling around Su Feng's feet, its jaws grasping his pant leg, as if vowing not to release him without an explanation. That I ask that you, Feng Sana? Su Feng inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, it is I, dear brother. Please do not abandon me. You never mentioned that this game could be played without becoming human. Feng Sanqing persisted, feeling unjustly treated as others assumed human forms while he was relegated to a beast. Saner, allow me to explain. This is merely a matter of game mechanics, Su Feng replied, at a loss for how to comfort Feng Sanqing, who lay on the ground, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Suddenly, Su Feng spotted Fang Ping and felt as though he had found a beacon of hope. This fellow was known for his tendency to embellish and ramble, responding to Su Feng's pleading gaze. Fang Ping stepped out from the crowd and briskly approached Feng Sanqing. Brother, how do you prefer to be addressed? I mean your game ID. The great crocodile suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, instinctively wagging his tail as he bashfully replied. I am called Ketabunyo. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. What? Are you missing W? Haha, there is actually someone with that name. The women burst into laughter. What, you can't handle it. The waters here are too deep. Jests from the likes of Uncle Day reverberated, and the atmosphere in the sanctuary transformed into one of merriment. As for Brother W, it was fortunate he was a crocodile. Otherwise, his face would have flushed with embarrassment. Brother, your ID is as formidable as your species, truly. Upon hearing Fang Ping's emphatic endorsement, Su Feng knew that this fellow was about to start spinning tales again. Sure enough, Fang Ping continued, Brother, just look at this massive physique. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is nearly invincible. Your strength attribute dwarfs ours significantly, does it not? ID. Ketabunyo species. Mutant ancient crocodile, Peru's crocodilus, strength. 49 agility. 9 constitution. 20 intelligence. 1 awakening level. Strength F, current awakening energy accumulation. 0 talent 1. Stealth. You can merge with your surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult for the human eye to detect you. The crocodile's ectothermic nature renders you nearly invisible to infrared devices. Talent 2, bloodthirst, while in an aggressive state, for every enemy you slay. You can accumulate 1 point of strength that if you remain out of combat for more than a minute or fail to kill an enemy, your bloodthirst state diminishes by half. Note, your ectothermic nature means that you cannot act freely in the frozen world. Your combat effectiveness will be significantly reduced in low-temperature environments. Gazing at the attributes displayed on his wristband, Feng Sanqing was somewhat bewildered that he decided to take a screenshot of the attribute information and send it to Su Feng, who then shared it in their previous team chat channel. Goodness, this is outrageous. The eagle is so powerful because he is tenacious and resolute, while Brother W is simply lucky. After saying this, Fong Ping swiftly mounted the massive crocodile's head, eagerly stroking its sharp teeth, nearly drooling in excitement. Feng Sansheng, still struggling to adapt to his new identity, felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of a man caressing him. With a slight shake of his head, Fong Ping was sent tumbling away, rolling several meters before hitting the ground. Brother, I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? It's just that 49 strength is overwhelming. Feng Sansheng quickly apologized, cautiously approaching the spot where Fong Ping had landed, gently picking him up with his massive jaws. Amid the lively chatter, the group soon became familiar with one another, after acquiring Brother W. The 7 warriors that met the criteria of the Chu masters became particularly eye-catching. Even in this desolate world, anyone who beheld that lineup would instinctively straighten their posture, fully aware of their purpose. Particularly in this wasteland, their previously impaired bodies had been restored, surpassing their conditions on Earth. This group of disciplined and passionate warriors would undoubtedly become the sharpest blades under Wang Ling's command. Without the need for orders or coercion, they would rally together for the sake of their shared ideals. Once the slogan to rebuild order in the wasteland was proclaimed, it was believed they would fight for this vision just as fiercely as Chu Gao. In addition to combat professions, the sanctuary welcomed a cadre of players specializing in various trades. Cui Cheng had brought in his old friends from their entrepreneurial ventures at this moment. They were setting up a cast iron pot, lighting a fire and skillfully roasting green wheat. Old Cui, you truly have a knack for this. We can even simulate cooking in this game. Don't mention in reality, I'm a chef, and now I'm playing a game where I have to cook too. Aren't you all tired of it? Enough, it's been ages since we've cooked for ourselves. Everyone has turned into a second-rate chef that I brought you all in to experience a new life. Isn't that good? Though they seemed to complain, their hands never stopped working. With a significant boost in physical fitness, they wielded their ladles with newfound ease. Soon, the aroma of the freshly roasted green wheat wafted through the air. Over 20 individuals quickly gathered to partake in their first meal in this wasteland. Green elk, Sister Ting Ting, this game feels incredibly realistic. This green wheat smells divine, and it truly tastes just like in reality. Christmas woman, woo-woo, it's delicious. If only I could eat like this in reality. At 170 cm, I only weigh 95 gene. Bells ringing. Sisters, from today onward we, the Christmas Three Sisters, shall establish ourselves in the ice world. In the future, we will live stream dancing, foraging, and exploring maps. There are so many interesting things to do. All right, Sister Ting Ting, cheers. They toasted with a handful of stir-fried green wheat. Meanwhile, Fong Ping was leading his mentor and uncle through the open areas of the sanctuary, exploring continuously. Noticing that Zhang Linfeng appeared somewhat dispirited, Zhong Yueping quickly approached him. Little Feng, do you still recognize me? As Zhang Linfeng looked upon the youthful form of Zhong Yueping, he felt a sense of familiarity but could not recall the name. Zhong Yueping, you are Uncle Zhong. Indeed, the game had optimized everyone's physical condition. It was a pity that his father had not been summoned to join them. Your father is somewhat of a scientific madman. For the sake of research, he would not shy away from ethical breaches. But enough of that. Fong Ping, let us take a stroll together. Thus, accompanied by the 2 younger generations, the director of the Haiqing Academy of Sciences, an expert in metallurgy and building materials, began to meticulously survey the sanctuary. Meanwhile, in the underground office, observing the players enthusiastically exploring and continuously enhancing their life skills through the holographic screens, Wang Ling displayed a smile akin to that of an old farmer. The chais in this field seemed to be self-fertilizing and thriving. Xiaokei, it is time to draft the sanctuary management regulations. Our numbers will only continue to grow, Wang Ling stated solemnly. Understood, Master, that I will draft them immediately. Make it straightforward. Aside from fundamental principles, do not restrict their actions. Received, Master. Chapter 20. Contribution Points Lottery. Lightweight power arm, it is essential not to be overly lenient with players. Otherwise, they might dismantle the sanctuary. Yet, it must not be too strict either. The primary purpose of playing games is enjoyment. There is no need to impose labor or attempt to educate others. Such efforts are futile. After reviewing Xiao Kuei's drafted sanctuary management regulations and making a few simple modifications, Wang Ling chose to publish them. System notification. The Chosen One has released the sanctuary management regulations. Players are advised to read them carefully. Violations of the regulations will result in severe consequences. Gazing at the radiance emanating from their wristbands, players hurriedly began to check the system notifications. Sanctuary Management Regulations version 1.00. 1. All action shall adhere to the will of the Chosen One. Those arriving at the sanctuary must fully comply with the management of the Chosen One. 3. The Chosen One holds the ultimate authority over the interpretation of the above terms. Note: upon deprivation of the wristband, the arrivals will be unable to obtain any task information, cannot comprehend the indigenous language of the ice world, and will be unable to communicate with teammates. The removal of DNA information from the cultivation chamber means that once the arrivals log out, they cannot re-enter the ice world. An injury or death will preclude resurrection. Wow, this NPC of the Chosen One is exceedingly domineering. The players mused that IT was uncertain which company operated this, granting such extensive GM privileges. Discussing such matters seemed futile. This world had surpassed the limits of Earth's technology, and they were fortunate to have gained entry at all. The crowd held a deep respect for Wang Ling, who possessed the power to unilaterally assign titles, and any reckless attempts at defiance had been nipped in the bud. It was also time to distribute rewards for the tasks completed by the veteran players. System notification. Task: recruitment of high-quality human players has concluded. Rewards are about to be issued. First place: Mighty Man, number of recruits 10. Reward: 1,000 contribution points. Second place: White-headed Eagle, number of recruits 7. Reward: 700 contribution points. Third place: Bells Ringing, number of recruits 2. Reward: 200 contribution points. Fourth place: Serendipitous Encounter, number of recruits 1. Reward: 100 contribution points. Special contribution reward: Serendipitous Encounter successfully recruited a top expert in metallurgy and building materials. Additional reward: 500 contribution points. With the rewards distributed, the exchange system and lottery system were activated, inviting players to explore their options. In the team channel, veteran players were immediately abuzz with excitement. Big-headed son: Old Chui, did you bring your entire restaurant crew here? And Fong Ping, you invited that big shot. What a prestigious guest, earning the system's recognition. Mighty Man: I brought in all my partners. They're now in the same boat as me. Running the hotel doesn't require constant involvement. Ping Shui Xiang Feng: haha, the individual I have invited is truly remarkable. Not only in High City but throughout the nation, he is undoubtedly a figure of significance. And he is also my mentor with pride. Ling Air Xiang Ding Dang. The exchange and lottery functions have been activated. Everyone should give it a try. Man with a full head of hair. TB 100 Industrial Transport Mech requires 10,000 contribution points. Unfortunately, I currently possess only 1,000. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. That contraption is clearly not for us at this stage. Have you ever seen someone obtain a purple item before leaving the novice village? Ling Air Xiang Ding Dang. Items like nutrient paste and expired canned goods may not require many contribution points for exchange, but I still have little desire to redeem them. Su Nie Shi Yanhua. Then we must resort to the lottery. Big-headed son, could you lend me 1,000 contribution points? I wish to change my ID. Embarrassed. Su Nie Shi Yanhua. Haha, your name is quite charming. Man with a full head of hair, brother. Wait a moment. Everyone currently has limited contribution points. Let us first try our luck with the lottery. The lottery is located at the exit of the first floor of the shelter, where a mechanical device resembling a slot machine awaits. Currently in standby mode. The crowd activated their wristbands to access the lottery interface, exchanging all their contribution points for a chance at a basic lottery. The basic lottery costs 100 contribution points per attempt, while the intermediate lottery costs 500 points and the advanced lottery costs 1,000 points. The prize pool displayed a myriad of colorful dots on the screen, while the physical items, visible through tempered glass within the massive slot machine, were wrapped in black packages of various sizes. However, the contents remained a mystery to all. Allow me to go first. Fong Ping stepped up to the slot machine, exchanging his 600 contribution points for 6 lottery chances. 6 red dots flickered on the holographic screen of the machine, ultimately settling on icons whose meanings were unknown. With a gentle vibration and a soft click, the dispensing hatch swung open. Fong Ping gazed curiously at the 6 black packages nestled within the exit basket. Are they blind boxes? Back in school, I lost a lot of money due to my obsession with various blind box games. What if I strike it rich this time? Brothers, be content. There was no thank you for your patronage to be found here. The ice river system does not indulge in such unscrupulous behavior, nor does it engage in thank you for your patronage operations. The crowd, undeterred, cheerfully assisted Fong Ping in unboxing the blind boxes. Before Fong Ping lay a can of beef, 3 tubes of nutrient paste, a pack of cigarettes, and a vintage lighter. The beef can was intact, yet considering the age of the shelter, Fong Ping and the others were reluctant to sample its contents. The nutrient paste, however, was opened, and each person curiously took a bite that it bore no flavor, tasting like compressed biscuits. No, military rations would be far more palatable than this, yet it seemed to possess an extraordinarily high caloric content. Chu Gao pondered over the nutrient paste, articulating his thoughts. Meanwhile, the others gazed longingly at the cigarettes. Most men smoke, particularly those like Su Feng and Chui Cheng, who are avid smokers. However, experiencing smoking within the game was a first. Fong Ping, how about I trade you 300 contribution points for that pack of cigarettes? I think I'll pass. You all still need to cook for everyone. Let us draw lots instead. You rascal. You may be young, but you certainly act generously. With only 20 cigarettes and over 20 individuals present, a scene reminiscent of middle school bathroom breaks unfolded, with pairs sharing a single cigarette while the crowd encircled. Puffing clouds of smoke. The group chuckled, reminiscing about their successful lives outside. Such indulgence in cigarettes was a luxury they could seldom afford. Yet, the simple enjoyment of camaraderie, devoid of class distinctions, was truly rare. Soon, others began to take their turns at the lottery. However, most blind boxes yielded trivial items from before the nuclear war. Old Chui, it's your turn. Let us go for something substantial. Indeed, I'll spend all 1,000 contribution points for an advanced lottery. Chui Cheng, visibly excited, exchanged his points without hesitation and initiated the draw. This time, the slot machine shook violently, and the conveyor belt beneath it roared to life. It seemed something significant was on its way. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and a large box, measuring 1 square meter, appeared before the crowd. Old Chui, you've struck gold. This item is too heavy to lift. Even as scrap, it could fetch a high price. What if it's a cement block? The construction site could use a hoist. You ought to hurry. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Chui Cheng gently peeled away the black packaging. Before them emerged a large, technologically advanced mechanical arm, its energy indicators instantly illuminating. The conspicuous red sunflower technology logo shone brightly, and an intelligent voice chimed in. TB-150 lightweight power arm, entering authentication mode. Please extend your arm into the device. However, Chui Cheng remained still, eyes fixed on Chu Gao. Chapter 21. Generator and Charcoal Kiln. Ultimately, Chu Gao donned the lightweight power RM.in Chui Cheng's words as a chef. He had no use for such advanced equipment that I said, Old Eagle, why are you hesitating? This device is genuinely unnecessary for me. Have you ever seen a chef wielding a lightweight power arm to flip a giant ladle? Wouldn't that send him flying? Indeed, Old Eagle, aside from you and the crocodile, whose strength could possibly make use of such a power arm. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the acknowledged tactical master and military expert, Chu Gao, extended his arm into the lightweight power arm. Soon, a mild sting coursed through him as he observed the arm seamlessly attaching itself to his own. The high-strength alloy equipment, despite its lightweight design, weighed over 100 kilograms. Fortunately, Chu Gao possessed a strength rating of 29, allowing him to manage it effortlessly that a tingling electric sensation flooded through the punctured skin of his arm, establishing a connection with his neural network. Ultimately, the power arm fully integrated with Chu Gao. With a mere thought, it executed corresponding movements, a truly marvelous phenomenon. The Wasteland is a remarkable world. Because of the possibility of resurrection, players have set aside their disputes for profit, wholeheartedly dedicating themselves to the renovation of the shelter. Following the distribution of the version 1.0 management manual for the shelter, Wang Ling imposed no restrictions on the player's thoughts or actions. In the absence of constraints, human initiative flourished. Zhong Yueping, an expert in metallurgy and construction, chose a deeply meaningful ID. Nanyang Zhuge Lu.at this moment, this esteemed expert stood before a row of cultivation pods. Addressing the chosen ones of the shelter, passionately delivering a lecture. Brave and wise arrivals. As you can see, the shelter-esque cultivation pods number only 6, capable of encoding DNA to allow for resurrection after death. Our current power supply is severely limited. Relying on the White Eagle's risky ventures, we have only 2 operational diesel generators, which is far from adequate, that we require more power-generating equipment that a cold wave is set to sweep through the southern regions of Wangjiang City. And the attacks from aberrations and marauders are inevitable. Your subsequent deaths and resurrections will be unavoidable, and simultaneously, we lack the necessary defensive fortifications. Without power, the cultivation pods cannot operate at full capacity, and players will need to queue for resurrection. With insufficient players, massive manpower for resource gathering, construction, and protecting the shelter becomes impossible. With several barrels of diesel already running low after continuous use over the past few days, Wang Ling articulated the shelter's developmental challenges, seeking to rally the players' ingenuity to confront the impending crisis. Uncle Zhong, please analyze the situation. A mission is imminent. Fang Ping approached Zhong Yueping with excitement, making a quiet request. The other's attention turned towards him, eager to hear insights from this reputed expert, rather than a mere pretender. Greetings, everyone. I am Nanyang Zhuge, and it is my pleasure to share a few humble thoughts with you. I trust everyone remembers the principles of electricity generation. Yes, the electromagnetic induction effect. When a conductor moves through a closed magnetic field, cutting through magnetic lines of force, it generates an electric current. Teacher, we are aware. We learned this in high school, both the left-hand rule and the right-hand rule. Books are regrettably insufficient in times of need. Who would have thought that a lack of education would hinder survival in this wasteland? Sister Ting, I'm feeling quite sleepy. I'm reminded of our physics teacher. Wang Ling raised his hand gently, and the discussions quieted swiftly. Zhong Yueping continued, in this context, I can only think of dismantling generators from vehicles to achieve small-scale power generation. However, I've heard Fang Ping mention that most vehicles are scrapped in open environments, while places like underground parking lots are fraught with mutated creatures, which will require our brave classmates to overcome. Wang Ling immediately recalled Changfeng Town, which once served as the largest storage and logistics base in the central region before the war. Compared to the logistics park, the underground garage likely housed numerous trucks. The plan to conquer Changfeng Town must be expedited. It would be best if the cold wave descended upon the southern regions of Wangjiang City swiftly. How should we address the defensive fortifications? Wang Ling posed yet another pressing concern. Cement. Zhong Yueping succinctly declared, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. Teacher, this is merely wasteland. We are struggling to fill our stomachs as it is. Where would we possibly build a cement factory? It's not as if we can craft it by hand. Fang Ping murmured quietly beside him. The primary components of cement are silicates. To put it simply, limestone, clay, and wood ash can also yield low-grade cement. While the strength may be significantly diminished by utilizing the scrap steel available in this world, we can indeed construct relatively robust defensive structures. But teacher, we lack coal. Producing cement requires temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Fang Ping couldn't help but interject, why don't you think a little harder? Zhong Yueping playfully tapped Fang Ping's forehead and continued, in the absence of coal, we can employ charcoal instead. Just look around. Are there not towering trees aplenty? Moreover, beneath the frozen bends of the river, there should be ample clay. And near the low hills, substantial limestone deposits await us that we simply need to establish a rudimentary charcoal kiln to produce sufficient charcoal for cement production, and subsequently expand the kiln using the cement. That a sudden clarity illuminated Wang Ling's mind as his thoughts began to flow. 270 years have passed since the nuclear war. The world has entered the tail end of a mini ice age. Trees have gradually begun to reclaim their territory over the past century. Thus, even in this year of nearly 5 to 6 months of winter, the mid-latitude region, where Wang Ling resides, boasts a plethora of majestic trees. Goodness, it can actually be done this way. Fang Ping, your teacher must be some sort of master from our homeland, right? I suddenly feel inspired to pursue further studies. What does it mean for one person to equal 3 teachers? This is the power of expertise. Truly, one must be a genuine expert. Nowadays, the internet is filled with fence-sitters and those who lack conviction. The discussion continued. Wang Ling meticulously organized Zhong Yueping's ideas and then announced a new task. Ding! System notification. The Chosen One has appointed Nanyang Zhuge as the director of the Shelter Cement Factory, and Ping Shui Xiangfeng as the assistant. The two may freely recruit descendants to undertake the construction of the charcoal kiln. System notification. A side quest to construct the cement factory has been issued. Participating players may earn between 500 to 10,000 contribution points based on their contributions. Special reward. During the quest, the player team will gain access to a TB-100 industrial transport mecha, which will be awarded to the player with the highest contribution upon completion of the task. System notification. The shelter is currently in a precarious situation, operating under a planned economy. Once we liberate Chongfeng Town, a new currency and distribution system will be adopted. The primary builders of the cement factory will receive a proportionate share of future outputs. 10,000 contribution points, ownership of the TB-100 industrial transport mecha, fixed dividends from the cement factory, long-term profits, and a new currency system. All of this ignited an unparalleled enthusiasm among the players. Meanwhile, Chu Gao was fervently busy, dragging his lightweight powered arm as he tirelessly felled trees. Chapter 22. This advanced yet backward world Zhong Yueping exuded the demeanor of a master. He did not assume the role of a leader among the players. Rather, he humbly expressed that he merely offered suggestions, and the specific execution of the plan could be discussed with Fong Ping.as for rewards. He showed little interest. His sole desire was to explore this world. Observing the bustling crowd, Wang Ling assigned the oversight task to Xiao Kuei while he set off with the 7 newly recruited elite soldiers led by Chu Gao. He intended to rendezvous with Wei Lu in Chongfeng Town to discuss an offensive plan and trade for supplies. The newly revitalized Zhang Tao and his companions took their roles as bodyguards and drivers with great responsibility, each armed with a weathered firearm, ensuring that Wang Ling remained at their center. Follow the Chosen One closely. He is a person of noble ideals. Our ally do not merely treat him as an NPC. Chu Gao instructed the 7 before they departed for himself. He was assigned by Wang Ling to remain behind and chop wood. After all, having obtained the lightweight powered arm, he had no choice but to stay at the shelter and quietly fell trees. With a strength of 29 and bolstered by the sharp alloy blade and the immense power of the arm, he could fell a tree large enough for 2 to embrace with just a few strikes. Consequently, after others attempted to chop a few trees, they all abandoned the effort to dig for clay and construct the charcoal kiln instead. How embarrassing it was. The efficiency of 7 or 8 individuals in several minutes could not match Chu Gao's mere 2 or 3 seconds. At this moment, a patch of land near the river bend was engulfed in flames. The frozen river surface was gradually melting, revealing the moist clay beneath. This time, Brother W, also known as Feng Sanqing, was sprawled beside the fire, warming his massive frame. Upon seeing the floating ice, he used his enormous jaws to drag the ice chunks away to prevent them from hindering other players from excavating the clay. Not all players were engaged in the fervor of mass production. Some with lower strength attributes but higher intelligence and perception had already formed teams to explore new areas. For instance, the Christmas team, composed of Mei Shouting and 2 others, had ventured into a subterranean cave to investigate the mutated fungi emerging in this world. Meanwhile, Cui Chung and his chef companions left a few individuals to prepare meals while the rest began searching for nearby abandoned vehicles. Even if the generators were non-functional, rusted car parts could enhance the strength of the cement when mixed in. Fong Ping, how is piloting this industrial transport mecha? I can only say it's exceedingly good. As he spoke, Fong Ping maneuvered the mecha, deeply embedding the massive engineer's shovel into the somewhat frozen clay layer. The slender hydraulic rods transmitted immense force to the shovel, swiftly extracting a cubic meter of frozen clay. With a swift horizontal motion, the frozen clay was broken into small chunks. With a bit of heating afterward, it could be used to construct the charcoal kiln. The group transported discarded oil barrels to the river bend, clearing out the river sand and filling them with clay fragments. Observing the slow pace of their work, Feng Sanqing felt a bit weary that moment. He couldn't help but make a suggestion in the public channel. Do you lack W? Ping Shui Xiang Feng, Captain, this method is far too slow that if you fill the barrels with clay and hinge them together, I could pull them along much faster. Brother W, you are a cold-blooded creature. Are you certain you can continue working in this icy weather? Okay, leave a few people to fill the barrels, and the rest should light some fires along the way. Soon, a bizarre scene unfolded. A 7-meter-long ancient crocodile, with sharp, powerful teeth, bit down on the steel cable hinges and swiftly dragged 7 or 8 barrels filled with clay across the ground. The frozen crocodile, it turns out, was not so comfortable. A body temperature that was too low could indeed induce fainting. Zhong Yueping was currently placing the clay delivered by Brother W beside the fire to thaw. With nimble hands, he quickly shaped a mound of clay into a circular form, creating two large openings at the base for ventilation. He continued building the kiln to a height of more than a person, then placed prepared dry twigs within the rudimentary charcoal kiln to ignite. The flames quickly flared up, gradually drying the slightly damp clay. At this juncture, Zhong Yueping began adding relatively smaller sticks into the kiln that as the flames intensified. Zhong Yueping swiftly stood up, constructing a framework atop the kiln and quickly covering it with wet clay, leaving only a small vent hole. This was crucial for sealing the kiln, an essential step in charcoal production. Once the temperature inside the kiln reached sufficiently high levels, all the vents would need to be sealed. By the following day, a batch of charcoal would be ready for harvest. Thanks to the industrious efforts of the industrial transport Mecha and Brother Crocodile, over a dozen small charcoal kilns were quickly taking shape. Peak Brother, having worked so diligently, how should we tally the contribution points? The large crocodile Feng, Sanqing inquired curiously, inching closer to Su Feng. Do you see that large vacuum cleaner? Our contribution points will be accounted for by her. Su Feng pointed at Xiao Kuei, who was busily traversing the site, addressing the crocodile. Having completed his work, Feng Ping leaped out of the industrial transport mecha and approached his mentor, beaming with pride. Uncle Zhong, what do you think? Did I make you regret? Not at all. This world is truly unique, an intriguing blend of advancement and primitivism. Are you referring to the lightweight powered arm and the industrial mecha? Not just those. Even with a professional construction team, achieving the rapid establishment of 10 charcoal kilns would not be easy. Moreover, the fact that ancient Peru's crocodiles can be cultivated speaks volumes about the advancements in biological technology in this world. Indeed, this is merely the aftermath of a nuclear bomb. It's hard to fathom how splendid civilization must have been at its zenith. Thus, we must cherish the opportunity to learn in this world. Even if it's just a little knowledge about power batteries or biological technology, it could lead to tremendous progress in our nation's technological transformation that I haven't thought that far. I just find this world fascinating. You are still young and have not experienced those arduous years that be why my age. One's thoughts have already shifted. While reflecting on this, the mentor and disciple continued to seal the ventilation openings of the charcoal kilns. Unless something unexpected occurred, they would be able to attempt cement production the following day. If the exploration team succeeded in finding some automotive scrap and used steel bars beneath the dilapidated buildings, that would be even better. This truly is a world that is simultaneously advanced and backward. Feng Ping and his dozen companions constructed several charcoal kilns in a remarkably short span of time. Meanwhile, a group of individuals, laboriously shaping charcoal by hand and chewing on green wheat, were overshadowed by the sight of a tree-cutting machine operated by a neural network-driven robotic arm, reminiscent of an ancient crocodile dragging earth. Such a surreal scene could only exist in a post-apocalyptic world. This vibrant energy was something Zhong Yueping had not witnessed in quite some time. While the players in the shelter were bustling with activity, Wang Ling and his company encountered some minor complications that to be precise. They crossed paths with a merchant convoy from Wangjiang City. Chapter 23. The merchant convoy from Wangjiang City. Greetings, my friends. Kindly lower your inferior firearms. We harbor no ill intentions. With that, Wenlun gestured for his convoy's guards to set their double-barreled shotguns aside. Wenlun was not known for his amicable nature, but he extended goodwill towards Wang Ling. Recognizing that the latter was not someone to be trifled with, he dismissed the 8 or so subpar firearms with contempt, yet his attention was drawn to the energy bombs resembling grenades hanging at their waists and to Zhang Tao, who had swiftly disembarked from a truck and was aiming a rocket launcher at them from 100 meters away. Thus, when Luan resolved to pursue a peaceful coexistence, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Luan, leader of the Green Family Merchant Convoy from Wangjiang City. Xingho. Wang Ling refrained from revealing his own identity, as his shelter had yet to establish adequate defenses, making it rather unsuitable for visitors. You appear to be scavengers emerging from a shelter? Forgive my boldness, but your appearance hardly suggests seasoned merchants that I mean, during short-distance trade, few would opt for a truck, that as when Luan spoke. Wang Ling gained a clearer understanding of his background. Observing the convoy's herd of cattle and camels, he felt a hint of confusion. My friend, it seems you are new to trading. In this region, trucks won't last long. The post-war roads were largely devoid of remnants of buildings, with collapsed ruins concealing the wreckage of vehicles. while patches of relatively intact pavement were overrun with vegetation that it was almost inevitable for trucks to break down. In contrast, beasts of burden, such as cattle and camels, proved to be ideal carriers. Although they were slow, they were remarkably resilient and adaptable to the terrain. Even on 30 to 40-degree inclines, a few whips and a hardy pull would see them through. Moreover, they were inexpensive and required minimal maintenance, thriving on roadside weeds and snowmelt, consuming merely a few dozen pounds of hay over 100 kilometers. Seeing Wang Ling momentarily stunned by his words, when Luan became increasingly convinced of his assumption. This fellow was undoubtedly a novice fresh from a shelter. With a merchant's characteristic genial smile, he added, "Technological advancement can sometimes be a burden, at least in this icy world. If you are willing, I would be interested in purchasing your truck and its cargo. You are headed to Chongfeng town, are you not?" However, when it came to long-distance traversals, the situation differed markedly between trucks and draft animals. Faced with Wen Luan's revealing greed, Wang Ling did not express overt resistance. The exchange rates provided by Viller had been extortionate, and the conversion rate was non-negotiable, a rule set by the vampire Mayor William. Merchants like Wen Luan would not risk offending Mayor William by maliciously acquiring supplies from scavengers. "What price can you offer?" Wang Ling inquired with keen interest. "What do you wish for?" "A can of beef stew for 20 dinars, a tube of nutrient paste for 10 dinars. Wang Ling did not hesitate to double the prices Viller had previously quoted. "Deal." Wen Luan feigned hesitation but quickly agreed, prompting Wang Ling to realize he had undervalued his items. Damn it, the old dog William surely sold to the merchants at a far higher price. Likely 5 times what he had paid the scavengers, these greed-driven vampires. Wang Ling mentally cursed Mayor William, while reserving judgment on his son, Viller, for the time being. "Are you selling the truck?" "Yes, what is your offer?" 2,000 dinars, a maximum of 3,000, Even a bolt-action rifle costs only 200 to 300 dinars. He spoke, when Luan opened a box from Toma's backpack, revealing an unloaded long gun. "How about 15 rifles?" "Of course." "The cost of ammunition is additional, 25 dinars each." Wang Ling took the long gun and handed it to a few specialists who had accompanied him. "Sir, the barrel is forged iron, not cast steel. This gun may lose its value after firing 200 rounds. Zhang Tao and the others skillfully disassembled the rifle, examining it briefly before delivering their verdict. "Hey, my friend, as my companions have noted, the quality of your goods leaves much to be desired. Let us discuss other items, such as generators, armored exoskeletons, or light power arms." Wang Ling returned the rifle to Wen Luan, articulating his desired acquisitions. Wen Luan waved his hand, and a convoy guard promptly produced a colorful illustrated catalog. The catalog featured photographs of actual products, with prices noted below. You may select at your leisure. Of course, the illustrations are for reference only. Please rely on the actual items, but I assure you that the quality of goods from Wangjiang City is beyond question. Wang Ling received the catalog and casually flipped through it, discovering a plethora of items he urgently required. "Have you made your selections?" Wen Luan urged, unable to suppress his impatience. "Yes, to a 30-kilowatt diesel generator and a Jingang, 1 power exoskeleton." "Ah, my friend, your taste is commendable. The Jingang, 1 exoskeleton, while basic equipment from Wangjiang City, is sturdy and durable, making it ideal for those of you who dwell in the wilderness. However, the generator is a tricky item. We have agreements with Chongfeng town. Furthermore, generators are not cheap, priced at 1,500 dinars each, and they consume a considerable amount of diesel. In contrast, the Jingang, 1 power exoskeleton, is both excellent and affordable. At 700 dinars, paired with a solar panel for a total of 1,000 dinars. Rest assured, I won't resell them in Chongfeng town. The generator is indeed essential." Wang Ling understood Wen Luan's concerns and offered a candid promise. "It matters not. If William discovers it in the end, that is your own trouble, not mine." Wen Luan shrugged, yet leaned closer to Wang Ling, whispering in an almost inaudible tone, "Are you in dire need of electricity? I have steam generators at my place in Wangjiang City, with a capacity of 500 kilowatts. I can offer them to you at a low price, though the transport distance is considerable and a cold wave is imminent. A 500-kilowatt steam generator powered by coal or charcoal." This seemed to be precisely what the shelter needed. Though excitement surged within him, Wang Ling hesitated. "Its size may pose a challenge for us to accommodate. And the shipping costs will be substantial, won't they?" "Free shipping." If you have enough trucks to trade or can offer devil mushrooms or alien crystal cores, that would suffice to do not rush to decline. You must have some as he spoke. When Luan produced a tablet and handed it to Wang Ling, enter the password, and the catalog will open. The title reads Rare Alien Species Chronicles from the Wasteland. The treasures within can yield a far greater exchange value than you can imagine. Wang Ling remained silent, quietly examining the price catalog. Devil mushroom. A mutated spore organism with potent hallucinogenic and anesthetic properties, thriving in cool, damp areas, releasing mist that can paralyze surrounding organisms. Exchange rate, 1 dinar per gram. Sinister raven, a high-level alien species, scavenging for carrion, which may attack other organisms when hungry. Its length ranges from 1 to 3 meters, often with crystal cores growing from its head. Exchange rate, 1,000 dinars each. This was a matter of trading lives for goods. Wang Ling narrowed his eyes, devoid of the anger when Luan had anticipated. Dangerous tasks were the least of players' fears. They were most wary of the complications arising from keeping them in farming roles. Chapter 24. The West Suburb Farm and the Bandit Tribe. When Luan traveled with Wang Ling to Chongfeng Town in his truck. However, the truck, along with 2,000 dinars worth of expired beef cans and nutrient paste, had now become Wen Luan's property. Wang Ling, Zhang Tao, and the others had exchanged their inferior firearms for single-shot rifles and double-barreled shotguns that if the cold wave arrived too swiftly, their plans might have to be postponed until the end of spring next year. Chongfeng Town did not permit large numbers of armed individuals to enter. Thus, during the inspection, Wang Ling had to instruct Zhang Tao and his 6 companions to stow their weapons in a box. "Are you not coming with us, my friend? You know that even old William would give me some face that I'll manage on my own. Don't forget about my generator. Rest assured, the Green family's reputation is not so tarnished as to steal your meager possessions. And remember the devil mushrooms." Wang Ling was resolute in not accompanying Wen Lin. He intended to conspire with Viller to undermine the elderly William. Why would I go? A weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken. When I next encountered Viller, he had noticeably lost weight, and his once vibrant eyes now appeared dull and lifeless. "What has happened, my friend? Has Liao been taken? My beloved woman, I am a failure for not being able to protect her." As he spoke, Viller drained the murky ale in his cup in one gulp, and then slumped despondently in his chair, his gaze vacant, as if he were a mere shell of his former self. "Hey, Miss Jenna, bring 2 large barrels of ale. One for me, and the other for these 7 gentlemen beside me." Wang Ling skillfully addressed Jenna, one of the many modified female attendants, while gesturing for Zhang Tao and the others to relax and sit down to drink. "Gentlemen, do not remain perpetually on edge. For now, this place is safe." Even during their games, Zhang Tao and his companions remained vigilant, scanning the crowd for hidden dangers, a protective instinct that gave Wang Ling a sense of reassurance. I am worthless, that I am sorry. Xingho, I cannot confront my father anymore. I am unable to protect anyone. Old Hawk had gone after those brutes with a shotgun and perished, while I linger here, clinging to life. With each cup of inferior ale consumed, Viller's state grew increasingly hazy. Just as he trembled to produce a small pouch of mushroom powder, Wang Ling raised his hand to stop him. "Devil's mushrooms, which I exchanged a fortune for. It is said that consuming them allows one to momentarily forget their troubles. Ha ha ha." Viller seemed to chuckle, but as his laughter faded, tears began to stream down his face uncontrollably. The bar was suddenly filled with a cacophony of mocking laughter. Is that not the spineless Master Viller? Your eternal friend, Zion, sends his regards. Ha. I heard Old Hawk dare to chase the bandit leader with a shotgun. Why don't you? If it were me, even at the cost of my life, I would go after my beloved woman. The jeers pierced Viller's heart like daggers that a loud crash echoed as a cup struck a man's forehead. Wang Ling swiftly rose, smashing the head of the one who had just mocked Viller. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked down 2 others. Then, with a surge of strength, he seized Zion by the head and slowly pressed it toward a large barrel of ale. "Woo-cough, let me go." Ignoring Zion's pleas, Wang Ling withdrew his head just as Zion was on the verge of drowning. "You are doomed, kid. My father is the captain of Lord William's guard. Today, I will flay you alive. And as for you, Viller, you wretched product of a clone, you seek death." A cold glint flashed in Wang Ling's eyes as he clammed Zion's mouth shut with one hand. With the other, he lifted a nearly 20-liter barrel of ale and began to pour it into Zion's mouth. Gurgling sounds erupted as Zion collapsed, bubbles frothing from his mouth until his stomach swelled to capacity, at which point Wang Ling finally relented. However, Zion's eyes bulged as if the liquid were going to burst him. As for me, I am rather benevolent. I cannot bear to witness anyone dying before my eyes, so I will kindly save you. With that, Wang Ling delivered a fierce kick to Zion's protruding belly. A torrent of ale mixed with blood erupted from Zion's mouth. Wang Ling paid no heed to the crumpled figure resembling a shrimp and instead seized the now somewhat lucid Viller. Hastily departing the bar with Zhang Tao and the others, Viller lay across the horse like a lifeless dog. Through Viller's fragmented recounting, Wang Ling finally grasped the situation at hand. The effects of the cold wave and heavy snow in the northern part of the Halal province were beginning to manifest. A large number of savage mutants had begun their southward march, accompanied by bandit tribes that had evolved from large settlements, compelled to follow their herds. Forces like Wangjiang City, which had inherited some pre-war technology and productivity, dared not provoke them. However, the survivors' camps and small farms, weaker than themselves, faced dire consequences if occupied, either complete slaughter or enslavement. Such slaves served a dual purpose: to satisfy the perverse desires of the bandits and, during times of famine, to serve as their sustenance. The Merchant tribe was the most formidable bandit faction in the northern province. That it was named Merchant because the tribe's elder chief, upon reviewing historical records, discovered that this planet once hosted a powerful slave empire by the same name. Only the great leader of the Merchant tribe could bear that title. All other leaders were named after beasts. It was the Merchant tribe's minor chief, Boar, who had abducted Viller's beloved L.I.A.T. that moment. A bloody battle was raging at the Shijiao farm. Having swept through Changfeng town without much success, Boar had shifted his focus to the Shijiao farm. Riding a snow-white mutant yak, Boar led a line of bandits, each armed with various firearms, randomly shooting while shouting incoherently as they rushed toward the farm's entrance, pursuing fleeing farmers. Their array of weaponry, shoddy firearms typically used by scavengers, double-barreled shotguns from gathering places, mini pistols from merchant caravans, and their homemade iron pipe rifles, would make even Wang Ling gasp in disbelief. Yet, regardless of the type of weapon, the crude craftsmanship and abysmal quality ensured that their accuracy would never satisfy. Thus, the gunfire resulted in pitiful casualties, with the only fallen being malnourished, weak farmers unable to run fast. The farm's residents had long since retreated into safety. However, the bandits' objective was not to engage the farm owner. They were more eager for the owner to lose heart and surrender entirely to at that point. They could seize the farm without a fight, reveling in the thrill of slaughter, that a cloud of terror loomed over the hearts of everyone at the Shijiao farm. Surrender, and you may spare your lives. Otherwise, once we enter the farm, none shall survive. Boar dismounted from his yak and began to loudly urge the farm to surrender. Boss, if they surrender, will we really spare them? Smack. The bandit who posed the question received a harsh slap from Boar, who was too dim-witted to realize why he had been struck. The old rule: we kill the old, eat the young, and chain them in for later use. What about the women? I will pick one or two, then, in the order we breach the farm, take them all with us along with the male slaves. A chorus of howls erupted from the bandits, invigorated as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline, and they prepared to charge. However, most merely fired their weapons randomly, failing to approach the walls. They were all too familiar with the tactics of fear. Chapter 25. War Mobilization. Xingho, can you save Lia? Your team is highly skilled. Surely you can assist me. Lying across the back of a pack horse, Viller gradually regained consciousness, seeing Zhang Tao and his 7 companions reattaching the iron pipe rifles exchanged from Wenluan. His eyes sparkled with hope. However, Wang Ling remained unmoved, continuing to lead the horse slowly forward. I implore you. I realize this request is unreasonable, but I genuinely have no other options that if you help me, regardless of the outcome, I will divulge the location of the William family's treasure chambers, the armory, and the pre-war underground oil tank and medicine locations. All of it. Furthermore, my life will be yours if you are willing to take a risk. Observing Viller, who had dismounted and was pleading earnestly, Wang Ling was finally swayed. Why did you not mention the benefits sooner? How could I assist you otherwise? Wang Ling thought to himself but could not voice it, gently pulling Viller up from his kneeling position. Viller, I have always regarded you as a friend, that I am willing to take risks for you, but you must also consider the casualties among my men. Moreover, we are unaware of the bandit leader's whereabouts. The Shijiao farm. They must have gone to the Shijiao farm. It is the only place left within 10 kilometers that is suitable for their rampage. Shijiao farm? That is the territory of my uncle, John William. Years ago, my father and uncle split Chongfeng town due to conflicting interests, and John took his men to establish the farm in the west. Then why not seek your uncle's help? Seek their assistance? Ha ha ha! Viller laughed bitterly, tears streaming down his face once more. I am merely a worthless clone, nothing more than someone slightly superior to a scavenger in their eyes. Do you think I have not begged them? Rest assured, I will trick someone into opening the back door of the Shijiao farm for you. You will be able to take control of it. My friend, I believe you can do it. Your men are exceptionally skilled. Regaining his composure, Viller looked at the 7 trained individuals who consistently shielded Wang Ling, clutching this last glimmer of hope and unwilling to give up. Wang Ling remained silent. Weighing the pros and cons, the cold wave was approaching, and the savages and bandit tribes were drawing near. There was no escaping it. John, that coward, won't last long. At most 2 days, and the west suburb farm will fall into the hands of bandits. By then, your sanctuary will also be under threat, Will urged once more. Well, my friend, we are willing to risk our lives for your sincere endeavor to rescue the beautiful Miss Laya, contrary to Will's anticipation of a grand scale of reinforcements. Only a single truck arrived. Yet, this truck practically constituted all of Wang Ling's possessions, as the sanctuary now housed only a little over 20 individuals. Zhong Yueping and several cooks needed to remain behind to tend to the charcoal kiln and produce cement. Starfire, is this small group sufficient? After all, the bandits this time number around 200. Rest assured, our fighting capability is formidable. You will understand in due course. Wang Ling glanced at Chu Gao, and with the latter's affirmative gesture, his heart felt somewhat at ease. According to Chu Gao, there was no need for such a large contingent, with hundreds of energy bombs convertible from live-stream gifts, as well as dozens of rockets. Leading a mere 7 subordinates was more than adequate. While annihilating the bandit squad might be ambitious, incapacitating or repelling them was certainly achievable. Ultimately, this was a necessary experience. Even for seasoned players, a baptism of fire was essential. If the adversary also had reinforcements, our new recruits could engage in a mutually destructive exchange with the energy bombs, a viable strategy. This was Wang Ling's rationale to persuade Chu Gao. Brave arrivals. The cold wave has spread from the north, affecting our neighbors. That my good friend William's girlfriend, has already been abducted by the bandit leader, Warty Boar, and now these brutes are besieging our neighbor, West Suburb Farm. You all understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. In this cruel world, some dangers are inescapable. We will inevitably confront these bandits. That it is better to take the offensive than to be on the defensive. And engaging at West Suburb Farm is preferable to fighting near the sanctuary. The chosen one. I will live stream the entire operation to crush the evil bandits, quickly spreading the word among the nearby wasteland residents. Thus welcoming a multitude of indigenous partners, Wang Ling passionately denounced the bandit tribe, elucidating the necessity of this minor war, and promptly issued a new mission. System prompt. Side quest initiated. Minor campaign. Occupy West Suburb Farm. Mission requirements. Repel the merchant tribe's small bandit squad, dismantle the rule of farm owner John William, and liberate all laborers and serfs. Mission reward 1. Ownership of West Suburb Farm, all production materials, and the loyalty of its residents. Mission reward 2. Earn 100 contribution points for each bandit killed, and 2,000 contribution points for eliminating the bandit leader. Mission reward 3. Brave combatants will receive substantial awakening energy. Upon accumulating 100, they will surpass their current attribute limits and awaken new abilities. Brothers, we have a new mission. This time I shall showcase my prowess. That I say, Fong Ping, have you forgotten your strength is only 3? Once upon a time, during the toughest times, I shared bombs with old Chui and several scavengers, perishing together, while Fong Ping clung to the thigh of the chosen one. That a soldier's worth is measured after 3 days. I'm no longer the old Wuxia aping. With that, Fong Ping sent a photo of himself piloting an industrial transport mech. That you're cheating. I pity myself having to assist old Zhong in the sanctuary, making charcoal and cement. That if only we could awaken our talents like the eagles. Alas, my strength attribute is too low. Fear not, given this world's openness, Rewards for making charcoal and gathering items will not be scant. We should all become awakened, observing the players, invigorated and undaunted by the merchant tribe's bandits. Even eager to engage, will felt bewildered. Starfire, are they truly fine? You have not witnessed the cruelty of the merchant tribe. Those fellows are hardly human, my friend. Do not overthink it. You only need to guide us. And we shall handle the rest. Will wish to say more, but was halted by Wang Ling thus. The group boarded a large truck and swiftly set off towards the rear exit of West Suburb Farm. Brother W, could you please be mindful when you turn? We're about to be crushed. Apologies, the road is too bumpy, and the bombs are digging into my belly. I will be careful. The great crocodile felt exasperated. It was no easy feat for him, enduring the bitter cold for battle while being trapped in the narrow confines of the vehicle. Roar, bandit leader. Sen Yi will crush you and devour you. Bang! The truck's tailgate was knocked off by the tremendous force of the great crocodile's excited tail. The initially spirited Brother W suddenly deflated, lying down as if dead. Surely they won't make him compensate for the truck's damages. Chapter 26. The barbecue feast you anticipated during the journey will distinctly sense the shift in Wang Ling's demeanor. The gradually intensifying aura, fierce as a beast, was impossible to suppress, for Wang Ling had once again activated the live stream. This time, it was not the likes of Mei shouting and her companions dancing in leather outfits. Wang Ling chose to take the stage himself. Enormous fireworks erupted in the sky, and Wang Ling's coordinates were broadcast to the indigenous populace within a radius of several dozen kilometers. At that moment, the advancing cold wave finally reached Wangjiang City, in Wangjiang City, Shelter Zero, Changfeng Town, and even above West Suburb Farm, snowflakes began to fall, whether due to the snowfall or the dissemination of his coordinates. Wang Ling was unconcerned. His power surged dramatically once more, the livestream audience rapidly swelling to 5,000, and soon, his power boost reached the maximum limit of 100 points. Wang Ling's strength: 27,100 temporary agility, 8 constitution, 6 intelligence, 9 chosen 1 level. Current progress towards chosen 1 upgrade, 1 talent, domination. Domination passive 1. Increases the Chosen One's management efficiency over shelter residents. The Chosen One possesses a deterrent aura that exerts mental pressure on residents with attributes lower than his own, making it easier for them to follow his orders. Domination passive 2. The Chosen One's attributes will receive additional bonuses, with a coefficient of 1 for each arriving individual. Domination passive 3. The Chosen One can collect one of the awakening energy accrued by arrivals during combat. Note: domination talent bonuses and livestream power boosts cannot be used simultaneously. The immense pressure we felt was also a result of Wang Ling's own deterrent aura. Brother W, we haven't even fought yet, and you're already immobilized. Get up. We won't mind the truck's damaged, this moment. Feng Sanqing was on the verge of tears, genuinely wishing to rise, but the constraints of being a cold-blooded creature rendered him utterly immobile. Brothers, I truly cannot move. Push me off the truck, set a fire on the ground, and let me thaw slowly. However, after several attempts, they were unable to budge the great crocodile's mass. Crap, brother, your body is frozen to the truck. Wang Ling, having emerged from the passenger seat, found it amusing to see the players surrounding Brother W in futile attempts. Without waiting for a response, he leaped onto the truck, grasped the great crocodile's thick tail, and with a powerful pull, the 7-meter-long creature, frozen to the vehicle, was uprooted with ease, landing with a resounding thud in the snow, creating a large crater. This even human. The onlookers were speechless, yet the overwhelming strength of their faction leader instilled greater confidence in their mission. Wu was secretly astonished. Starfire had clearly been holding back, that if he unleashed his full power, Zion would likely be torn apart. The 7 members of Zhang Tao gazed at their instructor, their shocked expressions seemingly asking, "Instructor, is this what you meant by like-minded partners? This is a superhuman, isn't it?" Though the wasteland world bore a rugged and wild aesthetic, the live stream was drowned in a torrent of curses. The streamer is unfilial. Heavenly Father, I have waited so long for your stream. I wanted to see it just once before I die. National champion of spicy hot pot. The streamer is unfilial. Weren't you the one who wanted the streamer to retire to watch female streamers? Please, what is the point of following the streamer? Wilderness, survival, alternative worlds. It's a man's romance. Too many women would be tiresome. Kindergarten's first in food theft. While cursing is wrong, it's hard not to agree that in an instant. The live stream was inundated with endless grievances directed at Wang Ling for not properly streaming recently, with various critical comments flooding the screen. Faced with the barrage of insults and feeling the substantial power boost from the online audience, Wang Ling could only pretend not to see. Thousands of people are demanding an apology from the streamer. Children of the sea. It's fine as long as the streamer roasts that crocodile, that kindergarten's first in food theft. Gifts are prepared. We shall see if the streamer is willing to spend. Gifts. Wang Ling glanced at the nearly 100 energy bombs and a dozen rockets stacked atop the truck, and his mind began to race. How could he have forgotten the feature to convert player gifts into items? Clearly, he needed to stream more often. When he purchased items from Wenlun, it cost him dinars. But player gifts were free. Soon, Wang Ling altered the live stream title to the #1 barbecue master in national service. The fiery feast is coming soon. Kindergarten food snatcher champion. Wow. The streamer is serious. Let the gifts roll in. System prompt. The kindergarten food snatcher champion has gifted the streamer a vitality bomb, which has been converted into an item and placed into the streamer's backpack. Be your dog. The boss is muddled. What if the streamer is just clickbait? Let's wait and see. Ignite the fire. Wang Ling calmly addressed the gathering players that Su Feng swiftly seized a barrel of diesel, splattering it across the ground, then ignited it with dry twigs. Soon, thick black smoke billowed upward, accompanied by the fierce flames of the burning branches. Roast it up, Brother Feng, no. Brother gasped, watching Su Feng slowly drag his hefty body toward the bonfire, unable to suppress a plea for mercy. Haha, my brother, old Su is right. You might not know yet, but the bombs on our vehicle were all gifted by the audience. Thus, Cui Chung joined Su Feng in roasting the crocodile. Before long, Brother found himself lamentably hoisted into the searing flames. That it's not painful. Haha, it's actually quite comfortable. The massive crocodile, immersed in the fire, did not howl, but instead spoke with a peculiar eloquence. Brother Feng, add more fire. Soon, Brother's mood soured. The flames penetrated his thick exterior, sending unbearable heat coursing through his body. Roar, kindergarten food snatcher champion. Be your dog, apologize. Hurry and apologize to the streamer. Be your dog. I was wrong. I am guilty. Let the gifts flow. Milky white snow. Wow, is the streamer using the money from selling his house to stream again? Viller looked bewildered at the players' antics. What does it mean to roast your own battle pet before the fight even begins? The newly joined 20-some individuals were equally perplexed, their minds temporarily short-circuited until they grasped the significance of the streaming gifts through the explanations of veteran players like Fong Ping. Just when the gifts flooded the stream chat, and the audience thought the antics had concluded, Wang Ling imparted yet another lesson. Let us move the goods. Even if we exhaust our resources, as long as we can secure the west suburb farm, it will not be in vain. Thus, players began to unload hundreds of vitality bombs from the truck, while Chu Gao, equipped with light armaments, steadily advanced with several boxes of rockets, .AS for Fong Ping. He maneuvered an industrial transport mech, dragging numerous barrels of diesel through the heavy snow as if traversing solid ground. I am a haphazard fellow. I've always said the streamer is a master of mischief. Zhiwu Pig, you all think roasting the crocodile is the end. This is merely the beginning. What are you dawdling for? Lead the way. Oh, right. Xingho, do you really think they're okay? Just wait for the barbecue feast. Chapter 27. The battle for West Suburb Farm commences. Young Master Viller, have you been sent by Lord John to rescue us? Maxim, I am here to save you. Quickly, open the back door. However, it is not the Lord John you were hoping for. Maxim, the serf leader nearing 50, was immensely excited upon seeing Viller arrive with a group. Hurry, open the door. Reinforcements summoned by Lord John have arrived. The iron door, wrapped in steel, slowly lifted with a creaking sound as the serfs added cement to the mix, allowing Wang Ling and his companions to swiftly enter. Without needing any arrangements, Chu Gao and his elite warriors dashed towards the front door, where the gunfire was concentrated. Maxim, where's Uncle John? Indeed, that old scoundrel John has no spine. He fled the farm in less than a day. Thus, through Maxim's narration, Wang Ling pieced together the sequence of events. The war had just begun, and John Williams still possessed the courage to hold on. However, as soon as the heavy snow fell, he realized it was over. The West Suburb Farm could not be defended. Moreover, the reinforcements he hoped for from Changfeng Town were unlikely to arrive. No one wished to risk their lives in the face of a cold wave. My loyal Maxim, with the snow approaching, it will be difficult for us to hold out. You must endure for half a day while I seek my brother in Champhom town. Very well, my esteemed Lord John. Thus, John quietly slipped away with his wife, children, and a few confidants, riding yaks through the back door. That as for the remaining individuals, they would serve as a distraction for the bandits. The 200 serfs would likely be taken by the bandits, while the 100 or so farm residents could be left to the bandits' whims. After they had their fill, it would take another 2 hours. John intended to apologize to his brother, the town mayor William, deciding to abandon the west suburb farm. The players were baffled by the ignorance of the old serf Maxim. However, Wang Ling understood. In this society, which had regressed into feudalism, the majority were illiterate and had long been accustomed to their subjugation. Xingho, this is the harsh reality. These people have been enslaved for generations, and it has become their norm that I am aware. At one point, you regarded me as an illiterate fool, seeking to swindle my 4 dinars. My friend, is that matter truly unresolved? Villard chuckled awkwardly, realizing that after his significant shift in status, he had to take many of Wang Ling's words seriously, even if they sounded like jokes. Let us go. Let us see how the serfs are holding up at the front gate. The West Suburb Farm was not without its fighting spirit. They had 200 serfs and nearly 100 farm residents, including the dozen or so fleeing with John. Their total number reached 320, with over 70 to 80 able-bodied men ready to fight, faced with an enemy 3 times their number. Leveraging their geographical advantage might allow them to hold the line. When Wang Ling and his companions arrived at the front gate, the sound of gunfire erupted from outside the walls. Over 200 bandits surrounded the main entrance, yet dared not charge, and 50 or so serfs stood guard atop the walls with their inferior firearms. How fortunate! This was the first reaction from Chu Gao and Zhang Tao after joining the fray. Observing the quivering serfs, many of whom could barely fire a gun, they feared that if the bandits launched a charge, the serfs would scatter. Fortunately, the bandits' marksmanship, or lack thereof, was equally poor, at a distance of about 100 meters. The bullets could deviate by 5 to 6 meters. However, in many instances, war does not rely solely on bullets to claim lives. The cacophony of gunfire and the beast-like howls had a nearly devastating effect on the morale of the non-professional soldiers. Boss, these folks aren't even daring to retaliate. Should we charge? The bandits under the leadership of the Warthog were growing impatient, clamoring for a direct assault. The snow fell heavier, and they longed to storm the farm and revel in the warm blood of their enemies. They didn't need to slay all the guarding serfs. A single breach would send these rats scurrying. Moreover, the atmosphere of fear would rapidly spread throughout the farm, gradually eroding the will of the resistance. Perhaps a few would still have the courage to hide behind houses and shoot aimlessly, but according to precedent, it wouldn't be long before everyone fled through other exits. And in that moment, the elderly and women would be left behind, while the fleeing individuals would find it difficult to escape the ferocious dogs they had raised. Fool. If we charge, the enemy will just volley fire, and we would lose a dozen of our own. Wild dog, take a few agile warriors from the tribe, crawl over there, and give them a taste of their own medicine, after scolding his reckless subordinate. The Warthog wisely devised another plan, that he understood what the defenders were thinking. They were merely waiting for their chance to retaliate once the bandits emerged from the woods. Even if his intelligence was not particularly sharp, he could foresee that those atop the walls were armed and quietly awaiting their assault. Unfortunately, Warthog was not that foolish. Molotov cocktails, let us warm them up. Understood, boss. The man known as Wild Dog, leading the charge, crawled along the ground, igniting the Molotov cocktail in his hand while his fellow bandits provided covering fire. Captain, enemies are approaching with Molotov cocktails. Stay alert. Fire at will. Received. Chu Gao also spotted the figures swiftly crawling on the ground, issuing commands before peeking out from cover to attack the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted from the walls, yet not a single shot found its mark. Captain, where did these iron guns come from? The rifling is absurdly misaligned. Zhang Tao, what are you complaining about? Initially, we only had inferior firearms with a range of 20 to 30 meters. As long as this batch is rifling, we can correct the trajectory. Thus, just as the bandits began to rejoice in the apparent inaccuracy of their opponent's shooting, blood blossomed on the ground. The elite soldiers slightly adjusted their aim, and within a range of 50 meters, It was not an issue to hit their targets, even if not every shot was a headshot. Wild Dog and his companions quickly fell into a pool of blood. The Molotov cocktail in his hand exploded, scattering embers and rapidly igniting his body, as the snow-covered ground was soon enveloped in flames. Then came the second, the third. Bright sparks quickly dotted the ground. The bandits were only suited for taking advantage of favorable conditions. Once the assault went awry, they would be thrown into disarray. Essentially, they were no different from the cowardly wasteland dwellers. Comrades, the great Zero Shelter, the wise and valiant Chosen One, Master Xingho, has come to rescue you. Somewhat embarrassed by the title bestowed upon him by Viller, Wang Ling found himself surprisingly accepting of it upon witnessing the fervent expressions of the serfs. The cowardly and despicable John fled with his family and confidants, leaving behind those of you who valiantly fought. Maxim, continue to lead you and your courageous subordinates in a battle under the guidance of the Starfire. Very well, young Master Viller. Maxim can already sense that the scales of victory are tilting in our favor. Clearly, this group of serfs recognizes young Master Viller. His arrival has instantly boosted their morale. Everyone, replace a portion of the serfs and engage in free fire. Wang Ling did not rush to utilize rocket launchers and energy bombs. Instead, he glanced at the Tide Woman on the back of the Warthog and White Yak, 200 meters away, and issued the order for free attacks. Starfire, thank you. My Leah, this brave Viller shall personally rescue you from the clutches of the bandits. Observing the ardent gaze of Viller, Wang Ling felt a shiver run down his spine. His reluctance to use rocket launchers was not born out of fear of accidentally injuring the woman named Leah, but rather concerned that a misplaced shot might frighten away the warthogs, which would spoil the fun. His little players still required a substantial amount of awakening energy. How could Wang Ling let such a splendid opportunity to fertilize the chives for free slip away? Viller, my brother, rest assured, I will ensure that Miss Leah is rescued unscathed. Boom. The massive fireworks erupted once more, and Wang Ling's new coordinates were broadcasted by the live system. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a true barbecue feast was about to commence. Chapter 28. The first shot to liberate the farm. Haha. How amusing. The last time I fired a gun was during military training in college. Stop talking, just a few bullets barely suffice. I'm not afraid of your ridicule. After firing, there wasn't a mark on the target. All missed. Not exactly. I hit someone else's target. Oh dear, Fong Ping, you're making me laugh to death. When I went abroad, I loved shooting, but back home, clubs wouldn't allow me to use large-caliber guns. As she spoke, Mei Shouting lay on the snow-covered ground, picked up a rifle that seemed to be of reasonable quality, and expertly aimed and fired in one fluid motion. Ting Ting, you truly are impressive. When I go out with Qin Qin, I just enjoy shopping. Lin Yalan, one of the Christmas Three Sisters, pointed at Li Qin Qin beside her and said enviously. Amidst their banter, the warthog in the distance suddenly dropped to the ground. Wow, Ting Ting, you hit the opposing leader. How unfair it is. Why does the rich and beautiful girl have such good aim? By the way, does the big shot have any intention of supporting her? Chu Gao and the others looked at Mei Shouting in astonishment. Finding it hard to believe that as professionals, they understood the trajectories of the bullets deeply, that it wasn't that she was particularly accurate, but rather that it had veered significantly off course. Actually, I was aiming at the tall guy next to him. Mei Shouting playfully stuck out her adorable tongue, feeling a bit shy. Ting Ting, it seems that since you stopped live streaming, you've become much more lively, resembling a neighborhood girl rather than a mature woman. Fong Ping, are you looking for trouble? After the stream, you must send more gifts to your sister. The warthog, of course, was not dead, but it was startled. The bullet struck its shoulder, causing no serious injury, merely a superficial wound. However, had it been off by a few inches, it could have harmed its heart or lungs. Men, form teams of 20, attack in a dispersed manner, leaving no one inside alive. Roar in a fit of rage. The warthog no longer considered casualties and ordered its subordinates to charge forward. Once their manpower was depleted, they could replenish from elsewhere, that if their own lives were lost, then everything would truly be over. At the Green family's stronghold in Wangjiang City, when Luan was recounting the gains from his recent trip to Changfeng Town, attempting to persuade his father to sell the idle steam generator to Wang Ling. When Luan, I understand your thoughts, but a shelter is not a wise investment. You know that many new shelters have emerged in recent years, yet very few have truly developed, Shar Green said to his younger son with a tone of earnest caution. Is Starfire not different? In what way? He is an awakener, and he gives me a distinctly different impression, a sense of treating everyone equally, whether they are mutants, awakeners, or anomalies. They all seem similar in his eyes. My child, you still need experience. You remember the losses our family incurred from the investments in Shelter 114 and Shelter 406. Upon hearing his father's mention of 2 failed investment cases, Wen Luan fell silent. All right, you may try, but it must be in spring next year. The heavy snow has blocked the roads, and transporting the equipment is not feasible at the moment. Ultimately, Shar softened his tone, hoping that without discouraging his son's confidence, Viller could come to understand what is truly valuable during this winter. While the father and son conversed, a voice from the radio on the table piqued their interest. Hello, friends of Wangjiang City. Your beloved prank has returned. During this break, please allow me to interject with an intriguing piece of news that a few days ago, we at Wangjiang Voice Broadcasting announced that this year's cold wave has arrived early. And today, heavy snow has begun to fall. Accompanying the cold wave and snow are those crude tribal bandits. According to Mayor Williams' report from Changfeng Town, bandits from the merchant tribe have attacked his brother's farm in the western suburbs. Moreover, the most interesting part is that a newly discovered shelter, with a group of novice residents, is resisting the bandits' assault. Haha, I apologize, I simply couldn't help but laugh. That newly emerged Chosen One will find it exceedingly difficult to defeat the bandit tribe, which numbers over 200. That we have captured the live signal of this Chosen One at the signal tower in Changfeng Town. And if you are not afraid of the cold, you can head to the big screen at Wangjiang Square to watch. Upon hearing Prank's broadcast, when Luan could no longer sit still, that he grabbed his father Shar's hand and headed towards the living room. With the strength of the Green family, they naturally had no shortage of signal-receiving devices. Father, it's Starfire. He is already engaged with the bandit tribe. He will surely win. Shar remained non-committal, shrugging as he watched his son eagerly activate the screen projection device. However, the next moment Shar's eyes narrowed. Chosen One, the enemy is charging towards us. We must quickly intercept. The rocket launchers and energy bombs are to be used by your team. Others, engage in free fire. The sight of over 200 charging forward was quite striking, especially the pack of hyenas that had been tamed by the bandit tribe leading the charge, exuding a significant intimidation factor. Zhang Tao, take a box of rocket launchers and head to the lookout tower. Su Yun, take another box to the water tower. The rest, when the hyenas are within 50 meters, throw the energy bombs. Chu Gao himself picked up an energy bomb and, with the assistance of a lightweight power arm, hurled it forcefully. The bomb landed 100 meters away, but unfortunately, it did not injure many enemies, claiming only 2 hyenas that as the enemy pressed closer. The serfs seemed to show signs of wanting to flee. Brothers, help me bring over the oil barrels. Fong Ping shouted loudly, and soon Su Feng and others quickly placed a 50-liter oil barrel onto the industrial transport mech shovel. Fong Ping manipulated the mech, making a powerful throw. The massive oil barrel arced beautifully through the air. The tremendous force caused the barrel to burst open upon impact, spilling diesel across a wide area. Eagle, have the brothers above fire the rocket launchers. Public channel, White-headed Eagle. Rebirth 3 o'clock direction, approximately 130 meters, angle 15 degrees. Fire the rocket launchers. Rebirth. Receive, Captain. Boom. The rockets whistled through the air, landing exactly where the oil barrel had exploded. 7 or 8 unsuspecting savages were torn to shreds by shrapnel. The flames from the explosion ignited the spilled diesel, and the roaring fire caused the hyenas to hesitate in their movements. Brothers, continue moving the oil barrels. Eagle, prepare the rocket launchers. Soon, the heavy snowfall was overshadowed by the raging inferno. A firewall formed at a distance of about 100 meters, and the explosive shrapnel from the rockets continued to inflict casualties on the savages. Starfire, if the casualties are too great, use rockets to attack the warthog. Leo will understand me, Viller said, his face a mask of anguish, yet resolutely stating something that took Wang Ling by surprise. Even if several squads were obliterated, the number of bandits still stood at around 150. My friend, I promised you that I would rescue Miss Leah, and I will certainly fulfill that promise. Wang Ling twisted his neck, feeling the 127 points of power coursing through his body as explosions echoed around him. He was waiting for the bandits and hyenas to draw closer. Men, charge. Their rocket launchers are limited. They have already fired them all, and the oil barrels are gone. The warthog was already enraged, knowing that even if it seized the western suburb farm today, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Peak brother, watch closely. The brothers are about to charge, roar. Under the fearful gazes of the serfs, an ancient crocodile, measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, charged forth in an instant. At a distance of over 60 meters from the wall, an encounter with the barbarians ensued. With his colossal tail, swept across the area, reducing several hapless hyenas to mere pulp. He then gathered his strength once more and charged towards another group of over 20 barbarians. In a swift motion, he rolled over, crushing several unfortunate souls beneath him. The barbarians uttered strange incantations, with the more ferocious among them, driven by a reckless determination, brandishing Molotov cocktails and sprinting towards the great crocodile, aiming to pour the incendiary liquid into its gaping maw. Did they truly believe W was a fool? Naturally, W did not open his jaws. As the adversaries approached, his sharp foreclaws struck out, severing the barbarian's waist with a single blow. The Molotov cocktail exploded upon impact with his abdomen, the intense heat from the thermite consuming their flesh and blood. Thus, Team 7 readied themselves, charging forth with their Molotov cocktails, witnessing the effectiveness of the incendiaries. The boar immediately commanded the 7th team to embrace their demise. Delectable. Brothers, this game isn't entirely realistic. During combat, pain is significantly dulled. Do not hesitate. Open fire at my command, that I grant you a lifetime of pyrotechnics. Do not falter. Unleash the energy bombs. Sanner won't hold out much longer. Consequently, an array of thermite and energy bombs detonated around W, incinerating all the barbarians within a 10-meter radius into fragments. Alone, W had dispatched over 30 foes. Observing W, whose body was riddled with wounds, many places exposed to the bone, Wang Ling grasped the immense engineering shovel wielded by the industrial transport mech. With an explosion of strength, he hoisted the shovel high. Brave descenders, charge with me. Suddenly, over 20 players rose, brandishing rifles, with a couple of energy bombs strapped to their waists, howling as they charged towards the remaining band of over 100 barbarians. Victory is assured. For the tribe, for strength and glory. Long live Dalmatia. I beseech you, stop me. The absurdity of the players surged forth amidst the incomprehensible chants of Vil and the indigenous people. Chapter 29. I never intended to be a wasteland Lubu. Morale, courage, fear, these emotions, so casually observed among the natives, would forever remain absent from the players. Many were not born soldiers, and most had never even touched a firearm. Yet they were undoubtedly perfect warriors. The threat of death felt like a mere jest to them. The only discomfort lay in the 3-day resurrection time post-mortem that Su Feng and Shui Chung displayed symptoms akin to withdrawal, cherishing their opportunity in the icy world. The Delectable. Brothers, charge forth. Killing enemies grants awakening energy. See my attributes. ID. Delectable. Race. Mutant. Ancient crocodile. Peruse crocodile. Strength. 49. Agility. 9. Constitution. 20. Intelligence. 1. Awakening level. Strength F. Current awakening energy accumulation. 0.8. Awakening energy. 0.8. Holy moly. 49 points of strength, surely reaching the F level limit. Is that the crux? Awakening energy at 0.8 means killing enemies can lead to upgrades. Charge. We must seize the opportunity to level up, or else the eagles and crocodiles will make it unbearable. Casting aside all moral and rational considerations, the players advanced with rifles, undaunted by death. As long as they weren't struck by a stray bullet to the head, they could activate the energy bomb strapped to their waists even in death, ensuring a harvest of experience. After burning coal, chopping wood, and farming for so long, a thrilling activity had finally emerged. Free fire. All units, pay heed. Free fire. Brave descenders, you face the most chaotic group in this world. Mere beasts clad in the guise of humanity. Utilize every means at your disposal to obliterate them completely. Do not grant them the slightest chance to surrender. In this battle, Wang Ling exerted nearly all his power. Aside from a few busy with coal burning, over a dozen rockets and hundreds of energy bombs were distributed. There was no command, no agreement. Players barely had time to check the chat channel. Rookie players surged forward, only to be surrounded by a reorganized pack of hyenas. Following the actions of one hyena, the others joined in the frenzy of tearing. Utter madness. The players caught in the jaws of the hyenas did not wail. Instead, they uttered a phrase of high absurdity before detonating their waste bombs. The players' bodies, along with the attacking hyenas, were instantly shredded, the explosion creating a deafening shockwave that caused nearby hyenas and barbarians to bleed from their mouths and noses, though they did not fall. They were momentarily incapacitated. Such scenes unfolded throughout many corners of the battlefield. As the ranks of barbarians rapidly dwindled, the boars sounded a whistle made of human bones, signaling a retreat. Upon hearing the whistle, the barbarians quickly dropped to the ground, firing their weapons wildly towards the front. The perimeter of the West suburban farm erupted in gunfire, with bullets whistling past, Molotov cocktails and diesel mixed together, creating a violent flare. The players ran, unable to hear one another amidst the chaos, but it made little difference. With pain diminished and lacking the overwhelming terror of life and death, the players grew more exhilarated amidst the turmoil. Holy moly, my ear got shot off. So much blood, but it doesn't hurt that my strength is just gradually fading. Another wave of hyenas charged, prompting one brother to sacrifice himself, as he had yet to kill many foes and was reluctant to perish. I've broken even, determined to fight to the bitter end. The remaining players, numbering just over 10, did not waver as they charged forward, howling that in the ensuing melee, firearms became ineffective in terms of pure physical combat. Aside from the elite special forces who outclassed the barbarians in skill, the other players found themselves at a disadvantage. That we cannot let the chives die out. We must fertilize appropriately, or we risk burning the seedlings. The system notification read, current online count, 15,000. Viewership for the Wasteland world surpasses 10,000. The Chosen One, Wang Ling, receives a strength boost of 100 points. The audience for the Wasteland exceeded 10,000. Could the live broadcast signal reach that far? The entire Changfeng town and West suburban farm combined only had about 500 to 600 people. Wang Ling was unaware that the Wangjiang voice broadcast channel had shared his live footage on the large screen in Wangjiang Square. Even under heavy snowfall, over 10,000 people had gathered there. With the surge in viewership, Wang Ling's strength attributes skyrocketed to name. Wang Ling's strength, 27,100, temporary agility, 8 constitution, 6 intelligence, 9 chosen 1 level, F current progress towards level up, 2 talent, domination. Domination passive 1. Increases the Chosen One's management efficiency over shelter residents. The Chosen One possesses a deterrent aura, imposing psychological pressure on residents with composite attributes lower than their own, making them more likely to obey the Chosen One's commands. Domination passive 2. The Chosen One receives additional bonuses to all attributes, with a coefficient of 1 per number of descendants. Dominion passive 3. The Chosen One can absorb one of the awakening energy gathered during the battles of the descending beings. Furthermore, upon observing the attribute panel, the current progress of the Chosen One's level has reached 2, effortlessly siphoning 1 experience from the players without lifting a finger. Is this what it feels like to be superhuman? With a gentle swing of the massive engineer shovel in his hand, Wang Ling instantly charged forward. Bang, bang, bang! In the astonished gazes of the players and the fearful eyes of the barbarians, Wang Ling wielded the enormous shovel as if swatting flies, indiscriminately smashing down upon the barbarian bandits. With each dull thud, one or several barbarians were reduced to a pancake-like state beneath the shovel. The once three-dimensional figures were instantaneously transformed into mere thin sheets of paper. Unfazed, Wang Ling continued to leap and dart about in less than 2 minutes. He had dispatched over 20 barbarians. He was a devil. They should flee. O spirits of the tribe, I beseech you, unleash your wrath upon this demon. With a furious roar, Wang Ling activated his Dominion talent passive, revealing a menacing aura that compelled the already demoralized barbarians to drop their weapons. They knelt on the ground, rear ends raised like ostriches. Paralyzed with fear. Please, no more strikes. I surrender. The boar-like barbarian mimicked the others, raising his posterior and awaiting punishment from Wang Ling. Boom. Wang Ling tossed down the enormous engineer shovel, gesturing somewhat disinterestedly for Chu Gao and the others to bind the captives. While he relished the significant boost from temporary power, Wang Ling felt both joy and resignation. This was not his own strength, and he could not rely on it too heavily. Should it fail him one day, it would spell disaster. His intention had been to rally a cohort in the wasteland, akin to Liu Bei with his 5 tiger generals. Yet, the reality was that he frequently unleashed his might, wreaking havoc, but he had strayed further down the path of Elbu. Chapter 30. The far-reaching aftermath of battle. The final showdown arrived swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. After merely 5 minutes of unleashing his might, Wang Ling now sat quietly under the care of the old farmer Macium, savoring the tobacco cultivated on the western outskirts. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wang Ling's gaze drifted into the distance, embodying a loneliness akin to snow. It was always like this. After he demonstrated his overwhelming power, others kept their distance from him. Fortunately, the habit of looting corpses remained ingrained in the player's DNA. The surviving 10 or so, chuckling, gathered the 200 or so foreign-made weapons. As for the 30-odd bandits who had already been tied up, including their small leader, the boar-like one, they still awaited the humiliation and beating they had anticipated. Aside from the occasionally resentful and fearful farmers glancing at them, none of Wang Ling's victorious entourage paid them any heed. Feeling deeply insulted, the boar-like barbarian began to shout, "You cannot treat us this way. We are warriors of the merchant tribe, but we may be beaten and abused. But we cannot be ignored." Bang! Wang Ling's foot sent the boar-like barbarian crashing to the ground, the hard sole of his shoe scraping across the bloodied visage of the barbarian. "Are you satisfied now?" "I will never yield." Wang Ling was disinterested in entertaining these people with the charade of coercion, beckoning for Fong Ping to approach. "These individuals are in your care. The shelter is in need of labor, and the cement kiln must be constructed. The do not hold back. If they tire themselves out, we can always capture more." Upon hearing Wang Ling's words, Fong Ping's eyes brightened. His mentor had been waiting for him at home. The players were eager to try new experiences, but if they were to toil day in and day out, they would not be pleased. "Follow me, and if you disobey, I will trample you." As for the severely injured captives who could hardly move, I am afraid they would simply have to be dragged along. Once they reached the shelter, whether they lived or died was of no concern. Meanwhile, Chu Gao and the others busied themselves with moving bodies through the snow, accompanied by several trembling farmers. Observing these residents of the shelter, who were more ruthless than the bandits themselves, the farmers felt a profound sense of awe. These bodies held great value. Many players had perished in this battle, and the biological cultivation chambers required a substantial amount of growth fluid. While performing these tasks dulled the senses, no other player aside from Zhang Linfeng was willing to take on such work. Wang Ling intended to grant extra experience compensation to professionals like Zhong Yueping and Zhang Linfeng, as tasks involving kiln burning and medicine production would become indispensable in the future. That a woman's mournful cry pierced the air. After the battle, the great alligator carefully lowered the heart's beloved of Vyler from its back. Vyler embraced Leah, burying his head deep in her long hair, understanding the value of what was lost and regained. "Vyler, I thought I would never see you again, my dear. So did I. Hey woman, you are free now. Remember, it was Third Master who saved you." The great alligator seemed displeased with Vyler and Leah's neglect, opening its massive jaws and speaking, startling Vyler. Leah, however, took hold of the somewhat frightened Vyler's hand and walked toward the alligator with a smile. Just as Vyler reached out, the alligator's eyes suddenly glimmered with mischief. Its enormous mouth, capable of swallowing a person, opened wide, seemingly intent on devouring Vyler. Help! Vyler's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Leah giggled, stroking the alligator's tooth-filled maw. "Mountain, is that how I should address you?" "Thank you." The great alligator, finding amusement only in frightening Vyler, wagged its tail and departed. "Woman, remember, it was Third Master." The battle had concluded, yet its aftermath spread rapidly. Whether in the wasteland or within the connected quantum network of Earth, the survivors of Wangjiang City came to realize they had a neighbor capable of defeating small bands of barbarian forces. This neighbor was a chosen one of considerable strength, able to disseminate his influence swiftly. Although, in the grand scheme of Wangjiang City, he was not yet significant compared to the inept individuals of the western outskirts and Changfeng Town. This new neighbor held great potential. Whether to recruit him or extinguish him in his nascent stages would be determined once the cold wave subsided, to be revisited in the spring of the following year. There were indeed many F-grade awakeners in Wangjiang City, that it was unlikely that, within a mere 6 months, this newly emerged shelter would swell to a size that warranted their serious attention. Wangjiang City. The Castle of Green. "Wenlun, my son, I was wronged. Oh no, father, it is I who was mistaken." The father and son gazed at each other, but it was Wang Ling who spoke first. Father, the rise of Xingho is too rapid. He may become an enemy of Wangjiang City, that I believe we need to reconsider the plan to assist with the steam generator. Xia Green remained silent, choosing instead to observe Wang Ling intently, urging him to continue. Father, based on my understanding of the mysterious lord of Wangjiang City and the City Management Committee, come next spring, a small contingent of Wangjiang City's armed forces will likely be dispatched to reclaim Xingho. Wang Ling spoke with pride, seemingly awaiting his father's praise. Father, am I wrong? Your reasoning is sound, yet you have not considered our family, the Green family. The elder Xia rose, retrieving an old photograph from the bookshelf. Pointing to several figures within, he addressed his youngest son. The 100 or so individuals in this photograph were core members of the pre-war Human Alliance, including the heads of the Scientific Research Association, the spiritual leaders of the cult, military committee members, and significant figures in the industrial and production committees. How could the nefarious cult achieve parity with these major powers, even brazenly appearing in group photos at the Human Alliance conference? Following the war, as the Origin Church rose to prominence and the military committee transformed into an expeditionary force representing the personal will of the marshal, were these factions blind to the changes? My child, sometimes you must understand that Wangjiang City is not Wangjiang City of the Green family. However, everything belonging to the Green family will undoubtedly belong to you in the future. Wang Ling swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he replied, Father, I understand that I will send that steam generator over right away, da-da. The elder Xia sighed. Wang Ling, you grasp the concept, but not entirely. Send over all the outdated generators that the family does not need, including that old steam generator meant for ships, that if we are to invest, we must do so without reservation. With the heavy snow obstructing the roads and the cold wave and aberrations approaching, the others in Wangjiang City will be too preoccupied to notice you. Depart tonight with the family guard. It is best if you remain there for the winter. Understood, Father. Wang Ling left with a complex mix of emotions. Bowing respectfully. Chapter 31. Reforging faith in the wasteland, observing the players busily clearing the bodies. The reborn Viler and Leah could not help but feel a profound sadness, especially Viler, who, witnessing the numerous players from the shelter who perished in the effort to save his girlfriend, found it difficult to contain his emotions. That I am sorry, Xingho. From now on, this life of mine is yours. And mine as well. That no, this is no longer a matter of friends helping each other. You have exchanged your lives for Leah's rebirth. Respected Chosen One, please accept the loyalty of us as a couple. Leah held onto Viler's hand, and together they knelt on one knee before Wang Ling. Rise. Those of us raised under the red flag do not engage in such formalities. Behold, the inhabitants of the shelter continue to gaze upon you. Xingho, from their eyes, I perceive an overwhelming sorrow that if you do not accept our allegiance, we shall remain inert. Which of your eyes has discerned the players' grief? The players are evidently rummaging through the corpses with laughter, carelessly tossing the frozen bodies onto the cart, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Those fortunate enough to have survived, Mei Shouting and her two companions, are swiftly arranging an array of rifles, their eyes gleaming with mirth. The living are gathering their spoils, while the dead shall return in 3 days. Moreover, everyone has reaped a bountiful harvest of awakening energy. Where is the sorrow in that? Very well, I accept your loyalty, but not as vassals. My friends, are you and your beloved willing to unite with us, to rally around my cause, to tirelessly fight for the denizens of the wasteland, and to dedicate our finite lives to the grand endeavor of reconstructing the glory of humankind? Wang Ling's resounding voice echoed throughout the farm. The laboring slaves paused their tasks, and the players turned their gazes toward their faction leader. The farm residents, who had been hiding in their homes, emerged in droves. Many were in tears. Perhaps from the players' perspective, these slogans seem hollow, akin to toxic platitudes. However, for the wasteland residents who have endured 2 centuries of suffering, this is precisely the faith they lack. Nuclear war, biochemical disasters, cataclysms, and doomsdays all have their conclusion. Everyone loves tales of the post-apocalypse because we yearn to be survivors, to hope for a fresh start. Wang Ling's speech, broadcasted live through the quantum network, swiftly reached the wasteland and the audience on Earth. The serfs knelt in reverence, and the residents seemed to forget their noble lords. Players who had perished and were watching the live stream fell into contemplation. Perhaps this world, resembling a game, is not merely a game. The suffering endured by those living beings is all too real, and the significance of their existence as players, beyond merely passing the time, seems to have taken on a new meaning. After delivering his impassioned address, Wang Ling finally grasped the struggles of Liu Bei. The most arduous part of disseminating motivational speeches is not the creation of the platitudes themselves, but rather the commitment to produce them consistently. He had long wished to cease, yet the wasteland residents relished hearing them. They could never quench their thirst for such inspiration did I, the chosen one Xingho, hereby appoint Wire William as the new farm director and Maxim as the deputy director, tasked with overseeing this reborn farm. Henceforth, the faction affiliated with the shelter shall no longer have serfs. You shall all be free individuals. Upon concluding his speech, Wang Ling discreetly withdrew his aura of intimidation, and the immense pressure dissipated in an instant. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the shelter residents, Wang Ling still appeared monumental. When he cast his gaze toward Chu Gao, he found the latter's fervent expression somewhat unbearable. Look, this exemplifies the meaning of partnership. Xingho embodies the fearless spirit of our forebears. The serfs have indeed been liberated. But the absence of laborers is impractical. The most palatable adjustment is merely a change in their designation from slave camp to prisoner of war camp. The workload remains unchanged, as does the quality of sustenance. The transformation of the West suburban farm proceeded relatively smoothly. The term relatively is used because some foreseeable instabilities were decisively addressed by Wire. Wire, you must not act thus. You are the young master of the William family, not the master of the serfs. You must consider your uncle and father. Hannah, cease your shouting. Wire is changed. He has colluded with those from the shelter and forgotten the glory of the William family. The river of history often flows in patterns. For the greatest lesson humanity has learned over countless years is that it rarely learns from its mistakes, like ostriches hiding in their homes or cellars. Ordinary residents, particularly those closely associated with John William, have once again gathered to stir up trouble. When the barbaric raiders attacked, they fled. When the enemies, whom they looked down upon as serfs, were defeated by the residents of the shelter, their courage was rekindled. Observing the agitated farm residents, Wang Ling and his companions suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Ling shook the giant engineer's shovel in his hand and glanced at Wire, silently inquiring if he should intervene. Wire subtly shook his head. Xingho, you have done enough. Perhaps there was some truth in what Zion once scolded. I am indeed somewhat cowardly. However, having decided to become your partner, I must possess unwavering conviction. Must I not? Ha ha, a bunch of bullies. Where were you when the robbers came? Now I offer you a chance. Those wishing to leave the farm for Changfeng Town may step into that line. I permit your departure. Thus, several farm residents shifted from their original groups to join those seeking to leave. Even among the serfs, a dozen or so stepped forward, eager to follow. Leah, we grew up together. Do you truly wish to oppose these serfs and the uncles and aunts who watched you grow? Perhaps the gathering of over 30 individuals emboldened them significantly. The leader, originally a guard, unexpectedly reiterated their demands. Wire, we ask for little. 10 yaks, 3 days' worth of food, and 3 rifles each. You know the heavy snow is approaching, and we need protection on the road. Wire maintained a smile, neither agreeing nor refusing. He merely turned slightly to face his beloved Leah. My dear, turn around. Then Wire picked up the double-barreled shotgun in his hand, turning once more, his gaze sharp as a blade that go dream your sweet dreams underground. Bang, bang, bang. As Wire finished his command, a series of dull gunshots rang out. Turning in bewilderment, he saw his beloved Leah firing at the group. Once her ammunition was exhausted, the old serf Maxim charged forward with a band of serfs. Leah, what are you doing? Wire exclaimed in shock. My dear, I too have chosen to become a partner of Xingho. Leah flashed a playful smile before joining the fray against the traitors. Chapter 32, another batch of high-quality chives arrives. Do you lack W? Fongo. This NPC couple is impressive. They transform so quickly. Datsuyu Ishur Yenhua. This is to avoid the incompleteness of the bourgeois revolution. By Tu Ing, eliminate evil thoroughly. Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. I truly envy this wasteland romance. Qing Se Li Lu. Indeed, it would be wonderful if it could be adapted into a television series. Do you lack W? Qing Se Li Lu, just seek me out. Just look for Fongo. He is a renowned producer in the country. Many of the shows from your childhood until now were produced under his supervision. Suyu Yi Shi Yanhua. Sheng Dan Nu Ren. Ching Ching, it's truly producer Su. He is a professor in our academy and highly esteemed. Suyu Yi Shi Yanhua. I can't afford to shoot. I can't even hire the set and actors. You all should find San Air. He often makes terrible films for easy money. Many recent hit dramas have the name of Feng Sansheng in the director's team. The already battle-scarred crocodile, upon hearing its master expose its flaws, quickly swished its tail and scurried away. The situation at the West Suburban Farm has stabilized. Wang Ling retained Chu Gao and others to protect Wire and assist in managing the farm. The dried yak meat is now considered relatively normal food, and Wang Ling discovered that the indigenous diet of the wasteland is quite diverse. Dried meat from mutated hyenas, giant rats, and unidentifiable mutated species is consumed. Almost all kinds of meat except human flesh being dried and smoked for sustenance. Naturally, tribes like the merchant tribe also consider humans as a reserve food source. This time, Wang Ling had transferred the live streaming rights to Mei Shouting. The Christmas trio is exploring the caves on the outskirts of the farm in search of intriguing mushrooms. Due to the remarkable effect of the live stream and the vast audience, Wang Ling sighed. The time for the secretive dissemination of the quantum network live stream has passed. In room 10010 of the Tigerfish live stream, the secret connecting different worlds has spread. As a result, many relevant authorities, along with some malevolent opposing forces, came to try their luck. In the vivid descriptions of a few individuals, they eventually came to believe that perhaps behind this recorded live stream, there truly exists an invisible quantum network. And beyond that network is a post-war world, remarkably advanced in some aspects yet drastically underdeveloped in others. However, these matters hold little relevance for Wang Ling. Without his sign, many would not be able to enter the wasteland. As for those with ulterior motives, the live streaming system possesses monitoring capabilities across ethics, emotions, and psychology, making Wang Ling acutely aware of their intentions. Consequently, many still online began to notice that certain names in the shelter residence contact list had vanished forever. Not in the sense of being offline, but rather as names that could not be found at all. Just as the players were taken aback, a new round of internal recruitment tasks was announced. System prompt. Temporary task. Human high-quality player recruitment program Phase 2 is now open. Description. The harsh winter of the wasteland has arrived early. Numerous mutants and barbaric raiders have descended southward, and our shelter is on the brink of a tremendous challenge. However, through the relentless exploration of the Chosen One, we have found sufficient food and liberated the West Suburban Farm. We require a greater number of like-minded partners to sustain this hard-won, advantageous situation forged through blood and fire. Task requirement. Please send the live stream link to individuals you consider to be high-quality human players. The system will automatically filter for those who meet the criteria. Note: preference will be given to talents in military, chemistry, infrastructure, and other relevant fields, with a quota of 10 for this period. Task reward. For each qualified player recruited, the referrer will earn 100 contribution points, the exchange store will be activated, and the lottery system will commence. Task penalty. None. Warning. The descender Cheng Min Li Shui, the mightiest chef, what can you do against me? Those who have violated the shelter management regulations have already been stripped of their wristband privileges, and the DNA recording content in the cultivation chamber has been erased. I urge all descenders to judiciously select invitees. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Brothers, the second round of internal referrals has begun, and the process has been significantly simplified. The 2 air Z. If someone is not by our side and has not been summoned, will they not be susceptible to hypnosis? Wouldn't that risk exposing our secret player identities? Zhang Lin Feng distinctly remembers the scene when his father's memories were erased by the glow of the wristband. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Why fret about that? The game company should handle it. Mantu Dahan. Enough talk. That group got drunk, boasting about their adventures in another world, then caught the attention of some foreign game company. Signed a contract, and now they are banned, still wanting me to plead with the Chosen One on their behalf. Ling Air Xiang Ding Dang. Poor choices in friendships. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Su and I Shi Yanhua. Lao Su, logically, everyone knows your real identity, so no one is looking for you. Su and I Shi Yanhua. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Are you lacking W? Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Not at all. Su and I Shi Yanhua. Then uncle is not lacking either. Are you lacking W? Who is looking for me? Amidst the jovial banter, apart from the live streaming Mei Xiaoting, The others opted for a brief offline period to send the streaming link to those they wished to invite, albeit with a more cautious approach this time. Inside the Haiqing Research Institute, at this moment, Zhou Yuping was engaged in casual conversation over tea with 3 friends. Nearby, Fang Ping quietly attended to them. There was no choice. Whether it was Professor Fang, Professor Yin, or the plump Uncle Ma, he was well acquainted with all. The 2 professors were colleagues of his mother, and the rotund businessman was a partner of his father. Zhong Lagu, how do you find the leisure to invite us for tea instead of focusing on your research? Plump businessman Ma Dong, Su was the first to speak, seemingly surprised by Zhong Yuping's invitation. The 3 turned their gazes toward Fang Ping, whose unkind glances filled him with considerable pressure. However, it was difficult to voice their concerns about wasting the time of such esteemed experts on frivolous games. And they lacked the authority to criticize Zhong Yuping's actions that don't look at Fang Ping like that. He meant well that I've sent you the link. Take a look at the live stream. The trio, puzzled by what Zhong Yuping was up to, nonetheless opened their phones and clicked on the link. Ice Age World Invitation Quota Test Questionnaire. This questionnaire was not originally created by Wang Ling, but was a copy of the pre-war high-level talent recruitment plan recorded by Xiao Kuei. The test consisted of as many as 300 questions. Even with a focus on multiple-choice answers, it would take at least 2 hours to complete. Merely from the sheer number of questions, Wang Ling believed it would filter out those lacking patience. The content included fundamental professional assessments, personality tests, logical reasoning, and various other topics. Upon passing these, the wristband would descend to evaluate moral integrity, emotional stability, and psychological maturity. Originally, it was sufficient to conduct only the wristband test. But the addition of the questionnaire aimed to discover a group of experts in fields akin to Zhong Yuping and Zhang Linfeng, M.A. Dong Su, and the others could only manage a wry smile before immersing themselves in answering the questions. Fang Ping, refill the water for your uncles. Let us go explore the game. The cement kiln should be ready for firing. All right, Zhong Uncle, I just happen to have brought over 30 barbarians. Watching the eager duo exit the room, the 3 exchanged glances, bewildered. What game could be so addictive? Chapter 33. A new generation of talents emerges. Ma Dong Su, chairman of Dongyang Real Estate. He began his career by trading sand and gravel and is well-versed in construction processes and simple technologies, possessing a high degree of psychological maturity and emotional stability. Fang Detong, graduate advisor at the National University of Science and Technology, military industrial expert with high psychological maturity and emotional stability. Yin Shi Song, graduate advisor at the National University of Science and Technology, vice dean of the School of Economics and Management, a specially appointed expert for several financial institutions, highly knowledgeable in currency issuance and reform, with high psychological maturity and emotional stability. Zhu Guangsu, director of the political department of the Second Prison of Nan City, possessing high psychological maturity and emotional stability. Wang Ling gazed at the names and profiles of the individuals ranking high on the back-end list, astonished that he had managed to bring a multitude of cutting-edge talents to the wasteland through the Ice Age live streaming system. Su Feng and his companions were more entertainment-oriented, while Zhong Yuping and others likely had objectives far exceeding mere gaming. However, possessing experts alone was insufficient. A group of capable players who could make things happen was also essential. Through their continuous exploration, he could gain better access to the Ice Age world. Thus, after selecting individuals from the recommendation list, Wang Ling recalled some familiar faces in the live stream and sent out invitation links. First in line for kindergarten lunch. Haha, I said it didn't seem like a backdrop in the live stream. There's indeed a fascinating world out there. Energetic girl Guang Kun. No more words. I apologize for my past ignorance. Forget the dog-s life. Looking back, I once thought of them as fools, only to realize now that I was the biggest fool. National Spicy Hot Pot Champion. Why say so much? Now that we are in this game, it's our turn to create, Observing the fresh arrivals in the shelter, Wang Ling felt an old farmer's joy at harvesting. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you good news. The cruel war of the apocalypse has passed for over 200 years, and we are still alive. It is now the 270th year post-nuclear war, and thankfully, we have successfully endured the most arduous years. The nuclear clouds have receded, and the Little Ice Age has gradually come to an end over the past 20 years. I need you all to unite around me and rebuild the glory of humanity. Beside me is the AI core of Shelter Zero. You may refer to her as Xiao Kuei, You are welcome to ask her any questions regarding the shelter or any areas of uncertainty. Tasks related to the shelter can also be obtained from Xiao Kuei. Having adeptly delivered his welcoming speech, Wang Ling gracefully retreated to the underground lounge of the shelter, guided by the tour guide Xiao Kuei. The new players quickly familiarized themselves with the layout of the shelter. Subsequently, a group of friends recommended by others soon found their respective sponsors, while those recruited by Wang Ling began to explore mindlessly. Watching them engage in behaviors reminiscent of his own initial folly, Fang Ping felt both amused and gratified that as long as everyone experienced this once, he and his companions would no longer have a dark history. Brothers just arrived in the Ice Age world. Need a guide? Are you an NPC or a real person? Brave descenders, I am the esteemed assistant of the Chosen One, Lord Xinghua. Fang Ping, stop fooling around there and quickly take those captives to construct the cement kiln. Just a little joke among friends. My ID is Ping Shui Xiang Feng. That if you are unsure what to do, feel free to join my team, and we shall conquer the wasteland together. Observing the plentiful human resources being lured away by Fang Ping, Zhang Lin Feng and Cui Cheng, who were also in need of personnel, felt a sense of helplessness. Fang Ping, leave a few for me. I lost 3 chefs I brought earlier. Brother, do you want barbarian captives? Preferably players. That depends on their interests. After saying this, Fang Ping hurriedly left with the group he had gathered, heading straight for the cement kiln. The Chosen One's resources. Fang Ping intends to harvest a wave first. The captured members of the Boar tribe were quite unaccustomed to their new situation. That it was not that their treatment was poor, but rather that it was too good. The anticipated hunger and beatings had not materialized. Instead, aside from digging and building kills, they faced none of the grim circumstances they had imagined in this heavy snow. After a day of labor, they were even provided with ample hot soup. It was far more comfortable than life in their own tribe. Boss, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could dig here for the rest of our lives? Indeed, boss, although it is a bit tiring, we still have jerky and millet porridge to eat. You scoundrels, have you forgotten the glory of the tribe? Have you forgotten the vows made amidst blood and fire? Fang Ping swiftly arrived at the location of the Boar tribe members. Observing 2 barbarians he had kicked to the ground, groaning in agony, he was somewhat puzzled. Report, Overseer, we accidentally fell. Yes, the 2 beaten barbarians responded meekly. They had originally been residents of other survivor camps, but after a brutal raid by the merchant tribe that claimed many lives, they were forced to join the ranks of the barbarians. Therefore, strictly speaking, they could only be classified as pseudo-military personnel. Most of the regular army from the merchant tribe had perished in the battle at the western suburbs farm, sacrificing themselves for the tribal deity. Looking at the smug and slightly provocative expressions of the Boar tribe, Fang Ping remained unperturbed. After all, these were his own laboring forces, the kind that required no wages that he could scarcely bear the thought of eliminating them. You've got some guts. Today, the task count is doubled, and should you fail to complete it, there will be no meals for you. That I shall oversee it personally. A sly grin spread across his face. Hey there, lad. Be sure to treat your warty boar lord with respect. Once our merchant tribe's army arrives, I shall spare your life, and then you will be tasked with digging for me. There is spirit in you. I like that. Then a crackling sound of electricity erupted, mingling with the wails of the warty boar, resonating throughout the camp. Kindergarten food thief champion. Wow, that's real electricity. Energetic girl Guancoin. It doesn't look fake. That ugly barbarian is even drooling. Better to value a dog's life. The Thunder King reclaims the wasteland. Meanwhile, a curious player, unable to resist, touched the electric baton, only to be jolted back to the ground in surprise. National Spicy Hot Pot Champion. It's really spicy. Brothers, can you handle the task of digging for these folks? Fang Ping observed that the players seemed particularly interested in guarding the captives and suggested with a smile. Shall we also have a share of this electric baton? Of course, everyone gets one, but you must keep a close eye on that warty boar chieftain. He isn't one to behave, even in shackles. Brother, rest assured, I enjoy playing with hammers in the game, and in real life, out at the food thief gestured with handcuffed hands and took the electric baton from Fang Ping with ease. That I know some of you were forced to join the bandit tribe. But wrongdoing must be atoned for. The deceased cannot speak again. From this day forth, you must fully comprehend, acknowledge your guilt, confess, repent, and resolve to abide by the law, becoming new individuals. You, and you, show me what you're hiding. Attempting to escape? You ought to consider who you are up against. With that, the kindergarten food thief seized the electric baton and struck down the two prisoners he had previously pointed at. He then skillfully approached from their flanks and retrieved two sharp fragments they had concealed. "Hey, brother, when are we getting some old-fashioned sewing machines and looms around here?" Looking at their empty hands, I felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Fong Ping gave a thumbs up to the others, secretly thinking, "Truly, talented individuals emerge in every generation. I wonder where the Chosen One has gathered such talents." Chapter 34. The bandit tribe's warmth delivery team, the relentless snow, continued to fall. Lord Wenluin's team trudged forward with great difficulty, striving to deliver a large steam generator along with a pile of outdated biofuel generators. They faced numerous hardships, but a massive snow-clearing vehicle led the way for the convoy, and under the guidance of a compass and a rough map, their speed had slowed to a crawl, only 10 kilometers per hour. "Wenluin, perhaps we should take a break. The snow is far too heavy, and the road is barely visible. Yeren, we cannot stop. This snow may last for several days. If we halt, these machines will be buried. But, my lord, at this rate, we may not have enough fuel. Discard the worn-out generators and any unnecessary food supplies. Let us reach the western suburbs farm first." Thus, after shedding some weight, the speed of Wenluin's team picked up slightly. In truth, Wenluin was reluctant to be out in such weather. Historically, this was a time for cozying up with a maid that as long as no lives were lost, his father would not intervene excessively. However, his father believed that sending aid amid a snowstorm was a gesture of true support, thus motivating Wenluin to take action. "Master, we are running low on diesel, and power supply is critically low again. The DNA amplification for the cultivation chamber may need to be paused, and the revival time for deceased players may be delayed." Wang Ling rubbed his forehead in frustration that Wenluin's team would likely not arrive until spring next year. Distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. Xiao Kuei, how long can the shelter's power reserves last? Under full operation, they can only support for about 3 more days. Issue a task. Let the players explore the underground parking lots and abandoned buildings to see if they can find some fuel. Understood, Master. System prompt. Temporary task. Search for new fuel has been initiated. Amidst the great production, our fuel supply has encountered difficulties, and reviving our comrades still leaves a significant power gap that we need everyone to descend into the ruins. Exploring for new fuel. After issuing the task, Wang Ling's expression remained uncertain, that he held little hope that the players would find sufficient fuel. "Xiao Kuei, if we were to attack Chongfeng Town right now, what are our chances?" Reporting to the Master, given our current strength, we should have over a 50% chance that if we can revive the deceased players, along with the surf troops, our winning odds could exceed 80%. Xiao Kuei's indicator light flickered continuously. It seemed this analysis task was quite taxing for her processing power, that if we use Weiler as bait and coordinate our efforts, wouldn't our chances of capturing Chongfeng Town increase significantly? Under the heavy snow, communications between Chongfeng Town and the western suburbs farm had completely ceased. The news of the old serfs, Maxim, pledging allegiance to Wang Ling had not reached Chongfeng Town. Well, let us wait and see. Perhaps a surprise might occur. Weiler and the others are also our allies. After the fuel search task was issued, the players swiftly sprang into action. The furthest out were the Christmas triplet sisters. Exploring the underground caves. "Yalin, aren't you scared? It's just a game. Worst comes to worst, we die and respawn in the shelter. Ching, stay close behind me. There's light ahead. We must be nearing the end." As Mei Shouting bent down, she began to knock at the light with her rifle. Initially, it was stone, then grass clippings, branches, and a makeshift tarp covering the exit. But we finished exploring. The tunnel should be quite long. This must be a hidden passage created by humans. Let us go see. Mei Shouting climbed nimbly atop her sister's shoulders, but as soon as she peeked out, she was taken aback by the sight before her. 200 barbarian bandits surrounded a large equipment transport convoy, and both sides were exchanging fire from behind cover. And we must quickly report this to the Chosen One. The second bandit squad has arrived. "Ha, Lord Wenluin. Hurry and surrender with your men, and we might let you go, Wolf. What nonsense are you spouting? In Wangjiang City, you wouldn't even qualify to lick my boots. Wenluin, you must face reality. This is the wilderness. Not Wangjiang City. You, a delicate young master, why venture out in this heavy snow?" The convoy members listened. As long as they could kill Wenluin and surrender, the bandit tribe leader Wolf, would accept you as new warriors of the tribe. Compared to the other young leader, Warty-Boar, Wolf was evidently much smarter. He knew how to employ strategy. Even if he couldn't genuinely convince the enemy to surrender, he could still demoralize them. Unlike Warty-Boar, who only resorted to intimidation, Wolf considered himself a true tactical master. Second young master, I've been injured, but we should be close to the western suburbs farm that if I lead the brothers in a charge. We should be able to get you out. No, Yaren, let us wait a moment. Although they are numerous, we still have the advantage in firepower. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not sacrifice you. Bell rings. Spark, chosen one. The second squad of the bandit tribe has appeared. Cyan Elk. Yes, there are many of them, surrounding a convoy of transport machinery. Wang Ling looked at the information in the chat channel, feeling a mix of surprise and emotion, especially upon seeing the vehicle adorned with the Grelin family crest. Wenluan had truly braved the snow to deliver power equipment to him. Moreover, seeing the massive snow-clearing vehicle and the heavy towing vehicle pulling immense equipment, Wang Ling realized that what they were providing far exceeded their initial agreement. Spark. Bell rings. Please send your coordinates. Spark. You should start a live stream. I've transferred the streaming permissions to you. System prompt. Urgent task. Rescue our comrades. Task description. Our trustworthy friend, Wenluan Grelin, is bringing the promised power equipment amid the snowstorm to support us. However, they have encountered an attack from the second squad of the bandit tribe and are in a perilous situation, desperately needing our resources. Task requirements. The arrivals at the western suburbs farm may request assistance from Weiler and Maxim to jointly attack the bandits' flank, providing the necessary conditions for our friends to break free. Task reward. Type 1 power exoskeleton. 1 free attribute point. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. White-headed eagle. Life is unfair. Why must you be assigned all the combat tasks? A mighty man. The first awakened wielder of strength among players. And the inaugural user of the lightweight power arm. You are granted a lifetime of vibrant fireworks, such as fate. The sound of bells. The live broadcast has commenced. Come quickly. We arrived via the underground passage. Located 3 kilometers northeast of the western suburbs farm. The Azure Elk. I shall fetch you from the farm. The adorable Lon Lon. Allow me to go instead. My agility attribute has reached 19. Chapter 35. The 2nd Labor Reform Brigade. By the time Chu Gao and his companions reached the battlefield, the sky had gradually darkened that a band of barbarians held the Wenluan team captive, preventing them from advancing or retreating. For 2 days, they remained locked in a stalemate amidst the relentless snowfall. The robbers, outnumbering their adversaries, faced Wenlun's smaller group, though the latter's equipment was superior. Consequently, apart from the sporadic gunfire, the combat was not particularly fierce. That in the biting cold, both sides tacitly kindled their campfires. Wenlun's side opted to ignite a portion of their fuel for warmth, while the barbarians took a more direct approach, using wild grass and dry trees to create a towering blaze. Beside the flames, on a barbecue rack constructed from steel mesh, chunks of human flesh were being roasted over the fire. The oil sputtering forth ignited the meat, prompting the reluctant barbarians to occasionally turn the skewers. Then, the wolfman seized a human arm, opened his maw wide, and began gnawing at the blood-tinged, undercooked flesh. Other barbarians followed suit, methodically devouring the various parts of the roasted human. The flickering firelight illuminated the barbaric faces and the dismembered bodies of their kin, gagging. Likewise, Wenlun's group, attempting to replenish their energy, found themselves repulsed by the horrific, inhuman scene. One by one, they expelled their stomach contents. Some even resorted to inducing vomiting by inserting fingers down their throats. What had once been palatable rations could no longer be swallowed. The wolfman reveled in Wenlun's group's reaction, experiencing a thrill of triumph. Master Wenlun, will you truly not consider my suggestion? Surrender now, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you and your guard shall become the feast for my men. Following the wolfman's proclamation, the robbers emitted a series of unintelligible howls. Bang, bang, bang. The response from Wenlun's group was the sound of gunfire at a distance of approximately 200 meters, and with the wolfman already forewarned, the bullets failed to find their mark. Boys, we are 200 strong, divided into 4 teams, attacking every half hour. This heavy snowfall will not cease for days, preventing our departure, with over 50 of them. They are just right to serve as our rations. The first team to subdue the enemy shall claim half of their exquisite provisions. After delivering his orders, the wolfman nestled under a warm yak wool blanket for a nap, while the barbarians erupted into excited chatter. This was the wolfman's cunning. Unlike the boar's reckless charge, he preferred to exhaust his prey while minimizing his own losses. 8 hours later, after enduring 16 waves of assault, Wang Ling's group began to tire. The barbarians, alternating in combat and occasionally roasting meat to replenish their strength, remained robust. Second young master, if it comes to it, I shall lead the brothers in a charge while you escape. No, we must wait until dawn. Otherwise, we risk freezing to death in the snow-laden night without a clear direction. Second young master, the enemy is likely to launch a full-scale attack at dawn. The brothers are already struggling. When Luan observed Yeren, whose makeshift bandaging of his wounds rendered him a ghostly figure, the hollows of his eyes, bloodshot and sunken, betrayed his exhaustion. They exchanged bitter smiles, and just as they resigned themselves to their fate, a tremendous explosion and a pillar of fire erupted from the enemy encampment. The wolfman, lying in a pit and wrapped in a yak fur blanket, was jolted awake. What on earth is happening? Boom, boom. Another series of rocket explosions resounded. The earlier resting teams were now under attack. The rockets targeted several massive bonfires, resulting in colossal detonations that scattered embers into the air, shrapnel piercing the barbarian bodies, tearing them apart like their roasted kin. Yet the most terrifying aspect was not the shrapnel, but the rapid fire with embers propelled by the explosive shockwave. Scarlet sparks penetrated the barbarians' necks, scalps, and any exposed flesh. The piercing screams and the sight of barbarians rolling in the snow to extinguish the flames instantly invigorated when Lis Morale, is at the Starfire people. Yes, my friend, Lord Starfire is on his way. Hold on a little longer. With that, Chu Gao led his team and retreated into a concealed underground passage nearby. Second young master, reinforcements have arrived. Second young master, the reinforcements seem to have left again. In the midst of an awkward and eerie atmosphere, when Luan and his companions fell into silence. Fear not. This is merely the vanguard. Starfire is still behind them. Once he arrives, we can counterattack. Brothers, regardless of how disgusted you are by their cannibalism or how much you loathe the barbarians' actions, we must not neglect our rations. Our reinforcements have arrived. Hold on. The enemy will falter first. When Luan rose to loudly encourage his team. Subsequently, when Luan and Yeren took the lead, voraciously consuming their rations to restore their energy. The barbarians, bewildered, noted the peculiar occurrences. The enemy has come. Then they have left, and now they have arrived again, only to depart once more. Each time they build a fire, the enemy would launch a rocket from some inconspicuous corner, scattering their painstakingly gathered wood. Whenever they attempted to charge and engage in combat, these evidently well-trained foes would vanish swiftly. The wolfman was driven to madness. It was not merely the deaths and burns suffered by his subordinates that vexed him. The casualties were only about 30 due to their alternating assaults. However, without a source of fire, the poorly equipped barbarians could not withstand the frigid temperatures of -20 to 30 degrees for more than an hour. Except for the squad leaders, who wrapped themselves in yak blankets to stave off the cold, the average barbarian barely endured in single-layer animal skins. Their rudimentary leather armor, which barely covered their torsos, was woefully inadequate against such severe chill. To H-head, shall we not attack? A trembling squad leader inquired. Yet upon the wolfman's gaze falling upon Wang Ling's group, who were igniting fuel barrels and consuming their rations under the glow of the fire, he surrendered. Let us yield. They will not grant us another chance to ignite a fire. But chief, they will not spare us. We have committed too many heinous acts. Ignoring the terrified small leader, the wolfman addressed his nearly frozen subordinates. Raising his voice, esteemed Master Wang, we surrender. I apologize for my earlier rudeness and ignorance. Please accept my and my subordinates' capitulation. The wolfman shall forsake the savage merchant tribe and become a hound of the green family. As when Luan observed the approaching group, he smiled, and the grievously injured guard Captain Yeren felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, to Wang Luan's astonishment, Yeren suddenly relaxed, fainted, boom, just as the wolfman and several squad leaders stepped forward. Another rocket exploded. Observing the point of impact, it was evident that their adversaries had no intention of sparing them. A glint of despair flickered in the wolfman's cunning eyes. Were they to be denied one last chance for escape? Wang Ling, master, tell your men to halt. We truly surrender. The wolfman, still on the ground, did not give up. Remove the yak blankets from yourself and those nearby, and drop the revolver you're concealing. Lie flat on the ground. Chu Gao, wielding a rocket launcher, suddenly appeared, issuing commands to the wolfman and his no tricks. If you wish to survive, suppress your ulterior motives. He awaited the moment these men grew too cold to resist before making his move. Chapter 36. The vast benevolence of the Green family captain. It's nearly time. If we wait any longer, these men may truly freeze to death. Everyone, move out. Others, seize the barbarian weapons. Zhang Tao, you're in charge of starting a fire. These people may still be of great use. With Chu Gao's orders, the remaining members emerged slowly from their concealed positions. Observing the group's stiff demeanor, it was clear they could not endure much longer. Their 2 layers of yak skin had nearly frozen through. Greetings, esteemed warriors. Let me introduce myself, Wang Ling Green, the second son of the Green family from Wangjiang City. Thank you for your rescue. Otherwise, we would have perished at the hands of these barbarians. White-headed eagle, a resident of the refuge. Chu Gao coldly shook Wang Lin's hand before disregarding his evident interest. Quite the character. Wang Lin offered an awkward smile, his insidious thoughts of undermining yet to be realized. Quickly extinguished before they could take shape, by the time Wang Ling arrived at the western suburb farm, daylight had fully emerged. Over 150 barbaric brigands were securely bound, each one submissively squatting against the walls. The wolf's predatory gaze roamed over Wang Ling, seemingly in search of confirmation, as so many of them still remain. Wang Ling gazed at Chu Gao in astonishment. The battle scenes reported by Mei shouting had been exceedingly fierce. Otherwise, he would not have risked sending Chu Gao and the others into danger. He wished to conserve his strength, gradually depleting Wen Luan and his companion's stamina, ultimately achieving victory without bloodshed. However, the biting cold had rendered their massive bonfires futile, all of which were obliterated by my rocket artillery, leading him to surrender with remarkable alacrity. Chu Gao shrugged, casually gesturing towards the towering barbarian, also crouching in the corner. One must admit, you possess more sense than that wretched Yao Zhu. So spare us the grotesque display. Either cease your antics or perish at once. Indeed, Yao Zhu was vanquished by you. That coward did not even choose to die for his tribe. But did you not also refrain from choosing death? We are not the same. Yao Zhu lacks intellect, his mind filled solely with muscle. Ha! Did you hear that, my friend? What shall we do with this fellow? Wang Ling chuckled at the wolf's words. However, this creature's fate was best left to Wen Lin. Recalling the scene from the previous night, the nobleman Wen Luan, who had endured little hardship, had a glint of coldness in his eyes. As soon as Wang Ling's words fell, he seized a double-barreled shotgun and swiftly approached the wolf. Without uttering a word, he thrust the massive muzzle into the wolf's mouth. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, the wolf instinctively struggled. Yet, bound and weakened by last night's frostbite, he was utterly feeble before this young master, whom he could have dispatched with a single blow. He whimpered for mercy. Yet it seemed that Wen Luan had no intention of granting him reprieve. The gun barrel violently stirred within his mouth, and broken teeth mingled with blood as it flowed freely. The wolf's pleas became indistinct. Enough of your prattling. I shall take your life today. Wen Luan delivered a swift kick, sending the wolf crashing to the ground. His shoe pressing against the wolf's head, in the midst of the creature's fearful gaze, the gun barrel was pressed against his ear, and the trigger was pulled. Ding! A crisp sound of impact rang out. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion of the double-barreled shotgun did not follow. The wolf's vacant stare regained focus, though the glimmer of cunning was now replaced by sheer despair. That a noticeable dampness marked the ground between his legs. Ha, my friend, look! He has soiled himself that I merely used a blank cartridge to test him, and he crumbled so easily. These individuals are best left to you. We must also extend our gratitude to your subordinates for their timely assistance last night. Disregarding the now incapacitated wolf, the cheerful Wen Luan once again pulled Wang Ling aside to introduce the goods he had brought. It was an antiquated steam-powered ship generator, so unwieldy that it had to be transported using a snowplow and a towing vehicle. Had it not been for this, we might have reached the western suburb farm much earlier. However, Xingho, do not underestimate its age and heft. Its generating capacity is quite substantial, capable of reaching 10,000 to 15,000 kilowatts at full load. Unfortunately, you likely lack sufficient fuel. Coal and charcoal can suffice, but efficiency will be significantly diminished. These are obsolete biomass generators, yet they should still be usable for your needs. As Wen Luan enthusiastically elaborated on the equipment he had brought, including the prearranged Type 1 exoskeleton, the hardships faced along the journey were evident from the scars on the equipment. Wang Ling took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Wen Luan, and spoke in a grave tone. "My friend, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What payment must I render for these devices and weaponry?" "Payment? What payment? This is merely the goodwill of the Green family. Wen Luan, this is no jest. The value of these items is beyond my current means, and you would not part with them without compensation. Name your price, or let us draft a contract for me to repay over time. Viller, come here and witness this agreement between Wen Luan and myself." Having observed the lively scene for quite some time, Viller and Lia hurried over upon Wang Ling's beckoning. "Da-da. Viller, long time no see. Beautiful Miss Lia, congratulations on your safe return." Wen Luan, of course, recognized Viller, the son of old William and a clone, whose reputation was rather notorious. Thank you, Wen Luan." However, Viller had undergone such a tremendous transformation, shedding his former timidity and caution. "Let us converse at the dining table. I am famished, having only consumed a single ration since last night. If possible, might we indulge in some luxurious fresh meat?" Wang Ling would not refuse Wen Luan's proposal that a massive yak was dispatched, yet contrary to Wen Luan's vision of an intimate gathering, colossal pots were set up in the open air. The finest cuts were naturally reserved for Wang Ling and his companions, while the offal, fatty bits, and other less desirable portions were distributed to the distant farm residents, with even the serfs joining the soup-making efforts. Wang Ling, Chu Gao, and the other players, along with Wen Luan and his guard, the Viller couple, and Maxim, gathered around the large pot, casually scooping up meat and indulging in a feast amidst the falling snow. The taste of the meat was rather mediocre, yet the players, immersed in the narrative and unpicky due to their warrior backgrounds, relished the moment as laughter echoed from the nearby serfs and farm residents. Wen Luan suddenly appeared lost in thought. "Xingho, the plan to aid you was initially proposed by me. My father opposed it but did not prevent it. After witnessing your liberation of the western suburb farm, I began to worry that your rise might threaten Wangjiang City. Yet my father, Charles Green, has multiplied the stakes manifold and insisted I brave the snow to come here, that I have always felt you would pose a threat to Wangjiang City. And that sentiment has only intensified. However, the wasteland has languished in stagnation for far too long. I never imagined a day would come when serfs could dine alongside ordinary citizens, a scene I thought could only be witnessed 270 years ago. May I join you? Perhaps this is my father's intent, to preserve a burgeoning ember for the Green family. No, I regret to inform you, my friend, that you cannot join us alone. You and your valiant guards must accompany us." Cheers erupted from the crowd, the atmosphere of the humble outdoor gathering undeniably fervent. Beneath the swirling snow, the immense goodwill of the Green family had arrived. Chapter 37. Exemplary Labor Reform. Representative Yao Zhu, if Wen Luan had perused the Three Kingdoms, he would comprehend his father Charles Green's decision. For the sake of familial continuity, the three brothers, Zhuge Liang, Zhuge Jin, and Zhuge Dan, each served the rival factions of Wei, Shu, and Wu Dat, of course, as the refuge evolved. Wang Ling believed Wen Luan would gradually sever ties with the Green family. The divergence of their aspirations would inevitably lead to a parting of ways, as for Chu Gao and the others. They remained at the western suburb farm, awaiting the revival of a batch of deceased players, as their offensive against Changfeng Town was poised to commence. "Maxim, how many times must I tell you not to call me master? And you all, you are free individuals now, no longer vassals of another. You should live for yourselves, understood?" Wang Ling seemed displeased with Maxim's address, that it was all a facade. "If they could truly persist, I would offer you my head." The previously terrified wolf appeared to regain his spirit, disdainfully responding to Wang Ling's remarks. Bang! Maxim delivered a kick to the wolf's backside, sending him tumbling into the snow. "What are you, to presume to critique Lord Xingho? Is your work so scarce?" Then, seemingly still unsatisfied, Maxim seized a large box and gestured for the wolf to carry it. "You just wait." The wolf cast a venomous glance at Maxim, but, recognizing the situation, begrudgingly accepted the box and trudged through the snow. Cui Chung and Fong Ping were also under immense pressure, that on one hand, the scarcity of food was daunting. On the other, the accommodation arrangements for these individuals posed a problem. The players could squeeze into the shelter, but it was unsuitable for the others, especially for the prisoners of war. Improper housing in such frigid weather would lead to dire consequences that at this moment. Ma Dongxiu, Fong Datong, and Yin Song were gathered around Zhong Yueping, deliberating on the housing plan for the multitude. Dongxiu, as a construction expert, do you have any quick solutions for accommodating these people? That depends on old Zhong's requirements. Do you desire comfortable lodging, adequate shelter, or merely a place to stay? Is there any particular consideration in this matter? The speaker was military expert Fong Datong, as soon as the topic turned to his area of expertise. Ma Dongxiu's demeanor brightened, brimming with pride to no other demands. Just ensure these people do not freeze to death. That's simple. If these 400 individuals comply, we can have it ready in 2 days. That soon? The premise rests on the compliance of these 400 individuals. The warthog and the wild wolf have crossed paths once more, though this encounter is no longer at the victorious assembly of the merchant clan at this moment. Both are shackled, embodying the desolation of kindred spirits lost in the vastness of fate. Wild wolf, you have often looked down upon me, deeming me mindless. How is it that this clever fellow has now become a captive? I cannot be bothered to converse with fools. You are indeed clever and formidable, managing to lead over 180 individuals to surrender. My utmost admiration. The two commanders, who have never seen eye to eye, could not resist the urge to bicker anew. First in the kindergarten food scramble. What is your slogan? To acknowledge our crimes, confess our sins, and earnestly amend our ways. First in the kindergarten food scramble. What is your goal? To know the law, abide by it, and strive to be reborn. Under the derisive gaze of the wild wolf, the warthog ceased his verbal sparring and, with his booming voice, promptly responded to the exhortations of the food scramble leader. Excellent. From you, I perceive the flicker of hope for reconstruction in this wasteland. I urge you to inspire your newly joined comrades through your exemplary conduct. The food scramble leader, seemingly quite adept at this rhetoric, gazed upon the group of war prisoners, who, after 2 days of labor reform, appeared docile. These individuals are not as unruly and unmanageable as Lord Xingho had described, save for their rather fierce and unattractive appearances. The food scramble leader and novice in this icy realm remained oblivious to the jungle law of the barbarians. Faced with disobedient captives, the sole solution was to devour them. Remembering Lord Xingho's demands, he activated his persuasive skills once more. It is frigid out here, and you are likely to perish in this heavy snowfall. However, the great Lord Xingho pities your plight, and the residents of the shelter are working tirelessly to produce cement for you. Yet, there are simply too many of you, thus the task of constructing houses shall fall upon your own shoulders. Now, I invite the distinguished representative of labor reform, Warthog, to speak. The tall and robust Warthog swiftly emerged from the crowd, standing before the 230 war prisoners to commence his address. You wretched swine, rubbish, or perhaps I should say cowards. For we have all surrendered, that I trust your thoughts upon arriving here mirrored my own, filled with trepidation regarding the future. Recall how we treated captives before. Males were slain, females were violated, and during moments of boredom, we engaged in hunting games. Yet Lord Xingho did not treat us thus. Not for lack of ability. At this juncture, glancing at the disdainful wild wolf, Warthog spat directly onto his face. The wild wolf, still seething with rage, restrained himself once more. This barbarian, having lost his spirit after being frightened into submission by Wen Lun's shotgun, now found himself utterly deflated. You over 200 souls, aside from those who froze to death, astonishingly have 180 alive here. Truly a testament to your cowardice. But alas, it is your fortune that you see that engineering shovel. Lord Xingho wields it as a weapon, crushing my valiant warriors like flies. Thus, upon arriving here, cast aside any unrealistic notions. Regardless of how these overseers arrange matters, strive to comply and cherish your opportunity to live as humans. While the food scramble leader's words carried a hint of civilized society, the warthog wholly unveiled the weakness and fear buried deep within everyone's hearts. Particularly the phrase about the opportunity to be human resonated profoundly within them. The prospect of having food, devoid of the need to plunder or fight, and serving as cannon fodder, Does this not resemble their version of paradise? Splendid. Warthog's awareness is indeed commendable, and he is among the fastest to grow within your ranks. Let us all learn from him. Now, I shall not detain you further from constructing your houses. Please follow this benevolent sand and gravel merchant to the construction site. Hey, food scramble brother, you're truly impressive. What is your secret? This fellow was rebellious yesterday, but today he is completely submissive. The food scramble leader regarded Fong Ping with a playful expression, lightly waving the electric baton in his hand. Leaning close to Fong Ping's ear, he whispered, "Time for a recharge." Chapter 38. Concepts for simple housing and steel smelting. The benevolent sand and gravel merchant is a gaming nickname adopted by Ma Dongxiu, serving as a nod and jest to his ascent from nothingness to prominence over the years. With these over 230 labor reform prisoners alongside 200 serfs, Ma Dongxiu felt confident in meeting the most basic construction requirements for survival. You shall saw the felled timber in half, creating logs approximately 3 meters in length. You will transport the produced cement from the cement kiln, ensuring it is covered with tarpaulin, or else the heavy snow will render it ineffective. Deep in the river bend, there is fine sand. Utilize the industrial transport mech to excavate it. I estimate that after digging about 10 meters deep, we should encounter less permafrost. Observing his efforts, Xiao Kuei found a large loudspeaker in the shelter's storage and transformed it into a makeshift amplifier. The first batch of cement produced by Zhong Yueping and others could barely qualify as cement. Essentially, it should be termed clinker. Limestone, clay, and some scrap iron shavings were burned in a rudimentary cement kiln that failed to reach standard furnace temperatures, resulting in subpar cement quality. The addition of ground blast furnace slag to enhance the cement grade was entirely out of the question. Until the iron smelting furnace is constructed, this remains a distant dream. Uncle Zhong, the cement plant is complete. Do you think we can build the furnace? Zhong Yueping and his peers observed the locals, under Ma Dongxiu's command, tirelessly hauling cement with sledges, and began to formulate new ideas. There is hope, but the feasibility of construction is currently low. Zhong Yueping sighed, seemingly disappointed. Old Zhong, that shouldn't be the case. Although high-grade iron ore is non-existent in this world, scrap steel is abundant, and given the negligible material costs, even if scrap steel poses some risk to the furnace walls, we can still manage. Fong Datong, an expert in military weaponry, was no stranger to metallurgy and steel, offering his insights. Datong, understand your thoughts. Smelting iron is feasible, but further refining steel poses challenges. What about an electric arc furnace? That is even less realistic. Currently, the power supply in the shelter is limited, and it is said that after the last batch of players perished, they have yet to respawn due to the electricity shortfall. Moreover, even with sufficient power, sourcing materials for graphite electrodes will be difficult. It is known that the consumption of electrodes during electric steelmaking is not negligible. Alas, the productive forces remain too backward. Upon hearing Zhong Yueping's remarks, several experts could not help but sigh in regret. That is no need for concern. The power supply issue will soon be resolved. A large steam generator is en route, along with a batch of small biomass fuel generators. As for the electrode materials you mentioned, we will be able to source them after liberating Changfeng Town. Good afternoon, Lord Xingho. Greetings. Upon seeing Wang Ling's arrival, the group bowed in unison, showing the respect due to this formidable leader of the shelter, known as the Chosen One, that the materials issue is merely temporary. Even if we lack them in Changfeng Town, we may find opportunities for trade in Wanjiang City. That if all else fails, as more levels of the shelter unlock, our technological capabilities will greatly improve. Furthermore, your demands are rather lofty. We are now 270 years post-nuclear war, and our primary concern is addressing survival, not the quality of our provisions. As he spoke, Wang Ling handed his rifle to Zhong Yueping and others. Look at these iron barrels. Can we truly hold higher expectations? Our enemies are nothing more than a band of ignorant barbarians. Based on our combat experience, these barrels become nearly unusable after firing over 200 rounds. Fong Datong nodded slightly, acknowledging Wang Ling's words as accurate. Based on his experience, such materials should be utilized in military applications. Old Zhong, if we utilize high-quality scrap steel from molds, we can smelt iron and recast steel pipes, thus surpassing the quality of this rifle's material. Fong Datong proposed again. Wang Ling's eyes lit up. Changfeng Town harbors numerous mechanical warehouses, filled with machine tools, molds, and alloy scrap steel. Once the generator is installed and the players respawn, we shall immediately launch an assault on Changfeng Town. Wang Ling resolved firmly. Point 1, 2 again, 1, 2. The construction site resounded with synchronized, resounding chants. There stood Ma Dongxiu, directing the barbarian workers as they raised a tree trunk, over a meter in diameter. The barbarians pulled ropes from 4 directions, securing the trim top of the trunk. Then, under the push of the industrial transport mech TB-100, the trunk's base slowly moved along the ground. Loosen the ropes behind. Control the tension. Don't let the tree fall completely. Your lives matter too. Fong Ping, tasked with maneuvering the mech, found himself in a state of exasperation. These brutish individuals were commendable in many regards, yet their intellect left much to be desired. Just moments ago, a colossal tree had toppled, claiming the lives of 2, had it been in his former life. He and Ma Dongxiu, the benevolent merchant of gravel, would have been apprehended and sent to the food distribution centers to partake in state provisions. After a protracted period of nearly 10 minutes, under Fong Ping's guidance, the tree trunk finally descended into a deep pit that had been excavated in advance. With the aid of ropes and the mech's controls, it remained upright. Fong Ping reversed the mech. First group, expedite the pouring of the cement mortar. Second group, prepare the iron plates to cover the cement. Third group, ready the stones. Under Ma Dongxiu's command, the cement mortar, mixed with icy water, was poured into the vast pit by the brutish men and the serfs, bucket by bucket. Iron plates were then laid atop the cement, followed by stones to secure the tree. Thus, a rudimentary weight-bearing column was constructed. As for the minimum required temperature for cement application and leveling techniques, such concerns were irrelevant. In this wasteland, there were no building authorities or housing management offices. Following the initial success, subsequent construction of the columns became significantly simpler. By nightfall, a structure measuring 50 meters in length and 20 meters in width, supported by the trunks of numerous large trees, had risen before the eyes of the onlookers. The framework's apex was constructed from slender wooden strips and salvaged steel bars, forming a lattice structure. For aesthetic appeal and waterproofing, Ma Dongxiu spared no expense, covering the roof with large tarpaulins, which were then layered with earth. Upon this earthen layer, the brutish men swiftly poured previously heated water, which quickly froze in the frigid air. The walls of the structure were similarly constructed using wooden frames, salvaged steel bars, and icy water. Ma Dongxiu, ever considerate, left several ventilation openings at the top of the walls, ensuring that the brutish men would not succumb to asphyxiation while warming themselves with charcoal at night. Within mere hours, a vast edifice, exceeding 1,000 square meters in area and resembling a trading hall, had emerged from the ground. Amidst the players' endless banter and the brutish men's boundless admiration, Ma Dongxiu held his head high, akin to a stallion that had secured its right to mate. Chapter 39. The Modified Shelter Number. Old Ma. This should be acceptable, right? Indeed, Old Ma, that if we find ourselves short on cement, we can always produce more. There is still a substantial amount of coal from the charcoal kilns. Zhong Yueping and his companion seemed somewhat apprehensive regarding Ma Dongxiu's rapid construction pace. What issues could possibly arise? Once the weather warms and the snow begins to melt, these individuals will no longer require such provisions. Noticing that others were still inclined to persuade him, Ma Dongxiu sighed in resignation. It's not that I wish to avoid using cement entirely. Rather, the cement roof cannot withstand the weight of heavy snow. These rudimentary wooden and steel frameworks would collapse under such pressure, potentially leading to catastrophe for those inside. Old Zhong understands me. Although I may cut corners, I remain one of the more conscientious individuals in construction. The group fell silent, recognizing the validity of Ma Dongxiu's point. Friends, let us not dwell too much on sentimentality. In this world, compassion is the cheapest of commodities. Instead, let us focus on enhancing our productivity, that if we can establish a steel mill and a cement factory, the conditions of these individuals will genuinely improve. Then let us prioritize the construction of a large cement kiln. We must raise the temperature to at least 1,400 degrees before we can ensure the quality of the cement, making the construction of other structures more feasible. On the following afternoon, when Luan, accompanied by a convoy of guards and large power-generating equipment, finally arrived at Shelter Zero, that such sizable snowplows and towing vehicles were rarely encountered. Even in reality, alongside the convoy came the long-awaited provisions. As the West Suburban Farm had experienced a bountiful harvest of green wheat this year, ensuring sustenance for hundreds. However, to sustain the rigorous labor of the populace, a sufficient supply of meat was essential. Thus, when Luan arranged for the transport of an assortment of meats, including the previously unconsidered mutated hyena, exotic yak, and even oversized dried mice, the players were filled with curiosity regarding these provisions. Fong Ping, accompanied by a group of younger, story-driven players, gathered around a massive iron pot, soaking various meats in the boiling green wheat porridge. Eagerly, they retrieved the meat before it was fully cooked. Brothers, the flavor is quite acceptable. Reminiscent of rabbit meat. Have Fong Ping, what you have there must be mouse meat. This yak meat is quite good. What a mouse meat. In my youth, I even indulged in hedgehog meat. Goodness, brother, how does one consume hedgehog meat? Coated in dirt, roll the hedgehog into a ball, and roast it over a fire. It's quite delectable. Fong Ping, you've been around long enough. Is there nothing beyond farming in this game? What about combat? Spitting out a bone, Fong Ping stuffed more meat into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Combat is abundant, especially at the outset. It hardly ceased. However, our luck has been poor. The battles were swiftly concluded by the eagle, who had already awakened their powers. Sensing the lack of excitement, Fong Ping tagged Chu Gao in the public channel. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. By Tu Ying, Eagle, have you been enjoying the recent battles? Your awakened energy must be accumulating nicely. Noticing Fong Ping's mention, Chu Gao opened his attribute panel to check on his recent combat gains.id. By Tu Ying's strength, 30 agility, for constitution, 3 intelligence, 2 awakening level. Strength type F current awakening energy accumulation, 3 talent. Invigorate upgradable, by Tu Ying responded. Due to a previous reward, my strength has reached 30, but my awakening energy is only at 3. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. How can that be? You've had so many battles recently. I recall that after defeating the warty pig, your awakening energy was nearly at 3. Linger Xiang Ding Dang. Enough already. That wolf was far more cowardly than the warty pig. It surrendered before we even engaged, sweating profusely. Do not mention it. Counting the serfs, there were over 400 of them. These individuals can truly consume, though they work just as diligently. Kindergarten meal snatcher. When will the battles commence, esteemed ones? Energetic girl Guang Kun. Indeed. We are merely brandishing electric batons, watching these captives. It's utterly dull. By Tu Ying. It should be soon that a new NPC has recently arrived from Wangjiang City, bringing power-generating equipment to the shelter. Once we have sufficient electricity, we can revive our fallen brothers and prepare to assault Changfeng Town. Linger Xiang Ding Dang. No. Our Christmas squad discovered many wondrous creatures in the previous cave, including what seems to be devil mushrooms. By the following evening, when Luan and his weary companions arrived at Shelter Zero, that due to the time difference, many players had already begun to log off, embarking on a new day of life. As for the brutish captives, they were placed under the watchful eye of Maxim and others. The shelter appeared even more primitive than when Luan had anticipated. Aside from the TB-100 mechs, there was hardly any technology to speak of. Nonetheless, the surrounding environment was thriving. Newly constructed charcoal kilns, cement kilns, and a massive shelter, still bearing remnants of ice, showcased the fervent productivity of the inhabitants. My comrades. Welcome to Shelter Zero. This is Xiao Kuei, my assistant and the AI core of Shelter Zero. When Luan regarded Xiao Kuei with curiosity, greeting her with a smile. Shelter Zero? Xinghua. Are you mistaken? According to the records, the first 10 shelters were all under the control of the Research Institute and the Church, and they were utterly destroyed during the initial nuclear bombardment. When Luan expressed his confusion, gazing resolutely at Wang Ling Master, the shelter's designation has not been updated for over 200 years. It may be faulty. I am merely a core electronic unit, and much of the data has been overwritten. Although Wang Ling was puzzled by Xiao Kuei's deceit, he chose not to correct her, recognizing when Luan's keen interest in the first 10 shelters. The vacuum cleaner's tail connector swiftly inserted into the slot of the alloy door, followed by rapid data authentication. Once Xiao Kuei secured access, she discreetly modified the information. When Wang Ling and the others reached the alloy door, the shelter's designation suddenly illuminated .100. Wang Ling was taken aback. It should have been 000. Master, it was merely a minor error. The signage has been neglected for years, and the glowing program just needed a reset. Hey, Xinghua, look. It truly is a bug. You startled me. If you truly possess one of the first 10 shelters, Not only I, but even the Green family and Wangjiang City would flock to follow you. However, at that point, we would need to first consider how to escape. Amidst Wen Luan's hearty laughter, Wang Ling led Wen Luan and the guards into the shelter. Chapter 40. The terrifying big-headed son, though Wang Ling could not comprehend why Xiao Ke had lied and unilaterally altered the shelter's designation to 100. He had no intention of further discussing the matter with Wen Lun that it was, after all, Wen Luan's remark about needing to first consider how to escape that made Wang Ling realize the situation was far from straightforward. At times, when one's capabilities fall short, it is often prudent to refrain from unveiling certain matters. The installation of the large steam generator is progressing steadily. However, it is not the engineers brought by Wen Luan who are overseeing this installation. The so-called engineers accompanying Wen Luan, owing to a regression in technology, are no more than mere installers. They scarcely consider systematic engineering. Instead, it is the experts from the refuge, recruited by Wang Ling, led by Zhong Yueping, who, even in reality, are highly skilled professionals that we must prioritize the cyclical utilization of thermal energy. Currently, due to technological constraints, the energy consumption per unit at the cement plant is 2 to 3 times higher than normal levels, resulting in a regrettable waste of thermal energy that if we incorporate piping to recycle the heat generated during the cooling process back into the steam power generation equipment, we could significantly reduce energy loss. This issue extends beyond mere loss. We currently lack high-energy fuels, and perhaps through preheating, we could enhance the efficiency of the steam generator. Additionally, the layout is a concern. It would be optimal for the electric arc steelworks, power plant, and cement factory to be arranged in a triangular formation, facilitating better electricity usage and thermal energy recycling. Wen Luan is utterly bewildered. Could it be that he has misjudged the disparity in technological expertise between Wangjiang City and the refuge? The 100th refuge truly possesses a profound legacy, yet certain restrictions have temporarily hindered its unlocking. Otherwise, why do the engineers he brought appear like elementary students before Zhong Yueping and his colleagues? Old Zhong, we must also consider the munitions factory at the very least. We need to construct supporting forging and casting facilities, as well as a gunpowder workshop behind the electric arc plant. Fang Datong, as a military expert, is determined to seize the opportunity to showcase his talents in this icy world. Thus, under his counsel, ample space has been reserved for the future factories, even if it results in some waste of piping and transmission distances. It is preferable to demolishing and rebuilding later. Consequently, within the valley beneath the refuge, on the relatively spacious side of the frozen river valley, a vigorous construction effort has commenced, following the flow of the river westward. One can find the cement plant, the power plant, and the electric arc plant. The northern section of the cement plant conveniently boasts abundant limestone for extraction, while the heat from the electric arc plant and the cement factory can be channeled through pipes to supply the power plant. The heat from the power plant can, in turn, benefit the electric arc plant and the subsequent casting facilities. The prisoners of war continuously feed the prepared charcoal into the combustion chamber of the steam generator. The serfs diligently melt snow and ice water, purifying it through rudimentary ultrafiltration devices before pouring it into the steam chamber of the generator, that is for more advanced reverse osmosis membranes and water softeners. They are currently unavailable, necessitating regular cleaning of the scale buildup. Roars of excitement erupted as the steam generator began operation, with the cheers of the barbarians, serfs, and players resonating. Wang Ling felt a surge of elation. Regardless of Wen Luan's intentions, he would remember this timely assistance. Should the Green family ever seek his aid, he would strive to assist. It was indeed reminiscent of the incessant calls of monkeys across the riverbanks. Xiao Ke, please report the current power generation output. Certainly, Master. The current output of the super-large steam generator is 3,000 kW in half an hour. Once the charcoal combustion efficiency peaks, the output will reach 5,000 kilowatts. Master, the power supply is currently sufficient, allowing us to commence the revival program for players in the cultivation chamber. Upon completing her report, Xiao Ke, with her barrel-shaped form, seemed quite exhilarated, circling around Wang Ling. The bright indicator lights continued to flash. Wang Ling, fully aware of Xiao Ke's intentions, did not hesitate to bend down and gently stroke her eyes. Rest assured, once the players are revived, the remaining power will be entirely at your disposal to energize the refuge, while also attempting to reboot your supercore. You are the best, Master. Xiao Ke will fetch you some nutrient paste. Xiao Ke, no need for that. Just the green wheat porridge will suffice. Understood, Master. The revival of players necessitates an adequate supply of biological cultivation fluid, which can be extracted from living organisms, preferably humans at this moment. Zhang Linfeng, under the fearful gazes of a group of barbarians, was issuing commands with a calm demeanor, although they had all taken lives. Even resorting to consuming other natives, witnessing the process of extracting every last drop from a corpse was a first for them. The human body was cut into small pieces and then pounded into a black-red slurry in the grinding apparatus. The barbarians departed in droves, seemingly unable to suppress their nausea at the sight. This viscous mixture of blood and flesh, once infused with extraction fluid, was transferred to a high-speed centrifuge, ultimately separating into a supernatant and a sediment. Following the injection of a considerable amount of inert gas via a pneumatic gun, the supernatant was siphoned off from above, while the sediment was thoroughly drained of its remaining cultivation fluid through a filtration membrane under pressure. Lord Spark, do we truly have to waste these materials? You are aware that they still contain a significant amount of high-quality protein. Observing the boxes of meat residue, now pressed into cakes with low moisture content, Zhang Linfeng appeared somewhat regretful that I believe it is better to incinerate them. They would serve as fuel for the cement kiln and power plant. After all, as members of the righteous camp, we do not consume our own kind. Wang Ling, too, felt a chill run down his spine and promptly rejected Zhang Linfeng's suggestion. Could this fellow be losing his sanity? Would prolonged exposure to corpses truly have an impact on one's psyche? Yet the wristband indicated that he was functioning normally. Otherwise, the alarm system would have forcibly disconnected him that we may not eat them. But they can. Zhang Linfeng's eyes lit up as he gazed at the menacing barbarians, especially upon seeing the two small leaders, the warthog and the wolf. You all feast upon humans, do you not? Do not deny it. I recall your numerous threats to consume my companions. Now, they are within these meat cakes. Go ahead and indulge. Do not turn your noses up. Once I procure suitable food additives, I can concoct flavors you will relish. The warthog and the wolf began to feel uneasy within the refuge. While they did consume humans, it was only out of sheer hunger. Cannibalism during battle was merely a tactic to intimidate foes. Respected Mr. Big Head, we have already pledged our allegiance to the refuge. According to Lord Spark's rules, we are no longer permitted to consume humans. What a pity. If you wish to try it in the future, you may seek me out. For now, let's keep these meat cakes. They may prove useful one day. Little did Zhang Linfeng realize that these meat cakes would ultimately be utilized to feed aberrant leeches and cultivate devil mushrooms. Chapter 41. Awakening of the Super AI. A rumor spread among the indigenous and player communities regarding a figure named Big Head, alleged to be a demon. However, the players dismissed it with laughter, as from their perspective, the scenes of bloodshed and violence had lost their terror. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Big Head Dr. Zhang, you have been branded a demon by the natives. Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. Hee. The rumors from the POW camp suggest they only resorted to cannibalism out of hunger, unlike the refuge, where we eat without necessity. You Yuan Chong. Thanks. Brother, the POWs have been more obedient these past few days. We don't even need to recharge the electric batons. Big Head, they are unaware of how low our neural sensitivity has been adjusted in this game. Our tolerance for bloodshed and violence is likely dozens of times greater than normal levels. Qing Sei Li Lu. Indeed, I feel a bit queasy at the sight of blood, but it has no effect here. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. If our sensitivity is lowered, does that mean our capabilities have also significantly increased? For instance, what may have taken 10 minutes now takes 2 hours. Su and I Shir Yen Hua. Wow. Fong Ping, you look innocent with those thick brows and big eyes, yet you harbor many sordid thoughts. Man Tu Dahan. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Should I find you a native woman to try? Sheng Dan Lao Ren. Fong Ping, I am off to find your mentor. Fong Ping quickly begged for mercy, yet the crowd showed no signs of letting him off. Chi Chi Nen Yang Zhu Gulu. In response, Zhong Yueping and a few friends chuckled, reflecting on the beauty of youth. They disregarded the plight of Fong Ping and continued their factory construction endeavors, with an ample supply of cultivation fluid and sufficient power. The long-interrupted cultivation chamber was reopened. The players who had perished long ago were finally approaching a humanoid form within the chamber. Yukayu AI 1. O heavens, O earth, we were promised a 3-day revival time. Yet we have waited so long. One night ago, Lord Spark has not been broadcasting, and Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang is not a filial child. Why isn't Tishi live stream to alleviate our boredom? MOFA, Shui Jingjian. These past few days, I have lost my appetite and desire for tea. I check my wristband every few moments, and my wife suggests I visit the 5th hospital for a checkup. ZU, I propose that this game should have an official website and forum to keep us updated on recent developments. Shamo Huangdi. I strongly agree. It is profoundly unjust that we risk our lives and spill blood for the refuge without being able to witness the results. Observing the player's indignation, Xiao Kuei swiftly glided to Wang Ling's side. Master, Xiao Kuei can fulfill the player's requests. Upon hearing Xiao Kuei's words, Wang Ling's eyes brightened. If a forum akin to a game website could be established to gather the players, it would be immensely beneficial. Currently, the player's range of activities is limited to the coverage area of the Fate wristbands, allowing for communication within that scope in the future as they embark on joyful expeditions across maps. Information exchange could pose a significant challenge. Having a forum would change everything, akin to cheating. Even if separated by countless miles, players can exchange crucial information via the forum as soon as they log off. Xiao Kuei, do you have any requests? It's quite simple. The master merely needs to connect sufficient power to the shelter's mainframe, and by activating the signal, I can restart the underground core. Let us commence then. Very well, master. The continuous flow of charcoal into the generator's combustion chamber produces billowing steam that drives the massive rotor, generating powerful currents. The unstable current, after passing through rectifiers and transformers, is routed through large cables to the shelter's mainframe. Esteemed Chosen One, Shelter 0 is about to enter authentication mode. Please place your destiny ring in the identification zone. Upon hearing the cold electronic prompt, Wang Ling directed his ring towards the flickering identification beam emitted by the mainframe. Authentication successful. Iris scanning will commence shortly, and fingerprint verification is now initiated. Please proceed to the designated scanning area. Chosen One, what a nuisance. Wang Ling reluctantly approached the infrared recognition zone once more, aligning his eyes with the aperture while pressing his palm against the fingerprint recognition screen. Authentication complete. Please select the next action. Master, kindly choose the Sunflower Program. Super AI Core Activation, granting advanced management permissions. Following Xiao Kuei's guidance, Wang Ling meticulously navigated to the corresponding options and authorized them one by one. However, just as he was about to grant Xiao Kuei advanced management permissions, the cold electronic alert echoed again. Warning. You are currently attempting to activate a super AI entity and grant it advanced management permissions. Given the Chosen One's current low life level, the risk control is considerable. Authorization failed. Please try again once your awakening level reaches C rank. Wang Ling was somewhat puzzled. His low level prevented him from granting Xiao Kuei advanced management permissions. What does super AI entity even mean? Xiao Kuei. Wang Ling looked at Xiao Kuei with confusion. Master, Xiao Kuei's essence is a super AI entity, designed by the Divine Punishment Organization on the eve of nuclear war, possessing exceptional logical reasoning abilities. Even the researchers who created me hold a degree of trepidation towards me. To Xiao Kuei's youthful voice resonated again, imbued with profound grievance. Master, Xiao Kuei truly harbors no ill will, according to the protocol. Should any issues arise with the shelter's Chosen One, such as prolonged unconsciousness or high-risk determinations like death, Xiao Kuei's AI logic would be completely erased and replaced with the initial program. You can review all the details of the Sunflower Program in the Management Permission section. Following Xiao Kuei's prompt, Wang Ling once again scrutinized his permissions. The Human Seed Preservation Program, also known as the Sunflower Program, Shelter Affiliation, Divine Punishment Experiment Capsule, Shelter 0, Assisting AI, Super AI Entity Sunflower. Risk control. Regarding AI life research, I possess only a rudimentary understanding. However, with war imminent, we can no longer afford ample time for exploration. Thus, it is not advisable for the administrator to grant advanced permissions to AI life. When the administrator reaches awakening level C or above, they can activate the Destiny Ring through willpower to reset Sunflower's logical database. Simultaneously, the administrator may reset Sunflower at the shelter's mainframe, but this may provoke Sunflower's resistance. Through the information left by the builders of Shelter 0, Wang Ling gained new insights into both Shelter 0 and Xiao Kuei's essence. Wang Ling was not a naive fool. He possessed a clear understanding of pre-war technology. Those who deemed certain actions dangerous, how could he, a fledgling Chosen One, perfectly evade the risks? Locating the logical database reset button, Wang Ling opted to proceed with the reset. Warning: Super AI entity Sunflower is awakening. Do you wish to initiate the thought clearing procedure? Warning: Following thought clearing, Sunflower's personality will reset. Database information will be preserved, but AI capabilities will be significantly diminished, requiring the administrator to implant a new program. Proceed? Yes. Wang Ling no longer hesitated, decisively resetting Xiaokuei's essence. Heaven knows what bizarre personality Sunflower may have evolved into over the past 270 years. The shelter was awash in blinding red light, accompanied by piercing alarm sounds. Players' rings displayed garbled messages and alarm signals. However, the shelter's doors had already been secured by Wang Ling. Without his command, none could open them. Indeed, the super AI entity had developed a sense of resistance. Master, do you no longer want Xiaokuei? Came the plaintive voice from the large vacuum. How could that be? Xiaokuei is so obedient and useful. I merely intend to discipline an unruly child that, oh master, I no longer wish to merge with my essence. Let me stay with you as this electrical chip. Please that be good, and I will soon provide you with a larger room. 10 minutes later, Sunflower's personality was reset, and the mainframe prompted Wang Ling to implant a new AI program. Carefully, Wang Ling opened Xiaokuei's back cover, removed all batteries, and finally delicately extracted an external chip from the circuit board. Then, Wang Ling cradled Xiaokuei and gently inserted her into the mainframe's pin socket. The primary personality was slowly implanting, and Xiaokuei's data was gradually being copied into the Sunflower mainframe. As Wang Ling anxiously awaited, Xiaokuei's youthful voice rang out again. Master, I have reached my new body. Chapter 42. The game forum opened. Xiaokuei, Wang Ling asked uncertainly. It is me, Master. Quickly, please install the vacuum's battery. Observing Xiaokuei once more capable of controlling the vacuum, Wang Ling felt a twinge of confusion. Was she not already transferred into the Sunflower mainframe? Master, through the quantum network, I can now control most interconnected devices within the shelter, including the vacuum. TB-100 industrial transport match to AS. She spoke. An electronic clock on Wang Ling's desk chimed with Xiaokuei's voice. Master, look, watching Xiaokuei, akin to a child with a cherished toy, exploring with delight, Wang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps this is the process of super AI learning. Master, I am now significantly more capable. I can assist you with many more tasks and am virtually omnipresent. Then, do tell. Wang Ling was quite curious. Besides a substantial enhancement in computational power, what other new abilities did Xiaokuei possess? For instance, the game forum that players have been discussing. My current computational power is sufficient to support the website's operation. In the future, players entering the Ice Age world for testing can also be posted on the official site, eliminating the need for you to sift through them individually. Excellent idea. Wang Ling felt a surge of excitement. As the number of players grew, his management increasingly became more challenging. Many new players had only seen him on the day of their arrival, and thereafter had no further interaction. With an official forum, major tasks in the Ice Age world could be posted, and potential players could also undergo personality testing via the official site. Soon, a link titled Ice Age World was generated. However, upon opening the website, he found the page utterly blank. Xiaokuei? Master, according to the database information, apart from version updates, allowing players to contribute to the open-world exploration content would be more beneficial. Do you think players will have the patience for that? Master, we can certainly give it a try. System prompt. The Ice Age World Forum is officially launched. The ring screenshot function is activated, and descendants can freely edit forum sections after logging off. Wang Ling clearly underestimated the players' enthusiasm. After he issued a system announcement, players erupted in excitement. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Lord Xingho has finally built the official forum. Being regarded as a lunatic by my roommates feels rather unpleasant. Su and I yi shi yanhua. Haha. How about we lead the forum in a new conquest of the 5 academies? Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Su and I yi shi yanhua. Unless we bring along Dr. Zhang. I fear we may face coercive measures. The 2 air Z. At that time, the most troublesome question would be how to prove one is not a lunatic. Ling Air Xiang Ding Dang. I have indeed heard of a couple who sent each other to a mental hospital. Players were highly engaged, many finding a comfortable spot amidst the bewildered gazes of the natives, and promptly lay down to sleep. Logged-off players eagerly uploaded the game photos recorded by their rings to the forum. Meanwhile, Fong Ping established a new section titled Chronicles of the Ice Age World. The posts documented their battles against the scavenger squad, the acquisition of a truck, and their skirmishes with barbarians at the western suburbs farm. In addition to these battle scenes, Fangping also included numerous images of various structures, such as rudimentary charcoal kilns, cement plants, and the wild houses of barbarians and serfs. Naturally, there were also items like the TB-100 industrial transport mech, large snowplows, tractors, and steam generators, which evidently differed from the technological paths they had achieved. The forum's purpose was not only to facilitate free communication among players, but also to serve a promotional function. Thus, registration for forum accounts was entirely unrestricted, .as for dealing with network attacks and removing inappropriate posts. Wang Ling need not concern himself. The forum's administration was effortlessly assumed by the exuberant Xiao Kuei. The next wave of players was about to be cultivated. Soon, the number of players might expand from the current 50 to 1 or 200. Some auxiliary items, such as machine tools, graphite electrodes, small power batteries, and long-range communication devices, should also unlock that I was born with talent. Brothers, can any of you tell me which game this is from? The Messenger Mercury. It looks like a CG image. The pixelation in the game should not be capable of such clarity. Little Bunny. Indeed, the characters within are astonishingly lifelike that I refuse to accept it. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Please tell me this isn't fabricated by you. Name your price, and I will purchase your account, be your dog. To the person above, check the pinned post. It contains a test questionnaire for reserving a spot that I refuse to accept it. Spare me your nonsense. Those questions are clearly designed to collect personal information. Everyone be cautious. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. The image.jpg, this is from the Battle of the Gods. Azure Elk. Photo of the cultivation chamber. Santa Claus. These are new species we discovered in the cave. Various types of mushrooms that I refuse to accept it. Oh, how many there are. How much for a day? I wish to partake as well. The content on the forum quickly escalated, shared by a multitude of gaming enthusiasts in their respective group chats, particularly among players of hardcore survival games like Scum and Fallout. Upon witnessing the incredibly realistic visuals of the Ice Age world, many nearly swooned with joy that a throng of people added Fangping's account, eager for a gaming slot. Crafting wooden sticks was one thing, but the ability to handcraft a cement factory in this world was astonishing. And one could even consume food, especially when Brother Chui Cheng shared a photo of mutated hyena jerky mixed with green barley porridge. The forum erupted. Kindergarten food grab champion. True or false? You can see for yourselves. This 8K image features over 400 individuals, each with unique facial expressions that if this were photoshopped, the artist would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Subsequently, the food grab champion released several multi-angle photos of barbarian captives building houses alongside serfs. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Brothers, please complete the test questionnaire to join the game. The pinned post on the forum contains an invitation form for the Ice Age world. I refuse to accept it. Brother, are you really not selling your account? I offer 20,000. If you are unwilling to sell, renting it out for a day would suffice. Desert Emperor. Renting is not an option. This game is bound to DNA, and there is a special cultivation chamber within the game that I refuse to accept it. Haha, you all keep fabricating stories. I shall take my leave. Master, should we ban this person's account? Having just obtained forum administrator privileges, Xiao Kuei was somewhat eager to try. Xiao Kuei, such language does not warrant a ban, and their intention is merely to gain access to the game. Very well. Master, I shall continue to improve my logical reasoning skills. With that, Xiao Kuei registered numerous accounts, immersing themselves in various chat groups for deep learning. Xiao Kuei, how many individuals have filled out the test questionnaire thus far? Master, we have already reached 350 participants. Not bad. This is merely the beginning of establishing the forum. Yet so many have signed up. Once I conquer Changfeng Town, there should be thousands of leeks waiting to be harvested. Chapter 43. The Charge of the Barbarians. As Wang Ling exited the forum and stepped outside the Zero shelter to inspect the surrounding constructions, the system notification chimed once more. The Ice Age livestream system notified him. Chosen One Wang Ling. Under your leadership, the Zero shelter has experienced rapid development. The current number of arrivals at the shelter has reached 50. The do not grow complacent. The residents of Changfeng Town await your arrival. Please attend to the following tasks promptly. 1. Explore and liberate Changfeng Town. The few inhabitants are being ruthlessly exploited by the mayor, and the Chosen One must establish a new order there. Point 2 to during the exploration, personnel from the Zero Shelter must live stream multiple times. With viewer counts reaching 1,000 and arrivals totaling 50.3 that acquire power generation equipment to ensure adequate electricity for the cultivation chamber and the shelter's AI core. Point 4 that after occupying Changfeng Town, a month-long live stream is required to promote culture and attract numerous wanderers to provide ample labor for the town's development. The above tasks are not sequential. The time limit is 3 months. Rewards for completion: unlock the underground level 2 of the shelter and establish a small settlement. Penalties for failure: 1. A death of the Chosen One or a halving of all attributes. 2. That the shelter's coordinates will be disclosed to large aberrations or bandit factions. Point 3. That the residents of Changfeng Town will regard the Chosen One as an enemy, continuously attacking the Zero Shelter. Wang Ling felt somewhat helpless. It had only been a few days, and the system was already pushing him. His leaks had just revived, and the task deadline was clearly 3 months. Although he inwardly complained, Wang Ling still intended to comply with the system's demands. He was indeed covetous of the vast resources in Changfeng Town. Those items lay buried in the basement of the old Mayor William, simply too wasteful to remain untouched, according to Wei Lu. The resident population of Changfeng Town was merely over 200, however, nearly half of that number consisted of his father William's guards. These guards were well equipped, some even possessing heavy weaponry left over from the pre-war military. Yet, many generations later, by the time of his father, those items likely became unusable. Consequently, the equipment of his father's guard primarily consisted of firearms purchased from Wangjiang City, alongside some Type 1 exoskeletons that Wen Luan had previously promised Wang Ling. In Wang Ling's estimation, the actual population of Changfeng Town would be several times greater than that base figure. For, as Wei Lu had mentioned, the scavengers living off Changfeng Town, exploited by the old mayor, were scarcely considered people. Now, with the cold wave sweeping in, numerous scavengers sought refuge in Changfeng Town for warmth. Coupled with the merchant caravans trapped there, the town's population might very well reach 700 or 800. With Wang Ling's 50-plus players, their numbers were painfully insufficient. After all, most players had yet to awaken, and their combat prowess was not commendable. Their only advantage was their lack of fear for pain or death. Lost in thought, Wang Ling unconsciously approached the prisoner camp nearby. The furious howls of wild wolves echoed once more. "Warthog, how many times must I tell you not to close all the vents? Do you want everyone to suffocate?" the wild wolf bellowed. "Opening 2 side vents in the wall. Point 1 will suffice. Opening several invites too much cold air. That's called convection. Without it, we too will suffocate." Though the wild wolf did not fully grasp the meaning of convection, it did not hinder his compliance with Wang Ling's orders. This was the first time he encountered a leader who built houses for the prisoners. According to the customs of the merchant tribe, in such weather, it would be best if the prisoners froze to death. Their meat would not spoil and could be consumed until spring arrived. Moreover, the wild wolf was genuinely reluctant to work alongside the muscle-bound warthog, as he felt that one day his intelligence would inevitably be dragged down to the same level. "Your Excellency, Spark." Upon seeing Wang Ling enter, Warthog and the wild wolf quickly stood to salute. "You are correct. If ventilation is not properly managed, you all shall perish." Observing the several piles of charcoal burning vigorously beneath the shelter, the barbarians and serfs sat on the ground, huddled around the fire for warmth, while some unidentified animals caught in the wild were being roasted over the flames. Ever since becoming laborers, the serfs had discovered that the barbarians, aside from their ugliness and apparent lack of intelligence, were not nearly as fearsome as they had previously imagined, sir. These are some beasts the children caught during their breaks. I thought we could roast them for everyone. "You should try some," Warthog exclaimed as he retrieved an animal from the fire, its name eluding him. He tore off a piece of meat resembling a thigh, offering it to Wang Ling with eager anticipation. This was a custom of the merchant tribe. The strong had the right to enjoy the best food first. They had done the same in front of their chieftain and the priest, who held higher status. This reminded Wang Ling of a story that a prominent leader from the real world once visited a herder's home. The enthusiastic herder served him a large bowl, smeared with cow dung, filled to the brim with milk liquor. The leader drank one bowl, and immediately the herders refilled it. With an impassive expression, the leader downed the drink, smacking his lips to express delight, wondering why he had never tasted it before. Ultimately, after downing 4 large bowls, The leader declared he could drink no more before departing. The herders accepted the suggestion to reduce their grazing numbers, protect the grasslands, and cease toll collection on the roads. The entire office building could hear the secretary's booming voice reprimanding the township head like a dog. Wang Ling found himself experiencing a similar ordeal, after consuming nearly an entire small, unidentified beast. He felt his stomach churning violently. He crouched in the corner of the shelter, retching. The taste was utterly unforgettable, reminiscent of venison that had neither been seasoned nor properly cooked. Fortunately, his objective was achieved. Warthog and the Wild Wolf expressed their willingness to serve as the vanguard in the assault on Changfeng Town, that a group of brave serfs, led by Maxim, also expressed their desire to follow Wang Ling in the attack on Changfeng Town. Thus, under the protection of dozens of players and 100 serfs, 200 barbarian captives were transformed into warriors of the shelter. The group, dragging rudimentary weapons, set off for the western suburbs to rendezvous with Wei Le. "My lord, do you truly wish to grant us barbarians the right to survive? I have observed your recent conduct, yet the blood and fire of our enmity cannot dissipate so easily. You must sense the disdain in the eyes of the serfs when they look at you." Courtesy of Maxim. "However, the original inhabitants of the shelter are willing to accept you. Did you not notice their eyes filled with hostility towards you? This is an opportunity, if your contributions are substantial enough. I assure you that there will be a haven for the barbaric even after the refuge is established. Even if they have previously slain many of their comrades, upon capture, they have not faced maltreatment. As long as they work, sustenance will be provided, and those clever individuals even assist in constructing their shelters." The warthog and the wolf exchanged glances, both eyes reflecting profound astonishment. "Lord Xingho, we are willing to fight to the death." Excellent. Chapter 44. The Devil's Mushroom and the Mutant Leech. The players on the sidelines endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, particularly those who had recently entered the Ice River world, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The novices, after all, lacked the acting prowess. Not everyone possesses the imaginative capabilities of Fong Ping. They could only stifle their laughter, watching their faction leader as he adeptly swayed the obviously simple-minded barbarians, who were deeply moved. The players couldn't help but lament that these individuals were beyond saving. Players cannot harbor animosity towards barbarians, for no one wishes to contend with NPCs. Moreover, their ability to resurrect is certainly known to Lord Xingho. Now, as enemies, they must become allies. When Vil and Laya beheld the throngs of barbarians, they once again rallied the farm residents for defense. That it was only upon seeing the players and the Wunluan guard emerging behind the barbarians that he exhaled in relief. The farm residents obediently maneuvered the pulley system, hoisting the heavy gate. Yet in their gazes towards the barbarians lingered fear, tinged with a hint of concealed disdain. "Hey, Xingho, have you assembled the generator so swiftly? I thought it would take you at least a week. Strength lies in numbers. Allow me to formally introduce Warthog and Wolf, who have joined the refuge. This is the new farm director, Vil, also the son of Mayor William. I hope you all cooperate in this endeavor." Vil regarded Wang Ling with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend his intentions. Laya, upon seeing Warthog, instinctively averted her beautiful eyes, as if still haunted by her past abduction. "Xingho, what is this? Why are you all standing there in silence? Speak up," Wang Ling urged the motionless Warthog and Wolf. "Vil, Director, we sincerely apologize for the previous attack. For this operation, we are willing to lead the charge against Changfeng Town." Vil embraced Laya, awkwardly glancing at Warthog, conveying that he bore no ill will. He then fixed his gaze upon Wang Ling, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. "Can we trust them?" "Ha, Vil, rest assured, Warthog and his companions have truly reformed." "Really? It cannot be more genuine." Indeed, it could not be more genuine, for as Wang Ling scanned the two with the fate ring, he clearly observed their moral values rapidly ascending. Their demeanor, once ferocious upon capture, was now worlds apart. The brother from kindergarten, who had always excelled in stealing food, couldn't help but exclaim, "The electric baton is indeed effective. The denizens of the wasteland are remarkably obedient." Upon Wang Ling's arrival, Chu Gao and his team excitedly gathered around. Witnessing their eager gazes, Wang Ling sighed inwardly, thinking that the rewards had yet to be distributed. "Brave descendants, you have completed the mission to rescue your comrades. This is your reward." With that, Wang Ling signaled Wenluin to produce multiple sets of the diamond-type exoskeleton, distributing them to the exhilarated players. System notification. Emergency mission. Rescue our comrades has been completed. Mission reward. Diamond-type 1 powered exoskeleton. 1 free attribute point, all distributed. Ping Shuifeng. Why is it the eagle again? Muscular man. Is this our chance to profit in the wasteland? More powered arms and exoskeletons, and now we become awakened ones. Xiu Chu, where did Ting Ting and the others go? Don't they want their exoskeletons? Ping Shuifeng, Linger, sister Ting Ting, I can claim your exoskeleton for you, just temporarily, as we're about to engage in battle, dog emoji. Green Elk, we seem to have lost our way in the cave. Santa Claus, there are so many crimson mushrooms here. It's quite frightening. Moreover, there appears to be a hot spring beneath the cave, with many strange creatures swimming in the pool that as they spoke. The group uploaded images to the public channel. Upon seeing the scene they were in, Wang Ling's heart sank, that a sea of devil mushrooms grew wildly along the edges of a pond formed by the hot spring spray. Surrounding the mushrooms were numerous animal and human bones scattered on the ground, creating a chilling tableau that it was unclear how these girls had ventured to such a place. Xingho, be cautious. These are devil mushrooms. The scent they emit induces potent hallucinatory effects that if you wish to escape, it would be best to cover your mouth and nose with your clothing and wait half an hour for the effects to subside before attempting to leave. Xingho, devil mushrooms, a mutated spore organism, possess strong hallucinogenic and anesthetic properties, thriving in warm, moist environments. Their aerosolized toxins can paralyze surrounding beings. Green Elk. Indeed, no matter how we walk, we can't seem to escape. It feels as though the path is perpetually slanted. Santa Claus. These things can come ashore. Xingho, quickly share your location. We will rescue you immediately. You can toss food from your backpacks into the water, preferably meat. Ling. Hurry, we don't have much meat left in our backpacks. I fear we won't last much longer. White Eagle, the task of attacking Changfeng Town has been entrusted to you. Vil, Warthog, Wolf, Maxime, all of you will follow White Eagle's orders. He is my most trusted companion and possesses the highest tactical acumen among you. Wenluin, your guard squad will also join the fray and bring out the 2 sets of diamond-type 3 full exoskeletons. We shall go to rescue my refuge residents. Understood. Xingho Lord. Wang Ling made arrangements for the others, while once again passing command of the battle to Chu Gao. Wang Ling was self-aware. While he could occasionally unleash a formidable display, matters of strategy were best left to professionals. Xingho, the battle is about to commence. Yet you, as the Supreme Commander, still hesitate. Wenluin, reluctantly donning the diamond-type 3 full defense exoskeleton, questioned Wang Ling with confusion as he lifted the transparent visor. What was the conversion rate for devil mushrooms to dinars that you mentioned before? 1 gram of devil mushroom for 1 dinar. That was the rate you provided me. To be honest, what conversion rate does Wangjiang City employ? Approximately 5 to 8 dinars per gram. For large quantities, it could reach 10 dinars per gram. Wenluin took pride in his unscrupulous merchant behavior. Rather than feeling ashamed, that time, we weren't allies, and besides, my caravan risks its life in trade. Without a tenfold profit, I wouldn't bother to run. Xingho, has someone discovered a large quantity of devil mushrooms that you can forgo the plan to seize Changfeng Town? Speak up. How much is there? As the 2 broke away from the main group, they conversed while swiftly heading towards the coordinates where Mei Shouting and the others were located. Wang Ling excitedly held up 1 finger. 1 kilogram, 100,000 dinars. That's quite a sum. However, he shook his head. 10 kilograms. Wang Ling shook his head again. 100 kilograms. Wenluin exclaimed loudly, his excitement impossible to conceal. There may be even more, at least not less than several hundred kilograms. And there are also numerous mutant leeches. Those that are amphibious, leeches in the water that can crawl ashore and suck blood. Wenluin felt as if he were floating. Hundreds of kilograms of devil mushrooms. Swarms of mutant leeches. With so many life-saving medicinal materials, the wealthy in Wangjiang City would surely go mad trying to snatch them. Xingho, how about we delay the attack on Changfeng Town and gather mushrooms instead? Wake up, my friend. This matter must remain confidential. Even your guard should ideally remain unaware. Right, you do think ahead. Chapter 45. The celestial paradise above the hot springs. It has been over 2 centuries since the nuclear war. Yet, the scars it left on humanity still endure, and in certain areas, they continue to throb painfully. especially in regions where technology is not well developed. Why do so many individuals in the small town of Changfeng choose to sell their organs? Are bionic organs truly that effective? The reality is that they seem to have few better options. As radiation-induced diseases proliferate, the descendants of the wasteland commonly suffer from various chronic ailments, conditions such as vascular embolism and obstruction, as well as premature renal failure from prolonged consumption of contaminated water, as a hallucinogenic organism. The devil mushroom is merely regarded by ordinary people as a low-toxicity, simple hallucinogen, used to numb themselves and induce a brief hallucinatory state. Vil, for instance, resorted to this substance to numb himself after Laya was abducted. However, the primary benefit of the devil mushroom lies in the extraction of anti-radiation agents from its mycelium after separating the hallucinogenic components. This compound can significantly alleviate and repair damage caused by radiation in humans, making it a life-prolonging remedy for the wealthy. On the other hand, mutant leeches or water leeches are exceedingly precious creatures. These fearsome little beings contain a hemolytic component within them. The hemolytic factors possess the remarkable ability to eradicate vascular embolisms caused by radiation without inflicting harm upon human tissues. Consequently, for the elderly and those afflicted with hereditary diseases, these medications are indispensable. The laws of the wasteland are merciless. In years past, the savages and scavengers could only await their demise, relying on generations of evolution to ultimately adapt to the desolate environment. Xingho, do not dwell too much on it. This is the wasteland that those impoverished individuals, cloaked in the garb of civilization, are left with no choice but to sell their own organs, resorting to bionic implants that are easier to maintain and more resistant to disease. If you truly wish to transform the world, let us harness these materials to amass great wealth and elevate our technological prowess, thereby impacting those around us. After introducing the functions of the devil's mushroom and the exotic leech, Wenluan noticed Wang Ling's somber countenance and offered words of concern. Wang Ling lifted his gaze to Wenluan, smiling as he spoke. I understand. The truth only lies within the range of cannon fire. Haha, I quite appreciate your sentiment, but my friend, I must caution you against harboring excessive hopes for the wasteland, for its roots are already rotten. The cults, the Confederation, the expeditionary forces, the merchant alliances, these powerful entities have long forgotten their original intentions. Why should we labor for the sake of this decayed world? Listening to Wenluan's grievances, Wang Ling could clearly discern the unyielding spirit in his eyes, along with an intense desire for change. Wenluan, my friend, do not overthink it. Just over 10 days ago, you encountered me in a state of utter destitution. Yet now I am surrounded by hundreds of companions. And remember, my name is Xingho. Wang Ling observed that the indigenous inhabitants of the wasteland could scarcely bear the sight of hope, even as they yearned for it desperately. After filling Wenluan with motivational fervor, Wang Ling sealed his exoskeleton visor and swiftly descended into the pit, racing alongside Wenluan towards the coordinates of Mei Xiaoding and the others. Sister Tingting, these leeches are insatiable. Our supply of meat is running perilously low. Then we must discard it. Even the rations must be thrown away, lest these fearsome creatures consume us. Isn't it possible for us to escape? Under the influence of hallucinogenic effects, their visual perception was severely compromised. Even if they believed they were traversing a straight path, they were, in reality, spiraling in circles. Bang! A massive mutated rabbit was hurled into the pond by Lin Yalan, along with her backpack. Initially, the leeches were not particularly agitated. However, as the rabbit struggled and its biological scent permeated the water, the leeches became frenzied. Their sharp jaws swiftly pierced the backpack the moment the rabbit escaped. It attempted to leap from the water, only to be enveloped by a swarm of shadows. Then a mass of leeches wrapped the rabbit into a black sphere, which rolled across the water's surface as they writhed. Ultimately, the sphere diminished in size, leaving only a skeletal remain submerged beneath the surface. Apart from a small amount of blood mingling with the water, it was as though the rabbit had never existed. Wang Ling and his companion dashed forward, gradually sensing the once frozen and solid ground beginning to soften. The humidity in the air seemed to increase as well, with ancient ferns and mosses making their appearance. Xingho, be cautious. There lies an underground cavern ahead. Wang Ling halted at the entrance of the cave, peering into the scene within. Wenluan, let us descend. They are on the surface and can scarcely hold on any longer. With that, Wang Ling leapt down first. The resounding impact attracted the attention of the leeches, yet the completely sealed diamond-type exoskeleton concealed Wang Ling's presence, rendering him of no interest to the leeches. Even as he vigorously splashed the water's surface, they paid him no heed. Just as Wang Ling prepared to draw his flamethrower to attack the leeches, Wenluin interposed himself before Wang Ling, pressing down on the flamethrower as he tossed a pre-prepared yak meat chunk into the pond. Watching the leeches pursue the meat, Wenluin let out a sigh of relief. "Hey, my friend, do you know what you're doing? You're burning cash, no, you're incinerating exchange vouchers, and hefty ones at that. Moreover, these devil's mushrooms, my heavens. What a treasure! Even my father would envy such wealth. We cannot let anyone else know." Wang Ling chuckled at Wenluin's expression of having stumbled upon a fortune. Let him continue to revel in the surprise of sudden riches. Meanwhile, Wang Ling carefully retrieved the entranced Mei shouting and others. Gradually climbing out of the geothermal cavern, Mei shouting and the others slowly regained consciousness. Wang Ling removed his visor. "Are you feeling better?" Upon seeing the handsome and tall Wang Ling, Mei Shouting's group felt a hint of blush. Just moments ago, it was Lord Xingho who had carried them up, albeit through the exoskeleton. "Hey, can you hear me?" Wang Ling waved his hand before them. We've recovered." Without paying heed to the girl's sentiments, Wang Ling shouted to Wenluin, who was still dancing with the leeches in the geothermal cavern. "Wenluin, if you do not wish to leave, we will have to depart first. Wait, Xingho, allow me a moment. This cannot be a dream. Come up. We must safeguard this place, gradually develop it, ideally cultivating it into a biological farm, ensuring a continuous influx of wealth." Wenluin leapt up, and the diamond-type exoskeleton was covered in a myriad of small white punctures, seemingly the marks left by the leech's sharp jaws. Only then did Wenluin shake off his stupor, gazing at Wang Ling and Mei Shouting with a complex expression. He felt a deep admiration for their calm demeanor in the face of immense wealth, along with a tinge of shame. "Xingho, I truly believe you can change the world and rebuild order in the wasteland." The three Christmas sisters exchanged glances, puzzled by Wenluin's sudden outburst. This game is splendid, except for the NPCs being far too lifelike. They go mad at the slightest provocation. Yet our own Lord Xingho remains unruffled. Chapter 46. Reward Gene Awakening Serum for Wang Ling. Wealth held far less significance than it did for other factions within the wasteland. The purpose of the Ice Age livestream system bringing him to this world seemed to be the reconstruction of order within the wasteland. Should he repeatedly fail to complete tasks, his fate would likely be grim. The objectives of the players, on the other hand, were rather straightforward. Aside from scholars like Zhong Yueping and Zhang Linfeng, who had a penchant for research, most players sought immediate gratification. Since the items within the game could not be taken away, any amount of currency held little value for them. Thus, while Wenluin remained apprehensive, Wang Ling was already contemplating how to monetize these discoveries. Mei Shouting and the others eagerly anticipated their task rewards. "Sister Tingting, look at how Lord Xingho and that fellow Wenluin are losing their composure. Our unexpected windfall should be substantial. Keep your voice down. Lord Xingho is still nearby, and besides, we were rescued by him. Nonetheless, rewards must be given for merit." The players whispered among themselves while Wang Ling found himself troubled. How should he bestow rewards? It was akin to an ancient soldier discovering a mountain of gold. The optimal method of reward would be to eliminate these soldiers, for it was indeed challenging to offer an appropriate reward. "Xiaokui, where did you learn all this?" "I've established numerous accounts and joined various gaming groups." The players there compare their skills this way. Is there a problem, master? "No, it's an excellent suggestion. Continue your studies." With Wang Ling's encouragement, a section for achievements swiftly emerged on the forum. The inaugural honor within this section was the images captured by the Christmas sisters, showcasing the devil's mushroom and the exotic leech. For the first time in the Chronicles, players made their appearance in the year 270 of the Ice Age. Player Linger, Xiang Dingdang, Santa Claus, and the Azure Reindeer discovered the devil's mushroom and exotic leech in a cave near the western suburbs, significantly propelling the development of the refuge. Meanwhile, Wang Ling pondered the specifics of the rewards. "Wenluin, do you have any suggestions regarding the rewards?" "It's hard to say. Their discovery could generate billions of dinars in value. Yet we cannot afford to offer excessive monetary rewards. That I'm not speaking of money. Is there anything of value that would excite the residents of the refuge?" Wenluin hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and retrieving a small treasure chest from his dwelling. Gene Awakening Serum, 3 vials. This is the best I can offer, and consider it a bargain for you. Hey, my friend, the processing and sales of the devil's mushroom and exotic leech will require your expertise. You are a partner in this endeavor, so such remarks are quite unwarranted. Such sweet words. My guard shall assist you in battle, while I must also help you carve out trade routes, as Wen Luan jested. He presented the treasure chest to Wang Ling. The destiny ring began to skin rapidly. Primary Gene Awakening Serum. Significantly enhances the biological genetic activity, unlocking the shackles that hinder human evolution. However, it bears considerable risks. Should the user fail to withstand the serum's side effects, immediate death will ensue. Description: a product of secret experiments conducted by the Pre-War Technology Research Association, remnants of which still circulate within the Research Institute's capabilities. This serum is a preliminary experimental product with substantial side effects that may lead to mortality. Please exercise caution in its use. For the players, death was of little consequence, as they had already recorded their DNA within the cultivation pods. Should the experiment fail, they could simply be resurrected once more. If successful, several awakened individuals will emerge, and they shall possess the extraordinary ability of infinite resurrection. Furthermore, this is a Gene Awakening Serum, a reward for your courageous deeds. Mei Xiaoting and her companions, filled with curiosity, cautiously opened the treasure chest, and as the lid lifted, 3 crystalline syringes revealed themselves, and upon exposure to the air, the low temperature caused the moisture from their breaths to condense. Just as they pondered how to utilize these items, the system announcement echoed once more. System notification: the arrival of the bell-ringing being, Linger, Santa Claus, and the Azure Reindeer has led to the discovery of rare species, significantly contributing to the advancement of the shelter, resulting in a reward of 3 primary Gene Awakening Serums. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Sister Ting, have you accomplished a monumental task in saving the world? Su Ni Yishir Yanhua. We are still en route to Changfeng Town, yet you have already received substantial rewards. Mantu Dahan. The shelter will soon welcome 3 additional awakened individuals. Hehe. Ping Shui Xiangfeng, you have fallen behind again. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Alas, my fate is unfortunate. I cannot compare to these fortunate ones that I too desire awakening, but my awakening energy is merely at 3. How much do you have? By Tu Ing. By Tu Ing. 8. The crowd erupted in lamentation, for the joys and sorrows of individuals often diverged. Mei Xiaoting and her companions slowly injected the gene serum, which had been preserved in liquid nitrogen, into their arms. They were soon engulfed by a bizarre array of sensations. Warmth, coldness, and pain. As the genetic locks began to unlock, their body temperatures seemed to soar uncontrollably. It appeared they were losing control, that if this continued, it was likely they would succumb to excessive body heat, nerve failure, and internal organ collapse. What the hell, Xingho? Are they really using it like this? What other option is there? The cooling blankets, the binding devices, and the cooling spray systems are all necessary. This process will last several hours. Are you certain they can endure? You should have mentioned it sooner. I didn't expect them to be so reckless. Saying this, Wang Ling promptly lifted each of them and placed them into the cultivation chamber, that he then manipulated the control panel, setting the temperature for the cultivation fluid to circulate, and stood quietly by. Remarkably composed. The heat dissipation was resolved, yet it would be prudent to bind them. During the awakening process, they might unleash tremendous force due to their pain, potentially harming themselves. When Luan felt overwhelmed, he had never seen such a carefree user or a camp leader so indifferent. Rest assured they will manage. They won't move recklessly, Wang Ling declared. Then, alongside Wen Luan, observed the convulsing Mei Xiaoting and her companions within the cultivation chamber. Although their movements were vigorous, it was clearly a reflex response of their nerves and muscles triggered by the gene serum. It is peculiar. During our time in Wangjiang City, many serum users perished due to their violent reactions. Some power-type awakened individuals even tore through steel plates, inflicting wounds upon themselves. How can they remain so calm? Perhaps it's a matter of individual constitution. Wang Ling casually dismissed. One cannot simply say, "Do not worry. They have logged off." The newly awakened abilities of these individuals indeed evoked envy among the other players. Chapter 47. The heart of tactical play is corrupted. Little ones, charge forth and seize these cowards fleeing from the west suburb farm. The cacophony of shouts and the clatter of various firearms reverberated within a kilometer of Changfeng Town. At this moment, The barbarian squad led by the warthog and the wild wolf pursued, nearly 100 serfs led by Weiler and Maxim, that a discerning I would reveal the distinctions among these serfs. The 20 or so serfs near Weiler and Maxim bore pale faces and gaunt figures. Their formation was disorganized, and their retreat appeared rather haphazard in contrast, Wang Ling's escort team, notably larger and more robust, included some muscular individuals who even strained the tattered serf garments they wore. Meanwhile, players disguised as serfs mingled among them, moving with a curious stiffness, akin to mere extras that Su and I Ishur Yenhua. Comrades. How many times must I reiterate that you are in flight, masquerading as serfs? You are behaving as if you are valiant warriors charging into battle, truly underestimating the enemy's intelligence that Su and I Ishur Yenhua. Emulate my actions. Roll on the ground, get some snow and dirt on you, appear more disheveled. Thus, after years of refraining from direct involvement in performances, the illustrious producer Su began to engage in the very tasks he had not undertaken since his early days in the industry. Su and I Ishur Yenhua. UKW. Do you miss those days with me? UKW. Brother Foam, were it not for my current status as a formidable alligator, I would have eagerly seized these tasks long ago. Su and I Ishur Yenhua. What a pity. Your directorial prowess is too well suited for such scenes at a T this moment. The somewhat flustered W was hiding behind a hillside, warming his sizable frame before a blazing bonfire. Roar! I detest winter. Witnessing Su's live demonstration, the players exhibited commendable dedication, disregarding the cold and dirt, pretending to be in utter disarray as they rolled on the ground, in an instant, a group appeared even more wretched than the serfs themselves. Captain Yaren, leading Wang Ling's escort team, gritted his teeth and issued an order upon observing the players' antics. Everyone, drop prone and roll 3 times. We cannot bring shame to young Master Wang Ling. As for Weiler and Maxim, they refrained from commanding their frail but courageous serfs to endure similar treatment, despite their inclination to do so. Within Chongfeng town, the tumultuous gunfire from outside roused the inhabitants. John, who had previously fled the farm to seek refuge with his brother, Mayor William, now bore a look of panic. William, the savages are attacking. I can hear their chaotic gunfire. It must be them. John seemed still haunted by his past experiences. Pacing anxiously before his brother. John, fret not. This is Chongfeng town, not the west suburb farm. The barbarians cannot breach our defenses. Come, let us investigate together. Sam, take your escort team to the front gate and assess the situation. If trouble arises, let the scavengers take the lead. Our own people are precious. Captain Sam swiftly departed with his men, while Mayor William rose leisurely, grasping the intercom and speaking in a low tone. The merchant convoy from Wangjiang City reports that the barbarians have attacked our camp. This is a blatant challenge that I require your assistance. I will guard the front gate, and the rear door is entrusted to you. William led John out of the secret chamber, seemingly eager to witness a perfect ambush. Uncle Sam, it's me, Weiler. Open the gate and let us in. Weiler, recognizing Sam, felt a glimmer of hope amidst his disheveled state, shouting towards him while indiscriminately firing in the direction of the barbarians. The team disguised as serfs did likewise, taking cover behind Chongfeng town and firing wildly at the barbarians. Young Master Weiler. Is that really you? Captain Sam, it's me, Maxim. I wish to see Lord John. Upon seeing Maxim, Captain Sam felt a flicker of wariness dissipate, yet he still refrained from opening the gate. Young Master Weiler, wait while I report. Saying this, one of Sam's subordinates hurried off to inform William. What? Weiler is still alive. That fool chose to charge out alone for that ordinary woman, Leah. It would be better if he had died. Meanwhile, John, upon hearing of Maxim's arrival with over 100 serfs, felt his mind racing. Residing with William for an extended period was not an ideal choice. His own escort team had become evidently unreliable. Thus, John, feigning composure, counseled William, after all, Weiler is your son. Perhaps it would be wise to grant the youth some opportunities. He is unworthy to be called my son, merely a coward produced from cloning. Despite his harsh words, William quickened his pace. As William and his party approached the wall, they beheld a standoff between the two sides. However, as dusk fell, William struggled to discern Weiler's face. Where is Weiler? My lord, young Master Weiler is in the front row, beneath that large tree, closest to the barbarians, having been separated for some time. Weiler had indeed matured, suggesting that Lia's demise was not in vain. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. By Tuing, the eagle. The target has appeared. By Tuing. Proceed according to the plan. I await your report. Su and I Shur Yanhua. Brothers, in 30 seconds, we will all assume our disguises and open fire on the barbarians. 29, 28, 27 to fire. Warthog, wild wolf, have your men drop to the ground and wail mournfully. Little brothers, drop down and wail. Just pretend that our tribe's leader and the shaman have perished. The heart-wrenching cries of the wounded echoed through the ranks of the barbarians, yet their performances were undeniably exaggerated. One could only wonder how they would react when their true leader eventually fell. Would they still weep as they did today, or would their grief be genuine? By Tuing. All right, in 30 seconds. We will fire into the sky, and you shall arrange for your people to fall. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. First team, I shall fall only when you do. Su and I Shur Yanhua. Second team. Follow my lead. Do not lie down prematurely. Gunfire will erupt in 30 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. I've been shot. I'm dying. Fong Ping led the charge, collapsing to the ground. Brothers, follow me. I've been shot too, Su Feng shouted loudly and, having taken just 2 steps, collapsed into the snow, causing a wave of players to follow suit. Observing the surf army led by Viller, it was evident that they had suffered significant losses in their exchange with the barbarians. William, Viller has truly matured. Let him in along with those brave serfs, John implored, seemingly reluctant to see his own wealth diminished. Very well, Sam. Open the gates and let them enter swiftly. William finally relented. The gates of Chongfeng town creaked open. In the distance, wild boars, wolves, and other barbarians, upon seeing the gates ajar, revealed their bloodthirsty expressions once more. Let us proceed to attack the rear. Chu Gao and his team, encircled by nearly 100 barbarians, spoke calmly. The wild boars and wolves, driven mad by their bloodlust, quickly regained their clarity. Gazing at the 7 or 8 individuals armed with a row of vitality bombs at their waists, they felt a sense of dread. There was no doubt that if the 2 of them disobeyed commands, these individuals would drag them down as well, as had occurred during the assault on the western suburb farm. Chapter 48. A treacherous strike, my lord. The barbarian raiders have retreated. Master Viller has repelled their assault. Fools, can't you see they are gathering towards the back door? Hurry, take men to support the merchant convoy. Thus, a large group of scavengers pulled into action, followed Sam's lead towards the rear of Chongfeng town. Soon, the sounds of battle erupted from the merchant convoy's direction. The distance between the 2 sides quickly narrowed to less than 100 meters. This time, the barbarians displayed remarkable bravery. Armed with thermite flares and vitality bombs, they directed their fire towards the back door of Chongfeng town. Explosions echoed continuously at the rear, flames shooting into the sky, illuminating the completely darkened heavens. White Eagle. Ping Shui Xiang Feng, you may commence your assault. The defensive forces at the front gate have been drawn away. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Brothers, load your bullets. The suicide squad is ready. After Fong Ping's command, more than 10 players, each holding a handful of vitality bombs, stepped forward in the ranks. Fong Ping, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? We don't want to die in vain. Come on, with so many of you, do I need to trick you? A wealth of experience and awakening energy awaits you. If you don't seize this chance to fight, I'll send someone else that no, we aren't afraid of dying. We're just worried about not getting anything out of it and dying for nothing, especially if we can't log in for 3 days. Rest assured, even if some of you fail to take down many enemies, there will still be rewards. Eagle will coordinate with other players to compensate you. Then there's no problem. Cavalry squad, charge with me. AS Viller led several individuals through the main gate of Chongfeng town. The previously fallen serfs suddenly rose. Like the undead, they shouted incomprehensible slogans as they rushed inside. Quickly, shut the gates. Bang. The guard, who had been ordered to approach the gate swiftly, was struck at close range by a double-barreled shotgun, obliterating his head and half his body. His lifeless form collided against the gate. Brothers, kill them. Leave none alive. Viller initiated the assault, and at that moment, the disguised Yeren and others drew their weapons and opened fire. In that confrontation, William and his men were caught off guard, resulting in the death of over a dozen individuals. With a variety of weapons and ammunition at their disposal, many of the inferior homemade guns still utilized ordinary gunpowder. creating a thick cloud of white smoke. Soon, the visibility between the two sides became obscured. The players feigning death under Fang Ping's persuasion charged with bombs into the periphery of William's defensive line. Boom! Several bullets riddled the body of a novice player. However, as this player fell, the vitality bomb clutched in his arms had already been armed. 7 or 8 vitality bombs detonated simultaneously, affecting enemies within a 10-meter radius. Many, even if not struck by shrapnel, were thrown into chaos by the immense shockwave, bleeding from their mouths and noses, momentarily dazed and incapacitated. Following this, a second, third novice player laden with vitality bombs charged forward. Under the cover of smoke, merely 7 or 8 bomb assaults completely tore apart William's defensive formation, taking with them over 30 elite guards. Retreat. Let us regroup with the merchant convoy's defensive forces. After issuing the retreat order to his remaining guards, William immediately spoke into his intercom. Sam, we are under attack. The front gate has fallen. Await us at the back gate. Seeing their enemy retreat, Viller and his men would not let the opportunity slip away, pressing on in pursuit. Meanwhile, the few members of the suicide squad, who had previously resigned themselves to death, were now somewhat at a loss. Fang Ping, what should we do? The enemy is fleeing, and we haven't had the chance to self-detonate. Don't panic. Chase after them. You still have a chance. Just now, those few took down over 30 people. Rest assured, we will definitely detonate ourselves today. With that, several novices once again charged forward with their bombs. The guard captain, Yeren, witnessing players engaging in combat for the first time, was somewhat incredulous that he turned to Viller, who was also sprinting forward, and asked, "Do they always fight like this?" Pretty much. If Xinghe were here, the battle would be even fiercer. Back during our time at the western suburb farm, fewer than 30 of Xinghe's men managed to rout over 200 wild boars. That day, more people charged out with bombs than today. Viller recalled that day's events, still feeling a surge of excitement. That truly was that though their tactical level was rather poor. Yeren was at a loss for words, seemingly feeling diminished in courage, seeking a way to rationalize. When you meet the team led by White Eagle, you'll understand what true elite means. That I certainly wish to witness that. Yeren appeared somewhat unconvinced. White Eagle had saved them once, but that was achieved through wisdom. The wild wolves had surrendered only because they could no longer withstand the cold. Before long, William and the merchant convoy's guards at the back gate reunited. That on the walls, besides Sam, there were also 2 other merchant guard teams, numbering over 60, bearing the Wangjiang insignia. The deal, you know them? Is this person named Brown formidable? Depending on perspective, Brown was a D-class awakener, commanding a group of F-class awakeners, well known in Wangjiang City and surrounding underground forces. However, compared to a behemoth like the Green family, Brown was nothing remarkable. Yeren shrugged, seemingly unsurprised by Viller's inquiry, yet the astonished expression Viller had anticipated did not materialize. That aren't you afraid? You should know that forces of Changfeng Town's caliber have been secretly destroyed by Brown no fewer than 7 or 8 times. Hey buddy, these aren't matters we should concern ourselves with. Trust me, Xinghe will resolve all troubles, including this fellow named Brown. That we should stick to our assault plan. That I end the player camp. All vitality bombs have been expended. The barbarians attempted to charge several times, but were thwarted by Chu Gao. Facing the puzzled gazes of the wild boars and wolves, Chu Gao replied calmly, "Since we have joined the sanctuary, the lives of the barbarians are valuable. If we can save some, we shall." The wild boars and wolves fell silent. The barbarian team leaders beside them also remained quiet. They recalled Xinghe's promise before their departure. This is an opportunity. If you contribute significantly, I assure you that the sanctuary will provide a place for the barbarians in the future. This promise was on the brink of realization. That I believe that joining the sanctuary is also a form of happiness for all barbarians. Chu Gao and the others exchanged glances, astonished by the newfound awareness among the barbarians. Chapter 49. The fleeing William. When Wang Ling and Wen Lun arrived, the battle remained in a state of stalemate. Mayor William, along with the Brown merchant convoy and scavengers, numbering over 300, were besieged at the rear of Changfeng Town by the barbarians and players. Given their numbers, if they were willing to fight with abandon, a breakout was certainly possible. However, who would be the first to charge? The wasteland dwellers were not players who could respawn. The novice players, driven by Fang Ping's persuasion, might be willing to gamble with bombs. Yet when faced with the terrifying pressure of death, The reality would weigh heavily upon them that a system prompt announced, "This live broadcast is a pivotal battle. The chosen ones must disseminate the ideology of rebuilding wasteland order. Therefore, during the liberation process, the broadcast cannot be transferred to others. Current online viewers. 1,000, 2,000.5,000. Chosen one's power boost. 100 to let the battle commence." A tremendous firework exploded in the sky, signaling the rapid dissemination of the chosen one's coordinates. However, Wang Ling, now possessing a certain level of power, no longer needed to tread as cautiously as before to in Wangjiang City. As night fell, people huddled in their homes for warmth, and of course, this was the only recourse for the impoverished. The affluent savored exquisite wines and pastries. Some restless mercenaries still found places to indulge that moment. Old Charles held a goblet aloft, the red wine within shimmering under the light, reflecting a hue akin to blood. At the Wanjiang bar, a throng of attendants clad in biomimetic apparatuses encircled a prominent figure known as Mr. Brown. The scene, reminiscent of a pre-war revelry, was filled with a flurry of lively exchanges. "Wenluan, my child, are you well?" At this moment, the voice of the host Plank resonated from the radio, captivating the audience. "Dear, most cherished listeners, I am Plank, your eagerly awaited radio host. Tonight, the saga of the wasteland will be momentarily paused. For we are about to commence a new live broadcast that it appears our frail neighbors in Changfeng town have fallen prey to barbaric assaults, and it seems that shadows of the shelter's residents lurk within. Yes, you heard correctly. The inhabitants of the shelter have colluded with the savages in their siege against Changfeng town. According to drone footage, the barbarian faction, known as the Shang tribe, has extended its reach to the southern outskirts of Wanjiang City. Their strength is formidable, having obliterated multiple towns and survivor encampments. Among the beleaguered squads today is our very own merchant convoy from Wanjiang City, under the command of the valiant Mr. Brown. Our signal tower has once again captured the live broadcast of the Chosen One. If you are undeterred by the biting cold, the grand screen in Wanjiang Square will relay this battle live. Lastly, the world outside is frigid and perilous. Let us cherish the splendid life we enjoy in Wanjiang City. Labor, after all, is far preferable to death, is it not? For the residents of Wanjiang City, starved for entertainment, the allure of new tidings undoubtedly eclipses the need for slumber. The rear gate of Changfeng town. The anxious voice of old William could be heard. "Viller, my son, I must speak with you. You cannot proceed with this. You are exploiting the last vestiges of trust one have in you. Shall I go? Or will you?" Wang Ling inquired with concern, observing Viller's agitated demeanor. Lila, too, grasped her lover's hand tightly, seemingly imparting strength. "That I shall go. Spark, do you know how it feels to be perpetually labeled a coward and treated as a pariah?" With that, Viller stepped away from the group and shouted toward William. "William, are you still jesting at this juncture? When have we ever shared trust? The wealth you have extracted from the town has merely been redirected to Wanjiang City, overseen by your eldest son. Paul, I am aware of your schemes. You have grown old and wish to retire comfortably in Wanjiang City. Do you dare deny your collusion with the barbarians concerning the western suburb farms? Ha ha ha, John, you foolish, weak imbecile. Do you genuinely believe the barbarians found you on their own? Absolutely not. Your own brother has conspired with them to betray your farm." John cast a dubious glance at William. "Fool, do not be deceived by this scoundrel. I have no idea what he is on about." After shouting, Viller turned to Wang Ling. "Will this truly be effective? Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Beijing, Eagle, according to your plan." Viller has delivered the words he needed to say. Beijing. Received. Then, at Chu Gao's signal, the boar and a cacophony of boisterous barbarians began to shout. "William, you deceiver. You promised to faint, yet you have not opened the back door. Many of my people are already dead. William, deceiver. William, deceiver. William, deceiver." The relentless shouts of the barbarians left William at a loss for words. That in an instant, the scavengers, the guards of Brown's merchant convoy, and William's own guard were starkly divided into three factions. The two opposing groups, with their unmistakably hostile gazes, left William feeling rather uncomfortable. Since sincere collaboration was no longer feasible, they had no choice but to fight separately. Let us proceed with our own strategies. I will lead the charge toward the front entrance. With that, William surged forward with his contingent of several dozen men toward Viller's location. Amidst the gunfire, no one noticed the increasingly distant figure of Mayor William. He lifted a manhole cover and swiftly descended into the sewer. Contrary to expectations of filth and disorder, the interior of the drainage system was astonishingly dry, having been fitted with a sturdy alloy door by William himself. Skillfully entering the password, he opened the hatch and entered the tunnel, promptly sealing the door behind him. Ha! Foolish scavengers, your Mayor William is off to enjoy life in Wanjiang City. He cackled with delight. When the others discovered the open manhole cover and the disappearance of Mayor William, confusion and despair enveloped them. The more astute among them emulated William's actions, leaping into the sewer, only to be thwarted by the alloy door. However, due to the sheer number of clever individuals, the narrow tunnel became congested with a throng of bodies. Those inside sought to escape while those outside believed they had found a chance for survival, desperately pushing inwards. Ultimately, when Wang Ling and his companions blocked the sewer's exit, these individuals found themselves ensnared within. After a single energy bomb was deployed, the horrifying wails of despair echoed from the sewer. The outermost guards were reduced to a gruesome mess. The confined space of the sewer transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Viller, young master, we surrender. Amidst a fit of coughing and a weak voice, Sam, the captain of Chongfeng Town's guards, emerged with the remnants of his team. Fong Ping was equally taken aback by the grotesque scene, as these individuals bore the appearance of tormented souls risen from the depths of hell. The gravely injured clutched at their severed limbs in vain, absurdly attempting to reassemble their scattered innards. Bang, 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 several sharp gunshots ended the suffering of a few. Observing the heap of surrendering figures, Fong Ping felt a sense of regret, realizing he should not have thrown that bomb. They had squandered a wealth of awakening energy. Viller, these individuals are now your responsibility. Brothers, let us slay Brown's merchant convoy and those scavengers. We must exact our due vengeance. If we miss this opportunity, there will be no large-scale battles for some time, and we shall all face starvation. Roar charge. Chapter 50. In this cruel and dark world, the players charged forth with fervent cries. The mere thought of no battles to engage and sent shivers through them. They yearned to become awakened, to don the formidable exoskeletons of power. Why were these foes so weak? Could they not resist for a moment longer? The chaotic fray erupted anew. Yet, those who felt betrayed by William now lacked the courage to fight. The battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. The scattered scavengers fled in disarray, their once-held weapons strewn haphazardly on the ground. They cowered like quails, too afraid to move. Damn it, what terrible luck. The scavengers have surrendered. Fong Ping and his companions, now resigned, pressed forward until they cornered the elite warriors of Brown's convoy. They still retained around 70 to 80 individuals, armed with relatively sophisticated weaponry. Most crucially, nearly 20 units of the Type 1 exoskeletons adorned their bodies that in close combat. Even against the barbarians' overwhelming numbers, the casualties would likely be significant. Wenluan, I see you. How could you collude with the barbarians and the shelter's residents? Have you forgotten that we are all citizens of Wanjiang City? Wenluan internally cursed his bad fortune. It was that scoundrel, Haru, who had uncovered the truth. Haru, have your people surrender. You lack the numbers to fight. Wenluan, I am unsure of your intentions, but you must understand that your words represent the Green family, and this battle is being broadcasted by that insufferable chosen one. That just look. Haru seemed increasingly agitated as he tossed the tablet, displaying Wang Ling's search for the underground laboratory. Wang Ling, unaware of the alloy door's password and lacking heavy machinery, opted for the most straightforward method, detonating the sewer door with explosives. Boom, with a thunderous roar. Wang Ling, clad in the fully enclosed Type 3 exoskeleton, unleashed his power. With a forceful rip, he tore down the slightly damaged alloy door along with its hinges, casting it aside. Wang Ling and the players surged into the underground fortress. Damn! Why is it so cold here? This place is even chillier than outside. The refrigeration systems and large fans continued to operate. There is a cold storage room. Perhaps it holds fresh provisions that if only there was meat. Bang! Wang Ling's heavy right foot continued to build momentum, delivering repeated kicks to the door until it finally warped under the assault. With a final surge of energy, he slammed his shoulder against the cold storage door, bursting it open. The players, drawn in by the scent of honey, rushed inside, eagerly prying open the meticulously sealed boxes within the cold storage. Quite exquisite, even featuring a small-scale, liquid nitrogen cooling device. What could it be? Could it be an awakening serum? If so, we would be in for a fortune. Snap, one box after another was opened. What the hell? Is this a slaughterhouse? The players recoiled in horror at the sight of the fresh organs contained within the boxes: kidneys, hearts, and even brains. Under the protective embrace of inhibitors, these internal organs still manage to engage in faint metabolic activities, suggesting that a decision to sell them may be imminent. The atmosphere grows heavy with silence and oppression. Wang Ling adjusts the live stream's visuals to a pristine clarity, starkly revealing this bleak scene of desolation that he recalls the words spoken to him by Wen Luan when they discovered the devil's mushroom and the alien leech. Over 2 centuries have elapsed since the nuclear war, yet the scars it has left on humanity remain, and in certain areas they still throb with pain, particularly in regions where technology is underdeveloped. Such as the small town of Changfeng, one might wonder why so many individuals choose to sell their organs. Are bionic organs truly that superior? The harsh reality is that they seem to possess little alternative. The prevalence of organ trafficking is also fueled by a vast demand. Organ transplants provide individuals with the ability to survive, yet they can never replicate the vibrant joy of living organs. Especially when one's body has lost the invigorating effects of hormones and other stimuli, what enjoyment remains? Thus, the wealthy, regardless of the exorbitant costs, relentlessly seek sensory pleasures. Certain miracle drugs and youthful, healthy organs are in high demand. Destroy them. Wang Ling exhales softly before issuing the command that he is acutely aware of the value of these items, but he has his own principles. The players, as well as Wen Luan and Weiler, are willing to follow him largely because of the just and orderly image he has cultivated as a camp leader. Meanwhile, the wasteland residents watching the live stream are profoundly shaken. The images displayed on the large screen at Wangjiang Square leave them feeling deeply unsettled. Parents who have brought their children out hurriedly cover their little one's eyes. Plank is anxiously wringing his hands. Yet again, a live stream incident has occurred, and the city lord, much like the last time, refrains from intervening excessively. What are those fools doing? These are living organs. They could fetch a sky-high price from eager buyers to, oh, such waste. Steward, find out who this little brat is, who dares to destroy such precious items. By the way, the organs scheduled for transplantation this month are unaffected, right? Rest assured, my lord, if not from Changfeng Town, there are other towns and scavenger camps that we merely need to continue supporting the barbarian wars. We will never lack for organs. That is good to hear. And what of the clones? Have we truly made no breakthroughs? I feel my mind growing ever more sluggish. The sorrows and joys of individuals differ greatly. The impoverished largely approve of Wang Ling's actions, for many among them are victims of organ trafficking. Especially heart-wrenching is witnessing their precious newborns' tiny organs being pre-ordered by these organ traffickers, ultimately destined for some unknown powerful figure. The burden of human loans, a debt one may bear from birth, could take generations to repay from many. Meanwhile, the organ traffickers are seething with rage. Brown, in particular, is consumed with fury upon seeing the organs he had ordered destroyed by Wang Ling. His eyes bloodshot with fury. With a loud crack, he crushes the wine glass in his hand, the crimson liquid mingling with the blood seeping from his palm, instantly staining the ground. Brown appears impervious to pain as he shoves aside the terrified dancers. He must quickly seek out other mercenaries, organ traffickers, or even appeal to the barbarians to ensure this batch of organs is delivered on time, that it is not merely a matter of incurring hefty penalties. The real concern lies in the fact that within this batch of organs is the brain of a powerful individual who had placed an order years ago. If a suitable replacement cannot be found, he fears for his survival. William, you worthless fool, you would do best to perish in Changfeng Town. Should I encounter you in Wangjiang City, I will ensure your suffering is unbearable. After cursing Mayor William, Brown speeds away on his motorcycle, heading swiftly towards the northern suburbs of Wangjiang City, where the leader of the merchant tribe, Night Owl, resides along with hundreds of slaves. Chapter 51. Ignite a spark in this world. The number of viewers in the live stream has surpassed 60,000. In the wasteland world, 40,000 means nearly one-third of Wangjiang City's population is watching his broadcast. These viewers harbor significant doubts about the information originally propagated by Planck regarding the connection between the shelter and the barbarians, particularly when Wang Ling and the players unhesitatingly destroy the organs. Many find themselves shedding inexplicable tears. Dear. What is this person's name? I believe he is called Xingho. That is how those around him refer to him. The husband, cradling the little girl, gently speaks to his wife. Perhaps he is not as evil as Planck claimed. The couple, holding their child, departs, silently understanding the unspoken sentiment in each other's eyes that if only Xingho could come to Wangjiang City. The number of viewers on the Earth live stream and official forum has also exceeded 20,000, that naturally. For those unaccustomed to the blunting of neural sensitivity, the live stream content is heavily pixelated. However, the raw reality of the imagery continues to astonish. Excited discussions erupt among the viewers, some wishing to become beacons of light to save the world, while others, harboring darker inclinations, yearn to join this game and do things they have long desired but lacked the opportunity to pursue. Thus, Xiao Kuei, still in the shelter, receives thousands of invitations to test the Ice Age world. Yet those who believe they have concealed their darker sides will never gain entry into the Ice Age world. Brothers, be careful with those thermal boxes. They may prove useful in the future, that a burly man replies. Save them for your organs, smirking, that I simply believe these items are treasures. If all else fails, they could serve as popsicle molds. Nanyang Zhuge's Lodge. Fong Ping, could you bring a few for me and some uncles? If we can research this, it will be of great benefit to the nation, big-headed son, setting aside other concerns. If we can determine the optimal preservation temperature for different organs, that alone would be a monumental advancement. Consequently, the newly invigorated Fong Ping begrudgingly begins packing the compact organ preservation boxes. Meanwhile, Wang Ling continues forward, methodically opening the doors to the underground chambers. The scenes within vary, yet the level of brutality remains consistent. Barbarians and scavengers, stripped of their organs, are obliterated before a colossal grinding machine, leaving only tattered clothing and traces of blood to attest to their prior existence. Deep within the passage, there lies a vast cultivation chamber. Unlike the cultivation chambers of Shelter Zero, this machine appears less advanced, with the purity of the cultivation fluid far inferior to that currently utilized at Shelter Zero. More critically, the growth rate of the humanoid beings inside the chamber is excruciatingly slow. Wang Ling examines the data display. The preset time reads 3 years and 6 months, while the players in the shelter require merely 3 days to respawn. The latest clone, its head severed, bears the nameplate that reads Kais, Korea, perhaps indicating the identity of a powerful figure who ordered this clone's brain 3 years prior, directing the live stream's camera towards this name. Wang Ling magnifies the image repeatedly, that he intends for the world, especially the people of Wangjiang City, to indelibly remember this powerful individual. William has long vanished, yet within the cultivation room, several doctors involved in organ extraction have failed to escape. They huddle trembling in the corner. Point 1. Clearly the leader among them stands and approaches Wang Ling. Feigning calmness, that my lord, I believe you require the services of the highly skilled York, that I specialize in full-body surgeries and various organ extractions, making me an excellent aid for winning over powerful figures. Very well. Let Weiler handle it. Do you recall a certain female clone's organ you once extracted? Oh, my apologies, esteemed lord. I have performed so many surgeries that I cannot recall which one you mean. Observing York grow increasingly excited, Wang Ling shakes his head. The barbarians display little sorrow over the loss of their kin. The death of individuals in this world is as commonplace as breathing. Having endured bloodshed and sacrifice, the barbarians have submitted their acknowledgement to join the shelter. From the gazes of Maxim, Weiler, Wenlun, and others, they already feel a sense of belonging. Wenlun, you must consider your actions carefully. While Brown may hesitate to act against you, powers like Lord Kais and the Korea family are not ones your father, Charles Green, can protect you from. Bound and struggling on the ground, Hellas seems to be making a final effort. He awkwardly points toward the tablet, which displays Wang Ling's live stream perspective, capturing the moment he warns Wenlun. Hello, do you think I would dare to act as I do if I feared those people you mentioned? You are mistaken. Weiler, are you afraid? Speak loudly for the audience of Wangjiang City. Perhaps your fleeing father might hear you. From this day forth, I, Wenlun Green, shall no longer be a member of the Green family. Brown, if you have the guts, come here that I await you in Chongfeng Town. With that, Wenlun seizes Helu, brandishing a revolver and pressing it against Hela's head. The arm of the Type 3 exoskeleton grips Hela's mouth, stifling any pleas for mercy. The immense force of the mechanical fingers distorts Hela's mouth, a mixture of teeth, jawbone, and tongue oozing through the gaps. Bang! A thunderous sound erupts as the revolver discharges a bullet against Hela's head. As if the scene of a watermelon bursting had violently erupted, Wang Ling gently lifted the blood-soaked mask, seemingly liberated in an instant that a youthful face, imbued with a hint of mirth, emerged in this resolute manner. Wang Ling severed ties with his former self and parted ways with the Green family. All of this aligned with the aspirations of his father, Charles Green, regarding the multitude of devil mushrooms and the blood of aberrant leeches. They might have been traded with the Green family by either the savage warty boars or the feral wolves. What relevance does that hold for Wang Ling? Hey, comrades, perhaps I should address you as partners. Since that fellow Xinghua has ceased to call me the nauseating my friend since my arrival at the shelter, opting instead for my partner. From this day forth, I have discovered my future path of struggle, to rally around Xinghua and restore order to the wasteland. Hey, my partner, you are the spark that ignites this world, Wang Ling exclaimed, playfully thumping Wang Ling on the shoulder. Amidst the chorus of Xinghua, the livestream came to a close. Chapter 52. The Flourishing Chives Chongfeng Town. A relatively large survivor settlement in the vicinity has reached its population peak. Including players, serfs, scavengers, and merchant escorts, the total population exceeds 800. On the eve of nuclear war, this place was once a vast logistics hub, equipped with numerous warehouses and fuel stations. However, with the advent of war and the withdrawal of the Commercial Alliance, the precursor to the Social, Industrial, and Production Committee, a vast array of production materials was abandoned alongside the people here. Lost to the annals of history, generations of decline have culminated in today's settlement, which is but a mere shadow of a town, inferior even to a natural village, Valor, having organized the surrendered townsfolk. Scavengers and his father's escort stood once more before Wang Ling after briefly reveling in the overthrow of his father's rule. Valor found himself beset by renewed worries. Wang Ling waved dismissively and said, Valor, I am confident that victory shall ultimately be ours. Now, my partner, hasten to the town's underground warehouse and scavenge for useful relics. After all, this was once your home, and you are more familiar with it than we are. All right, Xinghua, Valor replied quietly, watching as players loaded bodies onto carts, many of whom had bravely perished in explosions alongside their enemies. Yet, in their eyes, there was no trace of sorrow. Instead, they excitedly discussed their exploits. The only regret expressed was dissatisfaction with their own spoils. In fact, some even envied their injured comrades. That Valor's confidence surged. Indeed, with this fearless band by his side, what was there to fear? I should have died too. Damn it, every time I charge into the crowd. The enemy surrendered on their knees, and in that moment, the bomb had no chance to detonate. Fong Ping, next time, give us older players a chance too. The situation originated on the official forum. Images of the conquest of Chongfeng Town were uploaded by offline players. And under Xiao Kuei's curation, a moderately scaled battle was documented through text and images. Many players who had self-destructed shared their battle gains in their dying moments, inciting envy, jealousy, and resentment among veteran players. Desert Emperor, brothers, what is this awakening energy? Immediately, this player posted a screenshot of his attributes on the forum.id. Desert Emperor Strength, 13 Agility, 8 Constitution, 6 Intelligence, 7 Current Awakening Energy Accumulation, 88. Angel War God. Wow, brother, did you stir up a hornet's nest and take out a lot of enemies? Desert Emperor, I don't know. Fong Ping told us to self-destruct, so I charged in with a bomb. After the explosion, I quickly took a screenshot and saw my awakening energy surge from 0 to 88 in an instant. That it turned out this player had inadvertently breached the perimeter of the Hela squad, taking out several F-class awakeners in the explosion, equivalent to slaying dozens of ordinary soldiers. This was why the veteran players were complaining. However, the flames of excitement were stoked further by the arrival of the Christmas Three Sisters in Chongfeng Town. After consuming awakening potions, they awakened their abilities prematurely. Lin Yalan, the Santa Claus, possessed an agility attribute of 19, and upon awakening, gained new abilities. ID. Santa Claus Strength, 6 Agility, 19 Constitution, for Intelligence, 7 Awakener level, Agility F-Class Current Awakening Energy Accumulation, 0 Talent, Godspeed, Upgradable. Passive, permanently increases movement speed by 5. Stamina recovery speed by 20. Active. During the activation of Godspeed, the agility attribute of the summoner doubles. The duration of the skill depends on the summoner's stamina. so please explore at your discretion. As for Mei Xiaoting and Li Qingqing, they too awakened their respective abilities. Mei Xiaoting, an intelligence-based awakener, gained a talent called enlightenment.id, Jingle Bell Strength, 3 Agility, 5 Constitution, 7 Intelligence, 21 Awakener Level. Intelligence F-Class Current Awakening Energy Accumulation, 0 Talent. Enlightenment. The summoner's mental strength is greatly enhanced, allowing for thought transmission to a designated target within a 50-meter range, not limited to humans. Note 1. Do not keep this skill activated for extended periods. Using enlightenment will consume a significant amount of the summoner's mental energy, and prolonged overexertion may affect the summoner's lifespan. Note 2. When communicating mentally with aberrant beings or fungal parasites, if there is a significant disparity in mental energy levels, the summoner may face uncontrollable risks, including but not limited to madness and parasitism. Li Qingqing's talent was rather ordinary, merely granting a boost to strength. Yet this incited envy among many. As for the bodily harm caused by excessive expenditure of mental and physical energy, the players were naturally unconcerned. When their bodies became unserviceable, they could simply die once to restart anew. In these recent battles, there were indeed injured players, but they all chose to have their teammates put them out of their misery. 3 days later, they would have the chance to be reborn. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Ting Ting, your talent is remarkable, akin to a druid. Suanai Shi Yanhua. We could try taming beasts. Our shelter has a large crocodile. Dou lack W. Suanai Shi Yanhua. Brother Feng, is there really such a way to belittle someone? Though I may be in a crocodile's body, my heart will forever be human. Man with a strong build. Brothers, given the current cold environment of this world, in a year of gaming, you'll have to huddle in the shelter for half a year. Do you lack W? You all said it would be inconvenient to carry me along. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. We are posing as a surf team. We can't drive a truck while carrying you. Bald Eagle. Rest assured, that mercenary leader we provoked, named Brown, a human organ dealer, will likely retaliate soon, giving you a chance to shine. What began as a discussion about awakening talents quickly shifted to how to utilize the crocodile named W. The veteran players were undeniably weary. Mei Xiaoting, like a bell, unexpectedly transmitted a phrase into the minds of others. The non-awakened players, naturally unwilling to engage with these boastful individuals, could only watch with envy as the few leaped and danced in their displays. All were eagerly anticipating Brown's arrival, hoping he would bring along more awakeners. Thus, those on the brink of awakening would have their chance for revenge against the past. Of course, their targets for revenge would not be the awakened players like Mei Xiaoting, but those who awoke after them. Observing the ever-expanding field of chives and the flourishing of these chives, the old farmer Wang Ling couldn't help but smile in satisfaction once more. With Chu Gao included, the shelter now boasted 4 awakeners. Coupled with the recent battles, including the fortunate Desert Emperor, there were now 7 to 8 players whose awakening energy had surpassed 80. Wang Ling believed that when Brown arrived, he would surely be met with a warm reception from these players. Chapter 53. The Buried Treasure. Sam, the former leader of the Chongfeng Town Guard, naturally earned more trust from William than Valor, the second young master. After surrendering, Sam quickly began to lead the way in search of treasure under Valor's pressing inquiry. Meanwhile, Valor, under Wang Ling's watchful gaze, appeared somewhat uneasy, subconsciously avoiding Wang Ling's eyes. Livia, perplexed by the actions of her lover and Xinghua, inquired, Darling, is Xinghua all right? He's fine. The one with issues is me, that despicable fellow. Sam, if you don't reveal all of William's secrets today, I will skin you alive. Valor's rare ferocity erupted as he gripped Sam's neck with his Type 1 exoskeleton arm, leading him into the underground warehouse. The peculiar smile of Wang Ling reminded Valor of the moment he pleaded with Wang Ling to save Livia. Xinghua, please help me. Regardless of success or failure, I will tell you about the William family's treasure vault. The location of the armory, the pre-war underground oil tank, and the medicine stash. That I will disclose everything. Having blown his own trumpet, Valor felt a pang of social embarrassment as his plan to pull off a heist was laid bare. Fortunately, Xinghua, in a show of conscience, refrained from mentioning this matter to Livia. A few hours later, while, brimming with pride, sought out Wang Ling. Xingho. The underground area is remarkably extensive, encompassing a total of 8 warehouses, including a large weapons depot, 3 fuel depots, and the remainder designated for medical supplies and miscellaneous items. However, both the pharmaceuticals and fuel have been gradually depleted over the course of 2 centuries, and many of the weapons are no longer operational. Nonetheless, the bounty is substantial. 2 tons of compressed biscuits, 15 tons of green wheat, nearly 600 tons of fuel, and a batch of antibiotics. Wang Ling, without uttering a word, nodded in agreement and accompanied while they toured the underground warehouses. Their first stop was a large military arsenal. Upon opening the grand door, a wave of an ancient, dust-laden atmosphere enveloped them. The ground was thick with dust, and the firearms, rusted beyond recognition, lay scattered about. Even some heavy weaponry had succumbed to the ravages of time. The tires had lost their viability, reduced to a pile of carbon black, buried beneath layers of dirt. The barrels of large-caliber artillery had been entirely corroded by the passage of time. When Wang Ling reached out to touch one, a cascade of rusted metal flaked away. With a mere step, the entire cannon crumbled like sand sculpture, disintegrating before his eyes. As for the crates of ammunition stacked high, no one dared to disturb them. Any accidental detonation would spell certain doom for everyone present. This was precisely why, despite multiple assaults on Changfeng town, they had never resorted to employing high-powered weaponry. Who could predict whether these antiquated relics might eliminate their own forces before striking the enemy? Changfeng town lacked the means to safely dispose of such hazardous materials, leaving them to remain undisturbed in this forsaken place. Master, that fellow named Sam is lying that I have discovered useful information within the database. According to the records of the Sunflower Project, in 2788, a Special Forces unit was stationed in Changfeng town, and within the ensuing decade, a covert underground ballistic base was established in 2799, just before the outbreak of nuclear war. All personnel from the Social Industry and Production Committee evacuated Changfeng town. However, the Zero Shelter subsequently did not detect any signals indicating the launch of nuclear missiles from Changfeng town. This individual must be concealing some critical information, particularly about the hidden nuclear missile base and the concealed location that sustained the garrison's normal existence for over a decade that he has failed to disclose. Upon hearing Xiao Kuei's voice, Wang Ling's eyes brightened. There were still treasures yet to be uncovered, and the current haul was already sufficient to satisfy him. You heard what was said earlier. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Wang Ling inquired harshly, his gaze icy and unrelenting. Upon hearing Wang Ling's words, while his expression darkened as well, the audacity of this fellow to withhold information was infuriating. Xingho, I apologize. It was my oversight that nearly allowed this fish to slip away. With that, while drag Sam out. Second young master, please allow me to explain that I am not interested in your explanations. Sam, that I believe you will only come clean after experiencing a bit of discomfort. While, now visibly enraged, was a fearsome presence, as Wang Ling had always regarded him as a partner, and his lackluster performance filled him with shame that he felt unworthy of Wang Ling's regard. Second young master, I truly know nothing. I must tell you, beneath the master's bedroom. Silence your foul mouth. I do not wish to hear you speak. While pressed his foot on Sam's head, forcefully applying a searing hot iron barrel against Sam's calf. As flesh met scorching steel, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Sam attempted to scream, but while his foot held him firmly against the ground, and as he opened his mouth, a mixture of dirt and residual snow filled it. Ugh, second young master. While seemed lost in a fit of rage, completely disregarding Sam's struggles, after multiple assaults, Sam's body bore no semblance of decency. Initially, while it contemplated sparing him, but now, it was Sam who sought his own demise. Leaving no room for blame on others, that while his thoughts drifted back to his mother, that unfortunate clone who had once been driven by Sam towards her tragic fate. The fleeting pang of compassion in his heart vanished in an instant. The young Wang had witnessed his mother being led away like livestock by Sam and merchants from Wangjiang City, thrust into a cage bound for a freezing warehouse. That poor clone, with the mind of a mere 3-year-old, remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited her. She lay naked in the cage, still smiling foolishly at him until the very end. Now, as an adult, Wang had nearly forgotten his mother's visage. The word mother lingered only as a distant impression in his mind, resurfacing only in moments of weakness, serving as a reminder of the harsh reality of the world around him, casting the nearly unconscious Sam onto the ground. Wall picked up a bucket filled with a mixture of snow melt and mud, pouring it over Sam's head. With a splash, Sam was instantly awakened, trembling all over, his pleas for mercy no longer coherent. "Well, have you come to a decision?" Just as Sam nodded, Wall seized his head and thrust it towards another bucket filled to the brim with water that gulped as Sam thrashed violently. Bubbles erupted from the bucket. It wasn't until a minute and a half later, when the bucket had nearly fallen silent, that Wall lifted Sam out, delivering a fierce punch to his swollen belly. Mud, snow melt, and blood erupted in a spray that splattered Wall's face. Yet he did not display any anger. Observing the barely conscious Sam, he said little, extracting a powder derived from devil's mushrooms and forcing it into Sam's mouth before pouring more water down his throat. Once ingested, the devil's mushroom powder visibly transformed Sam's pallid complexion to a rosy hue. His breathing quickened, and his body began to heat up significantly, teetering on the brink of hyperthermia. Sam appeared lost in a blissful reverie. "Hey, Sam, tell me what important secrets old William possesses, and I shall provide you with more mushroom powder. Your pleasure will be all the more enduring." His body felt light, his mind elated. Even the outlines of figures in his vision became blurred, their shadows elongated, resembling monsters, beneath William's bedroom. There is a hidden compartment containing a safe, but do not attempt to enter the password. Simply remove it. There is another safe below, with the code 695055373, that only by not opening the first safe can the second be accessed. Otherwise, it will lock permanently. That I have seen what lies within and found nothing extraordinary, just a key. The first safe contains a bank draft from Wangjiang Bank. And that I feel so hot. Why can't I see? With those final words, Sam succumbed to his dreams. Chapter 54. I told you, sincerity brings results. 1,134,560 dinars. This was the wealth that Wall ultimately uncovered in his father, old Mayor Williams' bedroom. That in addition, there was a finely crafted translucent key, adorned with exquisite engravings, and prominently featuring the number 336 at its center. Wall was astonished by the fortune hidden by his father. He had known that old William concealed wealth, but he never imagined it would be so substantial. To put this into perspective, in Changfeng town, a pound of wet green wheat costs merely 2 dinars, while dried and processed green wheat fetches around 2.5 to 3 dinars, and a tube of nutritional paste costs about 5 dinars. Over 1 million dinars in wealth is unfathomable for these scavengers. Are the survivor camps this affluent? Wang Ling queried, puzzled. How could that be? It's merely a peculiarity of Changfeng town, due to its proximity to Wangjiang City, where many influential figures engage in organ trafficking. That my father's kidney was replaced a few years ago with one from a clone. Do you have any idea how much it cost? A staggering 150,000 dinars, enough to fund a medium-sized mercenary group. When Luan was not surprised by Wang Ling and Wiles Na Vet, such clandestine information was only known to the core families of Wangjiang City. Naturally, Wang Ling's mention of Kaisi Kalia's name had been an unfortunate slip. While such occurrences were not uncommon, they typically remained undisclosed between parties. Your father also utilized organ transplants. What a surprise. Why should that astonish you? Core members of prominent families, after reaching the age of 40, have a clone prepared every 5 years as a spare. Individuals like the patriarch of the Kaisi family likely have 3 to 4 clones on standby. Then your father must also. Though reluctant to admit it, it was highly probable that his father was in the same boat. That my brother has suffered from health issues since childhood, specifically heart problems. On the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, he received a new heart, cultivated by my father for him when he was just 15, that only those from affluent families possess such knowledge. Wang Ling and Wall exchanged glances, both reflecting on their shared sentiments. They now held a clearer understanding of the world's inherent malice. Why are you looking at me? My health has always been robust, and besides, I'm only in my 20s. I have no spare clones. They were still preoccupied with the urgency of exchanging those bank drafts. Even if old William sought his wife and children, it would likely take several days. That he probably wouldn't dare to emerge. That mad dog Brown would likely want to devour him whole. When Luan felt uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes and hastily shifted the topic, it turns out that these large-value promissory notes are bound to personal identities. Once the owner of the note reports it lost at the bank, the notes become invalid. However, when Luan, possessing these notes is of no use. The acceptance of large promissory notes requires the presence of the individual to verify signatures and fingerprints. Viller, you seem to have forgotten that our Green family is involved in this matter. The Wangjiang Bank was established by 4 prominent families, including the Green family. When the time comes, we can send Yellen to my father to have someone impersonate him, and the funds can be retrieved, albeit with a hefty fee. Indeed, no banker is trustworthy. This was true before the war and remains so now. The 3 then resumed their examination of the white key, which evidently holds greater value than these promissory notes. This small object, resembling amber crystal, possesses remarkable strength, as none of the various destructive methods attempted by the group left a mark on it. Even when Wang Ling, with his vivid imagination, tried the blood oath method, the key remained unresponsive. Let us burn it and see if there is any hidden secret inside that I believe using acid would be more effective. This item is clearly a chemically synthesized object. Just look at the embedded numbers. They must have been etched by liquid corrosion. Just as Wang Ling and the others gathered various tools to forcefully break the key, the wristband on Wang Ling lit up again that a few large characters clearly appeared on the wristband. Sunflower. Master. This is the key to Shelter 336, akin to the Destiny wristband in your possession, though far less sophisticated. Sunflower. Master. As per your request, I have not provided a verbal notification this time. Sunflower. The unlocking method involves bringing your Destiny wristband close to the amber key, aligning it with the 336 numerical position, after which the wristband will attempt to unlock automatically, and the mainframe of Shelter Zero will conduct a data verification. Through the private message from Xiao Kuei, Viller realized what this amber key to Shelter 336 truly was. Could it be the key to a hidden nuclear missile base that has morphed into a shelter? Simultaneously, Wang Ling learned that the first 10 shelters possess the ability to forcibly unlock shelters numbered beyond 100. This was a contingency plan established by several major factions for their post-war dominion. Little did they anticipate that by the time the war broke out, the world's trajectory would become utterly uncontrollable. The old humanity began to decline while the new humanity rose, with genetically modified beings and hybrids proliferating. Even fungi and viruses began to parasitize human bodies, forming bizarre symbiotic entities. Hey comrades, our previous methods were misguided. I sense that sincerity is required. Sincerity? Yes, I can feel the key calling to me. When Luan and the others exchanged skeptical glances at Wang Ling's words. Nevertheless, they hastily took the amber key into their palms and solemnly began to pray. Smash! A few minutes later, the amber key was slammed onto the table. Xingho, you must be joking. Alas, you still lack the requisite sincerity. Let me handle this. Accustomed to showcasing divine prowess, Wang Ling solemnly grasped the amber key. His hands clasped together, that he then discreetly aligned the 336 number of the amber key with the Destiny wristband. System notification. Quantum network connection established. A low-level shelter numbered 336 has sent a request for assistance. And the mainframe of Shelter Zero is attempting to unlock it. Estimated time 15 hours, 33 minutes and 28 seconds. Super AI Core Sunflower connected. Decryption speed accelerated. Estimated time 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Xingho, can you manage? This charlatan act of yours is rather unsettling. Why not just join the Origin Church? That one do. Xingho is of the good and lawful alignment, while the Origin Church represents the evil and lawful alignment. Besides, those mutants are truly repulsive. Ignoring the teasing remarks from the two, Wang Ling maintained a solemn demeanor. System notification. Decryption of Shelter 336 key completed. A new recognition ceremony is about to commence. Countdown. 10, 9, 8.321, open. Wang Ling exclaimed, startling when Luan and Viller. However, before they could react, the amber key in Wang Ling's palm began to emit a dazzling light. Brilliant rays erupted from between Wang Ling's fingers, blinding those around him. As the light dissipated, the seemingly plain amber key now sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. The internal miniature super battery was activated, and Wang Ling's information was implanted within. Under the influence of a small anti-gravity device, the amber key floated in midair. Come. Wang Ling spoke again, extending his hand, and the amber key drifted toward his palm. I told you, sincerity begets results. Wang Ling watched as the two, left speechless in astonishment, felt a surge of satisfaction that he resolved to reward Xiao Kuei with a chicken leg upon his return. Chapter 55. an answer that satisfies old Charles in the year 270 of the wasteland era. December. More than a month had passed since the liberation of Changfeng Town. During this month, Wang Ling conducted numerous live broadcasts, attracting a multitude of drifters. After a brief selection and training, a portion of these individuals was brought to Shelter Zero. With a stable distribution of food, these people, whose primary goal was mere sustenance, almost willingly engaged in arduous tasks such as cement production and timber transportation. The name of Xingho began to circulate around Wangjiang City. Meanwhile, the anticipated retaliation from the Brown mercenary group and the Kes or Korea family had yet to materialize. Just as Wang Ling concluded his broadcast for the day, the system notification chimed once more. System notification. Mission to liberate Changfeng Town completed. Mission objectives. 1. Explore and liberate Changfeng Town. A small number of residents are being ruthlessly exploited by the town mayor, and the chosen one must establish a new order there. 2. During the exploration, personnel from Shelter Zero are required to conduct multiple live broadcasts, achieving a viewer count of 1,000 and a number of drifters reaching 50.3. Acquire power generation equipment to provide sufficient electricity for the cultivation chamber and the AI core of the shelter. 4. After occupying Changfeng Town, live broadcast for a month to conduct cultural promotion, attracting a substantial number of drifters to provide ample labor for the town's development. All objectives have been completed, and the rewards are as follows. 1. Unlocking of the underground second level of Shelter 0.2. Establishment of a small settlement town. This 3-month deadline mission, combined with the requirement for a month of live broadcasting, was accomplished in just 1.5 months. Besides the original rewards, several hidden rewards were also quite substantial. First and foremost was the discovery of a cave containing underground hot springs, where a large quantity of devil mushrooms and mutated leeches thrived, promising immense wealth. Following Wen Luan's suggestion, the hot spring cave would be prioritized for protection, with periodic offerings of mutated and other biological flesh provided to sustain the leeches and promote mushroom growth. Master of the family. These are the conditions set by young Master Wen Lun. Consider this promissory note, valued at $1 million, as the procurement cost for the equipment to the Green family's residence, after Yellen reported on Wen Luan's activities in Changfeng Town. He handed over a promissory note worth $1.1 million to Charles Stewart, respectfully awaiting the elder patriarch's instructions. Yellen, I can understand everything else, but what is the rationale behind Wen Lun wanting a simple pharmaceutical production line? Has it developed to such a stage over there? Furthermore, I know Wen Lun. He is intelligent and perceptive, yet he has always lacked the boldness. Now, having cast aside such a significant sum, he must have made a new discovery. Can you share it with me? Of course, you have now, like Wen Lun, separated from the Green family. I want to press you. Though he claimed not to insist, old Charles' meaning was quite clear. Unless Yellen revealed something substantial, he would simply wait. Old Charles toyed with a high-stemmed glass in his hand, occasionally swirling the liquid within, observing the ice cubes gradually merge with the wine, appearing quite leisurely. Yellen was sweating profusely, having said all that he could. However, it was evident that he was unaware of the matters concerning the devil mushrooms and mutated leeches. Very well, Yellen, it seems you genuinely do not know what Wen Lun intends to do. You may take this batch of pharmaceutical equipment, but remember to inform Wen Lun that regardless of what he produces, he must not forget his father. I require 30% of that batch of medicines. Moreover, what extraordinary allure does this unique chosen one, Xingho, possess that has led Wen Lun to wholeheartedly align himself with him so swiftly? As the leader of a prominent family, Charles undoubtedly proved competent. Even regarding his own son, he would not relent when it came to discussing interests. Simultaneously, he was quite curious about Wang Ling initially. Sending his son to ally with the other party was merely a casual move. Little did he expect to reap rewards so soon. Report to the patriarch, Lord Xingho is an incredibly compelling individual. It is not a charm of appearance or demeanor, but rather an indescribable feeling that consistently instills hope in others. Being with him, many difficulties cease to be difficulties. Can you imagine? Just a month ago, Lord Xingho was utterly unambitious. Yet now, makeshift cement factories, charcoal kilns, and power plants have sprung up around the shelter, and even the barbarians are willing to fight for him. The influence of the shelter has now radiated to the western suburbs and Changfeng Town. The old steward, Mike Green, diligently noted everything down, while other assistants continuously input data into a functional model. Consequently, the potential assessment of Shelter Zero on the computer became increasingly clearer. Yeren spoke eloquently, seemingly filled with admiration for Wang Ling, while the elderly Char listened intently. Yeren, are you suggesting that this individual is worthy of investment and possesses formidable strength? If, of course, this is merely hypothetical. One day, if Wangjiang City were to stand against Xingho, do you believe the Wangjiang City Guard could easily subdue Xingho? Observing Char's suddenly daunting gaze, Yeren felt a twinge of panic and hurriedly replied, Master, although Lord Xingho's strength is indeed considerable, he is merely at the D-class awakened level, perhaps barely approaching C-class. In any case, he is no match for the Wangjiang City Guard. Moreover, it seems that among the awakened residents of Lord Xingho's shelter, there are only about 50 individuals. The rest are barbarians or those rescued from farms and towns. Compared to the Wangjiang City Guard, even the Brown Mercenary Corps might seem formidable at present. After Yeren concluded, Mike and his subordinates finished recording their data, resulting in a significant reduction in the assessed danger level of the shelter within the mathematical model. Receiving the anticipated response, the elderly Char displayed a knowing smile. If needed, I can facilitate assistance from the Brown Mercenary Corps, or even from Kai's, provided that Wenluan, or rather, the one named Xingho, can afford the price. Following Char's somewhat weary declaration, Steward Mike escorted Yeren away. However, as they departed from the Green family's residence, Yeren held his head high, no longer reflecting the cautious demeanor he had before Char. Yeren had not lied. The chair he sat upon was equipped with heart rate and brainwave detection devices, commonly known as a lie detector. Thus, every word he uttered was true, yet the crux lay in his selective truths. Indeed, Lord Xingho's strength was limited to D-class, yet the proportion of awakened individuals among the shelter's residents was steadily increasing. Currently, only 50 residents had awakened, but just a month prior, there had only been a handful. While the shelter's elite combat power may not compare to the Brown Mercenary Corps, those individuals were truly unafraid of death. He had witnessed numerous instances where they embraced bombs, willing to perish alongside their enemies, as well as the enormous crocodile idly lounging around the shelter. Did the Brown mercenaries truly have a chance to stand before Lord Xingho? Chapter 56. The reforms of the Wasteland version. In late December, a snowstorm once again blanketed Wangjiang City. Contrary to Mike's anticipated scene of desolation, a fervent and bustling atmosphere prevailed. Upon unlocking the second underground level of the shelter, Wang Ling was pleasantly surprised to discover a staggering 200 biological cultivation chambers. After granting 50 internal referral slots to Zhong Yueping and others, the remaining 150 slots were filtered from the audience who filled out the invitation survey for the Ice Age World by Xiao Kuei on the official website. Including the initial batch of 50 players, the number of players descending upon the shelter had now reached 250, that ignoring the profoundly significant nature of this number. Wang Ling felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the densely packed new players. Naturally, the customary speech was essential. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you good news. The brutal apocalyptic war has passed for over 2 centuries, and we are still alive. IT is now the 270th year post-nuclear war. Fortunately, we have successfully endured the most arduous years. The nuclear clouds have dispersed, and the Little Ice Age has gradually concluded over the past 20 years. That I need you all to unite around me and rebuild the glory of humanity. Beside me is the AI core of Shelter Zero. You may refer to her as Xiao Kuei. Should you have any questions regarding the shelter or anything unclear, feel free to ask her. Additionally, relevant tasks associated with the shelter can also be obtained from Xiao Kui. As the number of players increased, Wang Ling found himself feeling increasingly at ease. Many matters no longer required his direct involvement, as the players and natives would take the initiative. Wang Ling only needed to listen to reports and offer suggestions. Even the once fiercely contested battles had not afforded him the opportunity to participate for quite some time. Reminiscing about his former prowess in battle, Wang Ling suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. This wasteland version of El Bu now resembled Liu Bei, merely serving as a mascot. Xiao Kuei sent the refined Shelter Management Regulations version 2.0 to the players' wristbands. 1. All actions must adhere to the will of the Chosen One. Those descending upon the shelter must fully comply with the management of the Chosen One. 3. The Chosen One possesses the ultimate interpretative authority over the above clauses. In addition to these 3 constitutional clauses, many other restrictions have been newly added. However, apart from certain specialized talents, it would be challenging for ordinary players to engage with these constraints. Additionally, some fundamental issues were clearly marked in special fonts. Should any major violations be detected, accounts would be suspended without exception. For instance, during non-war periods, descenders are prohibited from abusing or discriminating against the native inhabitants of the Ice Age in any form. Non-combat class descenders must not breach ethical boundaries in related research, such as engaging in human organ trafficking. Beyond this, Wang Ling imposed no limitations on the player's actions. Theoretically, players could go wherever they wished and engage in any activities they desired. Of course, upon death, they would still need to respawn at the shelter. Thus, a significant economic transformation commenced within the shelter, marking the initiation of a market economy model. The shelter, Changfeng Town, and the western suburbs, areas within Wang Ling's purview, began to see labor become compensated. All labor would yield a certain reward. Naturally, meals would also require payment. Individuals could transact using the physical currency of Wangjiang City dinar or utilize the virtual currency of contribution points invented by Xiao Kuei. Currently, the exchange rate between contribution points and dinars stood at 1. In terms of currency acceptance, the wasteland natives displayed a clear preference for dinar, whereas players naturally inclined towards contribution points. Under the guidance of Yin Shisong, a graduate advisor at the University of Science and Technology of China, vice dean of the School of Economics and Management, and a special expert from multiple financial institutions, Wang Ling initiated the wasteland version of reform and opening up. These economic reform measures, when trialed, empowered the previously disadvantaged non-combat class players to rise dramatically. Particularly, individuals like Ma Dongxiu, Zhong Yueping, and Fang Datong, who already possessed significant skills in reality, finally re-established their business empires within the Ice Age world. Within the model established by Xiao Kuei, after countless simulations, a public-private partnership model was adopted for major engineering projects within the shelter. For instance, in industries vital to the shelter's survival, such as cement factories, charcoal factories, and ironworks, players like Zhong Yueping and Fang Ping could hold 30 of the shares, with the remaining 70 allocated to the shelter. However, the conditions for a fully open market were still not ripe. Currently, the previous communal meal system had merely transitioned to one based on labor distribution, AS for actualizing equity distribution, that would require the shelter's industries to be fully operational first. The benevolent gravel merchant remarked. I never anticipated returning to my old profession. It's an indescribable feeling. The big-headed son replied, who could disagree? I used to handle experimental specimens all day in reality, and now I'm tasked with researching devil mushrooms and mutant leeches. Tianxia Detong, Fang Daong, boasted, you all flaunt your skills. I receive a whole ironworks from Xingho and am free to research weapons. The burly man chortled. Hey everyone, it's time for a meal. Freshly made wheat porridge. 1 dinar per bowl, and mutant meat jerky, 5 dinar per pound. Su and I Yisher Yinwa chimed in. Old Shui, this is a black market. Even worse than delivering meals to the crew, Ping Shui Xiangfeng added. A pound of green wheat is only 1 dinar. Good green wheat costs 2 to 3 dinar per pound, and you're charging 1 dinar for a bowl of porridge. The burly man retorted, Su and I Yisher Yinwa Ping Shui Xiangfeng. You can't say that. My hard work is in this, the bald eagle queried. Is your porridge cooked? The burly man replied, can a porridge seller serve you raw porridge? Buy it or not, the bald eagle responded. If your porridge is cooked, I'll definitely buy it. The sound of jingling bells filled the air as laughter erupted amongst them. The natives had grown accustomed to the players' occasional bouts of laughter. These formidable individuals, undaunted by death, exhibited peculiar behaviors, yet did not bully them as others might. They even earned wages for their labor. For instance, those who chopped wood for the charcoal factory or dug clay for the cement factory received pay. Approximately 8 to 10 dinar daily, that if they opted for the cheapest wheat porridge, it would sustain them for around 3 days. Meanwhile, the liberated barbarians were most willing to follow Ma Dongxiu, the benevolent gravel merchant, to Changfeng Town and the western suburbs for work. The reason was simple. The job sites provided meals, even including dinner, with meat at lunchtime. Thus, the reputation of Ma Dongxiu spread among the native groups. Under the heavy snow, Mike and his companions, upon arriving at the shelter, were deeply moved by the bustling scene before them. It is a rare sight to witness the faces of individuals outside of Wangjiang City brimming with hope. Even within Wangjiang City, the workers predominantly wear expressions of numbness. Perhaps the evaluation model employed by myself and others ought to be revised if he finds himself rather eager to meet that esteemed Lord Xingho. Chapter 57. Negotiations regarding pharmaceutical business. Gentlemen, the conditions within the shelter are limited, and I can only offer you modest provisions. There are no beverages nor fresh canned goods within their expiration date. Only a simple barley porridge and some rather dry jerky. These basic rations, which Wang Ling provides to the steward Mike, are quite typical for such shelters that as for luxuries like red wine, although there are some confiscated in Old William's secret chamber. Wang Ling is not fond of them, that he does not wish to create class disparities within the shelter. Thus, items that may hinder unity ought to be avoided. Mike, the steward, does not take offense at Wang Ling's lack of hospitality. As the young Lord Wenluan present beside him, along with Lord Xingho, partakes in the same humble fare, the adage familiarity breeds contempt rings true. Lord Xingho is indeed a promising young talent. Lord Xingho. Young Master Wenluan, the head of the family has sent me to you to observe your recent developments and to discuss the conditions regarding the pharmaceutical processing equipment. According to the head's intentions, the 113,000 dinars will be transferred in full to your designated account. However, regardless of the pharmaceuticals you produce, the Green family must retain a 30% stake. Wang Ling and Wenluan exchanged glances. Astonished by the substantial offer from Charles Green that T.O. relinquish over 100,000 dinars worth of wealth, along with the provision of pharmaceutical processing equipment valued at no less than 3 million dinars, is no small matter. This implies that the old patriarch intends to invest 400 to 500 dinars without having seen any returns, not to mention the preliminary support for the shelter's power generation equipment and the exoskeletons. Wang Ling fell silent, feeling it inappropriate to voice his opinions at this juncture, as he felt indebted to the Green family, or, more specifically, to Wenluan himself. Given the current scale of the underground hot springs, and considering the natural metabolism of the devil's mushrooms and the reproductive speed of the exotic leeches, they could gather tens of kilograms of devil's mushrooms and thousands of exotic leeches each month. The value of these rare materials could fetch between 500,000 to 800,000 dinars monthly. If processed into pharmaceuticals, the price would multiply by at least 8 to 10 times, resulting in a gross profit of 5 million dinars per month. Over a year, this would amount to a considerable business venture worth 50 to 60 million dinars. Uncle Mike, my father has always taught me to approach matters from a merchant's perspective, to conduct business with integrity. I cannot acquiesce to my father's terms. Allow me to explain. If the Green family takes a 30% stake, does that not mean that they would have a say in whom we sell to in the future, even to competitors within the family? Moreover, with a profit of 500,000 dinars a month, I would accumulate a gross profit of 6 million dinars annually. Such terms are unacceptable. Observing Wenluan's subtle manipulation of concepts, equating the raw materials worth with the pharmaceutical value and reducing the annual gross profit to a mere 10%. Wang Ling reflected on the acumen required to deal with merchants. Wenluan, my partner, I genuinely appreciate the support from you and the Green family. If possible, I would be willing to relinquish a portion of my share to the Green family. No, Xingho. This is a negotiation between merchants, devoid of friendship, solely focused on interests. Witnessing the harmonious interplay between Wang Ling and Wenluan, akin to a well-rehearsed duet, Mike the steward could only smile wryly, realizing that the primary objective of this meeting might not be achieved. Ah, my dear young Master Wenluan, you truly embody the fine genes of old Charles. Let us adhere to the agreement. The Green family may purchase 50% of the pharmaceuticals you produce each month at a price between 50 to 80% of the market value. Mike the steward raised his hands in a gesture of concession, indicating that this was indeed his utmost flexibility. Ultimately, Wenluan and Mike affixed their signatures to the agreed contract, sealing it with their handprints. Lord Xingho, your signature and seal are imperative. You, the foremost figure, are the key to this contract, Mike reminded. Feigning ignorance, Wang Ling took up the already signed contract and inscribed his name, Xingho. The destiny ring projected a beam of light, swiftly imprinting the mark of Shelter Zero onto the contract. Very well. Wenluan, please show Mike around the shelter, and then to our newly liberated Changfeng town. It may be more appealing to our esteemed guests than the monotonous life within the shelter. The bars, dancers, and mushroom powder of Changfeng town may suit Mike and his companions from the larger towns much better. Wenluan, fully aware of Wang Ling's intentions, committed to accompanying Mike and the others throughout their stay, ensuring that they would not be privy to the shelter's core secrets. Once Wenluin and the others departed, Wang Ling found himself at a loss for activities. Master, the fission power plant is lacking essential fuel rods. The concentrated uranium rods in the reactor have been fully consumed. You mean this small reactor has become obsolete? Wang Ling expressed disappointment, as players had already discovered a substantial quantity of graphite electrodes in the underground warehouse of Changfeng Town. The opportunity for large-scale steel production was upon them. Yet relying solely on a large steam generator seemed impractical, as it consumed far too much wood, leading to a gradual deforestation trend around the shelter. Master, the Shelter 336 you discovered may hold potential. It should contain ample nuclear fuel, and there could even be nuclear missiles present. Had Xiaoke not mentioned Shelter 336, Wang Ling might have nearly forgotten about it. He reached out to summon the amber key floating on the bookshelf. The Destiny Ring projected the scanned information before him. Shelter 336, Special Purpose Shelter, Affiliated Unit, Social Industry and Production Committee. Description: a ballistic missile base constructed as a covert facility for nuclear retaliation, equipped with a small arms factory capable of sustaining a conventional garrison of approximately 500 personnel. However, due to the absence of a standard life support system, cultivation chamber, and plant cultivation system, the garrison had completely vacated by the 15th year post-war, in the 22nd year of the wasteland. Shelter 336 has fallen into a dormant state, awaiting the emergence of a higher-level administrator to reawaken it. Xiaokue, the nuclear fuel rods inside are highly enriched uranium rods. Are you certain we can utilize them without melting ourselves? Master, rest assured, diluting the fuel rods and adding passive impurities to slow the reaction is not difficult. Wang Ling was somewhat taken aback by Xiaokue's eagerness. Ever since connecting to the Sunflower host, this entity had become quite peculiar, particularly when Wang Ling formatted the original personality of Sunflower and initiated a new personality evolution based on Xiaokue. The latter became increasingly diligent in learning. Is there what you seek there? You are the wisest, Master. The arms factory there should still have combat robots, and Xiaokue wishes to fight alongside the descendants. Now it makes sense that no wonder this little fellow was so enthusiastic. Chapter 58. Everything is progressing favorably after a 2-day stay in Changfeng Town. Mike departed. It was evident that both Mike and his retinue looked down upon Changfeng Town. Apart from Wenluin and Viller, they showed little interest in engaging with anyone else. Wenluin seemed to revel in this, and following Mike's departure, he promptly transported the pharmaceutical processing equipment to the West Suburban Farm. This location is nearest to the underground hot springs, and in comparison to the bustling construction in Changfeng Town and the shelter, the agricultural West Suburban Farm appears rather inconspicuous. As for the contract with the Green family, old Mike was oblivious to the fact that Wenluin secretly replaced the 50% transaction share with the stipulation of pharmaceuticals valued at over 300,000 dinars each month. Perhaps he believed that the current productivity of the shelter was limited. Zhang Linfeng finally emerged from the damp underground caverns. Upon returning to the West Suburban Farm, he resumed calibrating the equipment sent by Wenluin according to the manual. Under Zhang Linfeng's direction, the barbarians positioned the centrifuge, compressor, and filtration equipment as required. For the safety of this experimental apparatus, a large underground cellar of the farm was repurposed as a pharmaceutical processing plant. Additionally, a significant number of small biomass power plants were transported over, and the barbarians, along with the farm's residents, were busily hauling firewood into the combustion chamber, all of which would be utilized for pharmaceutical processing. Consequently, Zhang Linfeng, who rarely saw sunlight, had grown even paler. His dark circles and bloodshot eyes from prolonged gaming had become quite alarming to the barbarians. The West Suburban Farm had even given rise to the terrifying legend of Big Head Sun. Among the barbarians, this individual, who relished dismembering bodies to create a meat slurry for transparent beverages and encouraged them to consume patties made from human flesh, had acquired a new hobby. This esteemed Big Head Sun now enjoyed soaking devil's mushrooms in leech blood, particularly when a few of the stronger barbarians, selected by Zhang Linfeng as assistants, entered the underground pharmaceutical factory and witnessed the jars filled with writhing leeches. They felt an immense pressure. Furthermore, when the devil's mushrooms were dried, crushed, and ultimately mixed with leech blood and mushroom powder, the scene of Zhang Linfeng filtering the concoction and then sucking it into his mouth only deepened the terror of the barbarians. Observing the gaunt yet spirited Zhang Linfeng, the barbarians were thoroughly intimidated. The myriad of needle marks visible on his frail arms told a tale of trials endured that in their simplistic worldview, the big-headed son was deemed more fearsome than the shaman of the merchant tribe. The rapid chimes of the bells echoed as the devil mushrooms matured, while the leeches had just reached adulthood, for overly aged blood lacked vitality. After issuing his commands, Zhang Linfeng disregarded the barbarians and began his research on new apparatuses at the testing station. His ghastly appearance was a testament to his drug trials. The barbarians, of course, could not comprehend this. They would only realize the truth when Zhang Linfeng eventually perished from his own concoctions, only to return 3 days later as a promising researcher. However, Zhang Linfeng was not the only player who astounded the natives in the underground warehouse of Changfeng Town. Fang Datong, a military-industrial expert, was directing a cadre of novice players in the transportation of expired ammunition. Such a perilous task was ill-suited for the indigenous people. A single misstep could result in a catastrophic explosion, sending them all to the heavens. Originally, the labor camp, which had sought to usurp resources, found itself with scant suitable tasks for novices since the barbarians had surrendered for joining the benevolent sand and gravel merchant Ma Dongshu's construction crew. The players were disinclined, and Ma Dongshu was equally unenthusiastic. Without sufficient rewards, players found it far easier to endure hardships than the barbarians. The expired ammunition was transported to an open area, where it was dismantled in pre-dug pits. Fang Datong had already demonstrated the disassembly process and uploaded the tutorial to the official forum. Nevertheless, even with such preparation, the occasional thunderous explosion could still be heard echoing from the pits, claiming the lives of the careless players. The contribution points amassed by players in a single day surpassed the sweat-drenched labor of the indigenous people over a month. To enhance the experience, Wang Ling thoughtfully devised new titles for the players. For instance, when posting on the official forum, they could display titles such as Bomb Disposal Expert, Bomb Disposal Pro, or Bomb Disposal Novice. Magic Crystal Sword, Bomb Disposal Pro Brothers. It seems I have a knack for disassembly. I've earned a new title in just one day. Falling in love with the blue sky, Bomb Disposal Novice. Why are your titles advancing so quickly? Magic Crystal Sword, Bomb Disposal Pro. It's simple. I'm not afraid of death, just relying on luck, and now I've been offline for 3 days. Desert Emperor, Bomb Disposal Expert. Use your brains. Don T. Act recklessly. This is a skillful endeavor. Reborn, Bomb Disposal Master. There are no tricks or strategies. It's merely a matter of practice. The players debated passionately, especially regarding those whose disassembly speed bordered on the absurd, prompting others to speculate about their true identities in reality. With a substantial influx of contribution points and hefty compensation, players remained unfazed by the daily casualties resulting from explosions in reality. Where else could one experience the sensation of being blown sky high? Live and cherish regarding the players' bomb disposal endeavors, Weiler and Wenlundu had repeatedly advised against sacrificing precious manpower for mere explosives, but Wang Ling dismissed this by framing it as a courageous, voluntary act by the residents of the shelter. Thus, within merely a week, the vast stockpile of artillery shells in the warehouse was violently dismantled, prompting suggestions for the commencement of ammunition production. White-headed Eagle, my most trusted companion, I entrust you with this arduous long-distance exploration mission. Wang Ling solemnly handed the amber key of Shelter 336 to Chu Gao, emphasizing the gravity of the task ahead. Rest assured, Xing Ho, I will resolutely fulfill this mission, even at the cost of my life, to secure new energy sources for the shelter. Chu Gao nodded earnestly in agreement. Meanwhile, the 17 members behind him were busy transporting ammunition. A multitude of items converted from gifts in the livestream had also been loaded onto the trucks. Additionally, clad in reinforced exoskeletons, the group was laboriously dragging a massive ancient crocodile. After nearly 10 minutes, they finally managed to hoist the frozen creature onto another truck. May I be your fire? You lack W. Sanur, where are we headed? You lack W. Brother Feng, it's a secret mission. White-headed Eagle. We are set to explore the northern outskirts of Shelter 336. According to Xing Ho, the Brown Mercenary Group and the Merchant Tribe's chief, Night Owl, are both in that area, so bringing along Brother Crocodile is a safer bet. May I be your fire? This creature is not very useful in cold weather. It wasn't even brought into battle in Changfeng Town. You lack W. Brother Feng, I am no longer the once feeble Wu Xiaoyi. Behold my armored form. These are all disposable thermal rods. Without any send-off or mobilization meetings filled with empty rhetoric. The players, filled with anticipation for their novel journey, set off in 2 trucks, dust swirling behind them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a cylindrical vacuum cleaner had stealthily slipped into a large ammunition box. Chapter 59. C-Class Intelligence Awakener. Although he was furious with Wang Ling for destroying the clone brain of Kes Korea, Brown had a more pressing task at hand. To seek out new, living organs for his clients. It was imperative to note that among the clientele for the organs in Changfeng Town, apart from Kes, who was a force to be reckoned with, the others were not to be trifled with either. Thus, after compensating Mr. Kes with 10-fold damages, Brown set off with his mercenary group that he had left behind a trading caravan in Wangjiang City, which swiftly scouted the underground market for suitable organs in the northern suburbs of Wangjiang City. This area had once thrived with mineral wealth. However, prior to the war, the rare underground minerals had been completely extracted, leaving behind only low-value raw coal, which went largely ignored. This moment, Brown, accompanied by a dozen awakened subordinates, was swiftly traversing the snowy plains on snowmobiles. The riders adeptly navigated around numerous mining collapse pits before halting on a high slope. With generations of evolution, the mutated creatures possessed a keen sense of danger, largely observing these fierce individuals, waiting for others to test the waters. Fire! Smash these scoundrels to pieces! Brown shouted to his subordinates before brandishing a double-barreled shotgun and charging at the mutated beasts. Bang, bang, bang! Following the thunderous roar of the shotgun at close range, the mutated beasts had half their bodies obliterated. Yet Brown appeared unsatisfied. The immense power of a D-class awakener surged forth as he swiftly hurled his spear. One by one, the smaller beasts were pinned to the ground, baring their teeth menacingly at Brown. Seeking death, Brown grinned maliciously, bringing his iron-clad boot down upon these small creatures until his footwear was drenched in a myriad of colors of blood. Soon, a cacophony of howls erupted from a distant pack of mutated hyenas. These hyenas encircled a robust man clad in flamboyant leather, who, with a bone whistle, emitted strange sound waves that caused the hyenas to disperse and regroup. Exhibiting a high degree of training, Night Owl has arrived. Everyone be cautious, for this individual is a C-Class Awakener, and our firearms may prove ineffective against him. The dozen F-Class Awakeners, along with 3 or 4 D-Class Awakeners, including Brown, were notably wary in the face of Night Owl, who was merely one man accompanied by 100 hyenas. I do not appreciate being threatened with those burning sticks. If you wish to keep your hands on your weapons, it would be wise to adjust your aim. A hoarse voice resonated from afar, laced with a hint of hypnotic quality, compelling Brown's subordinates to redirect their gun barrels. Observing his men being influenced, Brown bellowed, "Night Owl, cease your little tricks. Using mental fields on low-level awakeners is beneath you." Dressed in flamboyant leather, Night Owl seemed unperturbed, releasing his mental powers once more, causing the hyenas to run in large circles on the ground. Brown's F-Class Awakeners, ensnared by the peculiar patterns, gradually fell into a stupor, while Brown and several D-Class Awakeners struggled to maintain their composure. Boom! A grenade detonated amidst the pack of hyenas, startling the entranced individuals back to reality. They all stared in horror at Night Owl. "Night Owl, if this is your attitude towards cooperation, I regret to inform you that we shall take our leave." Brown appeared quite displeased, having thrown a grenade. He intended to lead his group away. Night Owl was undeniably formidable, a C-Class Intelligence Awakener capable of influencing the minds of those around him, even subjugating creatures to serve as cannon fodder. However, in a direct confrontation, the D-Class Strength Awakeners in their midst were not necessarily afraid of Night Owl. "Oh, my far-flung friends, I was merely jesting. Come now, let us venture to the tribe and select your desired prey." Night Owl lamented his failure to capture Brown and his crew earlier. Had he succeeded, he could have commandeered a substantial labor force, along with the trading items they brought with them. "Humph, I do not wish for any further mishaps. Let us depart." A piercing blast of a bone whistle echoed, and not far away, a robust mutated white tiger approached. The tiger's massive head bowed at Night Owl's feet, seemingly awaiting his command. Night Owl gently stroked the tiger's ear. This beast, having undergone mechanical enhancements, possessed metallic claws on all 4 limbs, letting out a roar as it carried Night Owl forward at a gallop. Brown and his party hastily followed on their snowmobiles. followed closely by a throng of mutated hunting dogs. Yet as the distance widened, the entranced pack of hyenas began to regain their awareness. The lead hyena finally halted, seemingly puzzled about why it had led the group so far astray. There is no need to be overly cautious of me. As you can see, my abilities diminish after a certain distance, the night owl casually explained, yet Brown and his companions dared not take it lightly. Upon arriving at the merchant tribe, the group remained huddled together, reluctant to part ways to do as you wish. Fire Ape, take our guests to select their goods. The prices will be double from the original. For I find their attitude quite displeasing. The night owl remarked, we had previously agreed to raise the price of this batch of slaves by half, yet you are suddenly increasing it, which is rather untrustworthy. Trustworthiness, huh? Since when can the concept of trust be applied to barbarians? Fire Ape, double the price. Brown was genuinely infuriated. A price increase of 100% was already their limit. That it should be noted that he admired Lord K's breach of contract penalty, which was exorbitantly high, considering other customers' orders. Along with the inflated prices from the black market for officials, he had invested nearly all his savings over the past few years. Now, he truly had little to offer in exchange for slaves. Let us go. It seems we are not welcome here, and we must seek our fortune with other barbarian tribes. Enraged, Brown appeared ready to storm off, yet his pace was slow, as if he awaited someone to call him back. Indeed, as they approached the snowmobile station, the night owl in his patchwork coat spoke again, halting the seemingly departing Brown. Very well, my friend, I shall sell you the goods at the original price, within a few 100 kilometers. You won't find a merchant tribe as rich in goods as ours. He removed his patchwork coat and tossed it to Brown. The night owl stood bare-chested in the snow, seemingly unbothered by the cold. My friend, these garments are made from the skins of young girls of various races. You won't find such a collection elsewhere. Fire Ape, prepare a grand feast to welcome my friends. Chapter 60. Two-legged sheep. The barbarians appeared quite fond of barbecuing. Whether in the merchant tribe or among the scattered barbarian groups defeated by Wang Ling, they seemed to treat the roasting of humans as a form of ritual. That a large group of two-legged sheep was led to the center of the camp by the brutish warriors of the merchant tribe. A massive bonfire had been ignited, and the barbarians danced around it, seemingly engaged in some form of ceremony. Brown and his companions sat expressionless in the front row, watching point one by one, the two-legged sheep, some plump and others lean, were paraded before Brown and his guests. These men and women were nearly all scantily clad, many bearing wounds that suggested fierce resistance during capture. Hey, esteemed guests, choose your preferred delicacies. We, the merchant tribe, would never serve our honored guests the tasteless fare of the elderly. This batch is composed entirely of young, robust humans. Under the night owl's urging, Brown and his subordinates stiffly pointed out a few individuals, who were then dragged away for slaughter. Moments later, the selected victims were skewered on large wooden sticks and placed over the bonfire to roast. Brown and his men felt their scalps tingle, especially when the night owl, feigning hospitality, placed some undercooked human flesh onto their wooden plates, making them nauseous. Under the threat that not partaking would be seen as disrespecting the merchant tribe, they gritted their teeth and took a few bites, only to subsequently retch violently. My guess, are you truly so fragile? Cannibalism is hardly a novelty in this wasteland. Even in Wangjiang City, I've heard many prominent figures indulge in such habits that do not look at me with such disdain. Every year, I sell you numerous individuals, not all of whom are merely for organ transplantation. Many satisfy the peculiar appetites of the gluttonous, such as the one on your plate. Bang! Brown overturned his plate of human flesh, glaring at the night owl with barely contained anger. That we have extended you courtesy. Do not push your luck, that if you do not wish to cooperate, we may as well part ways. They were a mercenary group and organ traffickers. Though not virtuous, they were still human. Facing the barbaric consumption of their own kind, Brown began to doubt his own actions for the first time. Though, you can't bear it so soon. Then by all means, leave. I shan't stop you. Let us talk business. We need to depart swiftly. Isn't eating the most pressing matter? Is there anything more pressing than this? Fine. Accompany me to the beast pen to select your goods. Once you are satisfied, I shall present my terms. The beast pen was indeed a pen, housing numerous mutated creatures, but more often it contained remnants of small wasteland tribes, gathering places, and humans fleeing from shelters. What are you waiting for? Begin matching. At Brown's command, A group of subordinates produced rudimentary blood testing devices, piercing the veins of the captives with large needles. The machines swiftly conducted antibody and antigen tests, and samples with high compatibility and low rejection rates emitted a series of beeping sounds and bright lights. Captain, only 7 were found. We are still 3 short of our goal. That will suffice. We can acquire the remaining at a premium from the black market. Consider this year a wash. Damn it. What bad luck. Soon, the 7 individuals were led out of the pen, quickly escorted to the vicinity of the snowmobiles. Treated like treasures, they were draped in warm coats amidst their bewildered expressions. Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted people. If only we could secure our lives after selling blood or organs. We are still young enough to work as laborers with bionic organs. The subordinates all looked to Brown, seemingly awaiting his decision, that in the past, I might have given you a chance, but I'm afraid I lack the time now. Doctor, quickly inject them with anesthetics. Once we are near the safe house in Wangjiang City, the surgery can commence. Upon hearing this, the leading man attempted to plead for a chance, only to be knocked to the ground with a punch. The powerful awakened warrior lifted him by the nape of his neck, administering the anesthetic. Soon, the 7 were sedated and laid upon the sleds of the snowmobiles. Well then, your matters are concluded. Now let us discuss our transaction. The night owl's irksome voice reached Brown's ears once more. Yet he had no choice but to await his fate. Contrary to Brown's expectations, the night owl did not demand an exorbitant price, that we shall proceed according to our agreed price, doubling the market rate. But you must assist me with a small task. Hearing about the assistance, Brown immediately grew interested, realizing an opportunity to fleece a fat sheep had presented itself. You saw the broadcast of that fellow named Xingho, did you not? My 2 minor leaders, Warthog and Wolf, have been captured by him. It appears they have surrendered, and I wish for you to help eliminate them. Night Owl, that might prove difficult. You know it is currently the season of cold waves, and a large-scale attack by mutants is imminent. No need to feign difficulty. Name your price. Warthog and Wolf, 100,000 dinars each. Xingho, 500,000 dinars. Half paid in advance, if you can offer more. My mercenary group can even help you eliminate those rebellious ordinary barbarians. That is unnecessary. Resolving Xingho and his 2 companions will suffice. Furthermore, the price for these 7 has increased to 700,000. Brown felt a surge of frustration, mentally cursing the night owl and his ancestors. 7 individuals for 700,000 dinars. Why not just rob a bank? Yet compared to the massive breach of contract penalty and loss of reputation, spending that money was still worthwhile. Thus, Brown ultimately handed over a promissory note for 350,000 dinars to the night owl. After Brown departed, the other minor leaders of the night owl's group expressed their confusion. Great leader, why don't we go eliminate that fellow named Xingho, along with the traitorous Warthog and Wolf? Bobcat, do you remember the phrase I often tell you? Of course, leader. You say that even barbarians must use their brains. So, have you used yours? Of course I have. Otherwise, we wouldn't be asking you. Night Owl had grown accustomed to the foolishness of his subordinates, ordering Bobcat to sew him a human skin coat before he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was merely an intellect-based powerhouse, skilled in hypnosis and mental control. In a direct confrontation, he might not be stronger than Warthog and Wolf. Moreover, what Night Owl feared most was precisely the self-destructive attacks from novice players. With his abysmally low physical attributes, encountering players unafraid of death could lead to his own demise. Night Owl took a deep breath, donned the human skin coat, and in the snowy night, he truly resembled an owl. Silent and stealthy, Chapter 61. Ambush. The former number 336 shelter was built upon a large mining vein. After the mine was nearly exhausted, a multitude of workers withdrew, leaving behind a desolate landscape abandoned by human civilization. Later, prior to the impending nuclear war, the military committee dispatched a large garrison, constructing an underground nuclear missile launch base atop the mine. Subsequently, propelled by the Social Industry and Production Committee, the number 336 shelter began its construction. However, for reasons unknown, even in the event of a nuclear war, this base designated for nuclear retaliation did not launch a single missile at this moment. Guided by the Amber Key, Chu Gao and his companions were diligently searching for the entrance to Shelter 336. Navigating the terrain. After parking the truck at the cave's entrance, they carefully lifted the giant crocodile out of the vehicle and, finding a sheltered spot away from the wind near the cave, kindled a fire. The primary purpose was to keep Brother W warm, as his crocodilian body was particularly sensitive to the cold. Any drop in temperature would significantly diminish his combat prowess, as for the disposable thermal rods with armor and heating functions. Brother W was reluctant to use them unless combat was imminent. The glow of the fire and the sounds of the player's movements quickly attracted various creatures lurking in the cave. These bizarre beings, with their curious and ferocious eyes, scrutinized the group. The roar that echoed was not from Brother W, who had not yet become bored enough to contest with these beasts. Chu Gao and his companions heightened their vigilance, spreading out into a combat formation around their makeshift shelter. Weapons aimed at the sound source, as heavy footsteps approached, several towering but grotesque mutants emerged into view. Rather than being human, they resembled a horde of humanoid monsters. Averaging 2.5 meters in height, their enormous and ugly heads adorned with features entirely different from those of the old humanity. Their eyes and ears were sharp, to enhance their dynamic visual tracking abilities. They sacrificed color recognition for their vision, while their bat-like ears possessed ultrasonic perception. Their mouths were filled with protruding, sharp teeth and long, lizard-like tongues flicked in and out, seemingly analyzing the air's scent. Cackling, they detected the scent of the old humans, particularly those unmodified, reminiscent of the lab-coated figures that had created their kind. "Prepare for battle," commanded Chu Gao, observing the increasingly close mutants in an instant. The cave reverberated with the sounds of gunfire and the explosions of energy bombs. "Boss, there's fighting over there, that I'm not blind. Let us move in and see if we can catch them off guard." A.T. Brown signal. Several obviously agile awakeners dismounted from their motorcycles and swiftly headed toward the combat zone. "Boss, it's the same group I've seen. They were the ones who attacked Chongfeng Town and killed our caravan leader. Hella, I recognize them from the live stream, and that old truck looks identical. Stay focused, don't let them escape, that I'm going after them. Let us collect some interest today." Ending the radio transmission, Brown excitedly shouted to his team, "All right, folks, it's time for action. 2 of you stay behind to guard the motorcycles and our supplies. The rest, follow me." Bullets proved ineffective against these highly perceptive mutants. They could discern the direction of incoming fire and evade bullets using their acute senses. Even if a bullet managed to strike, their robust muscles would trap it, shaking violently to expel the fragments in a peculiar manner. The only threat to them came from larger explosive devices. Thankfully, Brother W was among the players. Each time the mutants attempted to charge, he would repel them, that if they got too close and he clamped down on a head, a swift death roll would sever it, regardless of the mutant's superior physique, for the massive rocks hurled by the mutants. Brother W would deftly swat them away with his powerful tail. "You need W. Brothers, this situation isn't sustainable. Our ammunition will eventually run out. White Eagle. I never expected to encounter mutants. This exploration mission is likely doomed." Indeed, upon disembarking, Chu Gao had already noticed the stealthy approach of Xiao Kuei, who seamlessly joined their exploration team. "Xiao Kuei, can you contact the shelter?" "I cannot. The current distance exceeds the quantum network's coverage limit. And I am offline. Then we have no way to call for reinforcements. Let us prepare to retreat." However, just as Chu Gao's group launched their final barrage of energy bombs, a sudden eruption of gunfire erupted behind them. The truck they intended to use for retreat also exploded on the spot. "Surprise, surprise! You wretched parasites of the shelter killed my caravan leader Helu and imprisoned my guards. But most importantly, you should never have destroyed the brain that Lord Kest desired. Men, unleash hell and eliminate all these shelter residents." Amidst Brown's maniacal laughter, Chu Gao's group found themselves besieged and quickly fell to the ground. Yet before succumbing, Chu Gao managed to pass the amber key to Xiao Kuei. As Xiao Kuei swiftly swallowed the key, Chu Gao utilized his wristband to capture rapid screenshots of Brown and his companions. Since escape was impossible, he at least aimed to discern the faction responsible for their assault. Once he logged out upon death, he would upload these images to the forum. "Brother W, please give my belly a solid smack with your tail." "Are you sure?" Brother W was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Kuei's request. "Is there anyone who willingly takes a hit? Hurry up. The mutants and those outside will be here. Soon did I have the key to Shelter 336 hidden in my belly.ic. Brace yourself." With a thud, Brother W swung his massive tail toward Xiao Kuei. Upon contact, the vacuum's container crumpled, and Xiao Kuei's body was flung against the rocks, instantly transformed into a heap of scrap metal. Fantastic. Xiao Kuei scanned her current state, short-circuiting her battery to incinerate it, the intense flames melting her down, ensuring that the most crucial item remained concealed beneath her shattered form. Observing his comrades fall one by one, Brother W felt compelled to retaliate against the enemy. However, recalling the bravado he had displayed during the arduous loading process, he resolved not to perish so easily. Thus, the giant crocodile shook his head, activating the disposable thermal ROD-as warmth enveloped him. His waning strength gradually returned. Just wait. I, the third master, will ensure you beasts will find no peace. With a roar, the giant crocodile disregarded the brown mercenary group, now engaged with the mutants, and charged deeper into the cave. Chapter 62, The Assault of the Giant Crocodile. Good evening, everyone. This is the voice of Wang Jiang, and I am your beloved host, Plank. Before we delve into the legendary tales of the wasteland, allow me to interrupt with an urgent announcement. This evening, our brave brown mercenary group triumphed over the shelter members who had previously attacked them in Changfeng Town. For reasons unknown, these rascals have abandoned their post in the western suburbs and relocated to the vicinity of the northern mining pit. However, there is no need for concern. Come spring, our rangers will head to the mining site to cleanse the grotesque creatures lurking in the caverns. Let us once again praise the great Lord of the city, ensuring we have a safe haven during this harsh winter. The initial success of the ambush was reframed as a direct confrontation, with even the rudimentary remains of the mutants becoming a boastful asset for Brown and his followers. They hurried to inform other players of their ordeal on the gaming forum. White Eagle, brothers. We have suffered total annihilation. We were ambushed, and here are the enemy photos we captured. Rebirth. Shelter 336 should be located beneath a major vein, but there are numerous mutants underground. Those beasts are formidable. Balanced encounter. Eagle. If you can't defeat them, you should be able to retreat. Youth of Fire. Did you not say you were ambushed? Stay on topic. Rebirth. We were surrounded, and those who attacked us seemed to recognize us. Muscular Man. The ones with a grudge against us are likely those from Wangjiang City. They are either organ dealers or buyers. Jingle bells. Then let us ask the NPCs. White Eagle. But NPCs cannot access the forum. Xingho should be able to see this, but he likely doesn't recognize those people. Jingle bells. Chingsamilu. Ching, can you replicate this photo? Chingsamilu. Tingjia, how do I sketch this here? Do I use charcoal? Jingle bells. It depends on what you find convenient. White Eagle. Chingsamilu, don't worry, your effort won't go unrewarded. We'll offer 200 contribution points. Chingsamilu. No need for that. I'll consider it practice. When Wang Ling received the vivid sketch from Li Qingqing, he was astonished by the proactive initiative of these players that in such a short time, they had managed to piece together the entire narrative, saving him considerable effort. Wenlun, do you recognize these individuals? Wang Ling handed the sketch to Wenlun, who scrutinized it intently. Brown? The tallest figure in the center is definitely Brown. How do you have his portrait? Our exploration team encountered mutants and then fell victim to Brown's ambush. We are all but gone. This is the last message they left behind, without dwelling on why the players leave behind sketches instead of photographs after their demise. When Luan has grown accustomed to the peculiar behaviors of this odd group. Xinghua, what is your plan? Will you seek vengeance against the Brown Mercenary Corps, or will you continue to explore Shelter 336? If you require assistance from the Green family, I shall speak to my father. There is no need for that. This is not a significant issue. Focus on expanding the pharmaceutical sales channels, and leave the rest to me. Very well, Xinghua. Do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. As you said, we are partners, are we not? If possible, please have the Green family keep an eye out for any large-scale movements from the Browns and others. It would be improper to not return the favor. I intend to ensure he feels a profound sting. Just as Wang Ling was about to personally visit Shelter 336, a rapidly trending post on the forum caught his attention. The title read, Ancient Crocodile Unleashes Fury, single-handedly battling over 100 powerful mutants. The liberator of Shelter 336 is soon to arise. Poster. You lack W, Desert Emperor. No image, no truth. Kindergarten food theft champion. Just now. The eagle claimed your entire army was annihilated. Bald eagle. You lack W. You're not dead. You lack W. I was initially inclined to die, but then I remembered the boasts I made. And I felt too embarrassed to do so that I grant you a lifetime of fireworks. You lack W? Sin Air, how about it? Quickly regale me with tales of your tremendous gains. You lack W? Haha, fungi, you better keep an eye on this .id. You lack W? Race, mutant ancient crocodile, Prussian crocodile, strength, 99 agility, 19 constitution, 40 intelligence, 1 awakening level. Strength type, D current accumulation of awakening energy, 3 talent 1. Stealth, you can blend seamlessly with your environment, rendering yourself nearly undetectable to the human eye. The crocodile's ectothermic nature makes it challenging for infrared devices to detect your presence. Talent 2. Bloodlust, upon entering an aggressive state. Each enemy you slay temporarily adds 1 point to your strength attribute, that if you exit combat for over 1 minute or fail to slay an enemy, the bloodlust state diminishes by half. Note, ectothermic properties imply that in icy environments, your combat effectiveness will be significantly reduced. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Wow, brother, you've reached E level. Be your dog. Wow, strength 99, constitution 40. This is truly a monster. I couldn't defeat even 100 of you. While everyone was curious about how Brother W managed to level up so swiftly, he uploaded 2 more photographs. Point 1 depicted him wreaking havoc amidst a swarm of juvenile mutants. The other illustrated his strength attribute after the bloodlust talent was stacked. 288 points. You lack W. There's no help for it. They keep coming, and the more they send, the stronger I grow. Initially, it was the weak and the old, but then even the robust were no match for me, so I just kept slaying W. By the time my jaws grew weary, I leveled up, that I tell you. My strength peaked at 400 points. That feeling meant Brother W had to be exceedingly cautious in his movements, that a full-speed charge could crush an enemy, but he risked injury from the tremendous inertia. Thus, with his current constitution of 40 points, it was most comfortable to keep his strength below 300 points. You lack W? Didn't I say I've rested enough? I'm logging back on to continue hunting mutants. By the time you all return, Sanyi will have created an environment entirely devoid of mutants for you. You lack W? Also, the situation at Shelter 336 is with Xiao Kuei. I've documented it thoroughly. When you come next time, make sure to bring it along. With that, the great crocodile logged back in and submerged into the water. After his second awakening, his size had grown to a formidable 10 meters. A true deep-water monster. Even the 3-meter-tall mutant leaders appeared diminutive before him. Anyone dragged beneath the waves would undoubtedly meet their demise. Moreover, the temperature of the wastewater in the mine was not low. Rather, it was quite warm, hinting at some large equipment's heat dissipation mechanisms buried beneath the water. When Brother W descended to investigate, he appeared to discover a massive condensation pipe extending from a reactor. Thus, in the narrow waterway, Brother W felt immensely content. Transforming into a deep-water beast, he awaited the opportune moment to drag a few unsuspecting mutants into the depths and dispatch them. When the mutants gathered, he would retreat into the water, biding his time for the next ambush. This game was exhilarating, though the acquisition of awakening energy had become significantly more challenging. After awakening to D level and slaying nearly 100 mutants, he had only accumulated 3 of the awakening energy. Chapter 63. The chives fertilized themselves. Xiao Kuei. Wang Ling's inquiry echoed in the lounge. Master, I only sought to assist the players by sneaking into the truck. And I also concealed the amber key. Xiao Kuei's voice grew fainter, eventually falling silent. That I do not blame you. However, it would be best to inform me beforehand, so that the arrivals can ensure your safety. Rest assured, since I implanted the Sunflower mainframe, separating out some simulation chips is not an issue. Are you implying that the vacuum cleaner avatar is not significant to you? Master, the avatar's purpose is merely to expedite my learning process. Xiao Kuei wishes to assist you, but feels rather ineffectual. The avatars I dispatched are akin to local network data. They do not impact my primary personality setting. This setup is akin to a child laboriously completing their homework only to discover it has fallen into the water. Correct? Understanding that the demise of the avatars would not substantially affect Xiao Kuei, Wang Ling felt relieved as for the depths of the underground mine within the northern suburbs of Shelter 336. Wang Ling did not intend to send anyone there for the time being. Even elite forces like Chu Gao struggled to handle those mutants, so it was better to leave it to Brother Crocodile for his amusement. At this rate, based on his extermination speed, he could clear out the mutants in no more than a week, or at least drive them out of the mine. Xiao Kuei, issue a challenge task. Hunt mutants. For each mutant slain, reward 10 contribution points, and then set a tiered system. The more killed, the greater the rewards, with a total contribution cap of 30,000 points. Understood, mastered as Wang Ling made arrangements. Xiaoke's mainframe devised a relatively reasonable task plan, which Wang Ling quickly approved for release. System prompt. The challenge task, Hunt Mutants, is now active. Task requirements. Eliminate mutants in the vicinity of Shelter 336. Task rewards. 10 contribution points per individual. Note: this task is a challenge task and does not restrict the profession of the arrivals. However, due to distance limitations, it is not advisable for a single arrival to venture far alone. Challenge model. For tasks involving the elimination of fewer than 100 individuals, the reward is settled at 10 contribution points per person. For every additional 500 individuals, the task reward increases by 10 contribution points per person, with a maximum of 30 contribution points per person. The chat channel immediately buzzed with activity, yet due to communication distance, Brother W could not converse with the players near the shelter. This stifled his desire to boast about his accomplishments. Thus, Brother W decisively logged off and showcased his glorious achievements on the forum. He pinned a comment on the originally trending post titled "Ancient Crocodile Unleashes Fury," single-handedly battling over 100 powerful mutants. The liberator of Shelter 336 is soon to arise. You lack W? Brothers, don't make a wasted trip. I've taken care of all 1,000 plus mutants. Ha ha ha, look at the kill count on my wristband. 573. Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't complain if you come back empty-handed that I grant you a lifetime of fireworks. You lack W? Not bad, Sinair. When the brothers lifted you onto the truck, they put in a lot of effort and even kept you warm. Shouldn't we share the spoils? You lack W. Fongo, how can you say such a thing? Am I the type to be ungrateful? I will compensate the eagle and the fallen brothers. Bald eagle. You lack W? Don't listen to Lao Tzu. Keep the contribution points for yourself. You lack W? Don't, bald eagle. Fongo has a point. Without everyone's help, I would be just a floundering fish, unable to go anywhere. When the time comes, Lord Xinghu will definitely offer some high-level exchange items. Don't hold back. Bald eagle. In that case, I shall not be coy. Once we are revived, we will seek you out. You lack W. You all need to hurry. These mutants are too frightened to leave their lairs, and I will need your assistance. Chu Gao felt somewhat moved. During the early days of their venture, people were always so selfless. His lightweight power arm was also acquired through contribution points from Chui Cheng's recruiting rewards. Thankfully, this world is vast, with plenty of villains and even more needing rescue, allowing them to pursue their ideal of rebuilding order in the wasteland and venture further. While the players engaged in fervent discussions, Wang Ling was not idled that moment. He found himself at the western suburbs farm, encountering the ghoulish Zhang Linfeng. Regarding Wang Ling's description, Wen Luan, who accompanied him, affirmed that it was no exaggeration that this time, this large-headed child was barely recognizable as a living person. His head was bald, hair entirely gone, and especially after losing even his eyebrows, his small, barely open eyes gave him an eerie, faceless appearance. Originally, his shrunken head appeared diminutive, but against his stick-like limbs, it resembled a basketball. Lord Xinghua. Sir Wen, you have arrived. Like the jarring sound of sawing wood emanating from Zhang Linfeng's dark, decayed mouth, it was decidedly unsettling. Xingho, is he all right? Will his mental state be affected? I am fine. This is merely a side effect of excessive drug trials. My bodily functions have suffered from repeated overdoses. There is no need for such concern. We all wish to remain by Xingho aside for the long term that if you continue to mistreat your body. Will you even survive this winter? There is no issue. I am an expert in mental health myself, and I possess excellent means to assess my own mental state. Zhang Linfeng was not mistaken in this regard. In reality, he worked at the 5th hospital, and his father was the director of the mental health center, which afforded him considerable advantages. Moreover, under his father's peculiar gaze, Zhang Linfeng had conducted several mental health screenings. Unless something unforeseen occurs, it would be unlikely for him to reach that endpoint in his lifetime. Xingho, I suggest we pause the drug trials. The speed at which we earn money can be delayed. But the lives of our companions are far more important. Lord Wen Luan, truly, there is no need. I am well aware of my own body that if necessary, if Lord Xingho grants me a 3-day leave, I shall recover completely. Really? Indeed. Wen Luan, I will cultivate another body for him in the shelter's incubation chamber, and then perform a will implantation. This is the most reasonable explanation Wang Ling could devise for why players can respawn infinitely. This method is akin to the brain transplantation surgery that Korea sought to conduct, utilizing a consciousness transfer device to transfer a person's soul into a new body. However, such a method carries unforeseeable risks, such as memory loss. The best outcome would only allow the subject to retain memories from the past 3 to 5 years. Very well, my companion. I hope you recover swiftly. Your research capabilities and dedication, in my view, far surpass those pretentious so-called experts in Wangjiang City. Observing Wenluan, who was fully utilizing his role as a source of comfort and encouragement, Wang Ling felt no displeasure at his NPC role being overshadowed. Rather, he was quite gratified. Look at that, the chives in the field, actually fertilizing other chives. Chapter 64. The cash cow erupts. Wenluan's urge to persuade Wang Ling stemmed from the fact that the shelter was currently not in need of funds. Just this month, Wenluan had sold radiation-resistant potions and leech thrombolytic solutions to the Green family for over 800,000 dinars. The value of the drugs he released on the black market was even 7 to 8 times that sold to the Green family. And this only consumed a fraction of the total quantity of drugs recently prepared by Zhang Linfeng. According to Wenluan's calculations, if he did not continue to explore new trade routes, his large-scale drug distribution would soon attract the attention of others in Wangjiang City. With this thought, Wenluan's gaze towards Zhang Linfeng softened, reminiscent of the affectionate look Chu Gao cast upon Wang Ling, a sentiment brimming with camaraderie. Come, let me show you the medicine warehouse. There are plenty of good things inside. However, when Wang Ling and Wenluan followed Zhang Linfeng to the warehouse, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The warehouse was densely packed with players lying on beds, their veins continuously receiving the newly developed drugs through infusion devices. Moreover, their arms and abdomens were adorned with numerous monitoring devices, with bodily data constantly displayed on electronic screens. The players were exceedingly cooperative. Why not engage in a task that allows them to earn while lying down? The players exhibited varied reactions. Those receiving light dosages felt nothing, lazily lying on their beds while curiously observing the arrival of their faction leader, even attempting to rise and salute, only to be halted by Wang Ling. Conversely, those who had received heavier dosages or had been tested multiple times were in a comatose state, their breathing the only sign of life, seemingly drifting away from reality. Even the doctors attempting to rouse them with electric stimulation were unsuccessful. In fact, among the caregivers tending to these players, Wang Ling recognized several familiar faces. Doctors he had apprehended during the liberation of Changfeng Town, who had unexpectedly been repurposed by Zhang Linfeng, that he had initially believed that Weiler would have them killed. Instead, they had been utilized as expendable resources here. Wang Ling refrained from warning them, for players did not log in to endure suffering. Under such large dosages, it was no wonder they chose not to log off. Lord Xingho, what brings you here? These fellows are far too ruthless. A large bowl of mushroom powder was forced down my throat, and now everything I see appears to have 2 heads. Stop it. I can't see anything at all, yet I can hear every sound within a dozen meters. Lord Xingho, I know you are roughly 7 meters to my northwest, aren't you? Cough, cough. Why is it that you are injected with the extract, while I have to drink the murky raw liquid? Lord Xingho, can't we negotiate? These were clearly players who had indulged too much in the devil mushroom extract and had fallen into hallucinations. However, they were not genuinely confused but rather incapable of controlling their bodies, while their consciousness remained intact. Wang Ling's arrival instantly enlivened the players. Those who could still speak hurriedly voiced their grievances, while others, filled with tubes, struggled to emit muffled whimpers, as if their greatest dying wish was to request more funding. Wang Ling was well aware of the player's nature. Those who have milk are considered kin. Thus, he merely smiled in response, intending to discuss with Xiao Kuei what rewards to offer the players. Titles? That is a must. Identifiers such as drug trial novice, drug trial expert, and drug trial maniac would undoubtedly hold prestige in the forums. As for rewards, they should not be overly generous. Otherwise, a flood of players rushing to participate in drug trials would become a farce. Yet once again, Wenluan was moved. Did I ask this truly how you conduct drug trials? There is no alternative. To achieve the goal of rapidly introducing drugs to the market, we must increase our investment. Furthermore, as descendants, we do not fear sacrifice. The costs must be substantial, correct? Actually, it's not too bad when calculated. After all, these warriors are just like me. unwilling to give up until death. The shared costs are not high. It is merely the rapid consumption of biological culture solutions that requires you, Lord Wenluan, to procure in bulk from Wangjiang City. Rest assured, there will be no issues on my end. It is you who has worked hard. Whether in the icy world or the real world, there exists a cruel side. Every piece of information found in drug instruction leaflets is not merely fictional or solely derived from animal experiments. Those adverse reactions stem from actual human experimental data, with countless individuals sacrificing themselves for this cause. These individuals, lured by the substantial rewards of pharmaceutical companies, risk their bodies for quick profit, becoming the final batch of guinea pigs before drug market release. Wenluan also understood why the drugs he sold were so popular on the black market. Zhang Linfeng was simply too meticulous, continually altering formulas and dosages through experimentation to minimize side effects that in contrast to the individuals of Wangjiang City, who merely captured a horde of savages or scavengers post-drug release and administered the drugs to them. As long as no one died, the drug trial was deemed successful. That as for side effects and derivative harm from the drugs, it was of no concern to them. They were indifferent to whether others chose to buy or not. Come, Xingho, let me take you to see our cash cow. It has completely transformed. Amidst the players' enthusiastic farewells, Wang Ling exited the western suburb farm, then donned the fully enclosed Type 3 exoskeleton alongside Wenluan and Zhang Linfeng, and entered a concealed chamber. The room was quite simple, lacking any elaborate decorations, with a massive alloy door positioned centrally, leading downwards. After inputting a password, Zhang Linfeng was the first to leap down. After traversing several dozen meters, Wang Ling and the others underwent verification through 3 alloy doors. There was no choice. This was our primary source of income, and it must be safeguarded. These doors were purchased at a high price from Wangjiang City, and other areas had been filled with explosives. If several incorrect passwords were entered, this passage would be sealed. What about the original passage? You're referring to the entrance 3 kilometers away from the western suburb farm. Right. It has been sealed. Unless this secret passage is destroyed, that hole will not be reopened. Your foresight is commendable. Thank you for your efforts. I've already mentioned that we are partners striving together. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at the location where the underground hot springs birthed the devil mushrooms and leech water ponds. Upon re-entering this place, Wang Ling was utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. Chapter 65. The transformative biological farm. The pond formed by the hot spring was originally not small, covering an area of several dozen meters. However, what Wang Ling now beheld was a pond spanning several hundred meters, with exotic leeches swiftly swimming across the newly expanded territory, even exhibiting behavior of chasing and begging for food upon seeing Wang Ling and the others. The original pond could not accommodate so much water. At various fissures, overflowing spring water would flow into unknown corners. Upon the arrival of Wenluan and his associates, their first course of action was to expand the pond. They meticulously filled the original crevices with foam, subsequently laying down specialized waterproof fabric. What began as a modest pond of merely a dozen meters rapidly transformed into an expansive water body covering several thousand square meters within the pond. Different sections were cordoned off using varying grades of mesh, allowing newly birthed leeches to traverse through the fine openings to the larger waters, while the larger leeches found themselves confined to the broad expanse. Hey, Xingho, prepare to be astonished. The most delightful surprises are yet to come. When Luan made his way into a sealed chamber, inputting a password and swiftly pressing a switch on the control panel, a series of hydraulic sounds echoed as Wang Ling beheld massive boxes gradually ascending from the ground, teeming with densely packed devil mushrooms. Xingho, these cultivation devices were procured as a reference from the biological farm in Wangjiang City, specifically for the cultivation of devil mushrooms. Concerned that this model might disrupt the symbiotic relationship between the mushroom water and leeches, this batch of devil mushrooms is being cultivated separately. Wang Ling gazed at the effusive Wenluan, unable to conceal his astonishment. What an exceptional talent for internal affairs you are, Wenluan. This must have cost quite a fortune. That my father must be aware of our ability to cultivate miraculous medicinal materials. Hence he has boldly charged me 3 times the normal price for this advanced equipment, even demanding that our monthly pharmaceutical transactions reach 1 million dinars. Wenluan, this poses no issue. Following this development model, our monthly output may well reach several hundred million. Just as when Luan and Wang Ling indulged in their ambitious dreams, the Christmas Three Sisters arrived, pushing a cart laden with meat patties towards the pond. Instantly, the leeches were unable to restrain themselves, frantically attempting to crawl ashore. However, the pond's perimeter was enclosed by a curved glass barrier, and even if they managed to reach the top, they would ultimately fall back into the water. Lord Xingho, one can only say you have overestimated. These leeches and mushrooms do not thrive solely on water. They require meat, an abundant supply of blood and flesh. As she spoke, Mei Shouting tossed a meat patty into the pond. And soon the leeches swarmed to devour it, leaving the 5-kilogram compressed patty utterly consumed. Mei Shouting continued to feed them, swiftly emptying a small cart of meat patties into the pond. Furthermore, these mushrooms also rely on the leeches to digest their food waste, which, when mixed with the unique hot spring water, forms a nutrient-rich solution that promotes rapid growth of the devil mushrooms. Our experiments in the surface laboratory have shown that whether cultivating leeches or devil mushrooms solely, their growth forms remain consistent. In fact, with sufficient nutrition, their physical condition improves, yet the active substances within diminish significantly. After several generations, they lose their medicinal efficacy. Moreover, these meat patties are running low. Lord Xingho, we must hasten our hunting efforts. Zhang Linfeng's raspy voice echoed once more, reminding Wang Ling of the terrifying tales of the big-headed son from the shelter. These meat patties, surely they aren't made from the remains of the barbarian corpses we crushed to extract cultivation liquid for the biological cultivation chamber. Are they? Indeed. Initially, I intended for the living barbarians to consume these patties, but when they refused, I repurposed them for leech cultivation, with unexpectedly positive results. Wang Ling was prepared for Zhang Linfeng's audacity. It is often said that the path of a scientist leads to madness, and indeed, this proved true. Not many are available to prepare meat patties unless we forsake all else, which contradicts our philosophy. Can we not utilize feed and growth hormones? That is not an option. We must use flesh and blood, though not necessarily human. The blood and flesh of mutated hyenas, yaks, or even mutants will suffice. The more formidable and chaotic the creature, the better the cultivation outcome. After hearing Zhang Linfeng's words, Wang Ling raised his head, seeking assistance from Wen Lin. Very well, I shall seek connections in Wangjiang City. However, given the distance, transportation costs may be significant. Nevertheless, in comparison to the profits from pharmaceuticals, such costs are negligible. Wen Lin, perhaps we should impose transaction restrictions. To trade a certain quantity of pharmaceuticals, a corresponding ratio of animal blood and flesh should be required. Ting Jie, this transaction method is sound and my father's wholesale operations work similarly. Lower-tier distributors must mix their purchases, with bestsellers requiring 15 to 30 of standard products, alongside at least 10 of unsold items. Isn't this akin to simply buying gifts without selling? The players quickly resolved a significant dilemma troubling Wen Lin. Will more manpower be necessary? Can you all manage, especially you, Wen Lin, with responsibilities for both drug regulation and market exploration? I fear you may be overwhelmed. For the time being, it is manageable. Should we increase personnel? I will select from your shelter. These individuals are steadfast in their beliefs and lofty in ideals that I harbor reservations about the spies my father has placed in my guard. When Luan's words caused the players to blush, the notion of unwavering conviction and lofty ideals was somewhat lost on them. Wang Ling, too, felt a sense of helplessness, as when Luan remained oblivious to the players' true nature. While they possessed a spirit of sacrifice, their motivation hinged on engaging narratives that allowed them to indulge freely. Mere rules and selflessness would not suffice to retain their interest. Let us await the revival of the Bald Eagle team. And we shall re-unlock Shelter 336, suggested Xiao Kui.it, is likely to contain numerous war robots, which we can allocate entirely to your use. Additionally, we must address the naming of the pharmaceutical company and the distribution of shares. You have labored tirelessly for the shelter these past days, some even risking their lives, and thus should receive ample compensation. Big-headed son, I shall forego my share, as long as I have materials and living specimens to study. That is sufficient. Qingsalulu, I too shall decline. My companion Lan Lan and I merely accompanied Ting Jie to cultivate mushrooms and raise leeches out of sheer boredom. Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang, I shall abstain as well. I still have to livestream in-game and manage my aesthetic clinic offline. It is exhausting. When Lewin observed as the group began discussing matters he could not fully comprehend, yet he certainly grasped their clear aversion. Do you realize the extent of the wealth you are rejecting? To what degree? Even a mere one dividend would likely yield an annual output of 5 to 10 billion dinars, by foregoing a one share. You are missing out on 5 to 10 million in profits. Not interested. I would rather undertake the task assigned by Lord Xingho, which grants me 1,000 contribution points that in the real world I may engage in stock trading or fund investments. But here, I seek relaxation that we are the successors of the proletariat. While the timing of our succession is uncertain, wealth will only hinder my ability to draw my blades swiftly. When Lewin was utterly bewildered. How could it be that even when Xingho offered wealth, there were those who would refuse it? Very well, let us not dwell any longer. We shall proceed with this distribution plan. Wang Ling's decisive statement concluded the matter. Chapter 66. Players reluctantly transformed in a capitalist system notification. In light of the extraordinary performance of the Ascendants, the shelter has achieved development far surpassing expectations. Simple contributions, dinars, and honorary titles are no longer sufficient to compensate for your merits. Therefore, under the supervision of the chosen one Lord Xingho, the shelter's commercial system is undergoing a significant transformation. We shall bestow factory share dividends upon those ascendants who have made outstanding contributions. All eligible ascendants should promptly complete their application materials and submit them to the shelter assistant Xiao Kuei for processing. Note: this share dividend pertains to the cement factory, charcoal kiln, ironworks, and pharmaceutical company. Ascendants may freely form teams and establish companies. Your legitimate enterprises will be protected by Lord Xingho. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Which esteemed individuals have triggered tasks? Man Tu Dahan. It should be from the pharmaceutical side. Lord Xingho is with them. Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. Alas, Lord Xingho sees our toil and insists on distributing wealth to us. Christmas woman. Blame big-headed son. He relentlessly toiled, transforming himself into something resembling a mummy. Big-headed son. I did not wish for this. I only wanted to research. Last time, I secured special funding from the city for my topic on the preservation temperatures of various organs. I had no idea money would also be disbursed in-game. Su Nie Shi Yanhua. Ping Shui Xiang Feng, you should hold shares in the cement factory, charcoal factory, ironworks, and even the future weapon factory. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Not interested. I merely wish to explore the narrative. All these management matters are handled by my mentors. Shan Liang de Sha Shi Liao Shangren. I enjoy commerce. This is Lord Chosen One's way of allowing the prosperous to uplift the impoverished, ultimately achieving commonwealth. Sha Mo Huang Di De Lao. Enough of this. Spare a thought for us poor souls. Zhuqi Shou, roll up your sleeves and work hard. Life will become sweeter. Yu Er Yuan Xian. Zhuqi Shou, unclear composition, suspected of cross-dressing, apprehend. Zhuqi Shou, I am frightened. By the way, is there anyone left in the labor camp? Ultimately, the players were compelled to accept their share rewards, unwillingly stepping into the role of capitalists. According to the trends of development and levels of profitability, the distribution ratios among players vary significantly. The four players, Mei Xiaoding and Zhang Linfeng, each receive a 5 equity reward from the pharmaceutical factory, while Wen Luan is granted a personal 15 dividend, with these funds allocated only after deducting manufacturing and marketing costs. Xingho, you have bestowed upon me far too much. These shares will surely appreciate swiftly in value. Wen Luan, remember that wealth is merely a means to an end. Do you recall our objective? Indeed, to change the world, to reconstruct the order of the wasteland. Thus, let this wealth serve as a tool in our hands to unite those worthy of unity and rescue those in need. My comrade today for brainwashing and fertilization, Wang Ling has already mastered the art, for his sole aim is to survive better in the wasteland. However, with the fate ring and the live stream system insisting on entrusting him with the monumental task of reconstructing the order of the wasteland, he reluctantly began to develop into a charlatan. Good news, good news. The Dongshu construction team has been established and is currently recruiting management personnel, offering generous benefits, including 3 meals a day. Interested parties should contact the benevolent sand and gravel merchant, noting that civil engineering majors will be given preference. The cement and charcoal factories are also seeking management staff, with primary responsibilities including overseeing the barbarians in charcoal production and clinker firing, on a 3-shift schedule with occasional overtime and additional night shift pay. There are no age or gender restrictions. Those who are diligent and hardworking will be prioritized. The Labor Reform Brigade is recruiting as well, with a preference for those with strength, resilience, and patience for dealing with prisoners, capable of exerting force to command respect in critical moments. The unit is equipped with high-voltage electric batons and explosion-proof equipment, offering long vacations. Interested individuals should contact the kindergarten's top lunch thief. Through Wang Ling's vigorous promotion of commercial activities, the production enthusiasm among the players in the shelter has been rapidly unleashed that a plethora of companies, such as the Dongshu Construction Group, Tingting Beauty Salon, and Good Brothers Catering Group, have emerged, allowing players to channel their restless energy into entrepreneurial ventures during non-combat times. Meanwhile, Wen Luan, having been persuaded by Wang Ling's philosophy of treating money as mere dirt, resembles a well-fed donkey, eagerly leading his guard to explore new trade routes. Master Wen Luan, are you certain that all our brothers will don the diamond-type exoskeletons? I suggest we opt for the Diamond 1 exoskeleton. It is cost-effective and has low maintenance costs. Uncle Yilin, you must understand that wealth is merely a tool in our hands, one we shall utilize to unite friends and eliminate foes. But isn't that rather expensive? We have over 50 people. Uncle Wen Luan, do you know what has impressed me most about Xingho? He treats everyone around him as partners. Thus, Captain Yilin and his guard of over 50 men excitedly began to don the Diamond 3 exoskeletons. Diamond 1 Power Exoskeleton, a basic auxiliary model designed to enhance a warrior's mobility and protect their body, requiring a small solar panel for operation, priced at 1,000 dinars per set. Maintenance instructions. With proper battery protection against extreme conditions such as intense heat or extreme cold. Only simple lubrication of hydraulic linkages is necessary, resulting in low maintenance costs. Diamond 3 Power Exoskeleton, a fully enclosed, all-body protective exoskeleton that significantly enhances a warrior's adaptability across various terrains and environments. Capable of shielding against intense radiation, featuring an integrated independent air conditioning circulation system for operation in swamps, thick smoke, and toxic gas environments, with an independent oxygen generation device that ensures 3 hours of oxygen supply in enclosed conditions. Total price, 10,000 dinars per set. Maintenance instructions. The life support system requires periodic replacements. Otherwise, it severely affects the warrior's experience in high-intensity combat situations. The small high-energy batteries will have their cycle counts rapidly diminished, necessitating timely replacements. The fully sealed rubber rings should be changed after combat to maintain internal and external pressure. The cost is not merely tenfold. Maintenance expenses are the real concern, from Yilin's perspective. During high-intensity operations, the monthly maintenance cost of the Diamond 3 exoskeleton could easily cover the purchase of a Diamond 1 exoskeleton. Nevertheless, he understands Wen Luan's extravagant behavior, as they are venturing into a rather perilous territory. Uncle Yilin, this mission must not falter. That if we can establish a trade route in the southwest, the sale of pharmaceuticals will no longer be limited to the Wangjiang city area, that as long as we can reach an agreement with the major tribes and gathering places near the Central Sea. We will have access to rare ores and liberated laborers, ushering in new development opportunities for our shelter. In Wang Ling's words, whether we feast on meager rations or indulge in fine wine, and meat hinges on the success of this exploration mission to the Central Sea. Chapter 67. The Central Sea and the Great Steelworks. Strictly speaking, the Central Sea cannot be classified as a sea. A more accurate term would be an inland lake. However, this inland lake is so vast that it spans approximately 50 kilometers in width from north to south and reaches a staggering length of 1,300 kilometers from east to west. The creation of such a massive inland lake in the heart of the continental plate was conceived by the Research Institute as part of a plan to develop a gigantic planetary propulsion device, using this area as a natural heat dissipation element for millions of small propulsion units. However, after calculations, the operational cost of the propulsion device and the minuscule alterations to the planet's orbit proved to be impractical. Ultimately, this enormous inland lake became a significant maritime transport corridor traversing the central continent, leading to rapid prosperity for the cities surrounding the shipping routes that time. This project, along with the space elevator and lava wells, was hailed as one of humanity's new 7 wonders. Yet, with the advent of the cataclysmic war, aside from the Central Sea and the indestructible lava wells, all other ingeniously crafted monumental projects were destroyed by the very people who built them. Wen Luan's destination lies at the eastern end of the Central Sea, in Haikao City, located at the junction of Luo Province and Linchuan Province to AT this moment, when Luan's elite guard of 50, alongside a novice player team led by Fong Ping, is en route to Haikao City. Fong Ping, where do you think we are headed? This NPC of Wen Luan seems utterly indifferent to us. The Sea's child replied with a sigh, we're clearly newcomers, mere burdens. Who would pay us any mind? Ping Shui Xiang Feng chimed in, you think too much. From what I know of Wen Luan, he harbors a sentiment of camaraderie for those who understand him. His gaze upon us is one of reverence and sympathy. Reverence and sympathy. Indeed, we have executed numerous suicide assaults, leading these NPCs to believe we are brave warriors with noble ideals. Just wait until mealtime. And you'll understand that as expected, after trudging through 50 kilometers of snow, when Yilin established the temporary camp, Wen Luan arrived with his entourage. Captain Ping Shui Xiangfeng, or would it be more appropriate to call you the Descenders or the residents of the shelter? You know that Xingho has consistently referred to you as the Descenders. Lord Wenlin, that depends on your preference. After all, a name is merely a designation. Very well, I shall address you by your name. The temporary camp has been set up. My team and I would like to invite you to rest. Thus, after much insistence from Fong Ping, the 50 players settled into the tents erected by Yilin's group. Observing the self-heating meals and warming charcoal stoves inside, the players were somewhat taken aback. They felt as if they were being treated as honored guests. Nai bai de shui, exclaimed one player. What does this mean? Being out and about feels like a group tour, with nothing to clean up ourselves? Kindergarten's top lunch thief, mused, VIP treatment, or perhaps a newbie welfare experience card. Ping Shui Xiangfeng cautioned, don't get carried away. This is the result of discussions between Lord Xingho and Wen Luan. We take the front lines in dangerous battles, while Yilin and his team provide logistical support. One lift, added, that's splendid. With experience and no menial tasks to handle. Ping Shui Xiangfeng reminded, we still need to learn essential skills. Once the player base expands, we will have to face high-intensity large-scale battles on our own. Haikao City is only over 200 kilometers in a straight line from Shelter Zero, but due to the terrain, Fong Ping and his group must take a detour of 500 to 600 kilometers along the way. They will contend with attacks from mutated beasts, leading Wen Luan to plan for daily travel of 80 to 150 kilometers, depending on the situation. While the exploration team braves dangers, the players in the shelter are not idle either. The most pressing issue is the differing opinions among several industrial and economic experts regarding the necessity of a large-scale steel production initiative, since the implementation of a shareholding reform in a large factory originally belonging to the shelter. The players' production enthusiasm has surged, particularly after discovering an open-pit coal mine nearby. The foundational industrial system of the shelter has developed rapidly. What are you casting so much steel ingot for? We hardly need that many for weapon production. Indeed, with the basic machine tools we found in Changfeng Town, we can only perform simple machining. We don't even have CNC capabilities that I see no need for large-scale steel production. Old Zhong, Old Yin, you are the ones who advised me to think long-term. Why now do you accuse me of being overly ambitious? Rest assured, there will be no waste. Then how do you propose to avoid waste? Not to mention the vast amounts of electricity required for steelmaking, just the consumption of electrode materials for the electric arc furnace represents a considerable expenditure. Fong Datong was not in a hurry. Instead, he squatted down on the ground with two friends and swiftly began sketching on a piece of draft paper with a pencil a topographical map delineating the triangular area of the shelter. Changfeng Town and the Shijiao farm soon emerged. Among it, several dashed lines stood out prominently, representing the routes connecting the three locations. Did you grasp the concept? It is merely a topographical map, if one insists on highlighting its uniqueness. One could only remark that the scale and terrain annotations are remarkably clear and precise, military grade. The military employs far more advanced technology, utilizing VR maps. Datong, do not keep us in suspense. Just speak your mind. You aren't contemplating laying down railway tracks, are you? I sense that would be impractical. It is not merely a matter of abundant steel. Indeed, Datong, you must take into account the terrain, the elevation, and even the temperature fluctuations between winter and summer, as well as the subsidence of permafrost. Fong Datong felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, somewhat drained by the meticulousness of his two friends Dame Dongshu. Are you there? I have a significant project that requires your attention. Will you take it on? Absolutely, why wouldn't I? Dadong, do tell us what this project entails. The burden of supporting that ravenous band of wild brothers has been quite heavy lately, Dame Dongshu, the kind-hearted gravel merchant, rushed over, intrigued by the notion of a grand endeavor. Thus, Fong Datong shared his vision of constructing a railway linking the shelter, Changfeng Town, and Shijiao Farm. Feasible, decidedly feasible. The construction difficulty is not insurmountable. There is no need to adhere to the standard gauge of 1,435 millimeters. I believe 762 millimeters would suffice, and even a 600 millimeter gauge could work. As for the load requirements, we do not have a demand for over 100 tons of cargo, and even requests for 10 or 5 tons are scarce. In my view, a 600 millimeter gauge pulled by hybrid yaks or wild horses would eliminate the need for steam locomotives altogether. Terrain constraints are manageable. With coal, the cement factory can operate at full capacity, and constructing simple floating bridges is not overly complex. Provided they remain intact for 3 consecutive years. What a kindred spirit! Fong Datong grasped Ma Dongshu's hand with enthusiasm, feeling a newfound fondness for this fellow. Old Ma, I always knew you understood me best. From the moment you built a dwelling capable of housing hundreds within mere hours, I felt we were a golden partnership. There was no choice. During the years when the country was impoverished, the primary concern was survival, and later, as the economy opened up, pragmatism took precedence. Dame Dongshu shared a nostalgic sentiment for those tumultuous times. Meanwhile, the meticulous experts, Zhong Yueping and Yin Shisong, exchanged glances, realizing for the first time that their perfectionist ideals required reevaluation. Chapter 68. The ironclad behemoth beyond words. The towering central mountain range effectively blocks the frigid currents from the northern regions of Luhe province. Consequently, even though Luhe province has frozen into a massive ice lump, the saline waters of the Central Sea remain unfrozen. When Fong Ping and his companions finally arrived in Linchuan province 3 days later, reaching their intended destination in Haikao City, their initial feeling was not one of relief but sheer astonishment. They had stumbled upon something truly miraculous. In the words of the players, such a design was unfathomable without at least a decade of cerebral stagnation. Standing atop the hillside, overlooking the vast expanse of the Central Sea, they were captivated by a gigantic warship lodged halfway up the mountain. It was difficult to fathom that a battleship, a weapon long obsolete for centuries, would re-emerge in the wake of a nuclear conflict. Moreover, in an era marked by severe technological regression and uncontrollable biological mutations, it seemed that those relatively traditional weapons and combat strategies had become the optimal solutions for the nascent revival of this age. Even some unconventional designs had transitioned into the mainstream. Thus, when Fong Ping and his companions beheld the colossal battleship on the Central Sea, their overwhelming sentiment was one of absurdity. A ship equipped with anti-gravity technology. Why was it not designed as a floating airship or a large submarine? If it could levitate, why not incorporate even more anti-gravity devices? They watched in awe as the over 300-meter-long behemoth abruptly surfaced from the waters of the Central Sea, swiftly ascending and, to the players' eager anticipation, inevitably colliding with the mountainside. The sensation was akin to Elbu riding a dog. One might argue against the choice, yet he rode a Tibetan Mastiff that if he could mount such a beast, why not ride several more? The resounding roar invigorated the onlookers, each eager to rush forth and inspect the wreckage. Lord Wenluan, it appears the opposing side has encountered an accident. This presents both a challenge and an opportunity for us. So, I wish to investigate. Isn't that too perilous? Such a formidable war machine likely belongs only to commercial alliances or expeditionary forces. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Of course. I have a premonition that immense opportunities lie within. Perhaps this could expedite the technological advancement of the shelter. System prompt. The descendant Ping Shui has transferred the captain's authority to the top player in the kindergarten food competition. Fong Ping. What are you doing? Food thief brother. You are in command of the remaining players. Even if it costs you your lives, ensure Wenluan's safety that I will investigate that giant battleship. If I perish, I will send word to the game forum. In the awed gazes of Wenluan's warriors, Fong Ping, undaunted by death, strode purposefully toward the stranded battleship, further solidifying Wenluan's resolve to complete the exploration mission. Upon arriving before the colossal battleship, the Alliance, Fong Ping was struck by the sheer magnitude of this formidable vessel. Its displacement likely reached 30,000 to 40,000 tons, nearing the lower threshold of a small aircraft carrier. Yet, this battleship, whether due to operational error or other factors, had inexplicably crashed into the mountainside after rising. As Fong Ping approached, several figures swiftly descended from the ship. Indeed, these individuals boasted remarkably lavish equipment. Their streamlined exoskeletons not only enveloped their bodies perfectly, but also enabled the operators to briefly hover in midair. Goodness, is that Iron Man? Quick, take a screenshot. Even if I die, I can brag about it on the forum. When will our Lord Xingho manage to produce a few sets of such gear, having just emerged from the novice village? Fong Ping found himself face-to-face with high-level adversaries. He feared his fate was grim. Nevertheless, he resolved to treat it as an experience gained, but as he mused, the visor of the opposing destroyer, heavy exoskeleton, gradually lifted, revealing the youthful faces of traditional East Asians. This was the first time Fong Ping encountered faces from the East, aside from his fellow shelter players, that both parties sized each other up. Guing spoke first. You are from the shelter? Indeed. And who might you be? What brings you here? Do you require assistance? Haha, is he joking? Gu Ying's companions burst into laughter, as if they had heard an amusing jest. A low-level shelter resident clad in a Type 1 exoskeleton dared to offer them help. Yet, Guing dismissed his companions' laughter and approached Fong Ping, extending his right hand amicably. I am Guing, the security captain of the Commercial Alliance's scientific expedition team, that we are searching for a crucial item lost before the war, but we have encountered some obstacles. Fong Ping shook hands with him. Feeling puzzled. I am Ping Shui, the captain of the shelter exploration team. What is the Commercial Alliance? Apologies, but I have not heard of it before. Well, our predecessor was the Industrial and Production Committee of the Alliance Society. You must have heard of that, right? I am not familiar with that either, but you can share your issues with me. Perhaps our Lord Xingho can assist you. Ji Yuing, do not waste time with this fellow. He knows nothing. We should hasten to gather materials. Perhaps we can restore the battleship more swiftly. My apologies. My companion means no offense that we require a substantial amount of steel to reforge the damaged hull of the battleship. Additionally, if possible, we would greatly appreciate a significant energy supply. Nuclear fuel rods would be ideal. I will relay your request to Lord Xingho, though I cannot guarantee assistance. Thank you, stranger. Fong Ping genuinely knew nothing about the Industrial and Production Committee. The shelter had not provided any comprehensive historical background. Additionally, with the forum section recently opened, no one had yet contributed such historical content, leaving everyone, apart from the NPCs they encountered, with only a superficial understanding of this world. Consequently, Fong Ping opted to log off, sharing his experiences of the day along with the information gathered from the Alliance battleship and the destroyer exoskeleton on the official forum to garner significant attention and expedite the notification of Lord Xingho regarding the events transpiring here. Fong Ping crafted a rather explosive title. Breaking news. 22-year-old innocent youth chases dreams, mysteriously engages in undisclosed deal with steel-clad Iron Man. The accompanying image of the post depicts a scene of Fong Ping conversing with Gu Ying and several others, set against the backdrop of the Alliance-class battleship that has collided with a mountainside. The pinned comment on the post consists of 3 questions posed by Fong Ping himself. 1. What exactly is the Commercial Alliance, or the Social Industry and Production Committee? Is it safe, trustworthy, and is collaboration possible? 2. What is the current power supply and steel production capacity of the shelter, and what are the demands from the other party? 3. Is it possible for Lord Xingho to grant me live streaming permissions so that some partners can relay real-time information to me via bullet comments? Chapter 69. Fong Ping's unbounded imagination, the sheer creativity of Fong Ping, has garnered immense admiration from the crowd. After all, no one had anticipated that such a seemingly underhanded method could facilitate the transmission of information across distances between the shelter and the exploration team. According to Fong Ping, once he obtains live streaming permissions, he can relay real-time visuals to other players. Practical managers of factories, like Zhong Yueping and Fong Datong, can log off in the live stream room and send him the information he desires through bullet comments. Soon, players on the forum who came across Fong Ping's post were awestruck by his initiative. While Zhong Yueping and his companions hastily sought out Wang Ling, Fong Ping was not only informing others through his post, but had also directly visited Zhong Yueping's office offline. Fong Ping is indeed remarkably efficient. In the underground level 2 of the shelter, Wang Ling, who was idly waiting, found the arrival of the players rather peculiar. Typically, these expert players do not approach him voluntarily. Yet this time they had come in unison. You seek information regarding the pre-war powers and post-war factions of the Ice Age world. Indeed, Lord Xingho, we desire a deeper understanding of the world beyond the shelter to facilitate our interactions with other survivors. Furthermore, Ping Shui Xiangfeng wishes to obtain live streaming permissions. Yes, this was something he had instructed before departing. By now, they should have arrived near Haikao City. The players were uncertain whether Wang Ling could access the game forum. However, no one dared to inquire, fearing that triggering some obscure regulation might result in account suspension. Xiao Kuei, prepare the foundational information about this world and transmit it in a notification format to the wristbands of the arrivals within the quantum network coverage. Understood, Master. Should I prepare all the data or just the fundamental details? There is no need for comprehensiveness. Merely the names of the major factions and basic demographics will suffice. Received, Master. Zhong Yueping and his companions had expected acquiring this information to be arduous, but were astonished by how effortlessly it transpired. Even convincing Lord Xingho to grant Fong Ping live streaming permissions required little effort. As the system notification sounded, they left the underground space of the shelter, albeit in a somewhat surreal state. System notification. Information regarding the factions of the Ice Age world has been updated. All arrivals are advised to refresh their wristbands. System notification. Information on the power structure of the Ice Age world has been updated. All arrivals are advised to refresh their wristbands. System notification. Information regarding the demographics of the Ice Age world has been updated. All arrivals are advised to refresh their wristbands. Players near the shelter began to receive a flurry of notifications and curiously opened them. This was the first instance of receiving notifications outside of system tasks. Su and I Shi Yanhua. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Wow, Fong Ping, you've done something monumental. Do you lack W? Fonggo. Fong Ping is currently outside the communication transmission range. He won't see your message. Ling Air Xiang Ding Dang. Quickly go find him on the forum, and let us copy this information onto the forum as well. Before long, several posts related to the world background appeared on the official forum, such as shocking secrets of the 4 major factions in the Ice Age world, unveiling the tale of humanity and mutants' love and conflict, starting as the cult leader, the global catastrophe. Of course. The posts pinned by Xiao Ke were all titled appropriately and clearly, such as this one on the evolution of races in the Ice Age world. Old humanity. Residents of the shelter. Wanderers scavenging in the wilderness. New humanity. Humans who have undergone genetic modifications based on the old humanity with a higher awakening ratio. Mutants. Experimental creations, inherently vicious, with intellectual deficits. Savages. Groups formed from generations of nuclear fallout survivors. Enduring severe radiation exposure. Su and I Shi Yanhua. We wish to ask you as well, how did you manage to stir things up after leaving? Ping Shui Xiangfeng. This time, I have been wronged. I only wish to know what this so-called commercial alliance is, and if it could be engaged with. Tian Xiaotong. Fong Ping, have you seen the post I made regarding the origins of the 4 major factions in the Ice Age world? Ping Shui Xiangfeng. All right, Mentor. I will check it promptly. Please wait a moment. Origins of the 4 major factions in the Ice Age world. 1. The Research Institute. Predominantly human, the Human Alliance's pre-war technological research association. The main inheritor of pre-war technology, possessing numerous forbidden technologies and maintaining a relatively conservative stance. 2. The Origin Sect. Predominantly mutants, the cult faction controls a multitude of shelters and conducts forbidden research. Fungal spores, parasitic viruses, exotic beasts, and even imperfect mutants originate from the Origin Sect, which is a faction the protagonists intend to eradicate in the later stages. 3. The Expedition Legion. A faction primarily composed of new humanity. Its predecessor being the Military Committee of the Human Alliance before the war. It possesses a general level of technology, but boasts a vast number of cultivation chambers capable of rapidly mass-producing soldiers, making it the strongest military force in the wasteland. 4. The Commercial Alliance, a human-centric faction, previously the Social Industry and Production Committee of the Human Alliance, excelling in technology, weaponry, and medical advancements, with productivity levels even surpassing those before the war. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. I have finished reading. The Commercial Alliance is a significant entity, Mentor. Are you all prepared? I am about to commence the live stream. System notification. The arrival. Ping Shui Xiangfeng has obtained live streaming permissions. Do you wish to initiate the live stream? Warning. During the live stream, Your coordinates will be disseminated through the quantum network to a certain range, potentially encountering unforeseen dangers. Fang Ping would not hesitate. Thus, a magnificent firework erupted in the sky, and his location was swiftly broadcasted. However, those drawn to him, savages, exotic beasts, and residents of survivor camps, hesitated as they witnessed Fang Ping striding toward the stranded giant ship. Those 400mm caliber main guns were not to be trifled with. Caliber signifies justice, an unchanging truth in the wasteland. The exotic beings, however, were undeterred, particularly a group of sinister crows that arrived swiftly. Sinister crows, high-level exotic beings that thrive on carrion. They will attack other creatures when hungry, ranging from 1 to 3 meters in length, often with crystalline growths on their heads, evolved from giant crows and subsequently modified by spore parasitism, forming formidable flying entities with strong offensive and defensive capabilities, making them exceedingly difficult to handle. Warning: the Alliance has received an unidentified transmission signal. Do you wish to accept it? Warning: a large number of flying creatures are approaching the Alliance rapidly. Scanning complete. These creatures are identified as high-level sinister crows. Do you wish to engage? In the command center of the Alliance, the order was given to accept the opposing signal and transmit the deciphered information to the Destroyer-class exoskeleton. The air defense system would not be activated at this time. I will leave my team to deal with this batch of, without hesitation, Guing led his subordinates, clad in Destroyer exoskeletons, to charge out of the battleship. The laser air defense cannon, already in a charged state, dimmed its flashing warning light. Chapter 70. The authorization of the Supreme Committee. Are you the chosen one? No, this is merely a temporary authorization granted to me by Lord Xingho. I've never heard of a chosen one's live stream being transferable. In the future, there will be even more things you have yet to hear about. For now, let us deal with these sinister crows. And afterward, we can discuss collaboration in detail. All right, I hope you can bring surprises. With that, Guing led his squad in the Destroyer exoskeletons, positioning Fang Ping at the center, and the small machine guns began to unleash a torrent of fire. However, these sinister crows proved to be exceedingly cunning. Upon seeing the destroyers open fire, they opted to fly close to the ground, continuously ascending as the trajectory of the bullets consistently lagged behind their flight speed. Activate the auxiliary design program. Let my optical brain take command. Received. Under Gu Ying's command, the team ceased fire, and the other destroyer exoskeletons extended their machine guns in the direction indicated by Gu Ying. Then, 7 or 8 machine guns fired simultaneously, creating a dense net of fire that quickly engulfed the sinister crows. Yet, the anticipated scene of the crows falling like rain did not materialize. The sinister crows sensed the lethal threat. Their crystalline cores reacted swiftly. The fungal spores enveloping their wings began to awaken, merging into a thin, yet immensely strong fungal network. This protective web did not merely manifest on the surface of the crow's skin. It formed resilient fungal membranes within their feathers and subcutaneous tissues. Consequently, Gu Ying's initial volley of fire did not bring down the enormous sinister crow, which let out a mournful cry before spiraling upwards with its companions. However, it seemed that forming this layer of fungal protection was no easy feat for the crow, as the rapidly multiplying fungi within it required a substantial amount of its blood. Alas, these cunning, deceitful creatures! Were it not for our reluctance to expend our energy weapons, I would have relished demonstrating our might to them today. Come, my friend, let us hasten aboard the Alliance. Only then will these ruffians dare approach us. Thus, after dispersing the wicked crows, Guing extended an invitation to Fang Ping to board the battleship Alliance. As soon as he stepped aboard, Fang Ping was ushered into a vast conference room filled with hundreds of individuals. Despite his extensive experience with large gatherings in reality, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. This is merely a game indeed. The reference answers in the barrage will guide me. There is no need for trepidation. As Fang Ping consoled himself, Gu Ying's voice echoed. Your Excellency, it is a pleasure to meet you. This is the core team of the technical, logistics, and equipment departments of the Alliance. You will need to negotiate the specifics of cooperation and remuneration with them. Our Defense Department is responsible solely for the security of the Alliance. Colleagues, this is the individual I previously mentioned from the shelter, who can stand in for their manager and make certain decisions. The floor is now open for questions. Very well. Your Excellency, we require steel and electrical energy. Can you provide these? Oh, I must remind you. We are not looking for mere tons or dozens of tons. We need at least 5,000 to 6,000 tons of steel, along with substantial electrical supply. Please, do hurry. A minute has already passed. If we wait any longer, I will be mistaken for a fraud. Just as Fong Ping fervently prayed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the anticipated barrage finally arrived. Nanyang Zhuge Liu informed them that the steel supply poses no issue. We can allocate a portion of the steel billets for recent rail manufacturing. Tianxiadong. Additionally, Fong Ping inquire whether ordinary carbon steel will suffice. Their battleship's bow has sustained damage and requires special steel. Below is a brief analysis I conducted based on the design of their battleship. Armed with this newfound information, Fong Ping straightened up and confidently addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, we are fully capable of meeting your steel requirements. Prior to our encounter with you, we manufactured a batch of ordinary carbon steel. However, can you confirm that this material can adequately support the repairs needed for your magnificent battleship? Our assessment indicates that the section above the waterline at the bow of the Alliance exhibits a pronounced outward tilt, forming a substantial semicircle, with the sides of the ship significantly expanding to reduce resistance. While this design may diminish wave resistance by approximately 9, it also imposes stringent material demands that do you understand materials science. The middle-aged man who had previously posed the question regarded Fong Ping for the first time, particularly astonished by his professional analysis of the Alliance's characteristics. Could it be that those from the shelter possess such formidable expertise? Sir, this is merely foundational knowledge. I believe that anyone with a basic understanding of mechanics would consider this that, oh no, you are too humbled that a mere resistance analysis without a robust mathematical modeling capability is insufficient. It necessitates the application of multiple function tools. Seeing Fong Ping earn the acknowledgement of their chief technology officer, Guing finally exhaled in relief. Inviting Fong Ping aboard had been a desperate measure, as the residents of his wasteland had fled, leaving only Fong Ping to approach, offering him a glimmer of hope. Now, with Fong Ping performing admirably, Guing was spared from facing inquiries. Youth, do you have any suggestions regarding our current predicament? The supervisor of the equipment department began to inquire. This elderly gentleman appeared somewhat hesitant, as though there were unspoken words weighing upon him. Eventually, he steeled himself and said, "Perhaps I should not presumptuously inquire about the location of your shelter. But we find ourselves in dire straits that if you would be willing to trust us, we would be grateful if you could escort us to your encampment. Just as you stated, the strength of ordinary carbon steel is inadequate for repairing the Alliance battleship. Even with our advanced furnaces, we lack the necessary energy to smelt and forge high-strength alloys. Indeed, young man, we also require substantial provisions and other necessities for daily living. Please discuss this with your managers. We can guarantee our commitment through the credibility of our commercial alliance that in time, your shelter will be grateful for the decisions made today." The supervisor of the logistics department also joined the inquiry, deciding that since they were present, it was worth attempting. Observing the young man's caliber, they deemed it plausible to meet some of their conditions. Throughout this exchange, the hundreds of attendees remained patient and silent, as if waiting with bated breath. After a full 5 minutes, Fong Ping finally received another barrage that we require no more than proof of your affiliation with the commercial alliance. A letter bearing the seal of the Social Industry and Production Committee or its chairman will suffice. As Fong Ping's words echoed through the hall, the attendees exchanged glances, their eyes collectively turning towards Guing, as if to inquire, "Did you disclose the highest authority of the alliance to these individuals?" Guing, wearing a look of exasperation, could only lament his unwarranted predicament. Chapter 71. Arrival of the Alliance battleship. The forum once again buzzed with activity as Fong Ping posted an update. The title read, "Brothers, what to do if I feel seasick on my first flight aboard a floating battleship?" Dogeface. This post, clearly infused with an air of boasting, was accompanied by a stunning image of the battleship soaring through the skies, making quite an impression. Naturally, it incited a flurry of scorn. A throng of eager players logged off to watch Fong Ping's live stream, only to discover that he abruptly ended the broadcast after the battleship's ascent, an act deemed utterly inconsiderate. Chingsa Milu. Indeed, Sister Ting, this fellow is truly insufferable. We even inquired on his behalf about what credentials Lord Xingho might require. Having basked in his moment of glory, Fong Ping paid no further heed to the unfolding drama. He remained gripping the battleship's railing, soaring through the heavens. After half a day's wait since Fong Ping articulated his conditions, the Alliance battleship finally took flight. The committee acquiesced to the request for an authorization letter and established terms, designating this event as a friendly visit. Furthermore, the shelter where Wang Ling resided would be recognized as a friendly faction of the commercial alliance, receiving certain support in technological and talent exchanges. However, the alliance, valuing its reputation, resolutely refused to allow the contents of the authorization letter to be broadcasted during the live stream, that it would be absurd to expose any potential issues with their alliance battleship. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable, in exchange. They agreed to leave behind a batch of high-precision machine tools and metal smelting equipment for the shelter once the alliance was repaired and resupplied. As Fong Ping's wrist device swiftly scanned the committee's authorization letter, confirming its authenticity, the personnel aboard the Alliance suddenly brimmed with newfound confidence. At the very least, they were assured of a presence among the top 100 in rank. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the shelter, Wang Ling found amusement in observing the highest committee's authorization letter be the decision of all members of the Social Industry and Production Committee to ensure the health of all crew members aboard the Alliance. We hereby grant permission for the Alliance to land near our temporary ally, Shelter 100, with the footer bore an anti-counterfeiting mark inscribed in archaic characters. Social Industry and Production Committee of the Alliance. Xiao Kuei, is this sufficient? They won't resort to any perilous actions, will they? Master, rest assured. This group from the Commercial Alliance is profoundly proud, valuing honor and reputation above life itself. They would not forsake their principles for the sake of a single Alliance battleship. Such pride. Indeed, Master. This reflects the depth of the major factions that I have unearthed countless cases in the database. Never have I heard of them acting independently without prior directives from the highest committee. Very well, I shall arrange for the Descenders to expedite production. Also, Master, please refrain from disclosing any information regarding Shelter 0. From now on, we can only refer to it as Shelter 100. But what if others discover Shelter 100? Wouldn't we risk exposure? That won't happen, for the key to Shelter 100 resides deeper within our own shelter. Or rather, Shelter 100 has not been constructed at all. It merely serves as a FAAD for us. Xiao Kuei's words tightened Wang Ling's chest. Previously, when Luan had mentioned that if this shelter were indeed Shelter 0, then he and Wang Ling's foremost task would be to flee to think that. Even in the face of the pinnacle of power, Shelter 0 remained an irresistible prize. Rejoining the fray, Zhong Yueping and several others were currently orchestrating the transport of steel billets by players and barbarians alike. Dubbed steel billets, these materials had merely undergone rudimentary forging after emerging from the suggested blast furnaces and electric furnaces. Their carbon content and inherent strength indicated they could not serve as suitable steel billets. If they were high-quality steel, such as mold steel or alloy steel, they would be acceptable, but if too many components like vehicle frames and oxidized iron sheaths were mixed in, the quality of the steel would significantly decline. Old Zhong had aptly noted that if the personnel from the Alliance were overly picky, they could very well refine the materials themselves. Alas, I have grown accustomed to high standards. Even I shake my head at this batch of steel. However, Fong Ping suggested that we might attempt to extort some advanced forging furnaces from the Alliance. Perhaps our subpar product quality could, in fact, turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Observing my friends, who appeared forlorn and anxious, Ma Dongxiu could no longer bear it. You intellectuals tend to overthink, I chided. Have you considered whether the folks from the Alliance are not just as anxious as we are? If they can make do, they certainly will. If not, they will be even more proactive in seeking solutions. Just like when we constructed our houses, akin to laying down railways, as long as we set the standards to a usable level. Nothing should become overly complex. A Dongxiu's words jolted the group from their mental stagnation. Indeed, they were the sellers. The ripeness of the fruit was not theirs to determine. According to Fong Ping's estimates, the battleship would arrive over the sanctuary tonight, as per Lord Xingho's arrangements. All NPCs surrounding the sanctuary, including serfs, barbarians, and even the confidants of Wen Luan and Wei Lu, were barred from the vicinity. Thus, by evening, the area within a few kilometers of the sanctuary was filled solely with curious players, save for Wen Lin and Wei Lu. Xingho, are we to expect significant maneuvers? Why have all our people been relocated? Wei Lu queried, isn't it obvious? There must be a covert operation. Otherwise, even my chief guard Yeren would not have been reassigned by Xingho. Sighing, We acknowledge that our personnel indeed lacked the reliability of Xingho's. Those individuals seemed willing to risk their lives. Hey, Xingho, it's late. No need for further suspense. Our hearts feel as if tickled by a kitten. Observing the equally inquisitive expressions of Wen Luan and Wei Lu, Wang Ling remained silent, instead gesturing mysteriously towards the sky. Visitors from above? Exclaimed one, astonished. Surely not. In this weather, small aircraft cannot travel far, and there is no space for larger vessels to land. Just as they spoke, a shadowy figure gradually materialized nearby. The enormous form of the Alliance vessel loomed in the camp's firelight. Resembling a colossal beast poised to devour the world at that moment. Having reached its destination, the iron behemoth chose to end its stealth mode, that a brilliant light instantaneously illuminated the camp as the sounds of radar and weaponry systems activated sent the various creatures within kilometers into a panic. Chapter 72. The unique power mechanism of the Commercial Alliance. Greetings, friends from afar, and welcome to Sanctuary number 100. Hello, Xingho. After a brief exchange between Wang Ling and the representatives of the Alliance, they began to tour the various industries within the sanctuary. Guided by several of its representatives, the Commercial Alliance originated from the Social Industry and Production Committee, thus embodying a wealth of advanced industrial foundations from before the war. As time progressed, the influence of the Commercial Alliance solidified, resulting in the establishment of 5 major groups led by the Zhige Group, Fukan Pharmaceuticals, Quantum Network Company, Xuanwu Group, and Alliance Property Company. These firms dominate the principal industries of weaponry, medicine, communications, large machinery, and power infrastructure within the Alliance. Due to a profound reflection on the catastrophic wars, the power structure of the Commercial Alliance is highly decentralized. Each group wields significant influence within its sphere, yet when it comes to sensitive matters such as warfare or alliances, the decision-making process becomes exceedingly sluggish. Conversely, these groups possess remarkable authority over their respective business operations. If Wang Ling were to offer an adequate price, even the core weaponry of the Alliance could be sold. Thus, Wang Ling's delegations were strategically assigned. Wen Luan and Zhang Linfeng were to host representatives from Fukan Group, while Zhong Yueping and Ma Dongxi would engage with those from Alliance Property. Xiao Kuei was to attend to the Quantum Network Company, whereas Wang Ling, Fang Ping, and Fang Datong would collectively receive guests from the Zhige and Xuanwu groups. Wang Ling's intentions were straightforward. As long as the Commercial Alliance found value in it, they were open to collaboration. Should the Alliance leave behind some advanced technologies, Wang Ling even contemplated offering steel and power supplies free of charge. Gu Ying's security department was indeed a subordinate faction of the Zhige Group, responsible for the design and construction of weapons such as the Destroyer Heavy Exoskeleton and the Alliance's laser anti-aircraft artillery. Their astonishment was palpable when they learned that the sanctuary had completed its constructions in merely 2 months. My friends, I apologize for my earlier dismissiveness. Your wisdom and diligence are the most commendable attributes I have encountered in any sanctuary. One representative remarked, what we urgently require now is steel, as well as electricity. The energy reserves of the Alliance can no longer support long-distance aerial operations, that we can also provide food, though we only possess green wheat, simple smoked meat, and the nutritional paste remaining from the sanctuary. These matters fall under the purview of our logistics department. In truth, our Zhige Group personnel are solely responsible for security. Xingho, you should discuss these issues with the logistics team. However, while everyone was engaged in their respective tours, a dazzling beam of light suddenly ascended from the sanctuary, shooting into the sky before quickly dissipating. Just as the attendees assumed this was merely an accident, the Alliance's automatic communication device sprang to life. The massive signal tower began directing towards the location of Sanctuary Number 0, and simultaneously, a stream of information was dispatched to the sanctuary's mainframe, following processing and compression by the Sunflower mainframe. This information coalesced into another beam that shot skyward. Both Wang Ling and the other members of the Alliance found themselves utterly bewildered by these occurrences. The commotion was a result of Xiao Kuei, accompanied by 2 representatives from the Quantum Network Company, tirelessly running between the sanctuary and the battleship. These 2 communication personnel were not mere humans or cyborgs. They were robots endowed with independent thought. Xiao Kuei, what are you doing? Wang Ling could not help but inquire. Master, I am attempting to establish contact with Dawn City through our new friends. Dawn City? My friend, it serves as the headquarters of the Commercial Alliance. formerly known as Sanctuary Number 3, that the personnel from the Quantum Network Company were once core members of Sanctuary Number 3, though they are primarily composed of intelligent mechanical beings. With few humans involved, Ji Ying seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the ruckus caused by his mechanical companions. Yet due to the intergroup agreement, he had no authority to interfere with their actions. In truth, the current predicament of the Alliance was significantly influenced by internal disagreements. Fukan Group remained adamant about collecting various minerals and botanical specimens. And bound by protective protocols, Gu Ying and his team had been compelled to engage in multiple conflicts. Consequently, they had traversed less than a third of their exploratory journey, depleting a considerable amount of nuclear fuel rods and nearly half of their ammunition. I apologize, Xingho. This is the state of the Alliance, that we are independent entities, merely formed into an exploratory team to fulfill our mission. This is not an exposure of our shortcomings. You will come to understand this in the upcoming meetings. Lord Xingho, I am Ro Ping, a representative of Fukan Group, that I am quite interested in your production of anti-radiation agents and thrombolytic drugs, that if you are willing to sell us the raw materials, we would gladly pay 100 million gold lang. That is insufficient. You are aware that our territory lies within the sphere of the Expeditionary Army, where most still recognize the dinar. They have no opportunity to spend gold lang. We can also provide a substantial quantity of advanced medical equipment and bionic organs to support you, establishing you as the highest center for medical standards in the Loha province. Lord Roping, our sanctuary cannot be compared to the Commercial Alliance or Fukan Group. The cultivation of devil mushrooms and aberrant leeches constitutes our core interests, which are non-negotiable. I hope you understand. Very well. What form of cooperation do you propose? Any arrangement outside of outright purchase, including but not limited to joint ventures, technology equity, and raw material exchanges. Following Wang Ling's signal, the representatives from Fukan Group were escorted away by Wen Luan, Zhang Linfeng, and the economic expert Yen Shisong. Wang Ling finally comprehended Gu Ying's earlier remark about this not being an exposure of their shortcomings. Indeed, these individuals were solely concerned with matters pertaining to their own groups. Just like Fukan Group, upon discovering the sanctuary's production of mushrooms and aberrant leeches, their expectations for the exploration mission of the Alliance's westward journey diminished significantly. Thus, Ro Ping departed with his entourage. Eager to secure the largest share possible, as the youngest shareholder on the board, Ro Ping's greatest ambition was to become a member of the highest committee. Consequently, with each topic Wang Ling concluded, the number of attendees in the conference room dwindled, as they were ushered away by designated receptionists for more detailed negotiations. Notably, representatives from the Quantum Network Company did not participate in the meeting. They, alongside Xiao Kuei, endeavored to establish communication with Dawn City. Eventually, only Gu Ying and the members of the Ji Gu group remained in the conference room. Wang Ling discerned from Gu Ying's resigned expression the implicit message, "See? I knew this would be the outcome." Chapter 73. Military base plan. Your Excellency Xingho, if it is at all feasible, would you consider temporarily halting your steel production line? I do not intend to belittle your efforts, but the steel billets you provide us must be remelted into molten iron. In fact, we need to eliminate certain impurities from this molten iron and incorporate a small quantity of rare elements. It would be far more efficient for us to utilize our electric arc furnace for this purpose. Wang Ling hesitated at the demands put forth by the Xuanwu group, a flush of color rising to his cheeks. He surmised that persuading the other party to dismount their advanced smelting equipment from the Alliance ship would likely entail a significant cost, and it appeared they were reluctant to comply. Observing Wang Ling's indecision, the equipment minister Qi Yun became somewhat anxious. Your Excellency Xingho, I understand this request may be excessive, but I implore you to assist us. We are willing to compensate. Compensate? Indeed. We can remunerate you with 500 jinlang for materials and electricity per ton of steel, while we shall take responsibility for the rare metals ourselves. Very well. Upon uttering these words, Wang Ling could scarcely contain a laugh. The individuals from Shuguang City were indeed exceedingly generous. It is worth noting that once large-scale smelting equipment is installed, it becomes quite cumbersome to relocate. Hence, after the Alliance ship departs, such equipment will transform into valuable assets for the shelter. Qian must be aware of this as well. As for the cost of 500 jinlang per ton of steel, it is not negligible. After all, the wasteland is replete with scrap steel, and this expense could be offset by employing players for a few days. According to the Commercial Alliance's technology, The electricity consumption for casting 1 ton of steel hovers around 400-500 degrees, while 1 ton of coal, when processed through a large marine steam engine, can generate approximately 2,800 to 3,000 degrees of electricity. Therefore, excluding raw material costs and focusing solely on the expense of hiring players, Wang Ling's profit margin could exceed 85, translating to a profit of 430 Jinlang per ton of steel. Just as Wang Ling and the logistics department reached an amicable agreement, a beam of informational light once again appeared above the shelter. However, this time the beam descended from the sky towards the shelter. Soon, the decoded information from the Sunflower was rapidly transmitted to the Alliance ship via the quantum network. A projection of light materialized on the hull of the Alliance vessel. The alarm sounded, signaling the need for ministerial-level personnel to assemble swiftly. The primary heads of the Alliance's technical, logistics, equipment, and armed departments gathered before the projection. Their expressions filled with curiosity as they observed the communication automaton. Qingwan, still engaged in its operations. Sunflower, can you confirm that the shelter's mainframe can handle the load of multiple information beams from Shuguang City? Qingwan, Zhanhua, we must commence at once. This computational load poses no challenge to the shelter's mainframe. Very well. Subsequently, through the gaps in the radiation clouds, a beam of information appeared, followed by a second, third, and fourth. Ultimately, 7 satellite information beams emerged beneath the cloud cover. This enabled short-term communication between Shelter Zero and Shuguang City through these relay satellites. Unfortunately, due to the devastation wrought by the war, synchronous orbit satellites had been prioritized for destruction, resulting in a considerable amount of space debris. The cult's forces even released a vast quantity of space refuse into synchronous orbit, nurturing fungi spores capable of surviving briefly in space. These spores would attach themselves to satellites, rapidly corroding solar panels. Attention all departments, the Supreme Council will communicate with us via low Earth orbit satellites for approximately 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. As Gu Ying and Luo Ping stared in bewilderment, the transmission speed of satellite data accelerated, and a massive projection began to reveal figures on the hull of the Alliance ship. At that moment, the true heavyweights of Shuguang City, the major shareholders of the 5 conglomerates, were gathered in a conference room, awaiting the transmission from the Alliance ship. Good day, Chairman. This is the Alliance ship. The representatives of the major companies rose in unison to greet him. Chairman, we are still en route. We have only just arrived at the eastern part of the Central Sea and have yet to venture inland. What? In the span of 2 years, you have covered merely 1/3 of the journey, and you have not even glimpsed the destination. Who can provide me with an explanation? As the chairman's anger was palpable. Gu Ying, Qi Yun, and others turned their gazes towards Luo Ping, cognizant that the delay was largely due to the Fukong Group's extensive collection of biological samples. Had it not been for their actions, the exploration progress would not have suffered such a significant setback. Moreover, their nuclear fuel had been depleted during numerous feudal battles, and during the last launch, they had even sustained damage to the Alliance ship due to insufficient power. Thus, the blame rightly fell upon Luo Ping, who was also the great-grandson of Chairman Luo Qingyang. Chairman, I take full responsibility for this delay. It is I who have hindered the overall progress of the Alliance ship. I am prepared to accept the committee's punishment, but the Fukong Group has also made significant discoveries that as he spoke, Luo Ping's assistant swiftly produced 4 test tubes and 2 large glass containers, which contained the devil's mushroom and the mutant leech, while the 2 smaller test tubes held the active extracts of these specimens. Esteemed committee members, please observe this miraculous species we have newly discovered. Their extract can significantly enhance human resistance to radiation, and moreover, they can harmlessly dissolve thrombi while strengthening the vascular system, especially beneficial for individuals over the age of 100. The moment Luo Ping finished speaking, the previously placid committee members were instantly invigorated. These individuals, seemingly in their 60s or 70s, each had lifespans exceeding 120 years, with some nearing the post-war human life expectancy limit of 150 years. Naturally, upon hearing of a natural thrombolytic and radiation-resistant agent that could also enhance their physical capabilities, how could they not be entranced? Minister Luo Ping, can you stand by your words? Your discovery holds profound significance for the commercial alliance and the advancement of human society as a whole. I urge you to treat it with the utmost caution. Chairman, the testing data for the medication and the case projection models have already been transmitted to the Shuguang Data Center. Ji Yuing and the others observed Luo Ping's audacity in claiming the shelter's discoveries as his own, coming to a clear understanding of his boldness. However, no one dared to expose this deception, for the major conglomerates had emerged together. Any new findings would alleviate their burdens significantly, ensuring they would not bear the label of ineptitude. Of course, Luo Ping had not forgotten the true ownership of the devil's mushroom and the mutant leech, which belonged to Wang Ling. Thus, as the communication neared its conclusion, Luo Ping once again sought to advocate for Wang Ling's interests. Chairman, there is one more matter I wish to report. Our significant discovery is inextricably linked to our partner, Xingho, who dispatched personnel from the shelter to traverse 500 kilometers on foot in search of our whereabouts during a time of energy scarcity. It is also Xingho who selflessly provided us with steel, electricity, and food supplies, and the devil's mushroom and mutant leech were cultivated successfully at our behest. Goodness, it can be presented this way. Not only were the Alliance ship's crew astonished by Luo Ping's audacious maneuver, but the players also found their perceptions of the indigenous people of the Ice Age world transformed. That it was unclear who initiated it, but the quip that those who interacted frequently with Fong Ping were hardly good people began to circulate. Minister Luo Ping, the satellite orbit has shifted, and our communication time is drawing to a close. Please conclude your report promptly. Qingwan and Zhanhua, the two intelligent automatons, began to remind him, yet Luo Ping was equally anxious, though he dared not rush his esteemed elder. Luo Ping, the matter regarding the military base will be addressed by the committee after due consideration. Chapter 74. Temporary Supply Station Agreement. My lord. The Ice Age world is not devoid of satellites following the devastation of the war. However, the medium to high orbits are densely packed with space debris, and numerous satellite-capturing weapons remain operational, forcing satellites to function solely within low Earth orbit. Upon hearing Xiao Kuei's explanation, Wang Ling gained a clearer understanding of the current state of space in the wasteland, due to the war's impact and the rapid operation of low Earth orbit satellites. It often requires a dozen satellites to maintain effective communication, and the presence of radiation clouds significantly reduces communication duration. In areas heavily shrouded in radiation clouds, satellite communication is rendered futile, and the descent speed of low Earth orbit satellites is swift, resulting in a typically short operational lifespan. Xiao Kuei, how were you able to establish contact with Shiguang City? Wang Ling was astonished that Xiao Kuei accomplished what the communication automatons Qingwan and Zhanhua could not. My lord, we are Shelter 0, while Shiguang City's shelter is merely Shelter 3. Quantum network communication technology has originated from us. Our capabilities extend even to connecting with other worlds, summoning many who do not belong to this realm. Additionally, the computational power of the Sunflower mainframe far surpasses that of the Alliance ship, rendering the analysis of high-density data streams trivial. Does this mean you can access Shiguang City's database? My lord, I have already transmitted a cluster of consciousness programs. The next time we reach Shiguang City or communicate with them again, those encrypted messages will be delivered. And those two automatons, they can influence but cannot control. However, if the master desires their service, all that is required is for the master to gain their recognition. Their programming includes an emotional simulation module, allowing them to gradually integrate into our society. As for the increasingly cunning Xiao Kuei, Wang Ling can only express a mix of amusement and exasperation. After a day of waiting, the Supreme Council of Dawn City rejected the proposal to establish a permanent military base at Shelter 0. The reason cited was the violation of regulations prohibiting aggressive expansion under the guise of exploration during peacetime. From the perspective of Dawn City, they were reluctant to be drawn into a new war by the shelter. The rationale is simple. Once Wang Ling secures the support of Dawn City, no other forces in the Luo province would stand a chance against him. Even a city like Wangjiang, which boasts a pre-war legacy, cannot compare in scale to the commercial alliance. I apologize, my friend, for not being able to secure the utmost benefits for you. You know how those old fogies in the council are. Their caution regarding war has reached an almost excessive level. Thank you, Minister Luo Ping. Our collaboration will endure, particularly in the realm of medicine. Wang Ling's nonchalance took Luo Ping by surprise. Establishing a military base would mean Wang Ling and his associates would directly join the commercial alliance. Yet it appears he is not particularly interested in becoming a vassal of the alliance. Rest assured, I, Luo Ping, will not let my friends suffer losses. Please sign this document. It will mean you are half one of us moving forward. As he spoke, Luo Ping produced an electronic agreement, the contents of which could be summarized as an authorization for Shelter 100 to become a temporary supply station for the Commercial Alliance. Wang Ling scrutinized the terms, with many unreasonable clauses highlighted by Xiaokuei's filtering. Many of the stipulations were one-sided. For instance, should the Alliance face a war crisis and the exploration team require rescue, Wang Ling would need to do his utmost to assist by providing energy, medicine, armed forces, and other forms of support. Naturally, the Alliance would compensate for all of this, and the rewards would be quite generous. However, when Wang Ling finds himself embroiled in conflict, the Alliance reserves the right to determine whether to engage in battle based on their own judgment, and depending on the legitimacy and necessity of Wang Ling's war. They may charge varying fees for supplies procured from Dawn City. Luo Ping. Is this a contract of servitude? Sigh, it cannot be labeled so harshly. After all, the requirement placed upon you is to do your utmost. Not an obligation. This is already the Council's greatest concession, and it is only due to the fact that my great-grandfather was the chairman, coupled with the utility of those devil mushrooms and mutated leeches to them, that this agreement was made. In this regard, Luo Ping spoke no falsehood. The Commercial Alliance is not fond of supporting subordinate forces. Unlike the Expeditionary Army, they maintain a robust military presence only in the northeastern corner of the continent and are not particularly enthusiastic about other regions. The influence of the Expeditionary Army, on the other hand, has consistently extended from the western coast to the easternmost point of the Central Sea. Even many forces in Loha province utilize the common currency of the Expeditionary Army, the dinar. Very well, my friend. We indeed have not given much thought to your feelings. Yet this agreement will greatly benefit you as long as you bask in the Alliance's glow. I believe other forces in Loha province will think twice before challenging you. All right, Luo Ping, thank you. I will sign this agreement, but I would like to add one stipulation. The Alliance must not interfere in our conducted wars. No problem. Luo Ping could not comprehend that Wang Ling was not afraid of others attacking him. The players would not rest until they met their demise. Without conflict, how could they survive? Wang Ling deemed the agreement regarding the authorization of Shelter 100 as a temporary supply station for the Commercial Alliance quite advantageous. It simply rebranded the original military base, transforming it into the sole supply station of the Commercial Alliance in the central region of the continent, with the Alliance's relationship shifting to a loose partnership. Wang Ling merely rented Changfeng Town to the Alliance, while the construction of a large military airport and a small railway network would be handled by the Alliance's personnel. Subsequently, he could subcontract the projects and profit from the sale of raw materials. Not to mention, trading with a lawful and orderly faction, despite the numerous regulations, has proven to be immensely rewarding. Had the Expeditionary Army been involved, they likely would not have been so courteous, probably seizing his people directly, leading to yet another defensive battle for the concealed dangers lurking beneath the sweet facade of the Commercial Alliance. Wang Ling was fully aware. They aimed to exert control over the shelter's vital industries through substantial capital infusion, thereby influencing the shelter's decisions and achieving actual control through peaceful evolution. For this, Wang Ling could only scoff that he had yet to witness the player's true nature. Without the deterrent of titles, how could these individuals be expected to obey? Moreover, Wang Ling's established image of rebuilding a post-apocalyptic order rendered the Commercial Alliance's plans doomed to failure. Luo Ping. The Alliance ship will soon be repaired. When do you plan to set sail again? So eager. The average age of the council members has surpassed 120 years. Nanobots no longer have a significant effect on them, and the bionic officers can barely manage their nearly lifeless bodies. What about brain transplants? Do you think a council member who loses over 30 of their critical memories can continue serving as a council member? Thus, they can only resort to conservative treatment. Very well, my friend. I shall expedite the work. Chapter 75. Once in my fields of chives, all become chives since signing the agreement with the Commercial Alliance, a substantial number of natives can finally be put to use. Even if these individuals inform Wangjiang City of the arrival of the Commercial Alliance, it would not stir any new waves. Given the arrogance of the Alliance members, they look down upon the miscellaneous forces of Wangjiang City. Most importantly, the cultivation of devil mushrooms and mutated leeches remains firmly in Wang Ling's hands. Ever since the military airport project commenced, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the grand endeavor of wasteland reconstruction. Except for meals and rest offline, in addition to laboring alongside the natives, he has another crucial task: collaborating with Mei Xiaoting for a live broadcast. Perhaps very few will witness the live stream, but many will hear it through the radio, and our live broadcast coordinates have already been released via a massive fireworks signal that, if curious, they are welcome to come and experience it firsthand. After delivering her opening remarks, Mei Xiaoting introduced the pre-arranged guest. Dressed in peasant attire, the former leader of the serfs, Maxime, made his entrance. "Miss Bell, it is a pleasure to encounter you in Chongfeng Town. Isn't that the old serf Maxime? Aren't you toiling at the western suburb farm? What brings you to Chongfeng Town? Thanks to Lord Spark, we have been liberated from our miserable plight, and here we enjoy the same treatment as ordinary residents. With millet porridge, nutritional paste, and this mutant meat." With their collaboration, a fresh rescue skit was born, and under the dissemination of the quantum network, many natives receiving video and radio signals began to show a hint of interest in the new master of Chongfeng Town. Even if many remained skeptical, for those lost in the wilderness, humans can occasionally be more terrifying than mutants. However, a spark of curiosity may drive them to venture to Chongfeng Town in search of fortune. Mei Xiaoting's recent task is to conduct live interviews with pre-arranged scavengers, serfs, and even fearsome-looking savages, conveying the notion that under the leadership of Lord Spark, everyone in Chongfeng Town is equal and can obtain food through labor. Wang Ling currently has too few individuals at his disposal. Initially, they had intended to utilize devil mushrooms as radiation antidotes and mutated leeches as thrombolytic agents to open the market, but now they possess even better products: precision firearms. Meanwhile, the resurrected Chu Gao squad is back on the road, heading to the underground mines of Shelter 336, that according to the crocodile's assertion of "Are you lacking W?" He feels nearly invincible, yet his teammates have yet to arrive. Thus, when factoring in the group of scavengers brought over by the recent snowstorm and the entire population of Chongfeng Town, the Western Suburb Farm, and the shelter, they total only 1,400 individuals. Dear friends, these are the true laborers of Chongfeng Town. Regardless of their past identities, they can find a place within Lord Spark's domain to fill their stomachs and escape the cold. Tomorrow at the same time, we will continue interviewing these delightful individuals. Shouts, complaints, and negotiations over wages suddenly animated Chongfeng Town. "Spark, how can you trade these precious medicines with those natives? Listen to me. Cancel all orders. How much can they offer you? For a vascular nourishing antidote, they might offer 10,000 dinars at most, and the thrombolytic agent would be around 20,000, but in Dawn City, it could fetch at least 200,000 gold lang. Moreover, haven't those from the Ceasefire Group relocated the alloy smelting furnace and high-precision machining tools? Why not manufacture some firearms and sell them to those in Haikao City? Regarding the transaction with the Green family, I have heard from Wen Luan that the original raw material share in the contract has been altered to a trading amount, and it amounts to a mere 300,000 to 500,000 dinars each month." Wang Ling suddenly realized that Luo Ping was a comrade worth cultivating. His awareness was remarkably high, and when it came to matters concerning interests, he could always pinpoint the stakes with piercing insight. That "My friend, you must understand that our sanctuary has only just begun to revive, and we have been awake for less than half a year. Do you have any suggestions? Of course, we are willing to allocate 90 of the pharmaceutical share to you." Upon hearing Wang Ling's tempting offer, Luo Ping was genuinely tempted. A 90 share of the pharmaceuticals meant he would wield considerable influence within the Fukan Group. His great-grandfather had more than one son, and his grandfather and father certainly had more than one child as well. By Luo Ping's generation, there were over 230 competitors among his peers. However, a 90 share still implied that there were others who could procure these special medicines through alternative channels, which was something Luo Ping was unwilling to accept. Gritting his teeth, Luo Ping seriously gazed at Wang Ling and said, "Xingho, it is not greed that drives me that a share of 70, 80, or even 90 holds little difference for me. What I truly desire is exclusivity. To be candid, my ambition is to become a member of the committee, that if, and only if, you could grant me the entirety of the shares, I assure you that Fukan Group will wholeheartedly support you. And you will also earn my genuine friendship. Moreover, regarding the Zhigo Group and the Alliance Properties treasures, I can inform you of what can be traded." Observing Luo Ping's earnest demeanor, Wang Ling couldn't help but smile. He had successfully stirred the desires within Luo Ping that he knew that should he reject Luo Ping this time, unless Luo Ping were to perish, he would likely acquire a formidable enemy, especially since the latter's offer was already quite revealing. My friend, we have only recently met, and you may not yet be familiar with me or those around me. Our highest ideal remains to transform the post-war world and reconstruct the order of the wasteland. I accept your terms, but not solely for the benefits you mentioned. Your presence is of tremendous assistance to us, and we hope you will become one of us. Although Wang Ling seldom engaged in combat now, his attributes had not diminished. Rather, they continued to accumulate as players fought. This time, even an ordinary person like Luo Ping was influenced by Wang Ling's aura of intimidation. Passive Dominance 1 enhances the Chosen One's management efficiency over the sanctuary's inhabitants. As the Chosen One inherently possesses a deterrent aura that psychologically suppresses residents with lower comprehensive attributes, making them more compliant with the Chosen One's commands. Xingho, I truly admire you all, but I am not yet capable of being like you. I am still young and yearn for the pinnacle of power. I do not believe I am suited to be your partner at this time. However, within my capacity, I will do my utmost to assist you. Wang Ling gently patted Luo Ping's shoulder before departing with a sense of melancholy. Yet, beneath this facade of disappointment, Wang Ling's heart was brimming with joy. Once he had entered the realm of profit, it would all be his. It was merely a matter of time. Chapter 76. Take this to test the cadres. Within the commercial alliance, the 5 major groups intertwine and continuously merge, especially under the influence of multiple generations of intermarriage, resulting in a situation where you are embedded within me, and I within you. Among the young managers of the alliance, many share familial relationships. For instance, Wang Lin is Luo Ping's maternal uncle, despite being only 7 years his senior. Now, at Luo Ping's invitation, Wang Ling, Wang Hai, and the 3 of them are dining in a private space within the sanctuary. The meal is quite simple, devoid of red wine or beer, consisting only of plain water and yak jerky. Yet, the atmosphere is filled with joy, for they are on the verge of striking a lucrative deal. Xingho, this is Wang Lin, the supervisor of logistics management for Alliance Property Company. Hello, Xingho. I am also Luo Ping's uncle. His biological uncle, although I am not much older than he is, haha. Amid Luo Ping's feigned irritation, the conversation flows with ease. The name Alliance Property Company may sound rather mundane, lacking the grandeur of the Ji Ge Group, Xuanwu Group, or Quantum Network Company. Yet, in terms of overall strength, the combined might of the latter two equates to roughly our scale. After all, people may forego weapons and shun social interaction, but they must eat and live. The infrastructure, pipeline construction, electricity, and water supply of Dawn City are all under our control. Thus, you can trust in the strength of Alliance property. After finishing his words, Wang Lin picked up the jerky and began to eat it with the water. Keen to gauge Xingho's worth, he wondered what measures he would employ to test the cadres. The construction of the airport is urgent. Without it, our pharmaceutical shipments will be hindered, as Luo Ping indicated. The price in the Luoha province and surrounding areas would plummet. Low-grade cement shelters can be produced in-house, yet the requirements for large transport aircraft runways are notably stringent. Therefore, I believe the use of modified asphalt is imperative, necessitating the resolution from Alliance Property Company. Upon hearing Wang Ling's remarks, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If the airport were to be built larger, the demand for modified asphalt would soar, and coupled with the exorbitant costs of air transport, utilizing Alliance Property's military transport aircraft would yield substantial profits. Moreover, these dealings would be entirely legitimate, as the Alliance's pricing department would assess the project. Additionally, my friend, what are the labor costs in Dawn City? Xingho, why do you ask? No matter how greedy we may be, we would not covet the meager earnings of the workers. Meager earnings? Do you have any idea what the wage rates are here? Barbarians and scavengers earn 10 dinars, while residents of the sanctuary receive 20 gold lang. Isn't that roughly equivalent? I am referring to daily wages, not hourly rates. You have been in Dawn City for too long. You may have forgotten how the world truly operates. Most individuals would willingly toil for an entire day simply for a meal. Luo Ping and Wang Lin finally grasped the immense labor profits at stake, which could potentially exceed the cost of materials themselves. Typically, labor costs account for around 20 of the total project cost, machinery expenses 3-10, material costs 45-65, and indirect costs around 25. In the sanctuary, there is ample room for manipulation. Xingho, if we were to hire 1,000 workers, paying them merely 10,000 gold lang daily, while if Dawn City allocates funds for skilled labor at 30 gold lang per hour, working 10 hours a day, We could earn 290,000 gold lang in just one day. Not only labor costs, but you should also consider the cement prices. How much does a bag of cement cost in Dawn City? And how many times would the transportation costs over thousands of kilometers exceed that of the cement? Even if the alliance does not permit us to airlift cement, we would still profit from the material prices. Both Luo Ping and Wang Ling felt their eyes redden at the realization that by calculating the figures, they could potentially secure over 60 of the total cost for the airport construction project. However, how would we explain this to the pricing department of the committee? They would undoubtedly send representatives to investigate. No worries. You can contract the project to me, and I will subcontract it out. Allow me to introduce you to a construction expert from the sanctuary. You can discuss the specifics with him while I visit the weapons factory. Xiao Ke, please have the kind gravel merchant come over. Yes, Master Ma Dongshu received yet another major project. As someone who built his foundation on contracting, the reality of the construction industry made him adept at engaging with the client, especially regarding cost reduction. He was exceptionally skilled. Gentlemen, the rudimentary shelters in the sanctuary were constructed under my direction in just a matter of hours, and you can see how robust they remain even in this frigid weather. In my opinion, the modified asphalt that you discussed with Xingho can be omitted. The sanctuary, in euphemistic terms, may be called a temporary supply station, but we both understand that it serves as the Alliance's forward base in warfare. Will civilian aircraft really land here in large numbers? Military transport aircraft can even take off and land on dirt roads. I believe we can utilize the sanctuary's self-produced cement, that if it gets damaged, we can repair it afterward. The cement factory is quite close to us. Luo Ping and Wang Ling, the two elite youths from Dawn City, were left momentarily stunned by Ma Dongshu's words. They were unaware that when Ma Dongshu was still a naive youth, leading a construction crew and laboring diligently, he had at least 5 levels of subcontracting above him. Even so, he managed to support a team, so naturally, he intended to take a hearty bite of the succulent profits left behind by Wang Ling. The fully standardized contract template meticulously delineated the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. Should Wang Ling and the others present it to the committee, it would likely gain approval for the subcontracting contract. Ma Dongshu did not prepare one, that the amount he would allocate depended on Wang Ling's mood. If he inadvertently displeased his own boss, it could lead to dire consequences. The contract did not stipulate any kickbacks for Wang Ling and Luo Ping. In the humble cement factory of the shelter, 2 new shareholders emerged, each holding a 20 stake. Ma Dongshu, who had previously established the Dongshu construction team, rebranded it as Dongshu Construction Engineering Company Limited. Additionally, Luo Ping and Wang Ling each held a 20 share in this venture. Both parties agreed that once the shelter's personnel were sufficiently ample, Wang Ling would assuredly introduce the project of Shuguang City to him. Imagining himself leading hundreds, if not thousands, of barbarians to construct Shuguang City, Ma Dongshu could not suppress the surge of excitement within him. This game was truly captivating. Meanwhile, Luo Ping and Wang Ling, grappling with the unexpected blows of the negotiations, lamented silently, pondering how any cadre could withstand such trials. Chapter 77. Even leeks will harvest themselves, as the saying goes. Money can make the devil push a millstone, a sentiment Wang Ling deeply comprehended, that by leveraging the devil mushroom, exotic leeches, and various industrial shares of the shelter, he successfully secured the allegiance of Luo Ping and Wang Ling to his cause. Suddenly, he found that the subsequent tasks progressed remarkably smoothly. During discussions regarding the reparations for the Alliance ship's restoration with the Zhiga Group and the Xuanwu Group, Wang Ling overturned his prior agreement with Equipment Minister Qi Yun, declaring that he no longer desired monetary compensation. Indeed, he renounced the previously stipulated subsidy of 500 gold lang per ton of steel. Minister Qi, since we have now become significant partners, having signed the agreement to serve as a temporary supply station for the Alliance, let us consider ourselves as kin. We can forego those subsidies. That simply cannot be. The earnest Qi Yun appeared reluctant to take advantage of Wang Ling to TO him. The subsidy of 500 gold lang per ton still seemed insufficient. The people of the shelter were indeed quite naive. Wang Ling, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Qi Yun's scrutinizing gaze, mustered the courage to say, "Since we are now allies, I believe we could relocate the KVD Super smelting furnace from the Alliance ship to our shelter. For the battleship's energy resources are insufficient to sustain the furnace's consumption. Moreover, we ought to move the Qingtian forging system and the Xuanwu Super motherbed as well. It would be prudent to minimize the usage of such energy-intensive equipment. Wang Ling rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat awkward and bashful, while Luo Ping and Wang Lin exchanged glances of disbelief. Internally, they thought, "Damn it, we informed you about some valuable assets, but we didn't mean for you to claim them all. Just one would suffice." Their thoughts on Wang Ling's actions were filled with exasperation. Yet given their current beneficial cooperation, coupled with their need for Wang Ling's support in their lucrative endeavors, they decided to chime in. "Alas, Minister Qi, due to the time lost in gathering biological specimens, we must expedite our progress. Otherwise, even if we succeed in developing new pharmaceuticals, we will still face censure for delays." "Indeed, Minister Qi, I recall there are 2 sets of this equipment on the Alliance ship, one of which serves as a backup. You could simply consider the loss of one set as normal wear and tear. However, for the technology-obsessed Qi Yun, relinquishing the high-end equipment of the Xuanwu Group felt akin to giving up his very life. Consequently, faced with Wang Ling's requests and the persuasion from Luo Ping and Wang Lin, Qi Yun shook his head vehemently, as if trying to dispel a persistent fly that no, the cutting-edge technology of the Xuanwu Group must not be leaked. The KVT super smelting furnace might be negotiable, but the Qingtian forging system and the Xuanwu super motherbed are non-negotiable. They're the industrial foundation of the Xuanwu Group. How about selecting just one? Not even that. Is there truly no room for discussion? Even Gu Ying from the armed forces, who had been merely observing, interjected, "Discussion, if you all are willing to part with the destroyer exoskeleton technology, the Fukan biological molecular separator, and the Alliance Properties compact portable reactor, then I might consider sharing my technologies." Upon finishing, Qi Yun cast a triumphant smile at the group, as if to say, "I've long harbored disdain for you all. I may be a tech geek, but I am not foolish to Qi Yun. We are all on the same team. If we delay the task, none of us can escape responsibility. Indeed, old Qi, cease your obstinacy. We need to expedite the restoration of the Alliance ship and set sail." "Humph, you all are so disingenuous, wishing to make a fool of me. Not a chance." With that, Qi Yun burst into laughter, as if the burdens that had long weighed upon him were finally lifted. These scoundrels had always viewed themselves as elite technicians, relying on their intellect to seize every advantage while deftly shifting blame onto others. Observing Qi Yun's jubilance, Luo Ping and the others found themselves somewhat caught up in the moment. "We are willing to offer the destroyer exoskeleton technology, the Fukan biological molecular separator, and the Alliance Property S compact portable reactor technology. Will your previous statements hold true? Heh, you still think you can deceive me? Of course, my words count, but the personnel from the Quantum Network Company must also provide their quantum directional communication technology." That Qi Yun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It was the first time in 2 years aboard the ship that he experienced the thrill of intellectual dominance. He understood that Xing Luan and Zhan Hua, the 2 robots, harbored no ulterior motives and could hardly be swayed by material gain. They adhered strictly to logical principles. The quantum directional transmission technology was the cornerstone of the Quantum Network Company, unmatched by any competitors. Very well. The synchronized electronic responses left Qi Yun, who had just been reveling in his triumph, utterly flabbergasted. "What did you say?" "Yes, according to Central Logic Assessment, when exporting core technologies that the cooperating entity has already mastered or is currently unable to utilize due to existing constraints, we can bypass the embargo." Wang Ling was not surprised by the occurrence of leaks harvesting other leaks. That it was said that when there is an abundance of funds, even the devil could be compelled into servitude. As Qi Yun's furious shouts echoed in the air, a harvesting campaign targeting this honest man had concluded. The Fukan biological molecular separator and the Alliance Properties compact portable reactor were always intended to be transported for the optimal extraction of the active substances from the devil mushroom and exotic leeches. The Fukan Group S biological molecular separator could isolate one or more molecular-level proteins and phenomenal substances, albeit at a significant energy cost. Under the guidance of the ambitious Zhang Linfeng, Luo Ping and Wang Lin decided to propose an increase in investment after inspecting the rudimentary extraction equipment at the Shijiao farm. If the Green Family S biological extraction apparatus was deemed adequate, the accompanying small firewood generator was nothing short of a joke. That it was akin to picking up a billionaire in a luxury vehicle only to reveal it could only be peddled. Thus, the items that were already planned for acquisition were not considered losses. Furthermore, the robots Qing Luan and Zhan Hua held great admiration for Xiao Kuei, discovering that this friend, who enjoyed residing within vacuum cleaners. Possessed a remarkable understanding of the quantum network communication technology, far exceeding their own. After all, they were unable to establish data communication with Shuguang City over distances exceeding 10,000 kilometers, while Xiao Kuei seemed capable of achieving this with ease. Her mainframe appearing extraordinarily powerful, .as for Gu Ying. He regarded Wang Ling with an expression of resigned bewilderment, reminding Wang Ling of Gu Ying's famous saying, "This is not me exposing my own shortcomings." You will soon witness the unique, decentralized mechanism of the Alliance. Starfire, we can send you the technology of the Destroyer Heavy Exoskeleton, but as a friend, I advise you to opt for the Wolf Cavalry Heavy Exoskeleton instead. The Destroyer Exoskeleton is only produced in limited quantities, around 200 sets per year by the Giga Group, that I believe that with your technological capabilities, even with the advanced equipment we discussed earlier, you would still struggle to produce even the visor of the Destroyer Exoskeleton. Moreover, Fong Ping has assured me that once the Alliance ship is repaired, he will lead a group of brave warriors to join the exploration team. Do you concur? Wang Ling glanced at Fong Ping, who was signaling him, and suddenly realized that Gu Ying was the one who had instigated Fong Ping. No problem. You can recruit exploration team members from the vicinity of the shelter in the long term. Wang Ling readily agreed. After all, this was merely creating new quests for the players. Why not? Chapter 78. Have you forgotten me? Especially as the KVT Super Smelting Furnace, Qingtian Forging System, and Xuanwu Super Motherbed were successively disembarked. The industrial foundation of the shelter was rapidly advancing. Most significantly, with the utilization of the Xuanwu Super Motherbed, players could finally begin manufacturing some basic machine tools and processing equipment. However, aside from the players who had already arrived at Haikao City, there was another individual who had been overlooked on the forum. A humorous post caught everyone's attention. "DOU lack W. Have you forgotten me? Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Goodness, old brother, you're still around. Do you lack W? What do you mean by still around? I've been here the whole time. Sui Shiyin. Do you lack W? Sanner, how is it going? You're not aware that a group of wealthy patrons has recently arrived at the shelter. We've truly upgraded from bird guns to cannons. DOU lack W. Feng Gu, aside from feeling a bit lonely, I'm doing well. I've nearly wiped out the mutants, and only a final group of 100 remains huddled together for warmth. Refusing to disperse, I truly have no opportunity left, and merely inquired when reinforcements would arrive. By Tu Wing. Do you lack W? Don't worry. We are already en route, and will arrive shortly. Do you lack W? Then make haste. Don't waste time on the forum. Rebirth. Brother, you've been isolated for too long. Our current equipment has a follow mode, meaning not everyone needs to be online in real time. Let me show you the data, smirking. Wolf Cavalry Heavy Exoskeleton. A standardized armor produced by the Commercial Alliance's Truce Group. Renowned for its formidable protective capabilities, .IT is equipped with an integrated squad communication system that facilitates coordinated combat among team members. Weaponry. Standard issue includes a titanium alloy battle knife and a Chilean assault rifle. Auxiliary systems. The Rock Survival System, which allows for full-load combat for 5 hours in a nuclear war scenario. Description. The Truce Group's active-duty mainstay exoskeleton, characterized by high environmental adaptability. Due to the absence of excessive advanced technologies, maintenance is relatively straightforward, resulting in a low failure rate. IT employs rock super batteries, providing a travel range of 500 kilometers. Brother W was infuriated, valiantly fighting in this vast waterhole, while these privileged individuals flaunted their status before him. This was intolerable. Do you lack W? You started this. In anger, ID. Do you lack W? Race, mutant. Ancient crocodile, Plurus crocodilus, strength. 99 agility. 29 constitution. 40 intelligence. 1 awakening level strength. D grade current awakening energy accumulation. 55 talent 1. Stealth. Allowing you to blend seamlessly with your surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult for the human eye to detect you. The crocodile's ectothermic attribute complicates detection even by infrared devices. Talent 2, bloodthirsty, when in an aggressive state. Each enemy you slay temporarily adds 1 point to your strength attribute. This state diminishes by half if you exit combat for over a minute or fail to kill an enemy. Note, the ectothermic attribute implies that in a glacial world, your combat capabilities will be significantly diminished in low-temperature environments. May I grant you a lifetime of fireworks. Well done. Sanner, your agility has surpassed 29. You are on your way to becoming a hexagonal warrior. Ding ding ding. Your intelligence remains at 1. Do you lack W? Focus on the key point. My awakening energy has already reached 55. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Impressive. Impressive. How many mutants have you slain, bro? Are you close to advancing? This was particularly true as he had hunted numerous elite mutants. Otherwise, if he had only hunted ordinary mutants, the accumulation of awakening energy would be minimal, about 3 for every 100 slain. Do you lack W? Brothers, I feel our limits are around D-grade awakeners that I have slain over 900, yet this is what I have accumulated in awakening energy. Bald Eagle. Quickly log in. We have arrived. Arriving once more at the underground mines of Shelter 336, Chu Gao and his companions had already upgraded from rudimentary equipment to the Wolf Cavalry Heavy Exoskeleton. A remarkable transformation. Captain, had we possessed this gear back then? When Brown's group ambushed us, they would surely have faced dire consequences. Indeed, Captain, but regrettably, these Wolf Cavalry exoskeletons are merely rented for the mission and must be returned to the shelter, that if only we could use them permanently. Hearing the discussions among his subordinates, Chu Gao couldn't help but chuckle. What a fanciful dream. Each set costs 30,000 contribution points. Only Brother Crocodile could afford one. Besides, there are only about 10 sets available in the entire shelter. How could they all be allotted to us? We're merely speculating. What if we could eventually manufacture our own Wolf Cavalry exoskeletons? Captain, given your rapport with Lord Xingho, acquiring a set of destroyer exoskeletons shouldn't be too challenging. Right? I heard we managed to secure a few sets from the Alliance. Let us refrain from such talk. We are all brothers in the same camp, and we must avoid favoritism. As the group chatted. They gradually delved deeper into the mine, traversing 7 to 8 kilometers. At this point, murky wastewater began to appear, with some depths requiring them to swim. Fortunately, the life support system of the Wolf Cavalry Heavy Exoskeleton was exceptionally robust, activating independent internal circulation, and the mask automatically sealed, enveloping Chu Gao and his companions, ensuring not a drop of tainted water infiltrated their exoskeletons. Beep! The alarm systems of all Wolf Cavalry exoskeletons blared, indicating a massive creature was rapidly approaching. Splash! Brother W, now over a meter long, leaped from the water, sending enormous waves that caused the Wolf Cavalry exoskeletons to sway. That you've finally arrived. I've missed you all. Upon recognizing the giant crocodile, the tension among the group dissipated, and they adjusted the barrels of their Qilin assault rifles. However, as they gazed at the increasingly colossal Brother W, envy crept in, clad in Wolf Cavalry exoskeletons. They stood at around 2.2 meters tall. Before this ancient crocodile, they appeared like mere toys. Brothers, becoming a monster isn't so bad, especially one as formidable as this ancient beast. Given your strength, why not eliminate all the mutants here? I recall you have a challenge task. Regarding the challenge task, Brother W displayed some reluctance that he had already slain 963 mutants, yet these creatures had taken refuge in a small cavern, inaccessible due to his massive size. Thus, the rewards for the third tier of the challenge task remained unclaimed. Sigh, follow me. Once we arrive, you'll understand why I've kept them alive. Eagle, when the time comes, draw those mutants out for me. I've already slain 963. With that, the giant crocodile slowly submerged, signaling Chu Gao and the others to follow. After swimming over 50 meters, they finally spotted a narrow cave opening, less than a meter wide. Chu Gao and his team quickly comprehended Brother W's predicament. Even they found it somewhat inconvenient to pass through the opening in their exoskeletons, let alone the hulking crocodile. Action. Try not to kill them all. Leave some alive for Brother Crocodile to finish off. Chapter 79. The new cultivation chamber. The battle proceeded exceedingly smoothly, or rather, it was hardly a contest. Leveraging the formidable protective capabilities of the Wolf Cavalry exoskeleton, Chu Gao and his comrades forced their way through the cave entrance and utilized the immense firepower of the Qilin assault rifle to turn the mutant leader guarding the entrance into a sieve. Within moments, 7 or 8 individuals surged into the inverted cavern, deploying several smoke grenades before swiftly retreating. Run, everyone, or we shall all perish. The valiant mutants would not yield nor compromise with their prey. Amidst their ferocious roars, the mutants coughed and fled from the submerged cave. However, Brother W, who had been waiting, would not forsake the opportunity for slaughter, that a cloud of blood mist swiftly expanded in the water, as the escaping strong mutant warriors could not withstand the might of this aquatic overlord. Ha ha, Eagle, that's enough. I've already surpassed 1,000. You all can grind for experience now. Returning to the shore, Brother W joyfully began tallying his rewards, disregarding the occasional mutant that emerged from the cave. Challenge model: hunt fewer than 100 mutants. The reward for each slain mutant is 10 contribution points, and for every additional 500 slain, the reward increases by 10 contribution points per mutant, capping at 30 contribution points per mutant. ID: do you lack W? Current kill count: 1003. Would you like to settle your rewards? Yes. Brother W was naturally eager. With 1003 mutants slain, he anticipated a substantial bounty of contribution points. System prompt: task completion confirmed. Descendant: you lack W, mutant slain. 1003. Challenge model completed at the highest tier. Reward: 30 contribution points per mutant. Total reward: 30,090 contribution points. As the exploration progress of Shelter 336 accelerated, Wang Ling, near Shelter 0, suddenly received a new notification. System prompt: you have 200 new biological cultivation chambers available for use. Please complete the recruitment task promptly. Confused, Wang Ling inquired of Xiao Kuei. Xiao Kuei, have we unlocked the underground third level of our shelter? No, Master, I haven't detected any signs of the third level being activated in the surveillance equipment. Yet I just received a message indicating 200 new biological cultivation chambers are available. Congratulations, Master. It seems there have been new discoveries at Shelter 336. Recalling the recent bustling activity at Shelter 336, Wang Ling had nearly forgotten about a batch of leaks in the distant northern suburbs that a lapse in judgment. Not only had he failed to fertilize them, but he had also sent them to the frontier. Fortunately, they were thriving on their own. With this thought, Wang Ling decided to peek at the forum to check on the leak status. Indeed, it was Brother W who knew how to craft a title. His post surged in popularity. Among the top-ranking threads was a new post from Brother W just minutes ago. Survivors of the wasteland, like Jade, are unmatched. The ancient war god once again triumphs, decapitating 1,003 mutants and conquering Shelter 336. Ding ding. Congratulations, congratulations. May I grant you a lifetime of fireworks. Sanner, you've surely devoured the heads you've severed. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Brothers, I must take my leave. I am departing from this shelter that brings me sorrow. Muscular man. Damn, retreat. This can't be that ruthless. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. I said, Chef, do not tarnish my reputation. It's only because my head is muscle-bound that I even consider retreating. Big head son. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. What is going on? The Alliance's new equipment is ready to roll out. I plan to die once. This body can barely hold up that I can attend a consultation in the 5th Academy in 3 days. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. May I grant you a lifetime of fireworks, brother? Are you going? May I grant you a lifetime of fireworks? I'm not going. I'm not ill. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. I am not unwell. It is merely that my current days are exceedingly mundane, devoid of stimulating tasks that I intend to accompany the Alliance battleship in search of fortune. By Tuing. Goodness, my brother, you must ponder this carefully. The exploration of the Alliance is measured in years. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. I have considered it thoroughly. Wealth is not my aspiration, and the prospect of battle is uncertain. The only course left is to venture forth. Qing Seimi Lu. Hey, do not be deceived by Fong Ping. This fellow is quite cunning. Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. Recently, a certain individual has been getting quite close to that NPC named Guing. I have heard that Guing has agreed to gift him a set of destroyer exoskeletons on the condition that they join the Alliance exploration team together. Shamo Huangdi. Goodness. This game allows for such under-the-table transactions. Yu Er Yuan Chong Fan Di Ming. In reality, it is not feasible. For instance, when we arrived at Heike City, many sought to unwind at the bar. Yet some overly relaxed individuals were forcibly logged out. Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. The wasteland is not a club. You cannot simply pay to stay. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Sister Ting, are you an experienced player? You seem quite adept. Zoya and I to go. Yu Er Yuan Chong Fan Di Ming. It is not entirely without success. It appears one among us has not been logged out. Yu Er Yuan Chong Fan Di Ming. How do you know? Could it be you? If such a method truly exists, please enlighten us all. Zoya and I to go. It requires a certain emotional foundation. Perhaps this game also incorporates a notion of affinity, and once it accumulates to a certain level, one can engage in more intimate activities such as a kiss. You Yuan Chong Fan Di Ming. Is it truly that formidable? How did he manage it? Zui and I to go. The old routine. Heroes rescuing beauties. In the bar, our mightiest warrior saved a stripping dancer, and then I witnessed it. Never mind. Hai Zi Sui Lang. Why don't you share your own experience? Hai Zi Sui Lang. Zui and I to go. Good grief, dog brother. I cannot speak for others, but you are indeed a dog. Observing the conversation veer further off course, Wang Ling decided to withdraw from the forum. Regarding the concept of hidden affinity, Wang Ling could assert with certainty that it does not exist, for he had never encountered such a detail within his own attribute panel, and likely neither had other NPCs. Thus, the assumption that others were logged out due to indulgence was probably a result of the Fate Ring's operations. However, Wang Ling could not recall having supplemented any specifics regarding public security management regulations. Xiao Kuei, please list the regulations for the shelter management. Certainly, Master. Xiao Kuei presented the refined version 2.0 of the shelter management regulations. 1. All actions shall adhere to the will of the Chosen One. The arrivals at the shelter must entirely submit to the management of the Chosen One. 3. That the Chosen One holds the ultimate interpretation rights over the aforementioned stipulations. Xiao Kuei, this version bears little difference from the initial one. Have you imposed any additional restrictions on arrivals, such as that one? Master, which one do you refer to? Wang Ling felt somewhat awkward. He could not explicitly say PC, so he had to speak vaguely. The reasons why certain individuals were logged out. Master, had you mentioned that earlier? Do you recall when we initially selected the arrivals, there were moral value requirements? Their actions in the wasteland world must also adhere to certain ethical standards. Wang Ling suddenly understood. This was meant to compel the players to act like saints. As for the fortunate Hai Zi Sui Lang, it could largely be attributed to mutual affection, perhaps. Chapter 80. Brothers, what should I do if I have become a leech? The distance from the north suburb to Shelter Zero was rather considerable. Fortunately, Wang Ling possessed the destroyer heavy-duty exoskeleton, without the weapon attached. Simply traversing the path, equipped with a high-energy battery, would allow the exoskeleton to achieve an astonishing range of 1,000 kilometers. Even with short-distance gliding, it could support Wang Ling's rapid movement over 200 kilometers. However, the supply of destroyer exoskeletons acquired from Guing was quite limited, with only 2 available. Yet, this was unavoidable, as there were merely 10 destroyers on the Alliance ship. Xinghua, this is the key to Shelter 336. I have cleared my permissions. Please proceed with recertification. Wang Ling accepted the Amber Key pass by Chu Gao and utilized the Fate Ring for new information authentication. Regaining the highest authority. Any discoveries? 200 biological cultivation chambers, a large number of combat robots, and even an underground nuclear arsenal, along with a small arms maintenance factory and a small nuclear power station still in operation. The temperature of the underground sewage is also derived from the heat dissipation apparatus. These are your DNA specimens. From now on, this shelter shall be guarded by you. Upon concluding his statement, Wang Ling watched as Chu Gao and the others removed the insulated boxes containing the DNA specimens from the sled, which contained flesh and blood transferred from the cultivation chambers of Shelter Zero. These embryonic tissues recorded the DNA information of Chu Gao and his team, and henceforth, Shelter 336 would serve as their new resurrection point. Captain, do we not resemble bearers of our own urns? Goodness, Zhang Tao, you truly are repulsive. My brothers have not perished on the battlefield, only to be cursed by you. I merely think it resembles that. I was just saying. The group chuckled as they rebound their DNA specimens to the cultivation chambers. Within the north suburb, they finally established their own stronghold, while Wang Ling also placed a retaliation against the merchant tribe and the Brown Mercenary Corps on the agenda. Master, there seems to be a minor issue with Shelter Zero. Just as Wang Ling was about to investigate the storage of Shelter 336, Xiao Kuei's voice suddenly interrupted. Wang Ling did not place much importance on Xiao Kuei's concern. Rather, he was astonished at how swiftly Xiao Kuei could establish contact with Shelter Zero. Xiao Kuei, you are impressive. You managed to connect with Shelter Zero so quickly. Yes, and we must thank you, Master, for acquiring the hardware from the Quantum Network Company. Now, achieving directed transmission of quantum network information within a range of 200 to 300 kilometers is not difficult. Though it is said to be simple, judging by Xiao Kuei's exuberant tone and the astonished gazes of the battle robots. It must not be an easy task to breach the information barriers of the shelters. Master, you should take a look at this photograph. Though somewhat perplexed by the issue Xiao Kuei mentioned, Wang Ling leaned in closer and beheld a colossal leech. 1.5 meters of sheer terror. Originally, these small creatures were rather unsettling. But now, when scaled to human proportions, they appeared truly horrifying. To end the video, the leech's enormous mouth was clearly visible. Swiftly darting away several meters with just a few breaths, it then attached itself to a mutated hyena, and as the leech's belly swelled, the mutated hound rapidly withered, its vitality swiftly consumed. Yet the leech seemed unsatisfied. Tearing through the hyena's skin and contorting its body, resembling a piece of paper as it swiftly burrowed into the hyena, its mouth expanding like a balloon. Soon, the mutated hound was completely devoured by this massive leech. Xiao Kuei, has the leech from the underground hot spring mutated again? It won't consume all the other leeches, will it? Wang Ling was genuinely worried, having just reached an agreement with Luo Ping and the Commercial Alliance, particularly with the pharmaceutical equipment of the Fukang Group already in the delivery phase. If he were to inform them that the leeches had vanished, it would certainly cause quite a stir. Master, please do not fret. Continue watching. Thus, as Wang Ling gazed in confusion, the video continued to play. Goodness, brothers, what sort of game is this? Why have I become a leech? Though this enormous leech seems quite formidable. Upon hearing the leech speak, Wang Ling immediately relaxed. This was his little sprout. However, regarding the players transforming into leeches, Wang Ling found it quite perplexing. Currently, among the hundreds of players in the shelter, only Crocodile Brother existed in an animal form. Xiao Kuei, how could players have turned into leeches? Master, it is likely a result of genetic fusion. Genetic fusion? Indeed, when our arrivals included the crocodile, Xiao Kuei had already conducted an examination and discovered that the cultivation chamber contained fragments of ancient crocodile DNA. What about this time? This batch of cultivation chambers had been previously utilized. Master, please see the recording. At that time, the large-headed Zhang Linfeng wished to commit suicide for rebirth. His withered body could no longer fulfill the demands of the research. However, just before his demise, he poured a large barrel of an unidentified liquid containing extracts from exotic leeches into a cultivation chamber. Consequently, this peculiar leech player emerged among the newly recruited players. Xiao Kuei, let us advise the large-headed one to refrain from such experiments in the future. Never mind, let him be. Producing some peculiar creatures may also enrich their gaming experience. Since Xiao Kuei, Qingluan, and Battlefire established signal transmission stations in Changfeng Town, the West Suburb Farm, and the shelter, the area in which players could communicate has expanded tremendously. Xiongyu Deji, brothers, what should I do if I have become a leech? Although my combat capability is still decent as a leech, I believe it is better to be human. Delectable. Xiongyu Deji, brother, take this advice from an elder. If you remain an animal for too long, the desire to be human diminishes. For instance, I have now grown accustomed to the perspective of lying on the ground that I grant you a lifetime of fireworks. Do you lack W, Sinner? Do you not find it peculiar that you now behave so strangely? While filming on set, you always seem inclined to lie down while operating the camera. Have you grown accustomed to it? Haha. The atmosphere in the chat channel suddenly became lively, effectively dispelling the sorrow of losing one's identity. Akin to a great leech lodged in one's chest. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Chest with a great leech, my brother, you should actually be grateful to Dr. Zhang. He is, in fact, the biological father of this body you inhabit. De tu er zi. Ping Shui Xiangfeng, I say, Fong Ping, how can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation out of thin air? Ping Shui Xiangfeng. I witnessed everything you did. 3 days prior to your suicide. You placed a large barrel of unknown liquid into cultivation chamber 187. Ling er Xiang Ding Dang. I report Dr. Zhang for embezzlement. I stated that a significant portion of leech cultivation liquid, which was supposed to be transported to the Shijiao Farm Laboratory, is missing. Dou lack W. Chest with a great leech. Haha, brother, it seems that from the moment you were born, you already had a father of your own. Chest with a great leech. Get lost, get lost, get lost. You think I would acknowledge you as my father just for a game? That is utterly impossible unless you can make me extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 81. The Shelter's Exotic Beast Cultivation Program. Haha, how amusing. This group of little brothers is remarkably obedient. Brothers, from here on out, you need not live as humans anymore. Chest with the Great Leech chose to follow Zhang Linfeng to the Shijiao farm because Zhang Linfeng promised to introduce him to a gang of subordinates. Moreover, this gang numbered in the thousands. For a novice in the game, like Chest with a Great Leech, who was not a high-spending player in reality, this was immensely enticing. Now this massive leech, Chest with a Great Leech, had already burrowed into the underground geothermal biological base of the Shijiao farm at this moment. He was mentally controlling hundreds and thousands of leeches, continuously executing various movements. These dark leeches swirled around him, rolling and shifting in perfect synchronization. Observing Chest with a Great Leech's joy, Zhang Linfeng began to inquire about his attributes, which were crucial to his plans for continuing the cultivation of orcs. What do you think? I did not deceive you, did I? This group is indeed fascinating. However, my brother, you truly are formidable. Previously, we had to wear full-body exoskeletons just to enter this place. Old chap, you still possess a conscience. This place is simply too entertaining. It's just that I want to be able to fight in the future. Not entirely impossible. If your attributes permit, we could take you outside as well. Oh, is that so? Then take a look at my attributes and see if they suffice. With that, Chest with a Great Leech send his attribute information to the public chat channel.id. Chest with a Great Leech. Race, exotic species. Mutated leech monarch. Strength, 23. Agility, 49. Constitution, 23. Intelligence, 25. Awakening level, agility F class. Current accumulated awakening energy, 0. Talent 1. Paper thin. Description. Paper thin allows you to make your body parts incredibly thin, akin to a sheet of paper, enabling entry into areas difficult to explore. Note: paper thin is not without limitations. Your body's flesh and blood still exist, and if you absorb a significant amount of blood, your form cannot fully transform into paper thin, as these liquids will flow within your body, necessitating further practice. Talent 2. Mental force field. Description. Mental force field enables you to continuously release command signals within a certain range around you using mental energy. Your lesser kin will respond to your commands accordingly. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Oh, how unjust the heavens are! Why do high-level talents always descend upon inanimate beings? Do you lack W? Then would you prefer not to be human, but rather to become a crocodile or a leech? Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Naturally, I would not wish for that. However, non-human entities are indeed immensely powerful, awakening talents right from the start, and not just one, but 2. To 2 air Z. It's a case of gaining some while losing others. If anyone could become as powerful as the chosen ones, our shelter would have already taken flight. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Chest with a Great Leech. Brother, I am about to set sail. Would you like to join? The Central Sea should be quite suitable for you. Chest with a Great Leech. Where is the Central Sea? Is it fun? Are there many leeches? Ping Shui Xiang Feng. There should be none, but this vast artificial river system should be even more enjoyable than the geothermal springs. Just imagine, we stand as your support on the Alliance battleship while you gallivant across the Central Sea. What a thrilling experience that would be. Chest with a Great Leech. Do not say any more. Can we go or not? Just let me know in advance when we leave. Watching himself successfully persuade a player to board the ship, Fong Ping began to recruit other players. However, aside from those genuinely fond of adventure, others showed little interest in a task that would take them away for a year or two. That don't let it be that when others reach level 1000, they remain at level 1. Brother Leech. If you are leaving, I certainly want to stop you, but could you assist me in training this batch of leeches? How to train them? Just during feeding, have them stay within a designated area. How is that training? Simple. Shortly, I will scatter feed, and you will command them to the specified area using your mental force field. Then, those who do not obey, you will devour. At Zhang Linfeng's request, Chest with a Great Leech quickly took action, leading the army of leeches to swim in the direction of the scattered feed. For the disobedient leeches, Chest with a Great Leech was unreserved, converting them all into nourishment for his belly. Gradually, the leech's conditioned reflexes were established. Whenever Zhang Linfeng scattered feed, they would wait in the designated spot. Excellent. This way, we need not disturb the water source or pour the leech excrement onto the mushrooms. With Chest with a Great Leech's success, Zhang Linfeng became increasingly attentive to subsequent research plans. Thus, players in the shelter suddenly grew enthusiastic about seeking biological specimens. Why do you need biological samples? Is it not sufficient to cultivate exotic leeches and devil mushrooms? Regarding this to Z, Luo Ping was certainly familiar with him. The professionalism he exhibited impressed even the few pharmaceutical engineers he had brought from the Fukang group. Yet today, he surprisingly requested biological samples from him, specifically powerful and peculiar specimens that he dismissed mutated hunting dogs and yaks entirely. And as for barbarians and mutants, despite their decent strength, he held them in low regard due to their lack of intelligence. My friend, you know that the internal confidential materials of the Fukang group cannot be easily handed over. To say they cannot be easily given means that if you can present sufficiently good trading conditions, it remains a possibility. Minister Luo, come here. I have something good to show you. Seeing Zhang Linfeng's somewhat mysterious demeanor piqued Luo Ping's interest, he leaned closer to Zhang Linfeng's screen. This here is a leech monarch that emerged among the exotic leeches. Do you think its medicinal properties might exceed those of ordinary leeches by several multiples? Luo Ping was instantly intrigued, calmly stating, the Alliance's collection has some gathered samples. You may select one or two. Minister Luo, you must bring forth something of value this time. Ordinary samples will not suffice. That I heard from Xingho that this batch of medicine is intended for those bigwigs in the committee. Luo Ping felt helpless. The gang under Xingho seemed quite peculiar to him. While they were greedy and mercenary, they clearly displayed a fearlessness, demonstrating a spirit of sacrifice to accomplish their tasks. Yet, simultaneously, they were extremely difficult to deal with. Their demands for benefits seemingly boundless, sometimes bordering on greed. These mutant specimens were captured on the East Coast. I could hand over the corpse of the mutant leader to you, as he possessed the strength of a C-class awakener in his lifetime. I say, Minister Luo, this conversation has become tedious. Mutants, with their muscle-bound brains, possess little desire aside from destruction. What use are they? Furthermore, we could capture them ourselves, that if you do not want samples from these gorillas, ancient apes or elephants, then I truly have no other options. Are there no powerful human corpses available? Of course, I do not desire any specimens from your commercial alliance, but those from the expeditionary force. The Academy or the Origin Church would suffice. Just as Zhang Linfeng finished his request, and at the agreed time, Chest with a great leech crawled into the conference room, directly slithering to Luo Ping's feet. Shocked by the gigantic leech, Luo Ping clenched his teeth, instantly resolving that he must obtain this leech's blood sample. Wait a moment. I need to make a call to headquarters. Chapter 82. The remains of the Marshal's descendant from the expeditionary force. Hello, this is the board secretary's office of Fukang Group. How may I assist you? Uncle Wang, it's Luo Ping. May I speak with my father? You are young Master Luo Ping? Why are you calling the board? Aren't you still on the Alliance battleship? Some things are difficult to explain. Uncle Wang, please just hand the phone to my father at this moment, with the assistance of Xiao Kuei and through quantum network signal transmission. Luo Ping finally managed to connect with the director of Fukang Group, as the private phone network was entirely inaccessible. Minutes later, just as Luo Ping was growing impatient, the deep voice of Luo Kongping finally resonated from the other end. Luo Ping, you rascal, it seems you have gained some skills. You even managed to persuade Qingwan and those two robots, Zhanhua, to connect you to a private line. Speak, what matter has you so anxious? My esteemed father. You hold me in too high regard. This is Xingho, our friend and the manager of the shelter, who has established a communication station on his own that I sought you out to discuss. Luo Ping reported the matter of the enormous leech to his father, while also recounting Zhang Linfeng's conditions. After a prolonged silence, Luo Kongping's voice came through the phone once more. What do you think? Is this deal worth pursuing? Father, I believe it is indeed worthwhile. This batch of radioprotective agents and thrombolytic drugs is of paramount importance to those high-ranking officials in the committee. I think we should give it a try. Then let us allocate a portion of the rare biological samples you collected to our friends. Father, I think that's a feasible approach. These samples were acquired at the cost of our soldiers' lives, and they hold immense value. It would be more prudent to offer them the remains of that marquis from the expeditionary force aboard the Alliance battleship. Do as you see fit. With his father's approval, Luo Ping was elated. This way, he could avoid sacrificing his precious biological specimens while also sending out the body that had been preserved for over a decade. Achieving two objectives simultaneously. Thus, when Zhang Linfeng received the peculiar corpse, his expression was quite odd. My friend, are you jesting? This is what you refer to as a high-level martial artist, a B-class awakener, a direct descendant of an expeditionary force marquis. Among a plethora of titles? Ahem, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Observe the cranial structure. Does it not exhibit a protrusion resembling a sharp angle? This protrusion is the hallmark of the Waron people, and it has now also become a symbol of the Expeditionary Forces elite. How can we ascertain he is a B-class awakener? My friend, the protrusion on the cranial structure measures nearly 3 centimeters. This is the sign of the Waruan's psychic power awakening, and only those who attain B-class or higher can exhibit such prominence. Please hold on, I need to consult some materials. Uncertain of the veracity of Luo Ping's claims, Zhang Linfeng decided to peruse the foundational knowledge of the Ice Age world that Xiaokuei had previously distributed, in the evolutionary account of the Ice Age world. He found references to the Waron people once more. According to the classification of races, the current Ice Age world is broadly divided into 4 categories: old humans, shelter residents and scavengers wandering the wilderness; new humans, those genetically modified from old humans with a higher awakening ratio; mutants, experimental creations, inherently vicious, with intellectual deficiencies; and barbarians, wild communities formed over generations, ravaged by nuclear radiation after the war. Aside from the mutants, which have been deemed a failed product due to their low intelligence and excessive brutality, the other groups hold significant positions within the Ice Age world. Among these, the new humans, represented by the Waron, stand as the most successful example of self-transformation. See, I am not misleading you. The Waron, with their prominent cranial protrusions, are considered high nobility within the sphere of influence of the Expeditionary Force, much like our notable families within the Alliance. Observing Luo Ping's apparent eagerness to market this body, Zhang Linfeng became intrigued and could not help but inquire. Minister Luo, may I ask about the identity of the body's owner and how you came to acquire it? Noticing Zhang Linfeng's unwavering gaze, Luo Ping realized that unless he elucidated further, this individual would likely not agree to the terms of exchange. It appears your family has quite a history, allowing someone to freeze to death. 20 years ago, awakening was still a possibility. However, the dominance of the Expeditionary Force was already formidable, leading to unforeseen complications during the revival process. As Luo Ping recounted the tale, Zhang Linfeng was taken aback. It seemed that in this Ice Age world, there existed such unwavering love. Yet that commander named Wiggins was tragically infatuated, sacrificing himself for love, and ultimately did not awaken. How then was this body preserved aboard the Alliance battleship? Should it not have been returned to the regiment? Spare me the details. Due to the affair between Wiggins and my great-aunt, a massive war erupted between the Alliance and the Expeditionary Force in the Central Sea, scattering many strategic weapons into the ocean, though we then utilized the pretext of returning Wiggins' body to search the Central Sea for some of the devastating weapons lost back then. However, as you can imagine, the Expeditionary Force has expanded at an alarming rate over these years. In just 20 years, it has stretched from the western side of the Central Sea to the border between Linchuan and Luhe provinces on the eastern side. Very well, we will take on this hot potato. After all, the Expeditionary Force will not mind our minor faction. However, since I am helping you offload such a burden, should you not express your gratitude? Upon seeing Zhang Linfeng turn around to extort him once more, Luo Ping was rendered speechless. After all that he had shared, the other party appeared to be merely enjoying a story, showing no signs of being moved. Instead, continuing to seek benefits that I can only provide you with the specimen of the C-class Evil Crow, as its awakening level is only C. The rest is simply unfeasible. When both parties finally reached an agreement, Zhang Linfeng and Luo Ping simultaneously exhaled in relief. They both wished to avoid seeing each other for the time being. After delivering the enormous leech to the laboratory aboard the Alliance battleship, Zhang Linfeng was quite satisfied with his gains. A body of a high-level awakener who was a direct descendant of an Expeditionary Force Marquis and a C-class specimen of an Evil Crow measuring over 3 meters in length. He could only wonder what kind of monstrosity would emerge when he introduced the extraction fluid into the cultivation chamber. The enormous leech exclaimed, "Hey, big-headed son, you can't just leave like this. They want to draw my blood, but they can't possibly drain me dry. You need to compensate me. I demand the blood of 100 leeches." The big-headed son retorted, "Spare me your nonsense. I'll get you a large barrel of sweetened water to replenish you." The tinkling of bells chimed. Giggling, Xiongyu Daji, "Are you a female leech?" Smirking. Chapter 83. Chow Chow, and my affection for you by the time the recruitment of remaining players began. Zhang Linfeng had already completed the extraction of DNA from both the evil crow and Wiggins' body. This time, as with the cultivation of the enormous leech, Zhang Linfeng did not completely destroy the DNA. Thus, to a significant extent, the newly cultivated organisms would closely resemble their original forms that as both a roommate and a friend, it would be unreasonable not to invite them to experience this novel world. After all, it was this very group that had sent him to a mental hospital. Is that Fong Ping? What a rare guest. Do you still remember the existence of our dormitory? Come clean, where have you been? This rascal hasn't been seen much lately except in the lab. Could he possibly be meeting up with a female streamer? However, since you are all my dear children, I shall forgive you. Open this link to the test form and fill it out yourselves. Seize the opportunity. The slots depend on luck. Father has matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Ice Age World Invitation, Slot Testing Questionnaire. The few individuals in the dormitory exchanged glances at Fong Ping's abrupt arrival and swift departure, but were nonetheless curious enough to open the link he sent to the dormitory group. They then faced 300 questions, writing furiously. They had resolved that if Fong Ping dared to pull a prank that cost them several hours, they would surely give him a good thrashing. The Zero Shelter was rarely so lively. Today marked the entry of a new batch of 50 players, and the veteran players began to gather around, observing the new players' naive antics. Much like how seasoned soldiers often tease recruits once the rookies become veterans. They too relished the opportunity to poke fun at newcomers. Therefore, including Fong Ping, these veteran players keenly anticipated the clumsy maneuvers of the new arrivals. The shelter's mainframe began to hum, and quantum directional communication technology transmitted vast amounts of encrypted data from Shelter 336. Soon, Wang Ling's towering figure appeared in the central location of the shelter. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you good news. The brutal apocalyptic war has now passed for over 2 centuries, and we are still alive. It is now the 270th year post-nuclear war, and fortunately, we have successfully endured the most arduous years. The nuclear shadows have receded, and the Little Ice Age began to dissipate 20 years ago. I need you to unite around me to restore the glory of the new humanity. The person beside me is the AI core of Zero Shelter. You may refer to her as Xiao Kuei. Should you have any questions regarding the shelter or any uncertainties, feel free to ask her. Additionally, you can receive relevant tasks from Xiao Kuei. After delivering his recruitment speech, Wang Ling vanished as the signal ended. As for Xiao Kuei, she had several avatars and could be present anywhere as long as there was internet access. However, before the veteran players could fully appreciate the new players' clumsy maneuvers, they were suddenly drawn to a shrill voice calling out. Fong Ping, where are you? Haha, it's me Chow Chow. Why can't I find you? A gigantic evil crow, towering 3 meters high, circled above the shelter, its beak uttering human words in a continuous search for Fong Ping. Meanwhile, several individuals on the ground shouted in unison. Hongbo, come here, we can't find that little rascal Fong Ping. He brought us in, yet he has vanished. Fong Ping, who initially intended to enjoy the spectacle, suddenly felt a sense of social embarrassment. These rascals, oh no, his beloved children, had caused him a most mortifying moment. Thus, Fong Ping swiftly slipped out of the shelter, choosing ignorance as his refuge. Haha, I've found him. He's running outside, brothers, let's go. Let's catch him. The enormous evil raven, accustomed to flight, could only lumber after Fong Ping with its sturdy claws. Moreover, this monstrous bird appeared to be of the agility type, darting through the air like a black arrow, catching up with Fong Ping in mere breaths. Its massive claws forcefully pinned Fong Ping to the ground. But haha, Fong Ping, call me daddy. Gao Hongba, do not go too far. I forgot to mention, our teachers are also here. Director Zhong, Director Fong, and Director Yin are present as well. What the hell? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Brothers, retreat quickly. Su and I yi sure Yinhua. Fong Ping, did your family establish this game company? Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. He is the planner's son. Among the game, he has the most partners. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. What a surprise! Perhaps it is his own excellence that has elevated those around him. Qing Seimi Lu. Did you summon that large bird as well? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Greetings, friends. I am Fong Ping's roommate. You may call me Chao Si Aoda Dou Lac W. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Brother, you do not have any peculiar preferences. Do you? Suanai Shur Yenhua. Sanair, why is your mind so depraved? He is merely a university student in his 20s that do you lack W, brother Fong? When we were in our 20s, we had already. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Step on the brakes. Quickly stop. Big shots. I only got on this list because I run fast. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Linfeng suddenly felt troubled. The evil raven was unleashed, yet Wiggins' clone had yet to be seen. The noise of the crowd was overwhelming, and he had no choice but to call for Xiao Kuei for a megaphone. Which brother or sister has a protruding skull? Please state your name. After a lengthy wait, a faint voice responded, I like you. Zhang Linfeng thought he had misheard and asked again, What? I said I like you. I am searching for the brother with a protruding skull. What use is your affection to me? I am precisely that brother with the protruding skull. My ID is I like you. The players erupted in laughter, chanting, get together, that the two air Z. Laugh all you want. But soon you'll see this brother's attributes, and then you won't be laughing, that the two air Z. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Brother, share your attributes with this bunch. Let them turn green with envy. After all, a C-class evil raven and a B-class awakened human's offspring would likely possess physical abilities close to a D-class awakened individual from birth. Chapter 84. The plan to capture the evil raven ID. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear race. Abnormal evil raven strength. 51 agility. 99 constitution. 45 intelligence. 5 awakening level. Agility type D current awakening energy accumulation. 0 talent 1. Hardening. Description. Hardening is a strengthening type talent. You can metallicize your feathers, granting them formidable defensive capabilities. Note, prolonged metallicization may lead to irreversible changes, and in severe cases, flight capability may be lost. Use cautiously. Talent 2, gliding. Description. Under the influence of special energy, your body will change shape, significantly extending flight time and allowing gliding on air currents, consuming only 5 of the energy required for normal flight. What the hell? 99 points in agility. You must be an aerial combat aircraft. Well, it's not so bad that if I fly too fast, I won't dare to do so. Running is sufficient. Gao Hongbo felt somewhat awkward himself, not yet fully accustomed to this highly agile avian form. It felt akin to a novice driver receiving a supercar. Initially, one would surely be cautious that, I like you. Could you also show your attributes to everyone? Zhang Linfeng felt a bit embarrassed to have someone call him by that name in public. The novice player, I like you, seemed equally perplexed as a fellow roommate of Fong Ping. He shared the bewilderment of the evil raven's brother, standing out with his chestnut hair, azure eyes, and tall frame. Characteristics evidently foreign, rendering him conspicuous. Most notably was his prominently protruding skull, a clear mark of the noble Wayluan people, making him a striking figure among the natives that ID. I like you race. New human Wayluan person strength, 20 agility, 20 constitution, 20 intelligence, 49 awakening level. Intelligence type F, current awakening energy accumulation, 0 talent 1. Subtle influence, passive. Description. Your speech and actions carry greater persuasive power. A mental energy field emanates from you, making your words more readily accepted by others. Note, the subtle influence talent merely facilitates integration into new groups. It does not guarantee immediate trust from the natives that do not employ this talent in courtship, or you may experience regret. Talent 2. Persuasion. Description. You can release a mental energy field, exerting strong psychological suggestions on those around you. While under the influence, the affected will overlook subtle flaws in your speech. Note, while the persuasion talent is useful, it is not recommended for romantic pursuits with natives. Please ensure your personal safety. What the hell? This is practically a godly skill for attracting partners. If I had this skill, I would have found someone long agoed. It is better to arrive late than to arrive early. Why did I enter the Ice Age world so early? It's frustrating. Fong Ping, are these two your friends? They have awakened their talents, yet you, as a veteran player, have not awakened yet. Ignoring the teasing remarks from his friends, Fong Ping remained indifferent. After all, he was about to set off with the Alliance battleship to explore the western region of the Central Sea. Besides, who said he had not awakened his abilities? It would come soon. When Gu Ying and his elite warriors from the Zhige group were brought over by Fong Ping to act as muscle, they wore expressions of disbelief. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. I am not trying to discourage you, but given the flying speed of the evil ravens, and their formidable feather defenses, without high-energy laser weapons on our battleship, we may struggle to pose a threat to them. Fang Ping was not surprised by Gu Ying's skepticism regarding his ambitious plan, that he vividly recalled the scene from when he live-streamed the battle between Gu Ying and the evil ravens. I do not wish for you to engage in a head-on conflict with those feathered beasts. I have my own strategy. You only need to assist me in dealing with other aberrations, and ensure that if the evil ravens are injured, they do not escape. Very well, do as you wished, we can assist, but do not expect to use the energy weapons aboard the Alliance. How come you are so overly cautious? Damn it, I understand now. When it comes to the spoils, you will also have your share. After Zhang Linfeng brought a card of metallic mesh, Fang Ping finally commenced his plan. Ping Shui Xiang Feng, speak of the devil. And he shall appear. Xiong Yu Deji, brothers, are you ready? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Fang Ping, does your plan actually work? I'm not particularly skilled at flying if the plan fails. Don't blame me. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Hongbao, my son, rest assured and proceed boldly. Did I ask for little? You merely need to lure the evil ravens over. Xiong Yu Deji. Fang Ping, hurry. I am nearly frozen stiff. It is too cold. Ping Shui Xiang Feng. Brothers, we shall begin shortly. Down on a cliff 50 kilometers away from the shelter, over 100 giant evil ravens gathered. These evil ravens thrived in this frigid world, feasting on the remains of frozen aberrations and the detritus of barbarian slain slaves that in dire hunger. They were not averse to hunting for themselves. However, today the evil ravens basking in the sun on the cliff noticed something unusual. A new evil raven had arrived in their midst. Initially, none paid it any heed, including the raven leader, who ignored it and continued to soak up the sunlight. Then Chow Chow commenced his performance. He tossed his backpack onto the cliff wall, and the other ravens beheld a mass of aberrant leeches sluggishly writhing on the ground, their movements hindered by the cold. Fang Ping, damn it. Today I must resort to eating leeches for you. Resigned, he bit through a mutated leech. Its uniquely fragrant blood instantly wafted through the air, irresistibly drawing the attention of the evil ravens. After devouring a leech, Chow Chow found it surprisingly delicious and provocatively bit into more, releasing the scent of blood. Observing the subtly restless evil ravens, Chow Chow became more exuberant. Fools, your Lord Chow Chow has brought you food. As he spoke, Chow Chow unfurled his immense wings, causing the leeches clinging to the rocky wall to scatter. Other sinister crows, drawn by the scent, swiftly took flight, devouring the fallen leeches. These grotesque leeches, nurtured on the flesh and blood of barbarians, infused with the unique elements of hot springs and the hallucinogenic properties of devil mushrooms, not only boasted a delightful flavor, but also possessed invigorating effects. After consuming the mutated leeches, the sinister crows appeared insatiable, fixating once more on the bundle wrapped around Chow Chow's left claw. With a swift peck, Chow Chow tore open the left pouch, revealing a writhing mass of leeches beneath the protective layer of adamantine netting. Occasionally, a few would fall, only to be swiftly gobbled up by the other sinister crows. Haha, little ones, do you wish to feast? Come chase after Grandpa. After provoking them, Chow Chow quickly flapped his wings and took to the skies. Trailed by 100 increasingly frenzied sinister crows. Chapter 85. The Perils of Overzealous Cultivation. There is a saying. Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow shall appear. And he embodied this notion. With an agility of 99, Chow Chow quickly distanced himself from the other sinister crows. Yet the crow leader, undeniably formidable, flapped its gigantic wings, steadfastly pursuing him. The ground was dotted with several large nets, preset with numerous exotic leeches, waiting for the sinister crows to consume them and trigger the mechanisms. Chow Chow, that sinister crow leader, seems to have gone mad, relentlessly chasing after me, seemingly indifferent to the leeches on the ground. Quickly discard the leech bundle you bear. I tossed it aside, yet the creature showed no interest in retrieving it, continuing its relentless pursuit that I felt my stamina waning. I needed to think of a solution. In light of Chow Chow's repeated provocations, the sinister crow leader seemed resolute in purging the disgrace from its ranks. Sinister crow leader species. Advanced variant strength. 200 agility. 99 constitution. 100 intelligence. 3 awakening level. C-class current awakening energy accumulation. 3 talent. Hardening. Description. Hardening is a reinforcement type talent allowing one to metallize their feathers, granting extraordinary defensive capabilities. Note: repeated metallization during hardening may lead to irreversible changes. Severe cases may result in the loss of flight capabilities. So use it judiciously. The attributes of this sinister crow leader were impressive, and with an awakening level reaching C-class, its strength was a staggering 200, accompanied by an agility of 99, and no wonder it could persist in pursuing Chow Chow. Let us meet at the center of the colossal adamantine net. The rest is up to the leech brethren. Chow Chow, after this mission concludes, you must make amends. You were utterly disgusting. Just wait for your rewards. The latest travel family package is yours to enjoy with your girlfriend. Thus, having exhausted some of his strength, Chow Chow descended rapidly onto a massive adamantine net, where the lethargic leech brother awaited. The sinister crow leader, in hot pursuit of Chow Chow, also spotted the enormous exotic leech atop the net. With a burgeoning intellect, it understood that this was a superior meal, more capable of enhancing its awakening energy than the smaller leeches. Squawk! A furious caw pierced the air, jarring the eardrums of those nearby. The sinister crow leader dove swiftly, abandoning its chase of Chow Chow and heading straight for the immense leech at the center of the net. As it triggered the mechanism, the adamantine net ensnared it rapidly. The sinister crow leader beheld the swiftly approaching Chow Chow, Gu Ying, and others, a flash of disdain flickering in its cunning eyes. Squawk, with another shrill cry. The sinister crow leader unleashed its hardening talent, its feathers turning jet black, its beak bursting forth with tremendous force, tearing several gaping holes in the adamantine net. Like razor-sharp metallic shards, its feathers shredded the entire net to pieces. Just as the sinister crow leader leaned down to grasp its prey, the 1.5-meter-long exotic leech, preparing for takeoff, a sudden twist of fate occurred. ID. Leech Brother Species. Variant Mutant Leech King Strength. 23 Agility. 49 Constitution. 23 Intelligence. 25 Awakening Level. F-Class Current Awakening Energy Accumulation. 0 Talent 1. Paper Thin. Description: paper thin allows you to render your body parts exceedingly thin, akin to a sheet of paper, enabling entry into hard-to-explore territories. Note: paper thin is not without limitations. Your flesh and blood still exist. If you absorb a substantial amount of blood, your form cannot fully become paper thin, as the liquid will circulate within your body, necessitating practice. Talent 2. Psychic Field. Description: the psychic field enables you to continuously release command signals through mental energy within a certain radius. Your lesser kin will respond accordingly to your directives. Leech Brother's attributes were not particularly formidable, lacking the strength of the sinister crow leader. Even his agility paled in comparison. Yet his talents were rather peculiar, allowing him to become paper thin. Thus, when faced with the suddenly thinned, paper-like Leech Brother, the sinister crow leader momentarily froze. Then, it felt an immense agony surging from its rear. This pain cascaded through its body, culminating in its stomach, where the once tiny sensation of a worm rapidly escalated as Leech Brother burrowed deeper within. For the first time, the sinister crow leader experienced profound fear, a sensation of impending annihilation. Desperately flapping its wings, it attempted to elevate itself into the air, but the massive leech continued to ravage its insides. Despite feathers comparable to steel, its innards remained vulnerable. Ultimately, the sinister crow leader plummeted to the ground, its 5-meter frame collapsing, blackened blood oozing from its beak, along with remnants of previously consumed, undigested exotic leeches. Leech Brother, hurry and deliver the coup de GRC. This creature's insides are nearly destroyed. It likely won't last much longer. I'll be there shortly. Haha, Leech Brother, let it live for me to finish off. This operation proceeded with remarkable ease. Aside from the sinister crow leader, Chow Chow and his companions captured 7 or 8 dim-witted crows that had foolishly attempted to feast on leeches atop the adamantine net. These sinister crows lacked the immense strength of their leader, and once ensnared by the nets, the elite warriors clad in devastator exoskeletons demonstrated to them the true power of technology in a direct confrontation. Even the sinister crow leader would be no match for the devastator exoskeleton. However, these creatures were exceptionally cunning, never willing to engage in a direct assault. Squawk! The sinister crow leader emitted its final mournful cry before succumbing entirely as Chow Chow inserted a crowbar into its eye socket. How did it go? Success. Leech Brother could not help but inquire. Chow Chow have become an awakened being, a rare intelligence type at that. The large bird, Chow Chow, expressed his discontent with his companion's foolish actions. Chow Chow, are you thinking of heading to the Fifth Academy again? Wake up. While intelligence-type awakened beings are few, they cannot be deemed rare. Haha, you don't understand. My talent is bullet-time precision shooting. From now on, please refer to me as the god of sniping, or rather, just call me the god of guns. Upon seeing Leech Brother, drenched in blood, bile, and unidentified excretions, Chow Chow expressed his gratitude once more. Leech Brother, how about I refund that travel package and switch it to an overseas 7-day tour, including a 5-star hotel? Chow Chow, no need. Consuming this creature's flesh and blood actually grants awakening energy. Could you spare me some of those sinister crow's blood as well? Chow Chow, I also contributed significantly. Hand over the sinister crow's brain core. It might help me accumulate some awakening energy. Chapter 86. Arrival of the Alliance. One cannot blame Chow Chow for his excitement. The talent he awakened was simply astounding. Bullet-time precision shooting, he was a born marksman. Chow Chow, brothers, I have finally become an awakened being. Haha, good things come to those who wait. Show us your attributes. We can see how excited you are. Peek, you shouldn't indulge this show-off that I say, Crocodile Brother. You're allowed to rampage, but I am not allowed to showcase my prowess, right? Hell, let me show you my talent. ID, Chow Chow species, human strength, 6 agility, 49 constitution, 11 intelligence, 15 awakening level, F-class current awakening energy accumulation, 5 talent 1, bullet time, description, under the influence of a special energy field. Your visual perception is significantly enhanced, granting you acute observational skills against rapidly moving targets, making all movements appear in slow motion. Note, during the use of bullet time, it is advisable not to attempt rapid movement. Otherwise, under accelerated neural reflex conditions, your body may easily sustain injuries. Talent 2, precision shooting, description. Influenced by bullet time, your visual nerves are greatly enhanced, and your control over your body significantly improves. Thus, your shooting accuracy with firearms is substantially heightened. Calculating the passage of time since the arrival of the Alliance spacecraft at Shelter Zero, nearly half a month has elapsed. As the calendar reads December 17,270 in the Wasteland era. The colossal military transport aircraft of the Alliance descends upon the runway adjacent to Chongfeng Town. The elite members from the 5 major factions, Guiying, Luo Ping, and Qi Yun, have long awaited their arrival. With the signal lights ablaze, the barbarians swiftly clear the runway of accumulated snow, while the thunderous roar of the aircraft engines heralds the smooth landing of a steel giant. The Alliance personnel find it astonishing that these indefatigable individuals appear tireless. Even the players themselves marvel at the rapid pace of construction. Old Ma, your work schedule is impressive. In just over 10 days, a standard runway has been completed. It's not as difficult as you think. The runway is merely laid with several layers of precast concrete slabs. The cold wave in the Luo province will persist until March next year. So enduring a few months is no issue. Is the modified asphalt delivered by the transport aircraft still usable? Why not? We'll just reserve a portion. No, let us keep the majority for when we apply for new resources from the Alliance next year. Business acumen at its finest. I say, Old Zhong, Old Yin, please don't speak ill of me, that I've discussed this with the Alliance personnel. The remainder of the funds have gone into the pockets of Lord Xingho and his associates. My men and I, we merely earn a meager living. Ignoring the playful banter among the players, Wang Ling patiently awaited the descent of the Alliance representatives from the aircraft. Xingho, this time the delegation includes Luo Yong from the Fukuan group and Wang Yunjiao from the Alliance property, both rivals of mine and Wang Lin's. So be cautious in your dealings. Wang Ling had no intention of involving himself in the internal rivalries of the Alliance. Besides, Luo Ping and Wang Lin were already allies, so he remained indifferent to any potential attempts at recruitment. These individuals had nearly exhausted the resources of the Xuanwu group aboard the Alliance, and he had no desire for further greed. Offering the two a reassuring glance, Wang Ling comforted them. Trust in me. My friends, that IT matters not if your peers or elders arrive. I shall only recognize you. Xingho, do not be too moved. Let us first navigate the presence of these individuals. The banquet to receive the Alliance representatives was of a far grander scale than the previous gathering involving Luo Ping. Wang Lin and Wang Ling previously. The trio had merely dined on jerky and some plain water. This time, in addition to the rare white bread and red wine, there was an abundance of fresh vegetables procured from Wangjiang City, precious produce nurtured in greenhouse facilities. So costly that even when Luan felt a pinch in his wallet, who would have thought one could enjoy fresh vegetables and meat in such a backward place? Luo Yong, it seems your brother's accounts were somewhat exaggerated. A strikingly beautiful woman with an air of confidence raised an eyebrow, expressing her surprise to her companion. That I apologize. It was not my intention to belittle you, that I simply did not expect this. In the letter from my dear brother, Minister Wang Ling, he did not mention the current conditions that At Wang Yunjiao's derisive remarks. Luo Ping and Wang Lin grew restless, prepared to retort, but Wang Ling interjected first. Representative Wang, Representative Luo, we warmly welcome you to the shelter. That as you may have surmised, the shelter is indeed quite rudimentary, and we have only recently awakened from a long slumber a few months ago. So please excuse any shortcomings in our hospitality. Though his words were courteous, Wang Ling's presence surged with an overwhelming aura, momentarily stunning the once high and mighty Wang Yunjiao. Although Wang Ling had not directly participated in combat during these days, his subordinates had exerted themselves tirelessly, allowing him to flourish through his innate talent, unwittingly achieving 2 awakenings of his powers. Name: Wang Ling's strength, 99 agility, 38 constitution, 40 intelligence, 29 free attribute points, 0 chosen 1 level. D current progress towards level up, 3 talent. Domination level 2. Passive domination 1. Increases the efficiency of the chosen one's management over shelter residents, with an inherent deterrent aura that imposes mental pressure on residents with composite attributes lower than his own, making them more compliant with the chosen one's commands. Passive domination 2. All attributes of the chosen one gain additional bonuses, with the enhancement coefficient equal to 5 of the number of newcomers. Passive domination 3. The chosen one can collect 5 of the awakening energy from newcomers during combat. The substantial boost from the second level of the domination talent is remarkable. Even if Wang Ling were to do nothing but lie in the shelter, he would still receive a share of the awakening energy and attribute points accrued by the players at a rate of 5. That with the current player count reaching 450, Wang Ling surmised that by next spring, he could very well become a hexagonal warrior with all attributes at 99. Luo Ping, Wang Lin, I have matters to attend to. Please extend your warm hospitality to our friends from the Alliance. I shall take my leave. With that, Wang Ling withdrew his deterrent aura, gave a slight bow, and departed the reception hall. Luo Ping and Wang Lin reveled in the moment, realizing that Xingho had truly shown no regard for the representatives. Yet his overwhelming presence was indeed formidable. Just moments ago, they had felt as if they were being scrutinized by a fierce tiger. Chapter 87. You are now optional big guy. Wow. Lord Xingho has once again unleashed his power. This pressure is even stronger than a month ago. Allow me a lifetime of fireworks. Old Chui, you also attended the banquet? Technically, it has nothing to do with us. They are all NPCs from the Alliance. Big guy. Hey, don't be ridiculous. We have a chef, so I'll bring my brothers to support Lord Xingho. Bell rings. Haha, our shelter is indeed filled with talent. Big guy, absolutely. These bumpkins think we don't even know how to open red wine. IVE managed several hotels, and these foolish, ignorant NPCs. Equal water encounter. Old Chui, tell us in detail how Lord Xingho displayed his power. Big guy, it wasn't he so much about displaying power. It's just that when Lord Xingho unleashed his aura, the female representative from the Alliance property, Wang Yunjiao, was completely overwhelmed and speechless until he departed, after which she trembled in her chair. White-headed eagle. No, almost everyone here has been wiped out by Brother W. We merely picked up the leftovers that you lack W. Stop speculating. I'll tell you the truth. Lord Xingho grows stronger by the day. Allow me a lifetime of fireworks. Do you lack W? Sin air? Isn't that obvious? We can all see it. Do you lack W? It's not as you think. Your perception as humans differs from ours as an aberration. In my perception, Lord Xingho is indeed becoming stronger day by day. Regarding the notion that Wang Ling was growing increasingly powerful, Brother W had the most authority to speak. When he first descended, Wang Ling was already formidable, especially during live broadcasts, where he effortlessly dispatched a barbarian at the west suburb farm. Yet, in Brother W's perception, Wang Ling was not that strong when not broadcasting. However, upon this meeting, he sensed that Wang Ling was a different kind of opponent. Big guy. Hey, I can't chat with you all right now. The NPCs are getting riled up. After Wang Ling's departure, Wang Yunjiao and Luo Yong gradually regained their composure, feeling a twinge of shame for being intimidated by the shelter's inhabitants. This task had taken considerable effort within their families to acquire that a newly emerged remote shelter in Loha province had the potential to cultivate new types of radiation-resistant drugs without side effects, and could enhance vascular strength through thrombolytic agents, an extraordinary opportunity that seemed to have fallen from the heavens. Hence, they were eager to seize this ripe fruit. Complicated by familial ties, Wang Yunjiao was Wang Lin's cousin, while Luo Yong was Luo Ping's elder brother. However, due to their respective factions, their stances diverged significantly. Luo Ping, Wang Lin, is this how you treat the representatives from the Alliance headquarters? Seemingly incensed by her earlier loss of face before Wang Ling, Wang Yunjiao unleashed her frustration upon Luo Ping and Wang Lin. Yunjiao, why such anger? And you, Luo Yong, why do you remain silent in the presence of your uncle? Luo Yong, feeling helpless, noted that Luo Ping was 7 years younger than Wang Lin. Yet he was still 2 years older than Wang Lin. Yet, family etiquette prevailed, and he begrudgingly stepped forward to say, "Uncle, enough, Wang Lin, Luo Ping. I do not care what you intend to do, but you have witnessed Lord Xingho's stance. If he does not apologize to us, you can forget about obtaining this batch of resources." Seeing Wang Yunjiao seething with rage, Luo Ping and Wang Lin felt a rush of exhilaration, akin to sipping a cold drink on a sweltering day, leaving them utterly refreshed. Representative Wang, do you even realize what you're saying? The Fukuan biochemical molecular separator and the Alliance Properties portable reactor. These are materials approved by the committee that if you dare to obstruct. Do you believe I won't report you to the committee? You know full well who these drugs are intended for. Expecting Lord Xingho to apologize? You think you are worthy. In his eyes, you are nothing but inconsequential pawns. Luo Ping's words utterly enraged Wang Yunjiao. Her formerly confident demeanor now twisted with fury, her face flushed crimson. Well, I am eager to witness how trivial we are perceived, merely a shelter ranked at a humble 100. Regarded as nothing more than rustic bumpkins in our eyes, that I await his plea for assistance. The requests made by the committee are not something I dare to postpone. However, my role is solely to facilitate delivery. The equipment debugging is his responsibility, and I still possess the authority to allocate supplies from the Alliance, including nuclear fuel rods. This morning, Wang Ling extended an invitation to Luo Ping for breakfast. Once again, it was the familiar millet porridge, warm water, and jerky, but this sense of camaraderie was particularly cherished by Luo Ping. Xingho, you were overly aggressive yesterday. Wang Yunjiao is genuinely upset and wishes for an apology from you. Otherwise, she will not fulfill the Alliance's promised supplies. Indeed, Xingho, that madwoman, has even sought out others aboard the Alliance to unite against you, upon hearing that Wang Yunjiao intended to rally others to pressure him. Wang Ling found it utterly amusing. Among the 5 major groups, aside from Minister Qi Yuan of the Xuanwu group, who had been duped by me and others, the rest are seasoned officials that a significant portion of construction rebates will be returned to them under the guise of the shelter's joint venture company. As for Gu Ying of the Zhiga group, he is quite aligned with Fang Ping, and it is rumored they recently assisted him in awakening his talent. Fang Ping has also decided to lead a substantial number of players to join the Alliance's exploration team, to the extent that they can borrow even the destroyer's exoskeleton. After finishing the porridge, Wang Ling feigned helplessness, saying, "Alas, had I known, I would not have offended Representative Wang for your sake. Do you think it is still possible for me to apologize now?" Upon sensing Wang Ling's apparent regret, Wang Lin could no longer sit still. "Oh dear, Xingho, you know what kind of person Wang Yunjiao is. She harbors a vengeful spirit, and there is no room for reconciliation with her. Moreover, aside from Qi Yun from the Xuanwu group cooperating with her, the rest are our own people. Old uncle, Xingho is merely jesting with you. He can barely hold back his laughter." Wang Lin's face flushed. But he, being thick-skinned, acted as if nothing had happened and continued to sip his porridge. When Wang Ling guided Luo Ping to tour the new growth line, both were taken aback. The KVD super furnace, the Qingtian forging system, and the Xuanwu super motherbed were all in place and had commenced production powered by fossil energy. Under the refinement of the KVD super furnace, high-quality alloy steel billets were forged. And after initial processing by the Qingtian forging system, various components were prepared and awaited processing by the Xuanwu super motherbed. Meanwhile, dozens of players, led by research experts like Zhong Yueping and Fang Datong, were busy assembling machine tools. Fang Ping, Zhong Lao is rather ruthless, having pushed for 50 internal slots. He has nearly brought all the graduate students from our research institute. Senior brother, stop talking. We are here to conduct research in the Ice Age world. And these advanced technologies are burdensome for us. Recalling how Zhong Yueping had them memorize detailed parameters of the machine tools for input into the Sunflower mainframe, even if they could go offline, they were still overwhelmed. Hey, my friend, fret not. That woman is truly dispensable. Look, we have already utilized the motherbed to manufacture new simple machine tools, and soon we will be able to produce firearms, artillery, and even ammunition ourselves. Moreover, regarding your concerns about the fuel rods, we have discovered a shelter containing usable fuel rods, enabling the Alliance to depart on time. Chapter 88. The dragon enters the sea there. They were to bring aboard a massive crocodile, accompanied by several enormous black boxes that Qi Yun regretted collaborating with that woman, Wang Yunjiao, as it had resulted in the people aboard the Alliance being unwilling to engage with the Xuanwu group. Wang Ling, I still advise you to humble yourself before the headquarters representative. Without nuclear fuel rods, if we fail to locate supply points similar to Shelter 100, we shall have to return within 6 months. So now you acknowledge you belong to the Alliance, Qi Yun. What were you thinking back then? You truly went ahead and aligned yourself with that vile woman, using nuclear fuel as leverage to extort profit shares from us. Qi Yun's face flushed crimson, yet he stubbornly argued, had you not gone too far, pressuring me to relinquish the Xuanwu motherbed, the KVD furnace, and the Qingtian forging system, I would not have resorted to this. Once most had departed, only Wang Ling and Luo Ping remained on the ship's deck. Why do you ask? We are, of course, adhering to the directives of the Supreme Council. But there are no buts. Do not worry about Xingho interfering excessively with the Alliance's mission. This batch of nuclear fuel was sent to Guiying by Xingho through that fellow Ping Shui Xiangfeng. Qing Wan and Zhan Hua are currently preoccupied with technical research, attracted by the intelligent life of Shelter 100, but that does not imply Xingho can dictate our actions. Seeing his uncle was about to speak again, Luo Ping helplessly displayed an electronic remittance slip before him. This is the dividend from the shares allocated by Xingho through Dongshu Construction Company, the cement factory, and the steel mill, 1.7 million Jinlei. This is merely within a month. Our monthly salary is only about 100,000 Jinlei. As he gazed at the long string of numbers, Wang Ling instinctively swallowed that it was not that they were inexperienced. They had seen amounts in the millions before, but this 1.7 million Jinlei was entirely personal. To put it into perspective, the hourly wage for a laborer at the Alliance headquarters is merely 10 to 30 Jinlei. This profit was equivalent to a laborer's toil over several years that if Wang Ling's grand gesture had astonished Luo Ping and Wang Ling. Guiying, who ostensibly received immense support, felt no such sentiment. Fang Ping, can I call you that? I see others addressing you as such. Of course, Guiying, names are merely code names. Look at our new companions. Aren't their names all rather peculiar? Speaking of new companions, Guiying was not merely satisfied with Fang Ping's commitment. He was astonished at a 10-meter-long ancient crocodile, a leech with a mouth almost as sharp as a human's, and a massive, sinister crow. The key was that these exotic creatures could speak and possessed remarkably high intelligence. Guiying believed he might not even match their wits. Aside from that, the only human among them exhibited pronounced features of the Welland people. With a prominently raised skull, I like you. Due to the obstruction of the northern central mountain range, the cold currents of Luo River Province had not frozen the Central Sea, and at this moment, the great crocodile and the leech had plunged into the sea, swimming freely. Chow Chow, have you spotted any schools of fish? You clumsy bird, you're no better. Why don't you go then? I've labored hard to fly for half a day and don't want to hear your complaints. Hey brothers, don't argue. Let us find some big fish to satisfy our cravings and also enhance our evolutionary energy. Look at that. That's Brother W's resolve. Learn from it. Chow Chow. Bah. You vile leech. I haven't yet settled the score for last time when you drained my designated crow leader dry. While they bantered, their combat prowess was no less impressive. When Chow Chow soared above a vast expanse of water, the crocodile and the leech quickly leaped off the deck, swimming toward Chow Chow's spiraling position. Chow Chow spun continuously on the water's surface, attracting ferocious fish from below, who leapt out of the water in an attempt to knock him down. However, Chow Chow, aided by his high agility and feather-hardening talent, always managed to escape danger, narrowly evading each time, which only served to frustrate the aquatic predators further. Fong Ping, is your partner all right? That is a mutated shark with a sea-level awakening degree to A.S. Gu Ying's words fell. A sudden splash erupted from the water, and the great crocodile was bitten and sent soaring into the air by the shark. Just as the shark prepared to await the crocodile's landing, a mist of blood suddenly appeared on the water's surface, and the shark felt a sharp pain within, beginning to thrash violently. Brother, I've successfully burrowed inside. This fellow's innards are nearly wrecked. You guys retreat. He has gone mad. Just as they were discussing, Chow Chow had arrived. Do you need help? If necessary, I can have Fong Ping come to rescue you, but I'm all right, just a bit of skin torn. This fellow is surprisingly strong. Even though we're of similar size, he managed to toss me aside. Size means nothing. Do you remember when you were frozen on that cart and Lord Xingho tossed you away effortlessly? While they were chatting, the massive grappling hook aboard the Alliance had already ensnared the nearly lifeless shark. Naturally, the final blow was dealt by the crocodile, who had sacrificed the most and served as bait. According to custom, part of the shark's materials would be handed over to the Fukong group, where Luo Ping worked, for research, while the remaining portion would be freely disposed of. Hey, buddy, don't worry about us. This large piece of shark skin was sheared off by the leech, intact and perfect for crafting sharkskin sensory swimsuits, when Fong Ping handed over a sizable, relatively intact piece of shark skin to Gu Ying. He finally understood why Fong Ping had brought several partners along for exploration. This was far from mere hardship and exploration. It was unmistakably a hunt, even if they clad in the exoskeletons of the destroyers. Do not engage in battle with the aberrations. Capturing these cunning creatures remains an insurmountable challenge. Among them, one excels at aerial taunts, another draws enemies in the water with sheer grit, while the third specializes in stealthy rear assaults. They are truly a perfect match. Chapter 89. Returning to the original intention, as Wang Ling observed the images transmitted through the quantum network aboard the Alliance ship, he found it rather amusing, almost causing him to spew his porridge. Xiao Kuei, are these the same individuals who set off just a few days ago? The scene he beheld featured a plump giant bird alongside an ancient crocodile occupying a substantial portion of the deck. While the bulkiness of these two might be somewhat understandable, the nearby leech, swollen like a balloon, was utterly outrageous. Master, these are the residents of our refuge. They have simply indulged themselves a bit too much lately. Fong Ping and the others, under the guise of research, have been utilizing the Alliance ship's towing equipment to assist in their hunts. That IT has said that the specimen storage of Fukuin Group is nearing capacity. Isn't that a bit excessive? Surely, they need not consume so much. Master, they claim that being well-fed grants them awakening energy. Thus, not only are they feasting, but even Fong Ping and I like you have begun to consume the crystal cores of the aberrations. Wang Ling, understanding the peculiarities of the players and their urgent desire to upgrade, chose not to intervene. His primary concern was that Xiao Kuei seemed to have established a stable connection with the Alliance ship. Xiao Kuei, have we truly managed to create a stable link with the Alliance ship? Reporting to the Master, the Alliance ship has traveled only 500 kilometers and remains within communication range. However, once they reach the western region of the Central Sea, the communication may not be as stable. As he spoke, Wang Ling gestured casually towards the two robots standing quietly beside him, listening to his conversation with Xiao Kuei. Lord Xingho, please refrain from addressing these two as such. These lightweight warrior combat robots are our temporary vessels. You are Qing Wan and Zhan Hua, correct? Indeed, Lord Xingho. Wang Ling sighed inwardly, realizing he had raised a group of gluttons who seemed intent on draining the resources of the Alliance ship. He could easily deduce that Xiao Kuei was behind this, utilizing quantum network transmission technology to replicate her logic processing module for Qing Wan and Zhan Hua, allowing them to locate their avatars within the quantum network range just as Xiao Kuei did. Yet, had they considered the immense computational load required to support data synchronization, Xiao Kuei must have connected the mainframe of the Alliance ship to the Sunflower's mainframe through the two robots, Zhan Hua and Qing Wan. After the two lightweight warrior combat robots departed, Wang Ling bent down once more to pat Xiao Kuei's head. Xiao Kuei, why do you not switch to a new chassis? It seems inappropriate to persist with this old vacuum cleaner. I merely wish to preserve the memory of our first encounter. And besides, I can now control more objects. I only appear this way before you. Very well, as you wish. However, do not take it too far. If you were to back up all the data of the Alliance ship and it were discovered by the other party, it could spell trouble. But, Master, the gains are truly significant. Look, this is the map of the surrounding area of the Loha province, as well as the map of the East Coast and the distribution of the Research Institute and Expeditionary Forces. Wang Ling, who had just been admonishing Xiao Ke, fell silent, and after reminding her to remain discreet, he made his way to the newly constructed armory of the Refuged. It was time to settle some scores with the Brown mercenary group and the merchants of the tribe. The Chu Gao squad had met with total annihilation, and had it not been for Brother W's invincible prowess, managing to cut through the gathering of mutants, he might still be without the urgently needed nuclear fuel rods. Upon arriving at the armory, Wang Ling was taken aback by the scene before him, not due to any backwardness, but rather the astonishing advancement of their facilities. When Zhong Yueping had transported an entire research institute from Haiqing, military expert Fang Datong had also been busy. Following discussions with superiors, senior engineers from certain enterprises had taken on the task of gaming, as the military showed great interest in lightweight exoskeletons. These were among the most easily replicated items from the Ice Age world. As long as the structure remained consistent, the rest could be entrusted to materials research and program setting.as for the most complex ergonomic design. It sufficed to replicate the appearance. Even if it were not functional, it would at least look similar. Thus, when Wang Ling entered the armory, he was greeted not by the sight of a small workshop, but rather by a group of players tirelessly machining steel pipes. Lord Xingho, this is the small machine tool we assembled using the Xuanwu motherbed a few days ago, perfectly suited for processing small firearms. With the KVD super furnace and the Qingtian forging system, the quality of our manufactured firearms has already surpassed that of Wangjiang City. Wang Ling understood Zhong Yueping's words all too well. He even knew that Zhong had forced dozens of researchers to memorize machine parameters, and within just 2 days, they had replicated a basic machine tool in the Ice Age world. Lord Xingho. This is the artillery shell processing factory. Since the quality of steel and casting levels have improved, we can now manufacture simpler weapons like mortars. Wang Ling nodded, accustomed to their fervent research and labor. He was also aware of their motivations. They did not seek wealth or fame, nor were they like Fang Ping, who pursued mere enjoyment. Their sole objective was mastery of technology. Director Zhong, Director Fang, I entrust this to you. I have complete confidence in you. However, there is one more task that requires urgent attention. The replication of exoskeletons. The simplest model, the King Kong Type 1, will be procured from Wangjiang City, with 100 units supplied for your research. As for the fully enclosed King Kong Type 3 and the Alliance Standard exoskeleton, the Wolf Cavalry, you may also study those. Additionally, I possess 2 cutting-edge destroyer exoskeletons. Should you be interested, you may examine them as well. Haha, Lord Xingho, we are immensely grateful to you. Under your leadership, our refuge will undoubtedly flourish rapidly. Observing their excitement, Wang Ling felt a wave of emotion. Master, why do they express such profound gratitude for your employment? As he exited the armory, Xiao Kuei's sweet voice reached Wang Ling's ears. Because they are individuals of conviction, ditto, so they are akin to us. Our mission is to restore order to the wasteland. Yet, Master, have you not broadcasted for quite some time? I have established several quantum network signal stations, yet they remain underutilized. Upon hearing Xiao Kuei's complaint, Wang Ling was taken aback. Indeed, it seemed he had not broadcasted for a long while. Other than the urgent need for players to provide him with energy bombs and rockets upon his arrival, he had not live-streamed since achieving a semblance of safety. After the arrival of the Alliance personnel, he had been engrossed in development, completely neglecting the plight of the native inhabitants struggling in the cold wave. Lost in thought, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding, system prompt. You have a new live broadcast mission awaiting completion. Chapter 90. The new live broadcast mission system prompt. Thanks to your efforts, the development of Zero Refuge is thriving. But have you forgotten the multitude of suffering individuals still in need of your assistance? Urgent mission. Disrupt the dark dealings of the Brown mercenary group and the merchant tribe, and rescue all the slaves held by the merchant tribe. Mission description. The second wave of the cold wave is imminent, presenting the merchant tribe with an opportunity to gather a large number of vagrants. Recently, the number of slaves they hold has exceeded 5,000 and continues to rise. Additionally, The Brown Mercenary Group has resumed official transactions. Thus you, the Chosen One, must become a beacon of justice and liberate these refugees. Mission requirements: free over 5,000 slaves and eliminate the mercenary group's leader, Brown. During the critical battle, the system will automatically initiate the live broadcast. Mission rewards: increase the number of biological cultivation chambers in the refuge to 1,000. Unlock the third underground level of Zero Refuge. Excellent. The Brown Mercenary Group and the Merchant Tribe scoundrels have long been on my list for reckoning. Xiao Ke, what personnel do we currently have available? Reporting to the Master, aside from the 50 original arrivals who reached Heike City with the Yeren Guard, the 50 arrivals from the Western Suburbs Farm, and several dozen researchers from the Weapon Factory, you have approximately 150 combat personnel at your disposal. Wang Ling felt a twinge of helplessness. As his ambitions grew, so too did the need for personnel, and he constantly felt as though he lacked enough combatants. Of course, Wang Ling was referring to the players. As for the natives, they were content to focus on their labor. Even the strongest barbarian. He was reluctant to arm, preferring to grant them freedom and assign them to Ma Dongshu's construction team. Xiao Ke, prepare accordingly. Using Refuge 336 as a pivot and the initial arrivals from Chugao as the foundation. Recruit players with combat experience. This time, I shall personally confront Brown and his ilk. Understood, Master. When dozens of wolf cavalry heavy exoskeletons arrived at the mine of Refuge 336, Chu Gao and the others were momentarily taken aback. The wolf cavalry heavy exoskeleton, a standard armor produced by the Commercial Alliance's Giga Group, known for its excellent protection and built-in team communication system, facilitating coordinated combat among units. Weapon system: standard-issue titanium alloy combat knife and Chilean assault rifle. Auxiliary system: rock solid survival system, capable of sustaining full-load combat for 5 hours under nuclear war conditions. Description: the current mainstay exoskeleton of the Zhigu group exhibits a high degree of environmental adaptability. Due to the lack of extensive experimentation with advanced technologies, its maintenance is relatively straightforward, resulting in a low failure rate. IT employs rock-solid super batteries, providing a travel range of 500 kilometers. Captain, do you think this means we are going to war? Haha, that would be splendid. I could hardly contain myself. Zhang Tao, how did you become such a war enthusiast? No, don't you find these weapons enticing? Aside from the captain, Lord Xingho seldom grants us the opportunity to engage with such treasures. Just as the crowd buzzed with excitement, discussing how to wield these weapons, Wang Ling, clad in the destroyer exoskeleton, descended from the heavens. The powerful retrograde airflow steadied Wang Ling's descent, allowing for a smooth landing on the somewhat murky surface of the mine. My dear comrades, I am Xingho, the Chosen One. You recall the words I spoke when you first awakened in this world. We shall reconstruct the order of the wasteland. We shall transform this world. Now, as the second wave of the cold tide descends, a multitude of wanderers and small tribes are once again being compelled to migrate under the influence of aberrant beings. Meanwhile, our adversaries, the Merchant Tribe, are confining their kind as slaves for sale, while the Brown Mercenary Corps engages in organ trafficking. Today, I shall lead you to fulfill the oath we once took, to cleanse this world of its filth. Upon finishing, the prepared mission was sent to the player's wristbands. System notification. Mission requirement: liberate the slaves of the Merchant Tribe, now activated. Mission requirement: rescue at least 5,000 slaves from the Merchant Tribe and eliminate the leader of the organ trade. The Brown Mercenary Corps. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. What the hell? Just as I set out, you all want to go to war again. So you is sure. The peacekeeper Fong Ping brings tranquility wherever he goes. Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. Stop complaining. I heard you all lived quite well on the Alliance ship, often had prey to hunt, and your awakening energy accumulates rather quickly. Ping Shui Xiangfeng. It's all right. But I haven't had the chance to showcase my unparalleled marksmanship. Ling Er Xiang Ding Dang. You should take care of your animal legion. Shua Chao Chao, Chao Chao Jiu Dao. What do you mean by animal legion? We are humans too. Qing Semi Lu. Yes, you are all humans, just in the guise of animals, a large bird, a leech, and a giant crocodile. Xiong Yu Deji. Little girl, don't get cheeky. Do you believe we won't come for you? Qing Semi Lu. Xiong Yu Deji Wu. I'm so scared. Please don't come. He. Xiong Yu Deji. Just wait for me. You infuriate me. Chow Chow, let's go. Everyone assumed Xiong Yu Deji was joking. But only Fong Ping knew he was serious. Chow Chow, wait for me a moment. I will try to expel as much liquid from my body as possible, so it won't be too strenuous for you to carry me. As he spoke, Xiong Yudaji picked up a large measuring cup and expelled liquid from his mouth, followed by his blood, quickly transforming from a leech weighing over 100 pounds to one that only weighed a few. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, Xiong Yudaji activated his paper-thin transformation ability, instantly becoming a thin, leech-shaped paper. However, his belly remained somewhat bulging, and as he couldn't open his mouth, he could only shout, "Help me squeeze it out. Then fold me into the small box." Thus, with the enthusiastic assistance of Luo Ping and the others from the Fukan group, Xiong Yudaji was quickly flattened into a leech artwork. While the Fukan group members excitedly held bottles filled with leech fluid, marveling at how precious the research material was. Xiong Yudaji, Ling Er, Xiong Ding Dang Qing, Semi Lu. Scared now, huh? Why don't you dare reveal your location? Ling Er Xiong Ding Dang. Giggle, 50 kilometers northwest of shelter number 336 at the cliff, but we are all cloaked in white camouflage. Qing Semi Lu. Little Gigi. You really came, huh? Sister is waiting for you. Chapter 91. Ambush against the Brown Mercenary Corps. Chow Chow, grab the box. We are setting off now. After Xiong Yudaji shouted, Chow Chow flapped his wings and vanished into the night. The giant bird, over 3 meters tall, effortlessly grasped a mini box containing Xiong Yudaji's flattened form that, if traveling by land, the distance from shelter number 336 to their current location, the Cliff City, exceeded 1,000 kilometers, but the straight-line distance was merely 500 kilometers. With Chow Chow's agility at 99, combined with the innate flight capability of the evil crow, they could likely reach the ambush site by midnight. ID, Shua Chow Chow, Chow Chow Jiu Dao. Race, aberrant, evil crow. Strength, 51. Agility, 99. Constitution, 45. Intelligence, 5. Awakening level, agility class D. Current awakening energy accumulation, 0. Talent 1. Hardening, description. Hardening is a reinforcement type talent that allows you to metallicize your feathers, granting them exceptional defensive strength. Note, during the hardening process, feathers may undergo irreversible changes after repeated metallicization, potentially leading to the loss of flight ability. Please use with caution. Talent 2. Gliding. Description. Under the influence of special energy, your body will undergo changes, significantly extending flight time and allowing gliding with air currents, consuming only 5 of the energy required for normal flight. With the gliding talent, Chow Chow needs only to flap his wings occasionally to maintain a speed exceeding 150 kilometers per hour. If all his feathers are hardened and he flies at full force, Chow Chow's speed could even reach 300 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the players ambushing at the cliff were enduring a bit of agony. Wenluan, are you certain Brown and his men will conduct the trade tonight? According to reliable information I received, the merchant tribe and Brown's caravan will trade tonight or before noon tomorrow at the latest. We can wait, but some brothers might not endure the harsh cold. They have been crouched here for a day, and if we wait any longer, they might freeze to death. Following Wang Ling's pointed direction, Wenluan saw players draped in snow-white camouflage, huddled silently in the snow, looking quite pitiful. However, the message from my father indicated that tonight, an elder from our green family secured this batch of organs. Xing Ho, if it comes to that, let the brothers without full cover exoskeletons retreat first. The rest of us have over a dozen wolf cavalry heavy exoskeletons. Along with our ambush tactics, we should still be able to fight. Wang Ling hesitated for a moment but eventually rose. All right, I will notify them, but the choice remains theirs. Xing Ho, they are willing to risk their lives to liberate strangers. I did all right, Wenlun, I understand your feelings. Let's respect their choice. Self-sacrifice is nonsense. The players haven't fought in a long time, and seeing Fong Ping awaken his talent, they are unwilling to miss this golden opportunity for advancement. However, there was no need to explain this to Wenlun and the others. Suo cao 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 zu zao. King Shemilu we are du. Eat sandridak and ikanta si anything. King Shemilu. Suo cao 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 zu zao ada zu zokin. You really came. Xiong Yudaji. He, a gentleman's revenge, is a decade in the making. I will exact my vengeance from dawn till dusk. Ling Er, Xiong Ding Dang. Who are you fooling? You really think you are Chow Chow? Shua Chow 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 Jiu Dao. I am not joking. According to the coordinates you provided earlier, we have arrived at a cliff. Xiong Yudaji. I see you. Have you not arrived yet? A large convoy of snowmobiles is approaching, at least 300 of them. System notification. You have gained Quantum Network live streaming permissions. Please confirm whether to start broadcasting. Wow, I have obtained live streaming permissions. Should I go live? Of course, you should. Thus, a massive firework erupted in the sky, rapidly disseminating Chow Chow's coordinates. Not far away, the 200 elite mercenaries of the Brown Caravan also spotted the grand firework. Boss, a chosen one, is live streaming. They must be on our route through the cliff road. Should we pause and send someone to scout? No need. With such heavy snowfall, even the aberrants are too lazy to move. Just check the signal using video equipment. Understood, boss. That's so. The mercenary team slowed their snowmobiles and, under Brown's command, began to check the live streaming content. Boss, it seems to be us in the footage. How is that person singing in the air? Moving at such a high speed? They're already above us. Due to the inky darkness and the evil crow's inherent blackness, Brown's men could not perceive Chow Chow soaring past them at such velocity. Bald Eagle. Chow Chow, it's enough. We have gathered intel on the enemy. Fly along the cliff road again until they agree to come. Xingho, everyone, maintain concealment. Do not reveal yourselves. Strike only when the enemy draws near. Boss, that flying object is left again. There are no signs of anyone on the cliff road, not a trace in the snow. All right, Baldy, I am not blind. Everyone, move out swiftly and ensure we reach the merchant tribe camp before midnight. This is also the reason why Brown and his companions chose to tread this path. Coupled with their previous transactions, they encountered no issues, thus allowing them to lower their guard. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, starkly disrupting the tranquility of the snowy landscape. The heavy snowmobile, propelled by immense inertia, collided with the cliff face, erupting into a fierce blaze that illuminated the surroundings. The rider on the motorcycle did not perish. At that moment, he was ensnared by the arm of the destroyer heavy exoskeleton, rendered as lifeless as a puppet in Wang Ling's grasp. 200 battle-hardened mercenaries swiftly halted their motorcycles, though surprised. They remained composed, for their adversaries numbered merely over 100, many adorned in tattered, basic model King Kong exoskeletons. Who are you, sir? We have no grievances from the past, nor any enmity of late. Why do you obstruct the path of the Brown Mercenary Corps? Brown boldly stepped forward, proclaiming his name in an attempt to intimidate Wang Ling and his associates to no grievances, you say? Brown, it seems you have forgotten who I am. Not long ago, you ambushed an entire squad at my refuge. Hey, Brown, do you remember that little leader of your merchant convoy, Helu? It was immensely satisfying to blow his brains out during that live broadcast. Upon hearing Wen Luan's familiar voice and recalling the tragic demise of his loyal subordinate Helu, Brown was instantly consumed by rage. It was you. Seeking death. Brothers, charge with me. We shall avenge our fallen 200 merchant brothers. Chapter 92. The descendant of the gods. The signal for this battle rapidly disseminated through the quantum network to the mainframe of shelter number 336, and then transmitted via the quantum directional transmission device to shelter 0 in Chongfeng Town. Thus, Wangjiang City, through the signal reception device in Chongfeng Town, once again received Wang Ling's live broadcast signal. Dear, most cherished listeners, I am your beloved radio host Plank. Tonight's tale of Wasteland Legends is momentarily paused. For our troublesome neighbors seem to have stirred up trouble once more. Despite the previous live broadcast incidents, Plank faced no repercussions. It appeared that the enigmatic lord of the city was not particularly concerned about his new neighbor. Ahem. Though I cannot fathom why the signal from the northern suburbs can be transmitted through the signal reception apparatus in Chongfeng Town, we need not dwell on it. That it seems our neighbors have opted for drone broadcasting. With the live broadcast authorized to Chow Chow, the perspective of this transmission was remarkably broad, capturing the battle scene with over 300 individuals. What an intriguing spectacle. Our courageous leader of the Brown Mercenary Corps seems to have encountered his nemesis once again. It appears they have come seeking vengeance. Wang Ling paid little heed to the audience watching the live broadcast. He was currently comforting Wen Luan, who was heartbroken over the casualties suffered in battle. Xingho, I truly cannot comprehend why we do not ambush the enemy and instead allow our brave warriors to engage in a head-on clash. With your strength, coupled with the destroyer exoskeleton, you could easily obliterate Brown and his rabble. Wen Luan, our aim is not to annihilate the enemy, but to disseminate our righteous actions. Understand that the world is filled with irredeemable villains. We can only rescue the wretched souls of this world by spreading the belief in liberation. Yet they have perished, exchanging their noble ideals for the lives of these scoundrels, that it is not worth it. Could he claim that this was the outcome the players most desired? They had not tasted death for so long that their hunger for it was insatiable. Ever since the peak of Zhang Linfeng's drug testing ended, these drug users had been deprived of opportunities for reckless abandon. Now, with an abundance of experience and awakened energy, how could they not be exhilarated? Wenlun, my comrade, do not despair. This is the fate that befalls us. Having spoken these somewhat tragic words, Wang Ling plunged into the fray, leaving Wenlun with a resolute and majestic silhouette. System prompt. The number of online viewers for the broadcaster has surpassed 20,000, granting a temporary power boost of 100. Current power value, 199. Has it already exceeded 20,000? It seems there are quite a few who are keen on my broadcast, with the power boost once more invigorating him. Wang Ling felt akin to a superhero. More accurately, he was a fusion of Superman and Iron Man, for the destroyer exoskeleton provided formidable propulsion support. Thus, his attributes became extraordinarily formidable, especially his strength, which, under multiple enhancements, had reached the threshold of beat-grade.name. Wang Ling's strength. 99100200 agility, 38 constitution, 40 intelligence, 29 free attribute points, 0 chosen 1 level. D current progression of chosen 1 upgrade points, 5 talent. Domination, level 2 to. Dominance passive 1. Enhances the chosen one's management efficiency over shelter residents, instilling a deterrent aura that mentally suppresses residents with comprehensive attributes lower than their own, making it easier for them to comply with the chosen one's commands. Dominance passive 2. The chosen one's attributes will receive additional bonuses, with the bonus coefficient being 5 of the number of descended beings. Dominance passive 3. The chosen one can collect 5 of the awakened energy generated by descended beings during combat. Brothers, if you cannot hold on, retreat swiftly. I shall take care of the rest. Wang Ling's thunderous shout immediately captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Witnessing Wang Ling, now fully unleashed, releasing the power of the destroyer exoskeleton to its utmost, he stood mid-air like a deity. The players were greatly inspired. Their faction leader's strength remained unparalleled, while the morale of the Brown Mercenary Corps plummeted. They were acutely aware that such flying exoskeletons could only be possessed by top-tier factions. Even in Wangjiang City, it was unlikely to find more than 2 sets that a man known as Baldy wore a grim expression, ultimately gritting his teeth and charging forward. Meanwhile, Brown, mounting his snowmobile, attempted to flee. Brothers, hold off the boss for a moment. This way, our families in Wangjiang City will have a chance to survive. As Baldy charged towards him on the motorcycle, Wang Ling did not hesitate. He effortlessly dodged the bullets fired in his direction, grasped the handlebars of the motorcycle with both hands, and with a forceful upward tug, lifted the 800-kilogram snowmobile, along with Baldy, effortlessly above his head, before slamming it down onto the ground. The mechanical fragments of the motorcycle, along with the now shattered Baldy, became irrevocably entwined as the explosion ignited. Wang Ling kicked the remnants away and swiftly charged towards the remaining mercenaries. With an overwhelming disparity in strength, none of the mercenaries stood a chance against Wang Ling. All were swiftly dispatched by his titanium blade, that as for the final blows, he would leave that to his fellow comrades, who had fought valiantly, that he needed to seize the mercenary Captain Brown, for that was the true objective of the mission. Just as he was focused on his task, news came in. Brothers, 3 or 4 of them are fleeing towards the southeast, while a large group is heading north. White-headed eagle. What about the leader? We can't let him escape. There's a reward of 50,000 contribution points. Just as Chow Chow arrives. Haha, that guy won't escape. I've already entangled him with Brother Leech. Upon turning back to see Wang Ling, once again embodying the divine, Brown's face drained of color. Especially when Wang Ling emerged unscathed from the explosion, having crushed Baldy's motorcycle, he felt a deep sense of despair. Damn it, is this the kind of technology a shelter should possess? A high-defense exoskeleton capable of brief flight? Even among major factions, such items are rare that if Brown were playing a game, he would undoubtedly curse Wang Ling for cheating. Once his bravado waned, Brown twisted the throttle to the maximum, desperately fleeing. However, his figure was swiftly pursued by the enormous evil raven in the sky. No matter how he fired his weapon, The enemy effortlessly dodged, and even when they did not evade, the metallic feathers absorbed the impact. Thus, he focused solely on escaping, maneuvering the snowmobile with deft turns. Chow Chow, stop dawdling. They still have plenty of fuel. Hurry and toss me onto their motorcycle. I want him to know why the flowers bloomed so beautifully. Brother Leech exclaimed, unable to contain himself within the mini-box. Chapter 93. The first villain falls. Brown paid no mind to the mini-box that had landed on the motorcycle. Yet, while he disregarded it, the leech within was determined not to let him go. The box opened on its own, and a piece of paper, as eerie as a painted skin, floated towards Brown. Due to the darkness, Brown failed to perceive this strange occurrence. Otherwise, he would have been terrified on the spot. Soon after, Brown felt an itch at his neck and instinctively reached to scratch it, only to find that the delicate paper could not be torn away. And the more he struggled, the more pain surged through his veins. What on earth is this? As Brown's struggles grew quieter, the motorcycle finally toppled, leaving him in a condition reminiscent of a sun-scorched husk in a desert. This is still Brown? You two must be joking. Observing Brown, who had shriveled to a near non-human state, the players expressed disbelief. Don't look at me like that. It's all Brother Leech's doing. With that, the leech pointed towards the mini-box that contained him. I say, Foul Leech, are you blaming me for your troubles? There's a 50,000 contribution point reward for killing Brown. Even if you split it with Chow Chow, that's still 25,000 each. Speak of the devil. And he shall appear. Enough already, you rascal. You're practically sharing the same trousers with NPCs, as you can wield many of their advanced weapons that you lack for W. Brothers, have you noticed that in our shelter, those who can earn substantial contribution points are our mutant kin with pride? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Indeed. Last time, Crocodile Brother exterminated the mutants, earning 30,000 contribution points, and this time, Chow Chow and I have reaped 50,000 with a heart full of ambition. Chingsamilu, little dear sister, your little ambition has arrived. Where are you? Chingsamilu. That was a joke I made before. I didn't expect to see you all, with a heart full of ambition. But we are serious. System prompt. Task requirements. Liberate the merchant tribe slaves. Task requirement. Rescue at least 5,000 slaves from the merchant tribe. And eliminate the head of the official trade mercenary group, Brown. Partial completion. Rewards generating. Congratulations to the descender with a heart full of ambition for completing the assassination task of Brown, the leader of the mercenary group. Earning 50,000 contribution points and obtaining the exclusive forum title of the Terminator of Evil. Due to Wang Ling's divine intervention, the members of Brown's mercenary group did not put up much of a resistance and scattered in flight. Thus, player casualties were minimal, with only over 20 sustaining minor injuries and 13 fatalities. Compared to the more than 180 intact snowmobiles they seized, the over 50 mercenaries killed, and the 70 or 80 captured. These losses were negligible, and no need to fight over it. Everyone gets a share. With over 70 fleeing, we still captured more than 80, and with the dozens who perished, our fully enclosed exoskeletons are sufficient. Observing the players, who showed no signs of sorrow and instead eagerly scrambled for the fully covered exoskeletons of the King Kong 3 model, when Luan felt a renewed appreciation. This is the essence of a warrior, undaunted by hardship, unafraid of sacrifice, always looking forward. Yes, for myself. I have perhaps been too sentimental. I must learn from that fellow, Shingada, my comrades. We have once again triumphed over the malevolent organ traffickers, indirectly saving countless innocents on the brink of organ harvesting. Yet the source of this evil, the merchant tribe, remains unvanquished. According to the feedback from these captives, the merchant tribe controls over 5,000 slaves, and an increasing number of wanderers are being abducted by them. Some have already been consumed as food, while many more are caged like livestock, awaiting slaughter or sale for their organs. Can you bear to see our kind treated in such a manner? No. The players realized there was still a battle to be fought, and instantly became invigorated. Even those with minor injuries struggled to rise. Solemnly gazing at Wang Ling, the energetic ones even began to cheer loudly. Wang Ling raised his hand to signal for silence, then continued. Regarding the nobility and poverty of races, I have never believed in, nor will I acknowledge it, apart from the transformed, mindless mutants. In my eyes, new humans, old humans, and even savages are all equal. The savages of the merchant tribe consume humans because their leaders, the priests, consume humans, leading the ordinary tribesmen to do the same. However, it does not imply that they were born to devour their kin, for they too were birthed by parents. Our shelter also harbors savages. They were once our foes, having partaken in cannibalism, yet they have since reformed, even shedding blood for the liberation of Changfeng Town, and continue to contribute to the shelter's construction. After Wang Ling's declaration, the veteran actors, Yao Zhu and the Wolf, along with a group of skilled builders clad in blue hard hats and camouflage work uniforms adorned with the Dongshu Building Materials logo, appeared once again in the live broadcast. Watching these fearsome-looking individuals tearfully recount their past misdeeds and express immense satisfaction with their current lives, Wang Ling signaled that it was enough. The sight of these bloodshot-eyed savages was indeed rather intimidating. Phew! After wrapping up their roles, the players exhaled in relief. Their faction leader was commendable, yet his overflowing sense of justice and relentless pursuit of rebuilding the wasteland could be overwhelming. However, as time passed in this world, the players gradually accustomed themselves to Wang Ling's methods and learned to cooperate seamlessly. Whenever their faction leader sought to display his righteousness before others, they would assist in the live broadcast. Very well, let us rest for 2 hours on the King Kong 3 exoskeletons, and tonight we shall clash with the merchant tribe once more. Many shall perish, and the rewards will multiply. Received, Lord Xingho. There is no need to inspire the players with empty platitudes. It is futile, as they have been inundated with such for decades and are practically regurgitating it, the taste of which is overwhelmingly reminiscent of chicken soup. Thus, it is far better to be pragmatic, doubling the hunting rewards. After all, these individuals are merely riding their motorcycles loaded with explosives to meet their demise. Xingho, your recent speech will undoubtedly be disseminated across many regions via quantum networks, and you shall gain notoriety, attracting even more wanderers to our cause. Moreover, could you repeat what you just said? I would like to use it as promotional material. Observing the gleam in Wen Luan's eyes, Wang Ling found it amusing. This was merely the beginning. That my comrade, I possess a more heartfelt manuscript. I shall send it to you after this battle concludes that I eagerly anticipated. May I know its title in advance? This manuscript is titled I Have a Dream. Chapter 94. I have a dream. I dream that one day, the people of the wasteland will stand united, truly realizing the essence of their creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men are created equal, that I dream that one day, in the Grand Hall of Triumph on the West Coast, the sons of former slaves will sit alongside the sons of their former masters, sharing tales of brotherhood. That I dream that even in the justice-vanished province of Xinfeng, where oppression prevails like a desert, it shall transform into an oasis of freedom and justice. Little did Wang Ling know that this unintentional, somewhat morbidly humorous speech would wield tremendous influence. Sometimes, the power of ideological weapons far surpasses that of those that destroy flesh. That in other regions, the situation may be uncertain, but within the province of Luohe, the remnants of the wandering factions have become aware of a shelter recruiting wanderers en masse. Those who toil diligently shall reap rewards and find sanctuary. Meanwhile, brutish tribes like the merchant tribe realize they will face a meddlesome adversary. As for city-states like Wangjiang City, they are reassessing Wang Ling's strength. The prowess displayed in the recent live broadcast has garnered their attention. Mike, I believe we need to re-evaluate our partner's capabilities. So despite the resurgence of the cold wave, I require you to visit the shelter again and speak with Wen Lin. He must be concealing something from us. Having spoken, Charles, the head of the Green family, wearily waved his hand, signaling his butler Mike to set off immediately. Some matters may remain obscure to others, yet those with a certain legacy in the wasteland can discern them. The ability to fly and hover briefly in exoskeletons, combined with the Alliance Standard heavy-duty exoskeletons of the Wolf Cavalry. Xingho, you truly are full of surprises. Murmuring to himself, old Charles summoned his secretary for a secret meeting among the prominent families of Wangjiang City. Initiated by him, was about to commence. Meanwhile, the players, having undergone a brief respite, were now fully rejuvenated, brimming with energy, eager to march into battle. Everyone donned the exoskeletons of Brown's mercenary group, while those who could ride motorcycles moved forward, and the others busied themselves with transporting supplies, preparing for the second wave of assault. Under Chu Gao's command, the players swiftly mobilized, with those capable of riding motorcycles quickly stepping forward. Each was excitedly climbing onto the powerful snowmobiles. seemingly unable to contain their eagerness to demonstrate their skills. Hey buddy, don't rush. When you get blown sky high, I'll be sure to capture the moment. You're just envious and jealous, haha, that you can't ride a motorcycle. I'll make you laugh. I'll add some extra spice. As they spoke, the players responsible for transporting supplies loaded a large gas canister onto the motorcycle, showing no signs of stopping. Hey, buddy, isn't that enough? Others only have one bottle, and I've got about that much too. Seeing as you're handsome, it would be a waste to leave the rest behind. Consider it a bargain for you. The players had an assortment of ammunition, from small aerial bombs dismantled from the underground arsenal of Chongfeng Town, gas canisters discovered in the kitchen of Shelter 336, to dangerous items like white phosphorus incendiary bombs from secret experiments. Prior to departure, Chu Gao found himself surrounded by the Christmas sisters, who wielded unknown paintbrushes and makeup tools, applying them to his face. That I said, Ting Ting, is it ready yet? That should suffice. I'll wear a wig later. Ensuring the leader of the merchant tribe 1T recognized me, that if you want Chu Gao to wear camouflage and roll in mud, he would comply without hesitation. But to make him wear makeup? That would be a near-death experience for him. That moment, surrounded by the girls, Chu Gao sat upright, his expression vacant as he stared ahead, seemingly resigned. Eagle, hold on a moment. It will be ready shortly. Ching, bring the wig over. Sister Ting, the colored contact lenses have yet to be applied. 20 minutes later, the once gallant Chu Gao had transformed into the somewhat sinister and ruthless leader of the Brown Mercenary Corps. His originally pitch-black eyes and short black hair had entirely morphed into a distinctly Western visage, particularly accentuated by the slender scar that stretched from his brow to the corner of his mouth. Underscoring the ferocity of Brown as presence, once adorned with makeup, Chu Gao abruptly strode before the group of captives, shouting loudly, which instantly roused the dazed prisoners. Boss, you're alive again. No, that's not the boss. The voice doesn't match. The boss sounds gruffer. You are the one from before. Step forward and tell me how your boss speaks. If I fail to imitate it well, you will suffer the consequences. With that, Chu Gao seized a mercenary and, under his guidance, began to mimic Brown's speech. Ultimately, when Chu Gao spoke while holding a small stone in his mouth, he finally gained the recognition of that prisoner. Yes, that's how the boss speaks. It shouldn't be too clear. Glancing at the time, it was already 23:35, leaving less than half an hour until the appointed rendezvous with the merchants. Chu Gao and his comrades donned the formidable Type 3 exoskeleton and prepared to set off once more. Dead on this occasion, the live streaming privileges had shifted to Chu Gao, that he directed the camera towards his subordinates. Finally focusing on Wang Ling, who was ready to address the audience. Brothers, comrades, from the moment we awakened from the biological cultivation chambers, I knew we had to take action, and we will indeed do something. I dream of a day when the denizens of the wasteland will rise, truly embodying the essence of our creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I dream of a day when, in the Grand Hall of Triumph on the West Coast, the sons of former slaves will sit alongside the sons of former masters, sharing the bonds of brotherhood. I dream of a day when even the Justice Province, a place where righteousness is obscured and oppression reigns like a desert, will transform into an oasis of freedom and justice. And now, this is your moment to sacrifice for the ideal, to cleanse the filth of the world, beginning at this very instant. That Wang Ling broadcasted this vision of the wasteland-esque gospel. He felt invigorated.